Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now.
Let me just go into this with the gloves off, because there's always something, right? Like at the end, it must be the yang, right? And actually what I'm going to reveal today is how to break that cycle, because it's getting a bit, boring. And it's just because sometimes we're engaged in such a hyperdimensional aspect of our creation, we don't even know what we're doing. Like if you think about how people move throughout the day and how most of us move, if we don't have a real blueprint, it's like, okay, what am I going to do today? There's no real purpose. Like, okay, this is what I do. This is what I'm working towards. This is how I'm going to get there. This is why I'm going to get there. So these are the questions that we will look for our spiritual instructors and our gurus, or our leaders, our mentors, or whatever to answer. And what happens is that, you know, I've always still seen myself as young. Now that I'm getting older, and like I'm about to hit 40 here. So now I guess I'm going to eventually get to the point where I'm going to be the elder that's giving the information, because I was looking to the elders and looking to the information that was out there to get me acclimated to what I was experiencing in this grand climb up to my ascent, right? So whether that's, again, you got information from secret societies, you have old books about, you know, magical powers from ancestors, you got witchcraft and warlocks and voodoo, and you have all these different systems that proclaim to actually understand how to work the machinations of this existence and get you to where whatever you desire, you receive, right? That's the whole height of magic, is when you want something, you can just have it when you want it, right? And so that's why things like the laws of attraction and the manifestation laws and all these things become so instrumental these days for people to have. That's why people are gravitating towards that, because they're like, oh, you know, if I can find a way to manifest whatever I want, then that's what I want, right? And then never asking themselves the question, what do you really want? Because if you were in front of someone that can answer all questions, but you just needed to present the question, what question would you really ask? And would the question, or would the answer that you get take you to another level, or would it just lead you into another question? Okay. So with that being asked, I would first address, let's say, for instance, if I got to ask something that had answers to everything, the first question I would ask it is, how could I operate? Like, how could I do things that in a way that it will always be in my favor, especially from what I've learned on Earth so far. I've learned on Earth so far that you can take a ball with all your strength and throw it at something, and sometimes it could be the equivalent of that ball hitting a wall right away, and then that ball hitting you in the face. It's like what we call instant karma. It's like all the strength that you just put in something, it could just come right back and hit you right in the face right away in this realm if we don't know how to direct our energy and direct our power. Likewise, if we're depending on others to give us an idea of where we should be directing our energy and power, and we happen to make the mistake at choosing the wrong person or the wrong message to do that with, then we can oftentimes find ourselves imbalanced. Why? Because someone else's math is not necessarily your math. Math is known as Ma'at. Ma'at must be kept balanced in all the ancient traditions. So it's saying you got to keep balance. Then on the temple wall, it says, know Seaton, know yourself. And then that's coming from a Kemetic glyph that means the same thing. Know yourself. Not know everybody else. Know yourself, then do your own Ma'at. Keep yourself balanced because you have your own uniqueness. And you will be able to prepare yourself during this life, if you can do that, for the great afterlife, which never ends. So the whole purpose here on Earth is really the actual afterlife process. You want to have a great experience here. You want to have a great time. You want to really work with happiness. You want to grow into harmonics, and then you want to start expanding, and then you want to keep moving from there. Anything else that is contrary to that, you really don't know. Meaning that we're being taught things, and things are being misconstrued so much. We're being taught things that are just not true. That's like why our whole misconceptions about what evil is and darkness is so illusory, because we don't even know. Like it's a lot to calculate. It's a lot to compute, and we would even need the experience to fully get an idea of it. So what is all of this? What is this machination, and why are we struggling so much with it? Meaning that some have given up and they just say, oh, just relax and go with the flow and see where it takes you. And then as somebody said recently, only dead fish go with the flow. The reality is, if you just go with the flow of this, it will have you doing all types of things. I don't care what your story was. If you go downtown and go with the flow, you'll see where the flow will eventually take you. It will take you where it wants. So if you don't choose to, especially now, take that wheel of life and really drive your consciousness into the next level of your expansion, at minimum, you're looking at a repeat. At minimum, you're looking at things are not going to probably go as well as they did this time, because lessons still needed to be learned. And that's at minimum. The story could be even more nefarious and even more malicious about how our own consciousness and the fears that we experience when we can't bring our own light, and when we can't vibrate to a certain level, and we can't motivate ourselves. When we get into a space where we would now be tested to have to do that, meaning all of our governors are off, all the protections off, mommy and dad are gone, now you're outside of the womb again, are you going to ball up gaga goo goo baby and know nothing at all and put your thumb in your mouth? Or are you going to be going into that with full awareness that that stage itself is but another preliminary for another phase as you're expanding and becoming back to who you truly are, which is the original? Now, I got to explain this because this is a bit to stomach, as I said before. The original. The reason why I asked the question earlier about, do you believe an image of something has power, which 97% of the listeners of today said yes, they believe, and only actually one person said no, and they may have just slipped on the button and still trying to figure out how do I roll that back? And it's because we have this notion that, yeah, sometimes images of things can be powerful, but let me break it down for you. Now, first of all, we saw the indigenous talk about at times that taking pictures was not a good idea for them. They didn't like that whole thing. You take an exact image of me and then you put it, they felt like that kind of removed their power, right? So instead of just like going with the mystic mumbo jumbo, sometimes that could happen still when even, you just see yourself appear on a 2D thing and you're trying to just figure this out. What kind of wizardry is this? Fast forwarding right until now, what I can still say is what is known there is that there's an essence of power that has been transferred. Now, whether it is going to increase the person's power or decrease, I believe is based on quite a few different things, like what was also in that picture. Right? Like if a person having this great time, generally every time they look at that picture, they're like, yeah, boy, that was that day. And so it increases their energy. But if there's something wild going on or they're in a weird place, it may do something else, right? But we're still following the line here that somehow pictures and energy connect. So what happened is I was presented a question that got me on a sequence of pondering several things. And one of those questions had a lot to do with, well, because I can't even paraphrase the question. I'm not even sure, because my sequence of questions come across really weird, but it started having me think about when you make a replica of something, a copy, does that copy actually have any power? And so I pondered this for a while because I know a lot about resonance. So when you make dimensionally accurate objects, like dimensionally accurate pyramids made out of resonated materials that are the same geometrics as the certain pyramids around the world, have a connection to each other that is similar to the same connection from magnetics. Okay? So the shapes themselves, the geometries themselves actually cause a magnetic connection. And because of this, actually, let me just cut to the chase here. I had like a really strong experience when early in the days when I was studying to find God, I came across these objects called talismans. And I've spoke about this in certain scenarios and certain courses and things, but I'll just bring it into scope so we can see how it connects. That talismans were basically pieces of paper that were inscribed with either sacred symbols during certain times, using certain ink, with certain parchment, and could bring about these miraculous results. Miraculous in potential in that you had no clue of how this would work, but somehow it did. So I came in as a skeptic. I came in as a skeptic because I said, how can a piece of paper affect something? But I followed the instructions because I was actually in need of a breakthrough, and I was actually looking to see if I could expand and meet this being known as God, because I needed to talk to God about some things that I had gotten myself into. And since I happened to be reading this book, and it seems like the people that were involved in the book had some connection to God and had said these talismans would be a connection, I wasn't looking for to have somebody fall in love with me or to have all the money in the world. That wasn't like my query, but there were talismans for that in there. This one was just about, I just want to meet God and have certain levels of wisdom to be able to communicate with God. Okay. So I went through the whole process. The process was a few days of fasting, making sure that this thing was pointed in a certain direction, being observant of this particular energy coming across the constellation, etc. And within 3 days, it was done. Okay. And then when I was done, I was like, well, what do I do with it? There was no instructions that were saying what to do next. Do I run or what should I do with it? So because it was getting towards the evening, I was like, let me just put it under my mattress. When I woke up, or I guess, flew out of my sleep, I was not actually in this world anymore. I was actually in another subplane in a room with several locks on the doors. Now, I'm not going to reiterate completely the story of what happened. It would just bring me to the point of today of realizing an ode to what a piece of paper can do. That somehow that process unlocked a different world that I was able to get into with the astral body. So needless to say, I didn't make any more talismans after that, but I always understood that there was a deep level of power that I still needed to figure out how did that even work. And as I started realizing and knowing more and more about metaphysics, I started seeing exactly how that works. It works on resonance. It worked on the intentions that I put in there, the fervor. Like I really believed actually that this was going to work. It's funny how I needed it to work. That's the reality of things. That's the intention. I need this to work. So, if you're just back there as a skeptic, like, let me examine, it ain't going to work for you. But if you actually have some intentions for it to work, it starts forming itself accordingly, like a lot of the stuff that you're going to see today. So what happened is that I started realizing, and I came to the full knowledge of that there was a two-dimensional world, that there was a two-dimensional resonance. Just like we're in 3D, there's a 2D, and it's flat. But everything there, even though it's flat, it actually contains the energy and the essence and all of that. It's almost like it's a world. It's almost as if it's alive. So then I started thinking the other day, since I've known this knowledge already, and certain questions were presented and the wheels started turning, is it possible that I could be an image? And the reason why I got onto this is because I started I keep getting this effect sometimes where I feel like, some call it the fluoride stare, but I feel like that members of the reality that I'm around are sometimes glazed over. It's like I could be talking to them or trying to interact with them or in a store around them, and it just kind of appears like I can almost like wave my hand in front of their face and they would just be like almost like they're not real. And I was fascinated by this phenomenon. My brother Halo was here also, and he started bringing up again photography and the whole process of bringing a photo from the dark room into proper exposure and that process, right? And I had to chime in about that because I had studied that very deeply about the phosphorus and the different fluids that are used to bring those exposures back in, because I once thought that there was something magical maybe hidden within the process. Just through logic of trying to figure out what is this. And I find it so amazing that we are actually hyperdimensional in this group, because we started this project called the Projector, and it now brings us into realizing that the reason why a projector is so effective is because this is just an image. And what I mean by image is that everything here is just a copy of the original. And this is interesting because when you really think of it, since the original is everything combined, when you start splitting it up, all you do is you just get slides, layers, right? So in retrospect, what we're really running through is like a movie where a lot of the beings that we're encountering are actually really illusions themselves, because they haven't actually chose to be original, unique. They've chose to basically just be a slide. So let's dig into this a little bit more, because I have more proof that this is in fact what is going on. Now, the interesting thing about this, and the reason why it could become very liberating, is because once you understand the magic and once you know the process, then it can be undone. But if you're forever in the illusion, if you're forever on the other side of the mirror, if you're forever in this 2D world where it doesn't seem like nobody is really digging into the solutions too deep, like, are we going to get some results here or blow up or something? Because the other day, there was, I guess, what was that? Is that Saturday? Yeah, I guess Saturday for me. I got to look at my calendar now. I got a calendar of all the glorious activities, and I got a timeline because the chrono is really coming into effect, like the chronological aspects of mapping everything that's happening here. But it's just the awareness that this Friday, I believe, and I'm still looking for a calendar. I'm just like, I really don't obey the laws of time anymore. There was an eclipse, a lunar eclipse. And during that lunar eclipse here in Costa Rica, there were also two very strong earthquakes, just two very strong earthquakes. Didn't break anything, didn't, knock out the power even, but really strong. And it's like a sign, like it really like put me back into the scope of all I know, and was like shaking me up real quick, like, yo, wake up a little bit more, because you got to understand certain things from certain levels now. I need you to start asking yourself the questions. Turn the wheel. Let's turn the wheel of the projector and let's see this movie again that you're living in. So that way you can start playing these scenes back to yourself, so you can start knowing what's really important, because you need to get balanced. You need to get my Now, Earth needs it bad too. Remember, Earth already got that, 23.6, whatever, 26.5, whatever degree wobble going on, right? And so she's already imbalance. She needs help with that, or he's already in whatever floats your boat. I think for men, it's fascinating us to think that Earth is a woman and she needs our help. So maybe for women, if you think it's a man and it needs your help, that may float your boat. But either way, it's off kilter. So it needs more beings to actually speed up, because just like a top, when you speed up, your centrifugal force and all that so high, you're perfect, right? And the more things that are doing that, the more it'll correct Earth. Now, of course, if there's imbalances, there's tons of imbalances going on, just because people are not really balancing out what they're doing either way. So because those imbalances, you know where the imbalances come from? It's Earth's bank book. Earth is just the worst at banking with the system that it's using now. It's not really recognizing the people that are actually doing something. It's not like the people who are giving us our food are getting paid the less. Like all of those things, the people who are sitting back like fat cats riding jet planes all day are doing absolutely nothing. They're like sitting on millions of dollars. The books are imbalanced. So that's the imbalance right there. So in retrospect, when you look at quantum solutions, you got to be able to get into frameworks like that, which we can. But the first thing to do is to get in your own framework. But also to realize some really deep knowledge here about the mysticism that we're being involved in. And I'll say it like that because a lot of people just reject the whole thing altogether and just are like, you know what, I'm not a part of this, this is Earth, or they come up with all sorts of dilemmas in their own consciousness. But the truth is, if you're standing here, it's going to affect you. So because it's going to affect all of us, then we must address it, the elephant in the room, and meaning, what is going on? So I'm elaborating in every detail of exactly what's happening. So because we were created in an image. Now let me explain this imagery to you, because some imagery is different. This is why when you start trying to find a unified system, you got some people working on 4, some people working on 7, some are on 9, some are on 13, some are on 20, some are on 26, some are on 72. It's like, whoa, everybody's jumping on different aspects and saying this is the system. And then when you say, what is the color to that? What is the frequency to that? What is the metal to that? They're like, it's this. And then you find when you look at another chart that it doesn't match. And then you even find that some of the energies that were on the top are now on the bottom. And then it's like, ugh. Does anybody know or have a manual to the body? No, all these geniuses, all these gurus, all of these spiritual teachers, these priests, all these, self-proclaimed prophets, none of them has sat down and agreed yet what is the real unified system that we're on, a course like the cosmos. Why do we know it exists? Because if you notice the nature around you, you will notice the butterflies come out at a certain time. The bees come out, the trees get green, then they get brown, the clouds come in, the rain comes out. There's like a clock going on here. And it's so precise that if you measured the entire cycle and then map right to the day that it began again, you would know what a real year is. Maybe it's not 365 days. Maybe it's not even 360. Maybe it's more like 372.3. But nobody's actually trying to figure that out, because this is why they talked about, okay, well, cultism, like people were fascinated with occultism back in the past, and then they got all caught up in it, and then they doomed their own world, right? So that's kind of like some of the explanations, and I don't doubt that happened. But I will say for sure, if technology was then the alternative, so we removed all the spiritual stuff, and then we bought technology and we bought innovations so people can stare at their cell phones all day. Is that what we're talking about? This would be like if you're talking like an arch mason or something who's going to just brag about that all the rights that we have now were pretty much put in play by the Freemasons that built their structures around the world, their laws and their legal systems and their freedom and all that kind of stuff. So that's what they're going to want to get into you and drill into you about if you're asking them. But yet and still, they cannot explain to you why we were made in the image of something. Okay, because look at the wordplay. In the Bible, God says, let us make man in our own image, in our own likeness. Okay, so when you're doing in that kind of thing, and when you're speaking like that, that means that, because I told you that God in the Bible is actually a king, an old king. So it's not even like, you don't got to go as far as thinking you're talking to Saturn or thinking you're talking to Aurora or anything like that. You just need to think about an old deified king literally saying, I'm going to make them in my image. And what I'm going to do that is all written right here. And part of that is changing the language. Let us go down and confuse them and put enmity between them, change their language, right? So spells start going into work here. The next stage is that the image, like I'm going to make them like me, not like they are. So that means that anytime you start messing with images and projectors, you got to start controlling the days of the week. You got to start controlling the gods. You got to start controlling the math, the numbers, the letters. You got to start controlling those things before you can get in control of someone's real world, their real soul. So when you ask yourself today, though, have these institutions been able to accomplish this? Absolutely. When you watch, like, when you're a quantum thinker, you can do things like watch the Vietnam documentary on Netflix and watch how the same people that are operating under the Nazi regime flip over into the US and then start attacking people in Vietnam, then flip over into another country, start attacking. So you watch how this thing just flips through everything, taking on different names and using the same tactic, divide in the middle. It always cuts everything right in half first, that first blow, north to south. Notice how many places where you really have a north to south beef, like even North Korea, South Korea, North Vietnam, South Vietnam, North America, South America, and many tenses, all the norths and souths. Why is there always a beef? North India, South India, right? Like, why is there always these beefs? Why also do the darker people have a tendency to be in the south and the lighter people in the north, like it's on a caste system? Where does all that come from? It comes from pyramid geometry. It's geometric. It's geomancy. Because one of the mysteries that I just figured out was that all the pyramids that you see in the world right now, they are not original. They are not the original items that were on those areas that you're looking at. They are built on top of something. They are built on top of what would basically be for us our portals. Okay? Just keep going with this and realize what I'm bringing to you. Now, all the sacred sites in the world, as Freemasonry talks about, the sacred sites in the world, what they do is they try to get those sacred sites and either put temples or churches or something there because they know that there's an energy that people have been going to that area for the longest, right? Now, I'm going to rewind you through history. People have been going to temples for the longest. Now, many people, because they gotten into the external sun, they believe that the purpose was to go into the temple. It was always what was going into the temple that you should really look at, like people coming into the temple. But it was actually what was coming out of the temple. Because what you had is that temples only had priests in them. So you had priests going in, and then what was coming out in that priest was what was coming out of that portal. Okay? And I'll bring that to you one more time. People think about, let me go into church and get myself together. Let me go into the Buddhist temple and get myself together and pray and get myself spiritually fulfilled. Where that comes from is that in the old days, you would go to the sacred sites, and then when you would pray to your ancestors, they would fill you. Like there would be an old ancestor that wasn't using a physical body, be like, you know what, this lad's kind of like me. You know what, I'm going to jump into him. And they will become spirit-filled, their own ancestors. And then they will come out and they will have the big eyes for a minute. And then right when you walk out of the temple, there is the accoutrements, the Wa staff, the sphinxes, different things that you're going to need to deal with earth plane as it still stands right now. What we're not seeing because we're sometimes too many layers behind in the illusion. Okay? So continuously going with this to realize again that what is coming out of the temple is what is most necessary for us to see. We should also see that, okay, now let's say we try to go a little bit further. What is all of this? Why are people going to the temple? Why do they come out different? Why do they feel like that's a place that they can really connect with things? What is it? It's the womb. Okay. Duh. It's the womb itself. It's the place where souls come in and out. It's the hole, the chasm. And of course, you know, you're laying by the hole, no telling what's going to happen. So people just started building these. It was like they started worshiping the hole, basically. That's like the goddess worship in itself. It's like, this is where we all come in and this is where we go out. This is sacred. Let's build this. Let's build this. And that's how that started. That's how the acupuncture or the chakra points of the earth were found, because real souls were coming out of them. So now when you fast forward into the future, pyramids are on top of all the places souls come from. I don't have to be a genius to get what could happen to a soul if it comes out in a pyramid rather than coming out in its original design. It's probably going to come out thinking that something's on top of it, that is in this rat race trying to get to the top versus expanding, that, you know, it's got to believe in something that's up there, that it's really down here since it started off at the beginning. It's going to, pyramidal shit basically is going to happen to that being, for better or for worse. Now, I have facts, evidence proving, like even in the Aztec country, they had an earthquake, right? Just recently, and it cracked open one of the pyramids, and then they found all these other rooms, and they're looking at the room. They're like, the rocks from here don't match at all this structure that's on top of it. And then it's happening in a lot of places around the world, that the pyramids that are built, they're built on top of our ancestors' reincarnation points. Okay, so let's desist for a minute, because that would get us into university semester 3 too deep. But just to realize once again that then when something says, let us make it in our image, we still have to realize that these are copycats. Okay, so they're getting this from somewhere else. So I would desist on talking about the one who gave you English, the one who gave you all these different laws, rules, ethics, decrees, bulls, their marriages, and all this shit that they've concocted, their oaths, their pacts, their rituals, in their language, their mysticism, their vows, their owls, their tones, their nouns, all of that you've learned. I'll desist, because I'm going to show you how to get that under control, but I would desist on that to highlight for one moment that there has to be an original, because they are copiers. They are copies of copies of copies is what you have going on here, right? So when we think about the original, though, the reason why all this can go on is that the original is so powerful that even an image of it can do something. We are images of it. We can do something, and we're not even completely into the original aspects yet. So imagine what we can do. One moment. So this is why in the ancient texts, people don't get it. They say, oh, then they took the body of Nindinsumud, whatever, and then they formed and fashioned and created everything. And people are like, that sounds like somebody just did like Plato with a monster, like, and took blood, and I don't get it. And it's like, it's all images. When you take something, however it's done, like through refraction, and they got enough, refraction, mirrors, suns, whatever. When you reflect something, it breaks it down, and then it becomes an image, but it's still animate. That's the magic. Okay, that's what creates magic. That's the disconnect point for a lot of people. They don't get that just a picture of something actually has power. And that, in fact, the more powerful whatever that thing is you have the picture of, the more powerful that image is. But there is one more key. Belief. And then the transition of belief into knowing. To even believe it. Okay, that's why I say belief first, because I've met people who don't believe they have a soul. They don't believe they have a spirit, and they operate as such, and thus they don't. To be honest, like the way they carry on, they don't. Because there's another part of this, that if we don't tap into certain parts of the image, if we're not aware of the original, then it does not exist for us, because we don't exist anyway. As an illusion, we don't. We exist only as originals. That's the only real existence. Because, see, when you're giving me a copy, it's like you're giving me a counterfeit. It's like you can't pass that off to me as the real thing. Like I can't pass this version of self off as the magnitude of me. It's just not, you can't sell me this. No, there's greater. That's why I can't never be put into some kind of box or dome or whatever kind of geometry they want to throw me in next and just say, hey, this is the God, or this is who we should all believe and worship. It's like, that doesn't make any sense where I'm from. It's not, I'm not wired that way. You know, I'm here to show you something different, because now I have more proof that someone or a group, a large group of them probably, have created another image. And that image, it functions like a glove, an actual GUI itself, to control what we truly are naturally. Something that literally fits around who we are, as, well, not completely, but enough to get grips on us. Okay? And now, in having the knowledge of how to undo that, or actually to gain control of that, because most are not even being controlled anymore. Everything is on automaton. Like, that whole AI-based system is already functioning. The laws and the rules that have been put forth through the ritual and the magic is actually what's binding many people. They're stuck. They know what they should be doing, but they can't do it. They even know where they should go, and they just find themselves held by invisible barriers. It's like, man, you know you should move on, or man, you know you should expand, or you know you need to stop doing that. And then the person is just like stuck by invisible barriers in their mind. It's, I just can't stop. That's an invisible barrier. So how do you break that down? Okay. Now let's keep going with this. So now you've discovered that this is indeed an image. It is a talisman. Remember, the talisman is more what you're talking about. I don't want you to think you're just in Photoshop. But if you want to take it there, this is layers in Photoshop. Like, there's levels to this shit. I kept telling everybody, look, yeah, I know we hit a point here, but I still think there's more. And even when I used to go on these diamond tree journeys, when I would look, what my eye would do is it would just, I guess, like I said, they said it was the hawk beak of Heru. I was like, all right, but shit, what is it? You haven't explained anything to me. And I could see the layers in the reality. And they said, see, you have that ability. That's why you have vision. You could see very far, and you could see all the pieces. And now I'm learning that all those pieces are actually all the layers, all the scripts, all the characters, right? And then they're all images of the original actually functioning and alive, because the original is that powerful. And then all we have to realize is how to upload ourselves back into being original. And then boom, bada bing, boom, pow, here we go. So here it is. Now remember, so then of course now, so that's what was going on, because the beat goes on, the drama continues. That's what was going on. People were trying to put themselves back in the image of the original. And they were actually progressing. That's why there was a tower that had, remember they say, oh man, you know, he's bringing this tower, and they helping each other, they loving each other. This shit ain't gonna be long before they realize how to get out. This is even what some other being on the planet is saying. Knowing more about what the confinements are and things, and seeing the progression of those who survived after the deluge going to their next stage. This is even happening right now. History keeps repeating itself. But this time, we become the masters. We are the time lords of the whole thing. So what happens next is to realize is, first, people were on their dean. Like, they were like, the whole purpose of being here, like these people build entire cities to just configure themselves to get to the next stage. And it's not long, though, because that's not everybody's agenda. And this is what we have to realize. It's like it smacks you in the face sometimes. It's like, not everybody is like you. That's what unique means. Not everybody actually wants to see things go well. Some beings want to see what it looks like when it's destroyed. Some beings want to see what it looks like when we turn it upside down. You got all different types of thoughts in the originals. Okay? So because of that, you have a situation where another system is erected, a dream within a dream, as they call it. It's like layers within layers of this shit. Now, I have pictures showing the Royal Society, showing images of how they do it, which we weren't able to interpret then, but now I know what exactly they're referring to. So I do have those images, but just very precisely, it's just the realization that, again, when you control a person's language, which is how they think. And you control their days of the week and their time, what they think time is. In definitions, that's already too deep. If you let somebody control all that, that's already too deep. So that's how their glove works. It works through their arts. It works through all of the stuff that they created within their structure. Now you have more elaborate structures, like the US is a hell of an elaboration of a structure. Because if you can understand what even was the agenda, it's like we should be done with a race war. Like, think about it. These people brought all these Polish people and all these people over here to the US even, got them all riled up, got them all in the military, and then sent them over to fight some other people that they didn't even know. They were even like kids and like trying to figure out why are they even there. And this is what we are dealing with here, right? That's why we got to get it under control. Now, what was built? And I'm going to show some screen shares here so you can see, because I know some are like, okay, you keep talking about stuff, but show me some, show me. So I'm going to show you something really quick here. But just remember, what we're doing now is we are mapping the focal points of the beam. Okay. Now, when the projector, just like a projector, it's got that beam. So when we know the focal points of where those lenses are, that's how we change reality. Okay. It looks like magic to everybody else, but what you did is you went and found the focal point of the lens and you changed it. Okay. So the big confusion that has been happening here. Let me share the screen. Hopefully somebody got some recording going on over there. My stuff going in, going out. They mad. About it. They mad. It's too late. I told you. It's not going to take long. Like, young Ram is going to find out what's happening. Like, I'm going to run through this. Like, I find this reality to be so strange. It's like everything is just so correct, like we're supposed to be. Yet nothing is fucking going on. Like, nobody really can answer the straight questions. And then when you start digging into stuff, like, finally my beam has gotten around to this. To be honest, like, I always get inundated with all sorts of stuff to do. And I'm still going to accomplish that. But how much time I have to actually focus on this kind of stuff, like, I just believe personally, I have a lot of ancestors. I have a lot of people. Like, I believe that the souls and the spirits, even of the people that are here on the line, the people who have been with the resistance from time to time, the people who have been with secret energy, that all their guides and all of that are all here. And they encourage me to, like, keep going. We can just go over that thing again, like, come around one more time. Because see, what happens is, have you ever noticed that when you gain a large level of awareness, if you go back and you read something or see something that you thought you knew about before you had that level of awareness, obviously you read deeper into it now. Something talks to you even deeper. And it's because, that's why I said, nothing actually exists beyond what you're aware of. You don't think you have a soul? You have a soul. You don't think you have a spirit? You don't have a spirit. The magnitude of what you can think, you already are capable of doing. That's what they call, that to us starts to define the word called limitless. Right? So I'm just showing you the mechanics of how this works, because you got something. If you want to imagine how powerful you are, even being an image, it's already animated. Even being an image, you're already off the chain. Even being an image, you're running around, you're cussing sometime, you're having a great time, you're going through maximum pleasure. You're even just being the image. So when you come into total awareness of who you are, which there is clearly an agenda, I'm showing you today, as you're seeing on my screen. Hold on real quick. Let me make my picture big. There is an agenda, baby. And I don't know who or what or why or where, and I don't care. All I know is I'm dipping. And those who are with me, we're on to the next stage. So check out what happened. So what happened was, obviously, there's been a lot of simplicity happening with the network. I've been looking at some of the simple things and seeing how powerful it is for us, and noticing at times when some of those things are missing. Let me go over here with it. For instance, now when we're developing this network, and I say we're because it is collective, and what happens is that I've been working with this network for 9 years, okay? Adding things, working to really put the major things in there that I think are major. But this last upgrade, which I've been on for about 4 months, of all the different tools that I've created and put into play, and you know, there's a group that is now formed, and we're working together on getting things done. And these creations have been on an entirely different level, but they've been speaking to us in a certain way. It's like, if you're willing to come out here, we'll show you. Like, I'll tell you the truth. Like, some people, they're always wondering, like, what are you doing? Or what? It's just the ability to make the thought, the action, to pursue it all the way, to actually see the physical result. Like, if this is true, then we should be seeing something. Like, if there's progress, we should be seeing that progress. If there's communication, we should see the results of that communication. So I've been doing a lot of communicating because I need to know. You won't hit me with an eclipse and 2 earthquakes without me asking some questions, okay? Like, I'm not gonna have the entire ground underneath me shaking hard and not ping a question to the higher self, like, what's good? I mean, you caught your ring? Yeah, I need you to step it up a little bit because you're on time, but I just love to do you like that. It's like, geez, man, give me a break. You see, I'm like full throttle. But anyway, it starts communicating me, higher self, together about simple stuff that keeps us unified. For instance, this calendar, which is now at secretenergy.com/global calendar or global-calendar, cosmic-calendar also. Actually, and this goes live at a certain point, you can have links to it. I send links to it. People have links to it already. Some people see links in some of the Facebook videos, so they have access to this already. There's a new Facebook video, or excuse me, YouTube video. It's not loud, according to what people are saying, but inside the description, there's some links. And I'll share some links before the end of the show. Actually, I'm sure somebody's going to share a link anyway. But what I've done, like a sliding under the door with it, because it took so long. Do you know that I have spent years with stuff like this? Like, this chart, you see how old it is. It's like old and dusty. It's like a perfect example of how many nights we spent. Let me bring this closer. There we go. How many nights we've spent working with planetary correspondences, chakra correspondences, and song or deity correspondences, number correspondences, age correspondences. And this is like night after night of furious work trying to find some kind of connections within what we are doing here, page after page. And of course, this is just like the big charts. Like, when we're talking about the small stuff and the notes and the continue, like, I just need that much space to keep writing things down. What am I looking for? It's like an alien on the planet searching for something sometimes, I feel like. What am I looking for? The blueprints. I'm looking for, how do I get in the groove of what's happening here? And today I had the eureka. Today, and you know, it's been going on actually for the last 2 to 3 days. There's been a consistent, because mainly today, though, I realized why it's been so hard for me to unify the system, because I even had to do semester 2 without completely having the solution that I was looking for. Like, I was looking for a specific solution to deliver in relation to correspondences of celestial mechanics. And unfortunately, I was baffled at what I was presented with, meaning that when asking occultists what was some information that we could agree on about chakras and colors and frequencies and entities and all that, I only found what I find in the New Age community sometimes. Lots of dissension, lots of thinking one is aware, but still basically vainly reciting, meaning repeating what someone else has said or has done and not actually checking where did that even come from and why does that even connect? And because there is so much of this information out there, I mean, people are creating new charts daily, proliferating buffoonery in high definition is what's happening, because when you look at these charts, they don't match. They're not correct. Why? There's at minimum, two different systems. This is why there's a great marriage. The spirit is all in the soul, or excuse me, the soul, the spirit and the flesh. Let's use those two today, okay? The spirit and the flesh. I'm going to need 2 batteries here in a moment, but I'll take a break in just a second. But the spirit and the flesh don't get along. They don't. They're nothing alike. It's like male and female. Somehow they're together, but they don't get along. They need each other to somehow keep something going on, or what is it? That is the relationship between spirit and flesh. And then what happens is that you got spirit and flesh infused together. This is what our existence is. 2 total opposites are now in a relationship infused together in a marriage. So what happens is that the magic that created that, because, sometimes says, you might say, Mom, so what attracted you to Dad, girl? Boy, that magic. He just had that magic in his eye. That magic, okay, what that is about realizing that not only do opposites attract, but you have an entire system going on here of, like I told you before, yin yang, 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 to create a perpetual machination, a projector of slides of memories of all of the illusions that still are in the play together, acting out their scripts before they decide to become original. Okay? Like, look how it works. Look how every single thing, even now that we're playing around with in the reality, hints to what I'm telling you right now. Like I told you about computers, the CPU, the processor, the memories, the control points, the circuits, the stars, the sun, right? Processing in the cloud, processing the clouds or the thoughts or the ideas that everything is having inside of the mainframe, right? So this is how that all connects, because at some point in the unknown nothingness, something concocted whatever to begin to bring things from the nothing to the something. And that process is what we are witnessing right now in our existence, but also even more closely with things like this calendar that I have on the screen. And not only, and I'm going to share that, not only did that happen one time, but I can give you now 2 times that it happened, okay? And this is why things are so confusing now. When I say 2 times, it's because you have a clock, if you may, for your spirit, and you have a clock for your flesh. And now, because the flesh is so entwined, you also can't almost differentiate the 2, but you have a clock for the fake matrix. See, that's what's happened. The flesh side, which belongs to nature, that ran on a natural clock, has been pulled into a high level of mysticism and is now being operated by an entirely different clock. And let me show you. This is why there's so much confusion. Now, the natural clock, which I detail here, and this is from the compilation of years of research, because I've actually had to put devices together that do work and do things, but based on a universal system. So when working with that same system, but still unifying it even more, because I'm going to do elaborate work on this. Like, if I know the element, because like, for instance, with mercury, you can't even handle mercury. You can suspend it, like there's some suspended mercury in different places, and that works for the essence. But even still, to just have it around, it's mercury. But mercury also, because it's on the periodic table, has a connection with another element, because that's how the periodic table is put together. So it's then easy to find all the elements of a specific day when you already have one element, if that element is accurate. You see what I mean? And so what I did was I spent a lot of time in putting together accuracies. In fact, let me see if that's there. No, it's not. Anyway, it's not important. And it's just a process of how long it takes to do something like this. And I just lapsed it just to see how many hours go by as you're throwing all these different things around that everybody's just saying works and this and works. And then you're dealing with your own knowledge. Like I got a lot of awareness of occultism. So at this point, some stuff is just a no-brainer. Some things become a bit hazy. And then all of a sudden it just clicks together. Again, one eureka is to realize there is no unified system completely between the body and the spirit because they're off. It's the same thing it's the same thing you come into the realization of when you're trying to find out why is there a conflict between these two poles. They both need each other. So why are they fighting? They actually need each other to actually have the conflict to generate energy. What kind of madness is that? That's the mechagnation. Okay? And because of that force, though, in the realization of that force, it gets you into the awareness that force, that there's natures, like I said, and when you're looking at natures, this is how natures works, okay? So you see here the secret energy calendar. And by the way, I was gonna put all these calendars in and you can toggle them on and toggle them off. Like with the calendar here, if you notice, I can toggle off, oops, oh boy. Oh, that caused me to lose my screen, I think. Yeah, just give me 1 second. I just, just give me 1 quick second. I have to actually, to get my screen back. If I drag something up a little bit too far, it goes into another screen that's not on. Also, you could take a moment and just digest what's being said. It's quite a bit. Or maybe for some, it's nothing. Like maybe for some, it's like, yeah, I knew this already. You know, at this point for me, it's like, you just see why. You see why with so many things. You see why life can be so stressful. You see why, you know, the more you love something, the more it seems to become more of a problem for you. Like if you love something really strong and it dies, you know, now you want to know where it's gone. It creates a lot of sadness and grief. You know, you love people, you really want to care, you care for them. It only puts you into the position of having to let them go at a certain point, like your pets, you know, all those different things. That this is all tied into that. This is why all of that's taking place. Just trying to get my screen here together. Just give me a quick moment. Yeah, that's what I need to do. I just need to take this screen. So I wouldn't bring a problem also without a solution. So I've already put the solution into play. I've seen why it's the solution. I see how the solution can be improvised. I see how that we all can connect together on this endeavor of figuring out who we are. And we have now enough tools that people can also contribute to where it's not just one person or a few people just doing something that really could benefit from a lot of people joining in and doing it. Even these calendars, now we have in these calendars, these group invites. And I'm assuming at this point that my screen is back on. Actually, let me do it again. So with these calendars now, anyone can now add an event and we can approve that event on our end once it's added. Anyone can ping this calendar, like they can add it to their own calendar with the iCal and the RSS. I'll blow this up a little bit because I know it's like super small because using a widescreen. I guess I went too big. But at least allow me to show another part. Also, this will be linked accordingly. I'm trying to actually take back over the calendar URL. So it's just /calendar, but that's actually designated by another program that's installed on the website. So anyway, inside this calendar, you see how you can toggle on and off different areas. So if I wanted to just see what's going on in ambassador training, as an ambassador, I would just toggle all those areas off. And as you see, this Saturday coming up, me and Haru are getting together and we're going to be doing that resonator class on creating those spheres. So that's next Saturday. You should have your mold and everything in by then. Like we even found some that even if you haven't ordered them yet, they should get there within 3 days. It's just the spheric modes. And then we have that intention, concentration, honoring, which is on the 11th. That's the process of us now burying those seeds that we're going to be using in the projector. So that's happening on that date. And then I'm going to, of course, embed this into the app. So you'll just have this every day when you wake up. You'll know what to wear and how to be on track. But notice how this is like the big view. If we squeeze this in, which is the mobile view, all you see is you just see, like, obviously today, this is the 29th. So you already see your chakra, you see your crystal, you see your frequency, you see your herb, you see your metal, you see your color. And that's kind of like what we need, right? It's like every day, if I got to swap out between colors and different things, like I may be trying to take care of the kids. I may be, in one of my moods, doing my thing, whatever. I need something I can just say, okay, while I'm in the closet, just see the colors. Now, how did this information come about? Because there are going to be some people with some conflicting information, but there is no conflict. I would ask those people first, did you realize that there's actually one body laid over the top of another body? And they may say, I don't know, depends on what they say. Maybe they know even that there's a hexagram laid over the top of the hexagon or pentagon or whatever. Like they may try to say, yeah, we know that. But it's just that you're dealing with two different kind of bodies. And the reason what I've created in my chart is a perfect marriage. I make sure that the chakras and the physical body, along with the fake matrix program, gets all the codes that it needs to have the best day. That's as easy as I can put it. Because like I said, the physical body has been living in the fake matrix for now, however old you are. For me, it's been almost 40 years. So the physical body actually doesn't really know as much anymore about nature's laws and rules as it does about the fake matrix's expression of those same laws and rules. Now, it still has its instincts, don't get me wrong. But you know what I mean? Like if you can look at many indigenous cultures and see how they conduct their lives daily, and then look at the standard United, this whether they're coming from the UK or whether they're coming from the US, person's lifestyle, and then start pairing those up astronomically. But when you start using occult integers, you start seeing, whoa, these people are like on this system, and these people are more like this system. So let me explain where that occult system comes from. And then today's conversation is not a very long one. We're going to talk about some things. Wednesday, we're actually going to get into placing our patterns on the projectors. It's just a short class. And then in between time, we're going to be polishing in even deeper onto these grooves so we can get a global meditation happening with our groups, and that we can start to also get in the same course together so we can keep getting stronger and expanding in this process and not making it more complex for ourselves because we may be swimming upriver without a paddle. So let me show you what happened. So when the new system came along, it was because these different occultists, kings, you name it, they had cracked it. Somehow in looking into nature and music, and that's why Pythagoras had a lot to do with it. As you see, Apollo, who's the Greek sun god, is sitting up here, but he's actually sitting on top of what would be really your chakra centers in this image. This is what this image is. It's an occult version of the chakra centers. What are we going to call it? Let's say the template, the glove that's used to control the human soul through the chakra center body consciousness, okay? So in some of these pictures, what you see is just indicators, like the music, which is the frequency, the three sisters, which is Luna, the moon, the power of the birth, the regeneration, the sustaining, the mistress, the maiden, the crone, those steps. You see even the Apollo again holding in his hand an actual musical instrument to show you this is about tones, this is about frequencies, right? And then you see a lot of the same motifs that you would see in some of the more ancient cultures, like the lotuses and this kind of things that show you reproductive symbols. But again, you really get them stylizing this as actual kings in the world. Look here, Saturn as a king, Jupiter as a king. Now, this is because they're laying over their own system on the top of a planetary system. And this is why there's so much confusion, because a lot of people reckon these entities as actual physical people, when really what you had is more learned men and maybe sometimes bloodline angelic connections actually masquerading around Earth as being the originals. And that's all I can just put it as, because now that you really know what the original is, you realize that the moment that someone starts dividing it into something is the moment that they're not original. That's how it works. So still, though, in the division, there is power, and this is basically the power of that kingdom. So when that kingdom was brought to Earth, which is what you're seeing here, is some of the last imagery of how that system, and let's just make these big so everybody can see the connection, how a system that shows you why it becomes so difficult to connect these modern systems. Like when you say, well, what chakra is each day of the week? It should be Monday to Friday, right? And then, or Monday to Sunday. And then from that, we should be able to then line up all the chakras, like according to the tones, right? Like the days in the week are in order, the chakras are in order, the tones are in order, right? No, that's not how it works. Why? That would be the big question. Why change the order from nature to something else? Well, all I could say is it probably would lead to a big mix-up, but you would have to get yourself out of it before you realize that. So how to untie the knot is what we're talking about here. The unbreakable knot, as they call it. Notice how the moon, and this is like, these pictures were already small, by the way. So if you're thinking the resolution is bad, it's just because the resolution was never good to begin with. And it's also because these charts, let me explain, I've had to compile so many different charts over years and years, but to finally see, when going over things again, bingo, we got something, we got a match. And what you're looking at here is, and let me move me out of the way, is notice how right here in the beginning, which is the root, it begins with the moon. Then it goes to Mercury, then it goes to Venus, then it goes to the sun, and then it goes to Mars, then Jupiter, and then Saturn. And literally demarking that Saturn, the celestial sphere, is basically the last stop in the crown or the third eye of this particular template that they're using. Then we look over here, which is coming from another system, and we find that they bear witness that Saturn, see, they have the stars up here, but Saturn, then Jupiter, then Mars, then the sun, which some people just automatically put the sun at the top because like it's the sun. Venus, then Mercury, then the moon. Okay, and this step, or you see, this is the entered apprentice leaving purgatory, which is basically the land of limbo, nothingness, a fool, knowing not where they are, walking up the stairs and reaching the first level, which is the Lord or the King, the one who has been brought down. Okay, so the first step on the ladder. But notice it's not Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday is the big issue here. Hello. Next is we also have, let me see, where's my other chart? Yes. Another system, okay, stylized differently, but still bearing witness. Now, these are occultists because you can tell their symbolism, but they're coming from different parts of the world. There is a one world brotherhood. Like I told you, the priest of Amen, much of what people are seeing around them now are coming from the priests of Amen, but the priests of Amen weren't the only brotherhood and sisterhoods. Like the priests of Amen were the ones who were hiding the king, because that's why Amen means the hidden, Amen means the hidden God. Amen Ra means the hidden God Ra. So it actually says who the hidden God is. The priests of Amen, their hidden God was the king, as the term boule means an advisor to the king. So the king is the one remaining hidden. Just simply saying that it's either awareness of people right now that who they're calling God was actually a man. And that man was a king. And because of the stature and the awareness of them knowing who they are and the connections within nature, they were capable of deifying themselves. As it says, Caesar deified himself, meaning he became a god amongst men. The only way you can do that is to basically hide the knowledge that everybody else is also or can be at that same magnitude. But let us keep going. Now we see the confirmation that the moon is actually considered in the lower chakra center, while many charts put the moon as the third eye. This becomes where somebody else is like, namaste, sister. I just think the moon should be here. I'm just so tired of the man being up here. And it's like, Sister Betty, no. And it's too late. Now we got one chart with the moon on the third eye. So then what happens? I guess, the whole tower would fall down if it's not built properly. So again, in this case, though, you just can't unlock it. You can't unlock the body without the actual keys here that they put together of the construct that they built over the top of the natural construct that we use. Okay, deep stuff, man. Like when I was coming across this, I was like, oh my goodness, this is no wonder why there's so much tension. Like I feel like there's so much tension when I'm walking through the reality. Like I see everything like it's like it's looking at me or something. It's like a lot of tension. It's like I'm trying to figure out. It's like, am I hot or something? Like, what's up? Like, do I know? Are we in the know? Did we crack through something? And this is like, it's only a matter of time. Imagine what's going to happen next, right? With this awareness. So we go forward because this is long overdue. I would love for my favorite spiritual teacher to just come in here and just take this apart for me. But look at this now. We know from these kind of charts, which we pulled, and we couldn't find many more like this, but that every single part of the human body, when it comes to how nature put it together, and those beings that exist within there, which is wild, that they use different parts of everything. And some of this you can't even, some of this is vegetables, some of this is other animals, some of this is like gourds and different things, all to put together these pieces to create this particular template, this operator in the physical plane. So that's why I'm saying the first stage was really creating the ability to be here. And then the system got hacked. And this is the hacking of the system. Now, I'm not saying anything negative about this. I don't want people to think, something, I don't want them to go into doomsday. In fact, this should be the time you celebrate. So moving forward, like I said, look at this, just so you get it. Now there's other systems. And this is why there's some Sumerians running around. And I told you, is it wrong to think that the people from Samaria are just some Aryans, right? And then the word Aryan actually doesn't refer to some Nazi either. And the interesting part is that even in the last dynasties of the place that we call Kemet, all of those pharaohs, which is the names that they were giving themselves, even though they were of darker skin tone, were aspiring to be like Sumerians. They were actually wearing false beards. Actually, at the end of the whole thing, everybody wanted to be a Sumerian. Even in the Hindu text, Brahma is the Sumerian Brahm. So the big beard, just notice the beard. So at a certain point, some beings came in and actually really did change the entire cycle. And it does seem to connect a little bit with the Anunnaki stories and the flood and the Gilgamesh and all of this, but it could be just straight up. There's some manipulation. Even in this manipulation alone, which is Sumerian, they don't even have the moon as the lowest heaven. They have it as the highest. Then Mercury, then Venus, then the sun, then Mars, then Jupiter. But so the only thing here that's swapped out is Saturn is on the bottom and and the moon is on the top. Now, I can't tell you just what that ensues like in this reality.
Where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now.
Right now, like how many race wars are caused because of just that switcheroo on who's on top. Like I told you, the fighting brothers, Nanar Sin. Again, look, the word for the moon, actually it's not on this chart, but the name for the moon in Sumerian is Sin. So you basically find, after you look through all this stuff, even we have now the proper correspondences for the crystals for the days. We have now the actual time of year to use the right crystal. Like if we wanted to get even wax even stronger during that time, let's say sometimes you're like, okay, should it be the amethyst? Should it be this? There's even seasons specifically where certain crystals are more powerful. Why? Because crystals grow just like plants do, and they're more fertile during certain times than they are of others. So when you have those crystals, the resonance increases. So the reason why this is so important for me to bring this now is because I feel like that Earth is at the transition point, that this is it. Like nothing happens from here unless we make it happen. And when we start looking at the right things directly and just put the work in, because that's all I'm about at this point, I just put the work in. It's like, I really find myself like just putting the work in, and I'm seeing the results and saying, yo, you should have put that work in a long time ago though. You need to know what every single day does. You need to know how to move with the powers. And also you have to augment, like you can create things, like create a gauntlet for yourself for that particular day. Create, some earring, get some earrings that you use for that, but still realize that this is no hocus pocus. You'll realize right off the connection. Like even within this new calendar that has been created, and I won't say it's new. What I'll say is that it's been harmonized because it's bringing in the aspects of what has gone on and what is going on now, which I find so many people just lost about. Like meaning trying to put together both of these two worlds, which you could see why. It's two totally different worlds and how they balance, but still they look good together. Watch this. Notice how when you now think of the colors, and let's say, for instance, this is Saturday, okay? Black goes with violet, okay? Green goes with yellow. Orange goes with brown. Red is even now with blue. So there's something about, now I didn't just come up with this after like, oh, let's do this. I went across several charts, 10, 15 different charts. Also my own experience, what I know, like what happened during certain times that I could clearly tell there was some Venusian energy around. Like when the lady kept referring to Orion, or the brown obsidian ball seemed to be the best thing to grab and look into the future when there seemed to be some kind of Saturnalian presence around. Like all those different moments, and remember, oh, okay, these two must connect then. And then remembering that, okay, but it's not just one body we're talking about here. There's another body that is actually in play because they're married to each other. So let's make sure that they both get something, not that one is getting more than the other, or one is getting everything and the other is getting nothing. Let's put it in balance. So with that being said, 7 Raw is launching on Monday, which is a series of videos that consistently come out that are shot, hopefully with better volume than the recent one, in a very fast way to keep everyone connected and in awareness of what is going on and what we are doing. And also the knowledge and the information as it continues to move through. Also processing these queries. Like there's going to be questions, especially as we keep rolling through this, we're going to come to see that this ain't no joker. And as I build this in more, you will see everything. It's like when you need the tone and the frequency, just click the button. Click the button thing, immediately download to the phone. I'll even have an ultrasonic version that nobody can hear. And that you just ride with and play it all day. I just ordered personally quite a few herbs, like not just like, your henbane and all that kind of stuff that you would see at your local markets or even your Wicca stores. There are specific resins, because you got to remember the resins are like some of the most powerful aspects of dialing in and out frequencies. But when I have these resins in front of me, it's going to be easy for me to determine what kind of calibrations, okay? Because look, so we used to be big, right? Like physically big, right? But this was through the potions, because the potions change the proportions, okay? Potions and proportions. Let's take these two words, right? So we harken back into this time where it seems like, according to all the drawings and a lot of stuff that they're unbearing, and of course my guy, phenomenal travel videos in India, continue, like a lot of that's going on. They can't even cover it up in India. It's just still too fresh. And then if the impact is still there, meaning the larger human beings that have all these powers that are running with the cosmos, they done drunk the potions and become bigger like Mario, right? Like you think it's a game, but the right kind of potion, the right kind of formula can have an otherwise small, petty being on some phenomenal cosmic stuff if they get their potion and their alchemy right, right? Hasn't anyone experienced one of these substances where all of a sudden it's a little doop doop and then rah, rah, oh my goodness, and you're like, shit, I'm a god. Now no, I can tell me God, but eventually it just comes down as they start pissing you off and they tell you you're lying and that everybody goes through that. And I did too, so did I experienced that same thing, and they start really kicking you off your buzz, off your resonance. Now now you're back to the normal vibe. But did you not witness with that potion that everything became different? So, of course, there's not just one potion. In fact, when's the last time, like, where's the exploration even at? Like, they're acting like they're doing something and they're actually getting across with this. I mean, this reality, this fake matrix, this glove they built, their power glove, literally can have us illusionarily thinking that we're getting somewhere and doing something when nothing is really going on. And then the more you become woke, as they call it, the more you start realizing, actually, this looks pretty redundant. For us to get something new out of this, then, we need to actually start asking the real questions. And also, instead of turning everything down, no, I don't want that. That's not a part of me. Namaste. That's wickedness. Maybe we start looking in that to actually see, is there some images of us actually in there? It's like, oh shit, there's you in the wickedness. Turn the page. It's like, you start realizing, the judge game only has everybody with a big misconception about what's actually happening here. And then when we start looking truly into this, look into yourself, you start seeing, hey, there's different me's. Why? There's at least a jumper and a catcher. There's at least someone talking and someone listening. Like they always say, hey, if you're talking and, in your mind, if you're talking, who the hell is listening? Like, is there two aspects going on? Absolutely. And these are the two aspects. And they have something to say, and they both need the same energy. This is what happens in relationships. Two people, they both need the same energy, but where are they going to get it from? This is like, if I need zinc, you need zinc. Where are we getting zinc from? And this is what people are locked into with these two poles, because they think that they need something different because I'm so different. Oh, I'm female, I'm male, I need something different. No, that's the illusion. Actually, everybody needs the same thing. We need connection. We need love. We need to be together. There has to be orgasms. There has to be organism. There has to be some organization actually here. There needs to be some actual order. We need some gold happening here. That's all what the ore is. We need more ores. We need iron now. We need zincs now. We need that stuff, not, here goes another, person come down. Here's a retreat. Okay, retreat, you're running, all right? So then when you're done running, what are you coming back to? People go to these retreats, they get their minds blown out, then they go drop them back off in New York. Then what happens? It's like no support system. No, this is it. It's done. It's over. Time out. In your world, you can make that happen, and somehow you did. I'm just the guy that you enlisted to make that process happen. And that, to me, it doesn't bother me. I feel like that I'm just the acolyte of the flux. I'm the one that people, if they pay, if they love, or whatever they do to reciprocate some kind of energy for that, I actually go and get the real sleuth work done and find the results and the solutions. And it's happening non-linear because it's not just me, all itself. So again, my mind is very regulated. I don't have a lot of chatter going on, but I hear the voices. Like, I hear the thoughts. I hear other people saying different things. I may not be able to pinpoint exactly who it is, but I know the overall collective vibe of what people think about what we're doing. And it's very positive. It's very harmonic. In fact, it's even enlivened me to come back in this for one more, because I just have to agree. And that actual point just came, there's been a change of guard. Then it was like a week ago, there was the new agreement. It's like, okay, do you want to go to the next level? Do you choose to expand, Mr. Bomar? Are you going to expand? I'll be like, what are the agreements? What are the arrangements? Show me what it is, because I'm into this kind of thing. I'm kind of like a junkie for it. So what is it? And it's like, well, you got to take it to another stage. You got to come into a greater realization. This is it. It's all in front of you right here. Bam. And it'll hit me in the energetic potential of it, the potential. Like when someone says, let's picture the possibilities here. It all comes into focus, and then my mind hits it with the ultimate maxim, which is my ultimate maxim right now. After all is self, it's the highest thought is an action. Let me see you get this in action, my guy. And then I'll go in on this and be like, okay, let's get all these charts and diagrams and stuff then. Because I've been avoiding that for a year. Like, I have it really in my mind. Like, I remember after semester 2, semester 3, I was like, shoot, for semester 3 to start, we would have to make a mess of what the occult did. And I was like, yeesh, you know, serious? I mean, I guess semester 3 ain't going to start then, because we ain't going to be able to do celestial mechanics, because all these people seem to put Mars where your asshole goes. So I don't know what the truth is anymore. It's like, why is all the system so messed up? Because once it's messed up, once they've made a muck of it, now you don't know where you are. Now we're clearing it out. Now we see clearly, here it is. This is done. Now my buffing to this is now when you click on the chakra, the chakra sacral one, you'll have like all the tools for the chakra sacrals, like color stuff, weird stuff I've made, whatever, it'll all be there. Somebody else made, whatever, it'll be there. When you see that frequency, you click on it, like I said, you'll download that frequency in different formats. You can have it there. And then that way, when we course together, because some may say, well, how do we know it works? How do we know it works, right? Like, that's what somebody want to say. How do I know the truth? I'm going to tell you this. First of all, as long as you got me riding on the team and I believe it works, it's going to do something. But either way, when you get a few more people on this line, which are just also is equally as energetic as I am doing this, then it will connect us. But truthfully, this is actually founded on, I got stuff over here like, because remember, I had to find out anyway to create certain things, but I didn't think it was going to get to this level, to be honest. Like, I thought that, I don't know what I thought. I wasn't thinking. So reality is now is like, okay, this is grounded into something. We build on this from here. We work with this practice of connecting ourselves with the cosmos and getting the fake matrix thing. It's basically like pacifying, or what I would say is hypnotizing a cobra. This is akin to what you're doing. In fact, they kind of show you what you're dealing with here, you know, not to freak anybody out, but this kind of thing is kind of hanging out down there. Old three-headed rebus. You know, big face jackal, or whatever they want to call them these days, like whatever the furious thing that you've created and all of that energy coursing through your body and all that, you know, got to whip that thing up. Now that dragon that you've been playing around with, it's now got to come to serve you. So this is really the process. This is actually the real course. Actually, I didn't have my screen share on, so I wasn't able to show that. But anyway, on the bottom of this, and let me just make sure I just deliver that information. Let me see what my Zoom is. There it is. Just right here, just remember what we're dealing with here, what we're taming. The reason why they call it a dragon is we're talking about, like, somehow, because this is not just, it's not just tones and scales and frequencies and TVs. Don't get it confused. Meaning that a lot of people may think that, well, this is all something new, so all their technological stuff is what's at play. But actually, that's just like the technological stuff is like redundifying, amplifying, and those kind of things. The process itself is ancient. But what's being used here is this snake, like whatever this means. It could mean light. It could mean knowledge, a certain type of knowledge. It could mean something you enamor yourself with, something that you put around you, like a cloak or a sheath. So it could be symbolic for so many things, but ultimately what it says is that this is the operator. That becomes that eidolon. That becomes what you're trying to get under control. Now, this thing doesn't even have wings. So he automatically got to go in for an upgrade. But this is actually the symbolism in itself, truly replete to how things really are, that somehow spiritually a worm, which is what they call it, because they love to, in the occult, like when I know all this stuff. I'm not going to tell you that I don't know it. They look at the snake different than the dragon. And they look at the worm different than the snake. They don't get the same reverence because, see, the snake, first of all, has eyes and the worm doesn't. The dragon has wings, but the snake doesn't. So it's a different class. So you can have an entire culture trying to explain something to you in worms, snakes, and dragons. And a person could only be seeing snakes or serpents and completely miss what is the zoomorph. Like on my chart here, and this is not published in yet because I still have to dial in deeper into the zoomorphication. And let me show you here really briefly. Let me turn I told you I had to go in today. I keep turning that on. Let me let me just get rid of that because that just looks so much like Zoom's icon. It's like all the icons on the computer look the same now. It's like, y'all ain't gonna be no originals out here on the icon. Y'all just gonna keep copying each other with this blue and white. So anyway, let me just turn this on. There we go. So on this chart, I have a zoomorphification, right? Zoomorphication. What we talked about is in the ancient times that because, you know, they didn't want to work with long paragraphs and sentences to try to explain something that wasn't going to be able to be accomplished by using that anyway, they zoomorphied everything. So when they show you animals, like for instance, let me show you how the animals relate to each other. Also remember, when you're dealing with days, the day rolls into the next. So you actually have a chimera at a certain point. You actually have a hodgepodge between one day and the next. And that's why it makes it so logical. Let me look at my thing here. It makes it logical that we would have these blends going on between the spirit and the flesh, because there's also always that blend happening when things are transitioning. And that's what lineups are, okay? And that brings me to another powerful conception, is that what lineups are, you know, you can line up with somebody. Like you could have this moment where you guys click, especially with the females and the males, right? Or whatever the poles are that you're dealing with. So you can have that lineup, right? And then you click. But then all of a sudden y'all start coming out of line. It's like, well, shit, who did I even meet? You start, things are so out of alignment. It's like, I don't recognize why we're even attracted to each other. And this is because the alignment becomes off. Because everybody has their own clock. Everybody has their own Mayat. And then when those things line up again, though, that's when you call them. Hey, hey, what you doing? And they'd answer too. It's like, nothing. I was thinking about you today. Really? Yeah, I was thinking about you too. I miss you. I miss you too. You know, do you want to get together tonight? Line up. So that's what's happening, okay? Let's stop being the fool here and not realizing and getting this. Playing like children all the time, still trying to realize what the birds and the bees are really about. When the lineups happen, even though beings could be nothing alike, let the lineup happen, and all of a sudden you got Saturn hanging out with Venus. That's Friday and Saturday. Let a lineup happen. You got Mercury even hanging out with Mars, and they totally don't get along. That's like Loki and Thor. You know what I mean? It's just like you see these personalities and these traits, but sometimes they click. And the power of what I'm showing you is actually how to make them click. If you know certain things need to get happening right now, you already know how to resonate and dial in that frequency. Like one of the terms Halo took from me was dialing it in. I say that quite a bit because sometimes when I need to get stuff together, I'm like, okay, give me a minute. Let me dial it in because I need to bring in the right energy. It's like the focusing on my lens to make sure that I'm crisp and clear about what it is that I need. I don't want something that I need to send back through the projector. Like just try, like that'd be like a woman trying to stuff a baby back in. You just gotta let it run its course. Old pumpkin head. So what happens is you have to get to a point of realizing that you don't want things coming out of the projector that you haven't constructed properly. We jump in these relationships all the time. Now we don't know anything about the person. We don't know what's going on. We're just like, synchronicity put us together. All right, sound like you're going with the flow. Hanging out at night at the club. I don't know where you're going to end up. You better check it a little bit deeper because this is a bit more going on. Hey, wake up, Alice. They built an entire wonderland around the body. I mean, to me, it's like I could talk about this for the rest of the day only because it's like catching something with the hand in the cookie jar. You can literally see here from this knowledge that there is something else happening. So meaning that there's another field that is being tapped into and is being used. So, as I was mentioning, there's some zoomorphications here. Now, notice how, let me give you a little story. I'm going to give you a story a little bit, as much as I can just right now, just to make some things connect. You don't got to see this, but let me show you. Okay, so Monday, okay, is the moon, right? The zoomorphication is a cat and a rabbit and a wolf. Now, let me show you why. Okay, now, first of all, cats act very strange during the full moon. We have one and he's a little strange. We actually have to lock him up during the full moon because he wants to go and populate, right? Which, like everything else, wants to go populate. But the thing also about the cat is that the cat is actually half snake. As we know, the eyes are convex, so it's not like a actual lion which has circular eyes. It actually has convex eyes. So it's actually a mixture between a feline and a serpent. So that cat will actually tell us probably more about the moon as we understand zoomorphication. But let's say we totally missed it. So let's run to the rabbit. So during the full moon, when Venus is in a certain precession, the rabbit does a strange dance. Like, it's a real thing. It's actually why I believe in Wonderland, they start showing the rabbit doing certain things and why the rabbit's doing the fudder whacking and all this, because rabbits naturally do a strange dance. Don't know what it's about, but it has something to do with the moon, especially when it's in conjunction with Venus. And wolves, do I need any more? I'm telling you, even me myself, and it may have something to do with this beard, but when it gets around full moon time, man, maybe sometimes I feel like maybe y'all need to lock me up, because I just want to do everything. I feel like I have so much energy that I can just literally howl at the moon, right? So that's Monday, right? What a time. Like, already Monday is a big day. But what do they have? Most people at work, you know what I mean? But the thing is that there's a lot of energy coming across Monday. Tuesday comes around. Let's talk about the scorpion and the ram. You know, like, that's Mars, right? There we go again. All the fighting, and then the stinger, and all the protection, and what else is going on in there? There's a lot going on. That's all in the sacral, you know? So all of that fire, which is in the sacral, all of that, so the apple, the pentagram, the rose, the ram, the scorpion. So it's like you dial in the energy more in the zoomorphification, like the same thing. Now when we get to Wednesday and we find out the zoomorphication is the ibis, which is supposedly Thoth, and then the serpent, then we start getting Mercury's whole thing. Mercury, you're the one that was like the closest to the sun. You're always trying to be like the sun, because Mercury is always like the Messiah figure. It's always like the Ibis, like Thoth. It's always like the serpent. I know everything, right? And then it's up there. It's up there in the crown sometimes, even thinking that it's up there. And that's all Mercury's whole personality, right? And then you get the peacock, right? That's Jupiter, right? Like, Jupiter has in itself the embodiment of when people start changing genders, by the way, just so you understand, like, the changing genderism is all Jupiterian energy, right? And so that's a peacock as they symbolize it, right? And it's interesting to see that and why that's a symbol in the attitude. Then you get to Venus, right? Venus is like the dove and the fish, right? Isn't that her whole thing, right? Like, Venus, every time she comes through, it's always in those kind of motifs. It's soft, it's gentle, and then the rose and all the different things. So you start seeing, okay, we're on to something here, but it's even deeper than most people think. Not the raven, well, then you got the ravens, the crocodiles, but the deepness and the deepness that I'm telling you about is why you still love Fridays and Saturdays. Like I said, why Friday and Saturday is the big time still on the planet, right? Like, think about Fridays and Saturdays. It's like you get off work, right? And then most of the time you try to get it in on Friday, because you know if you go hard on Friday, you could then like sleep until 5 when you finally come back around again for whatever happened, and still get it in on Sunday. And then maybe you could crawl into, you know, Sunday you get to sleep the whole day, and then finally Monday you go back to work again. So the reason why that is embedded in the culture and the reality is because that Friday is Venus, right? She's this lady's night. Like, she's out. It's about to happen. It's going down. And then Saturn's there with all the bread and all the, and you know, that's the old man with the money. And then it's like, in that connection, this is going to be a great night. And then when Sunday comes around, though, that everybody's in regret about what happens. And then now it's time to get back to work on Monday. And these energies really function like that. Now, they had it down to, like, they have the Kemetan deities, you know, and Aset roll through. They have the Sumerian deities. Here come Nanar with that shit again. You know, it's all right there. And it's just, we think things have changed, but they really have not. And it's like, it doesn't even really look that better. Like, most of our past was like sitting in domes, you know, like I said, with incense burning, embroidery, rugs. Everybody knew who they were. Like, somebody asked me the question the other day about polygamy. They're like, do you think polygamy was real? They love to set me up with these conversations. What do you think about polygamy? Said Nature Boy was running around Costa Rica. I was like, look, I don't got nothing to do with anything that they're about. I didn't even pick up the phone because I'm sure the fair's on them. So the reality is, the truth is, look in nature. Nature, all high-end mammals don't have one mate. They don't. Why? I started thinking, why? Why do all high-end mammals not have a mate? They have multiple mates. Even the lioness can actually be pregnant by several lion males and have different cubs in the same litter. Why? There's something beeping over there. I'm not sure exactly what it is. I may check it out in a moment. Seems like something may be running out of its life or its batteries or whatever. Give it a moment. So anyway, geez, I got to actually remember what I was saying. Somebody type in the chat about what I was saying, because that was a jewel right there. You got to figure it out. Like, just in the chat box real quick. Just give it to me. What was I talking about? Just to finish it off. Some droid over there is complaining. High-level mammals, exactly. So why? Why do high-level mammals, and this is the question, I won't take a poll because it ain't going to render much good results. Why do high-level mammals have different mates? Well, see, first of all, high-level mammals don't have jealousy, okay? Let's get this straight. Actually, every characteristic that is like somebody's got a character flaw, jealousy, envy, those kind of things, high-level mammals regulate that within their fiefdoms, kingdoms, phylums, all of that, right? But here's the direct reason why. If we're high blood, high species, perfect, at least that's what we believe, we want as many of us as we can get. I'm going to tell you that one more time. When you would look at all of us and we were all just arrayed and we had that perfect seed coming through, it's like, look, you just have the babies. We just keep, because see, in the ancient times and with the ancient mammals, the ones that are hybridized and more advanced, they all know the only beings that are coming out of those wombs are their own kin. This is why there's like this taboo. I tell you, there's another elephant in the room about in Kemet, right? When Isis is holding her son, that's her husband, right? But then when you try to bring that out in the open, people are like, "Oh, brother, what you saying, brother? You saying that the wife, the mother? Brother, that's the white folks." No, it's not. Actually, they're stealing again. They're taking that from the ancients because that's how it works. You dive back into the same room you come out of. This was actually the physical one was woman's way of getting back in and out of the reality. The atomic one is actually what we would say is man's, what's behind man's eyes. That's its way of doing that same thing. And it has a tendency to be self-contained. It has a tendency to be hermaphroditic and not actually use an external womb to birth things out into the physical world. But still notice then this brings a trait because the feminine would then, she's enamored by the external experience. So she actually, to bring a child out, it's like, oh my, like I'm sure you're only getting a fraction of it right now with what's going on with women and children. And it's still very strong in most women that still love their children. But they're still only an image of an image of an image. Imagine what the original, what she felt for that first child. And I'm enamored. Let's like, look at me. Because that's what's happening. And that's why I think Wendy, she had wrote it and she had edited some stuff in the time. But she said, hey, sometimes even a woman in what she thinks is selflessness is actually in an ultra selfishness because she needs to, this is her, it's mine, me, y'all. This is smothering. I'm not letting this go nowhere. You ain't go nowhere. You should be mine. That's the reality, okay? So we need to get why there's a dome, why there would be protection, why there would be all of that, and start nailing that in and let that be your sci-fi. Let that be your cartoon. Let that be your movie on Saturday and Sunday. And by all means, we have a plan to do that. So let's reel it back in now. Let's reel it in. I didn't say I wanted to do semester 3 all the day on the phone, but I do want you to realize the power in this and the awareness of this and what we've actually reached, because the truth is that this is all that's really necessary. You would think you would run all around the entire earth to get to this eventually. And that's kind of how it is sometimes. No matter how far you run in a direction, you're only going to run into a circle. So here we are back again, back with the originals. That's why it begins with an O. And really, really bringing this one more time about what exactly we're involved in here and getting some extra pointers about what may have been missed. So to summarize, 1, there are at least, the only ones you need to focus on right now, because the human body and all the rest of them are high maintenance, especially some of the female characteristics. So the truth is that you just need to be aware of 2. That is the flesh. And it's so connected to the fake matrix, you can no longer distinguish the 2 for most people. So just roll with that until you can start breaking that chrysalis or that shell, actually is what it is, from off of that organism. And then you have the spirit, which is always free, which is always like, the spirit's crazy because it's not bothered by all this. It's not anything. It's just like, in that respect, it could never be defined by the flesh. We're still trying to do it. So the whole process is quite interesting. But the truth is that now when we have these 2, we know what they prefer. We know where the connection is because, see, still the ancestors connected the real natural nature flesh to a real soul spirit. That's their power. Now, connecting the flesh to a fake matrix, now they're cheating. They're running around with all of the, we've done it, Rexus, Rebus, Cinemus, Maximus, Opus, Grandis. They over here doing that. They think they like, we're here. And that's actually what they're doing, but they because they built an attachment to the flesh, and then because they know the flesh is attached to the spirit, and then it goes on down the line. So they have yet to even completely explore what the full potential is of what they've wrought. I was as soon as exit stage left before they really start catching wind within their own subgroups where they're compartmentalized still right now, that they actually have the knowledge of how to take everything into or out, into something or out of play. And what I mean by that is that notice how then all I'm explaining to you goes on in your body every single day. It goes on in the sexual relationships that people have. That's all I'm taking that and I'm putting it into its proper place, and that's all I'm bringing to you, right? But you still have learned men and women in institutions who don't know anything about that connection at all. They're still chiseling away at a bit and a byte, okay? A bit and a byte. That's the computer world. A bit, which is the thing in the mouth of a horse, you know, like a computer, a keyboard. You see this? This is a dangerous tool. It connects both sides of your brain. It connects both hands. You can't write with both hands, but you can keyboard with both of them. You get the magic going on here? Or did you see they bit off the apple? So the reality is that the bits and the bytes, it's like you can't get the whole thing. They're going to give you a byte. Most of this shit doesn't even work. We got to buy so much to get this huge erected mainframe, and it's still having trouble downloading videos. So it's a bit. It's not the whole thing. So those people who work in bits and bytes, which are also very intelligent people, even the ones who work with the silicone and all that, they contain knowledge of how to get themselves into an entirely different level, and other people, superconductors and scalar machines and all of that. But yet the big missing pieces, they can't see how it connects to them. They're just disconnected. You see? So because of that, if this starts catching on, how that's going to look, I'm not really sure. I'm sure it will be anomalies. I'm sure ripple effects will go beyond the limits. And that's why I was saying Sovereignty 2020 is key, because as I was looking at these calendars and putting all these dates in, since I've now brought myself around to it and see it as so important, I started noticing that the eclipses stop after 2020. I mean, all these damn eclipses. I could just remember when I was younger that the eclipse was like something so like miraculous and almost never happened. It was like every 70 years. Now it's like an eclipse every day. It's like, why? Is anybody looking at this? It's like nobody's actually even asking anybody. It's like, is we supposed to have no? Of course we have eclipses. We have eclipses all the time. Well, then back in the past, why did they not tell us about eclipses? Because there was no internet. It's the excuse for every damn thing. No, it's just been a profuse amount of eclipses. Why? Well, I'll leave it to everybody else to figure that out. What I know is it just means some stuff's going on. Transitions are happening. Let's get the shams booted up and let's get ready to get to the next phase, because waiting on whoever's who's supposed to be responsible here, since last time I checked it was me, it may not even actually happen, meaning that if we're waiting on something to do something that we were actually supposed to be doing, now that's a hell of a long wait. Have you ever waited for somebody that said they were waiting on you? I was waiting on you. Shit, I was waiting on you. Well, you were supposed to call me. I thought you was going to call me. You were getting nowhere like this. So take the reins. You see this thing. This thing is a machination in itself. It's been built. It has quite a few different abilities, meaning that the actual glove, it back into their reality. So money, how that works, fortune, beauty, vanities, all those different things are all connected in that same power glove. So I just believe everybody here is at the stage now where you're realizing how much more sovereignty is important than a bag of makeup. Like that, how much more sovereignty is absolutely more important than controlling somebody else and taking them along on the journey and have them using the bathroom in your ship. Think about it. It's like, yo, self-sustain yourself already. We're like looking at other people expecting so many different things from them, and then all you get from them is like crap sometime. Already get yourself together, and then what happens? What happens is the same laws Same rules in which everything got together in the first place start actually working for you now. Since that's all they did in the first place, everything works for you. And so because of that, what happens is it all starts lining up. Everything just starts happening. Just don't be the one to say, I don't know what I did. Now, you know what you did. Come back with the knowledge, get the knowledge to other people. It's like, that's the whole issue here. It's like once somebody figures something out, they're like, stealing power. Mine, precious. You know, they want to like patent it. They want to patent it. They want to seal it. They want to secure it. They want to bind it. They want to oath it. They want to contract it. They want to everything. And it's like, well, shit, what is going to happen to it now? You buried it, basically. Good, you've buried your jewels, snake. Now you're going to have to figure out where they are when you need them. That's the thing about snake people. They bury shit. Now, think about it again, what I'm saying. Every single person on this line has origins with some serpentine creation, period. If you want to argue about it, then, man, you're in the wrong course. Fess up to it. It's that dark, melanated melatonin part of all your organs that is green naga. And because of that alone, it means that you will get it crunk anyway. And this kind of behavior has to be regulated properly, meaning you got all these elements. You got planets, suns, you got moons, you got, you know, all these different things. You got all these elements, copper, henbangs, you know, all these different things, jasmine, right? But still, you don't have that actually. Most people don't have that. See, because all that I just mentioned, sometimes people have a problem with right now. They got it like, oh man, you know, this and that, but they're not doing any of that anymore. And somehow, meaning that they're not realizing how they connect to all these things and they're not working with their resonance. And this is what I believe personally, no, because when I stopped doing that myself, things changed. As long as we live in the illusion and we let others dictate to us what's really happening, we never break out and say, you know what, I'm gonna create my own system. This is the beginning. Once we get the first level of this Eidolon thing they've created off, then we can roll into the natural calendar, right? The natural calendar, it doesn't, like, it's not a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday thing. You can't sync it like that. Let me show you what's happening. Because the spirit, and there's some knowledge about this floating around, and I talked about it very briefly, but it's about how the flower of life is not perfect, and how that crystals grow in the perfect lattice, and that the flower of life is off just a little bit, creating this imperfection. It is that same imperfection that doesn't allow spirit to align to flesh properly. So you have to keep readjusting the clock. We call that balance. That's why Ma'at comes into play, because the scales must be balanced. This is like, you know how like they have a 360-degree circle, right? But they have 365 days in the year. So that's already off by 5 days. You have 1 second. Let me just do this calculation real quick. Just so I don't have people just, your numbers. Numbers make me numb. We got 13 times 30. Okay, yeah. Even that's off. Okay, so you got 13 moon calendar, right? 390 days, but you got 29.5 or 28.5 days in a complete lunar cycle. So that's at least only off 0.5. But either way, at the end of the year, or as it's progressing, it's getting slightly off. And that's why I was saying, people, you got to maintain your balance. You got to maintain your communication, your relationships. You got to serve those relationships and maintenance those relationships, because they get off. And if you're not going to go and do the calculation, they're just going to come out of balance. So if it's not something that you want, just leave it, because it will come out of balance and it will fall off. But if it's something that you're trying to maintain and you can see the value in it, you have to constantly adjust to how it's adjusting. If someone is growing or something is growing, you need to now approach it with its growth, not with what it was before. And this is always what happens again when we're staying static inside of these filters and inside these lenses, and we're actually looking at others to determine what our math is supposed to be, right? So I'm sure you get it by now. I'm sure you understand how this works and how this connects. You have the calendar, so now you can start gripping yourself properly. We're going to start putting the tools in that are necessary. Like most of this stuff is just a download away. When I start creating even augmentations, you will have ones that you can either get from me, or you will have ones that you can create yourself, meaning that I will source that file, that 3D CAD, or whatever it is, because all this I'm about to make modular. Like, this is ridiculous to me to try to maintain something like this in this kind of style. All we need to do is in a different kind of organization. It's like how I get that stimulus that creates that connection with me in that, since there's like 20 different versions, sometimes 30 different versions, I'm only going to use the one that is the most precise and most effective for me in 2018 and you in 2018. And then have that right there and available, and then we'll see the results, because the proof of wisdom will still be in the type of people that it produces. I never came in this with some kind of fantasy or idea that I needed everybody to support and to help and to love and to push me along to actually get this done. And lo and behold, you guys did that anyway. So that to me that makes me go even more harder into this, and that makes it to where we get real results. So let me look at my notes real quick, because there is some stuff, you know, beyond, you know, just explaining how important it is that we now know about this balance and how we get ourselves into this cosmic groove together, you know, and we should see the results of this. I wouldn't be surprised if people started popping up in each other's dreams, like, what's up, and really be vivid with it. Like, I really do know what you said last night. And also the connections between understanding and your reality, the power of when there's other people that are just connected. This is tribe. This is how we would connect in tribe. We have to have the same culture of some sort. We have to have some kind of resonance that really clicks us together. But then also, it's not just something we're creating like Crawley did. Let's just pull it from anywhere and just make sure it doesn't match to the old one, and we'll say we have a new one. No, this is based on the ancients. We can go to nature and find this. I can show you this dark black velvet beetle that looks amazing on Saturday. You see what I mean? It's like just really seeing that connection, and then like seeing it also reflect in your reality. And this is what we'll start sharing more, meaning that when we get to a certain day, it has to bear witness, or else we move it around. None of this is in stone. Like, I'm not like a stone maker. I'm not Moses coming down with 2 tablets. Like, this is it. This is it. Remember, nobody can get to God except for through me. No, this is not that story. This is about, we tweak this. We talk about, look, this thing seems to be falling out of alignment a little bit, or this is spot on. Look, picture, this is what I ran across today. Look, this is changing this color. I think this connect. And that's how, again, the collaborative tools are now here, because we're all actually connected in the chat boxes. We're also could get somebody else to do the work and put it in if that needs be. We're in good shape. So let me look through my notes to make sure I didn't forget anything. Remember the projector interfaces with the talisman. Now you get what this is about. Now I get it. Sometimes they be pulling me along the journey. I'm like, come on, what is this about? What is this about? Like, that's how I feel sometimes, because it's like I never know what's going to be down. It's like, you want to go down door number 1, or you want to see who's down door number 2? And it's like that old show. I'll be like, let's go down door number 2. It's like, you're going to forfeit the car. You're going to forfeit the $1 million. You're going to forfeit the beautiful wife and the house and the kids and everything to see what's behind door number 2. Are you going to go? Let's go, Bob. Let's go. You know, and then it's going to end up being more and enough for everyone, because every time we sit in that, like I said, if we stay still, if we stay in the mode, but if we stay in that picture, like as it's, you know, going through the stuff, you know, the stuff, the stinky stuff from the film, right? As it's going through there, if we choose to be cast only in that mode, if we get hung up on that line, right, and get dragged down as a slide, and that's all we ever hear from you again, I'll still come get you. But the reality is that this ain't how we should roll. And if we're supposed to be together, and that's the reality of it, if we truly love each other, whatever that actually means, if we have the compassion for one another, then we get in tune with one another. And that's what's coming to me. It's like, just keep putting everybody in tune. Keep coming closer together with them. You will realize it, because you feel it. I feel it. It's in my body. Like when I lay there for a moment, early in the morning, I feel, ooh, I don't know what it is. I don't need to define it. I don't need to give it a name. To have a name for it means you would be able to control it. I don't want to control it. I'm not a control freak. Let her do her thing. So that's how it works. You see, it's like taking all of those components, everything we learn, it must come in service to us now. The cosmos is my parents. They'd be like, hey, son, we gave you a lot. Like, shit, we poured it out. We poured it in. You better. That's how I feel like, because I don't feel like oh man, I'm doing all that I can. I'm like, man, I hope I make the bar for what y'all done gave me, because I came from a long way. People from where I'm from, they didn't even make it to this point. They're either out of their damn mind. We're talking about even family members coming out of the same womb and damn lost it. Friends, like enemies, like every single person in the whole thing. And then I'm somewhere at the point where I'm starting to see the connection, starting to see the truth. And I would forfeit that just because of my own pride or because of my own ignorance? No way. It's not possible. I don't think anyone in this group would let me do it. I wouldn't let anyone in this group do it. And more than anything, we know that it's also like, this is one thing I want you to realize. This is the crescendo. Actually, the crescendo was earlier. You know what? We always have a backup plan, right? Think about that. Part of living as a being in fear means having a backup plan. Right? I have actually 5 backup plans at least, because I like play chess. So I got different ways to make certain things happen in this world, whether it, hey, don't give me the option number 5. I'll take us all to heaven. But anyway, the truth is, if you really think about it though, why are we always backing up? I'm so tired of living like that. Like, I'm so tired of like trying to figure out like what happened if we need to do this, then I got this, I have to sell this, and I have to bring this person, I have to, and then if we need, and I just the other day, I'm like, man, why is there always got to be a backup plan? Man, I'm going forward with this. Like, I'm going forward with this, and I know it's going to work, and I don't have no time to keep making backup plans because I'm making forward plans. It's like, I know more backup plans. This is like forward stuff. I'm progressing with this. And we're progressing together. So that's it. So I'm going to take some time, though, to answer some questions. I'm going to do like I always do. I'm going to let it air out. I'm going to put some batteries in this thing. It looked like it's want to give way, but it held up this long. Thank you. Appreciate it. And when we come forward, we're going to answer these questions that are related to anything that was presented here. Let's also look at, so that this won't turn into, so I can kind of cap this just in case somebody wants to jump off the line now that they're filled with joy and they want to go and celebrate. Either that or they got to use the restroom. Let me make sure I cover the last part of the notes, just some updates. Also, like, the platform is like it's on steroids. Like, I'm doing some stuff behind the scenes that it just, the lights just come on and all of a sudden people see it. Like I said the other day on my recording, I think some people think they're supposed to see like some preliminaries before things happen. These are the preliminaries. And if you think that this is dope, wait until you see what happens, because this is only coming first. And what I'm talking about is, obviously we got these unified calendars in. We got a timeline that has now got some pillar points in it. It's at /timeline. I'm even eventually going to be thinking about using the timeline as an ambassador tool, just because you can put links in it, but it means that we have to replicate the timeline. So I'm still working with how to do that and how to buy more licenses just for people who want that kind of thing. But the timeline is very important because it lets people know where we're coming from. It also lets them know where we're going. We project into the future. There's still mindful deaths. I still see companies, Jane, you need to hit mindful deaths tonight because they made me cry last night, and I know really some things are happening in their ear. You know, I want to see this service in the places that really need it. People getting the augmented experience of who they truly are and being able to walk out of those fortresses. Okay, so what we're talking about, though, is people got to see that, though. It's like, okay, how does that all lay out? That is where that's how the timeline is being built. And you see, we peppered some pillars in there so far. There's 22 entries inside the timeline just for, actually, Dennis, that's the timeline. If you want to share the link to it, it's /timeline. I know somebody also asked for the calendar too, but also somebody can share the timeline link. That'll be awesome. And just to see what we're doing there. And then I already have 10 pillar shows that we've done over time that I'm going to be sprinkling in there. And then it's just going to keep growing from there. All this stuff we really are sorting by category so people can kind of toggle stuff off. Because, you know, a lot of people feel overwhelmed when they're, you know, when a lot of information is put out to them. So we want to, you know, make sure that there's a way for them to turn off things just so they can see what's there. So we have that going on in the timeline. We also have a big update with the Master Crypto class. Like, I personally believe that the charts are ready to do their thing, that there's just too many greedy minds that won't let the Christmas go by without them trying to see if they can stick their hand in the cookie jar one more time. And this means just that in crypto, there is some things that are going on that are not exactly up and up. And that's why a lot of people are not as turned on as they should be about just what it offers, which in itself, as I will reiterate and I constantly reiterate from all the time, it is not just the charts that we are interested in with cryptocurrency. We're interested in the technology itself because it gives us the ability to have our own bank. And as long as our money just stays where it is, whether it goes up or down, we don't really care. We can't make it go up. But the truth is, if as long as it stays where it is, if I put $100 in there and I come back and it's $100, that's all I want, especially if that $100 is no longer in the vampire Merovingian's hands. You see what I mean? So it's just some future forward stuff, though. There's a lot going on in the field in development, but we're always early. And also, I really foresee that at the end of 2020, that mindful chain will be that crescendo that takes quite a few people into sovereignty. No, don't quote me. It's just the reality of that everything I have is timed. And now I'm getting into more of a course of how to make sure that I see the results that I'm looking for. And the results that I'm looking for is actually tied into the results that everybody else in this group is looking for also, whether they're aware of what those results are looking like, how that's going to work for them. I like to do the heavy lifting. I'm just one of those people I just like that. You know how some people, they just like doing all the complex equations and shit? Me, nerd in that sense. Like, let me do some heavy lifting, see if I can figure it out. And so what we have is we have the Crypto Masterclass coming, and that means that there's more incentives for ambassadors to do things with the money around cryptocurrency, which there is quite a bit. We're dialing in more metrics, getting landing pages specifically set up so that there's not as many, like, keep creating more and more landing pages. We really want a modular system. You just put in your link, it keeps going. So because we are not completely ready to launch that yet, we're about a month out, more or less, then there's still some fine details that we're dialing in with the masterclass, but just letting you know it's coming. Also, a big major event happening for Secret Energy is actually our keynote speech, which we're going to time around in our calendar where things are really getting crunk up with the energy. But we've done so many different upgrades, and we have a few more that are coming that are very strong, that when those are complete, which will be in about a month here, we have to have a keynote because there's a whole rollout of a new level. Also, we're going to be doing a crowdfunding campaign that actually centers around us creating a DApp and creating it would be a custom app. Okay, so just so you understand, what I'm building now and what I'm doing, I'm like hacking another app. Like, I'm building on top of something that is kind of letting me build but has limitations. It's kind of like how I built the Resistance in the beginning before I eventually moved on to something that gave me more capability, like with Secret Energy, which is WordPress. And then if I move on from there, I move to something like Webflow. And that's how technologies change, right? Just one smooth canvas, no blocks, etc. Lots of animations, the perfect colors, the various stringed perfect coding, that's Webflow, right? So those are the next phases as far as those kind of technologies. So the next phase for Secret Energy is that we actually have quite a few different technologies that we all want to roll into the palm of the hand. So that way people can actually really be making money, really be connecting with each other, really be waxing strong and powerful. And then while it's all happening, not be so held down because they're actually in a computer, or they're trying to do that from a website, or they're even actually tethered to something. This is really like, it wants you to stay in output. So it only is really giving you the input that's needed to actually go and do more output to get your actions happening, right? So we want to build that. We know that we're going to build that, and we're going to ask for assistance before we build that, just to give others that have been in the network for 10 years the opportunity that if they want to contribute to that, then they can. It is really like that. Some people say that they don't actually have the opportunity to contribute, but they do want to know what they're contributing to, and they want to see the whole thing laid out. And I think that that's perfect, so that people can see, where we're really at with contributions as far as the people participating. And anyway, just bringing us all more and more into a nucleus. And then anytime I get, by this group, the reason why I love the ambassador training so much is because I push myself to deliver things at a certain time. So I'm always like, okay, let's get this done, and then you'll see it roll out. And for me also, that helps because I see stuff roll out. So the next thing I want to see roll out is the complete DApp with the mindful integrations, with the incentivizations, et cetera. And what I worked with previous to that right now was unifying this entire network, getting support all in the same place, upgrading all the sites, deprecating things that we don't need to free up resources, installing things that we do need to increase resources, And then also really doing the brain work when it comes to how to get retention higher, how to get people to participate more, how to get ambassadors paid, how to get specialists in the mix, and also working with ambassadors, and all that's coming into play. And so what I've done and what we've done together is we put this into our own projector, if you may, and now it's already manifested through the actions that we're pushing into. The next thing is that now we all want each other's, because you got nucleus stuff, right? Like this is more of like broad. This is broad, unified, like a blanketing spectrum. You got this other stuff in your own nucleus that needs to dial in a little bit more to what you need. So that's the services that we're looking at building. Well, actually, there's a lot of them now, but we're looking at refining those services and bringing them into play. And of course, that means the stores. That means a lot of different things. That's just beautiful stuff. But it all centers into sovereignty. And we also are getting people paid. That's how we're working this. I'm not thinking, how can people work for me? What can I do to get them to make more money for me? That's a turnoff. Literally, you can't be motivated by money. Why? Because when you get a bunch of money, where your motivation gonna come from then, won't it? Where's it gonna come from then? Like I've been had cash. If it was all about cash, then I should have never came. This is about something bigger. We're going like, I pushed all the chips in. They're like, man, this dude is nuts. I mean, like, you're gonna get a full house, son. You're gonna win. It's like, that's not something that I'm trying to do right now. This is not all about winning. This is about something, this is about a word we haven't created yet. I don't see in the world what I want to see from it. I don't see in my relationships what I completely want to see from them. That's what this is about. The money thing, now that's you know, they can get that figured out. It's not the most complicated thing. And that's why we talk about the energy and, you know, coursing and building up your energetic centers and understanding where all that comes from. This is now going to give you that extra key, because the stuff that you're going to see on these charts, because my thing is, I want a person to be able to do this from zero, nothing, maybe even in the negatives, because a lot of people are in the negatives, they just don't know it. But from the negatives, like, can I start this course project to get myself off the streets? Can I? I've lived on the streets before. I've been in foster homes before. So would it work for me? Like, and if I could say, yeah, that means that I could put myself back into that mindset and say, what would I need then? How would this need to onboard me? Okay, so that's like, I'll have to start at certain points because that's where everybody is. But there's a lot of things that we're ignoring. That's why actually we only have 7 positions here. In the occult, we know there's hidden planets. That's why the Sephiroth exists. They have hidden planets. But it's like crawling before walking. Let's just get the Eidolon under control and get the, you see, you know how they hold that thing, just to show you another metaphor, you know, with the puppet, they hold that thing like this, right? Everybody nod and say, yeah, do you know that thing that they control your pedal with? That's what a projector really functions as over the eidolonic body. Just so you understand, it gives you the control to move around the piece. That's why it hangs from the strings and it kind of looks like that. That's what this is about. It's about creating a resonator that ties into this. It's somewhat of an illusionary body, but still, just because it's an illusion, and this is what I was telling people before, just because it's an illusion doesn't mean it's not real. From the definition that we have of real, all we're talking about is just the magnitude of strength and the magnitude of presence and awareness. So original is completely aware. So that's all we're talking about. So let's take a moment. I'll give you 5 minutes. I'm going to turn the 10 on the camera. Go ahead and replace this battery. I'm going to come forward, then answer some questions, then let everyone get onto their thing. You see the dates. We're going to meet together Wednesday. I will put that on the calendar. It'll be short. I'll show how I'm getting the things fixed. I just got to wait for one of these places to open up on Monday so I can get a certain program that I need to score this material properly. But I'm going to show some examples of how I'm implementing this design. Then me and Heru getting together on the 4th. We're going to show you how to make the resonators. Then your crystals should be arriving somewhere in there. You're going to spend some time. That'll be marked on the calendar. Then we're going to go into the burying of those, which is the planting of the seeds. We'll do that collectively. We'll finish off anchoring the projector properly. So that way, when those things come out, they go right into the projector. And then on the day that they come out, which will be the waxing of the full moon, then, which is actually an eclipse again, then we will keep moving through this. And then also we'll be very conscious of how we're moving through things, because you can also see I've marked all new moons, and I've marked all eclipses so far. I've marked some holidays that I feel like that may be significant for us to cross-reference things, and this is how you can dial in a bit more, because remember, the Jewish calendar is pretty extensive, and they do have the truth. They've just hidden it from themselves. Anyway, when you include their holidays, they have quite a bit going on in there, and it seems like they're saying something, like there's some coming up. And I looked and I said, and this is how you'll be able to start dialing in, like, okay, this is like, because red is just like, how many shades of red there are? I guess at least 50. So what happens is, because of that, there's like a deeper dialing in that you can do. And there'll probably be more indicators as we keep dialing this in more and more with certain events where we're like, look, it's all happening on the same day. Super Bowl, lunar eclipse, Bosh Havitsa, and they're all going on. Something's happening. Let's do something. And then we'll just schedule our thing. Like, we won't observance, so I won't be there. I won't be attending. Oh, man, no, I won't be there. We'll be creating and doing our own thing that vibes with the energy, and we'll know what that energy is. So let me just take the break so I can come back. Let's take that moment.
The question that I had more so to do actually with business, and I don't really want to get too far off topic of what you were saying, but I'm trying to get this current going right now, because I need to stabilize myself in this physical reality. And also, I want to move out of this space, because like I said, I actually want to come to Costa Rica, and I actually want to build with you, because I want to, learn the type of thing. I'm not tech savvy like that. I don't growing up, I'm like, yo, computers, who gives a fuck? Like, anything that I thought, like, I was the kid that went to sleep in class and woke up and could answer all the questions. And so, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was not the computer kid. Like, you wouldn't come to me for computers. I would be reading a book or something. And I stopped reading books once I figured out that you can meditate to know things. And it just went on from there. But like, I see all of this stuff that you're saying, and I want to get into that. But the money thing is the most important right now, because only the money is actually going to be able to get me to be able to move around, unless I get to be able to run like lightning, which I believe is a possible ability. But now we're not going to, do fantasy right now. So I got like jewelry and stuff that I make, and I also do a couple of other things. And I was wondering, because I remember the brother was talking about Facebook and how you can use Facebook as a marketing tool. And so I wanted to actually, if you could remind me of what video that was, what ambassador lecture that was, that he said that in. And also if you have any other things that you can kind of add, like beyond that, so that I can incorporate them into being able to get, online marketing, because I can do the face-to-face thing. But, I would like to broaden my bandwidth, as you would like to say.
Most definitely. Let me put my mic over here so that way it's not a constant noise, because I got my headphones on. Okay, so first and foremost, just to go over this very briefly, what I did was, and it can be brief, because other than that, it would be a very long topic if I hadn't simplified it again. What we find is that we got a basic situation that's actually happening with the money thing. And if we keep trying to do it, like, let's say specifically for everyone, like, okay, let me know about what your uniqueness is. Let's start coaxing that out. Let me see what your product is. What do you feel like you're good at? That process, if we start that first, what happens is that we're kind of skipping other things that may be the problem. Like they talk about the fascia. They say, like, even the fascia is even the problem with the back. When people have back problems, the fascia is the problem with, just so many different things, right? That it's not even related to what you think that it's related to. It's the fascia. And maybe if you would just start stretching, maybe that will fix the problems, right? Okay, so that's the story of the fascia. So let's say, for instance, money has that same kind of thing. That if we try to use these traditional methods, well, let me show you how to put it together. Let me show you a good blueprint for a nice startup company. Let me XYZ, stuff that if you could adapt to that way, in retrospect, you wouldn't even need to ask me the question, meaning that most of the time people need to know enough about something before they can even apply it. And if they knew enough about it, then they would already got it underway. So that's why everything has classes, right? Like, you start from the beginning, then you don't start off as a marketing guru in the beginning. You start off with just understanding SEO and clicks, right? So because of that, what I decided is, instead of boring myself with all those fundamentals, which I still will put into play, there's others that are more proficient at that, like our brother Julian, who has put some classes in, especially some of the early lectures. It will really take going through those lectures, especially from the beginning, to adapt the idea of why it's even necessary to ride trends and to fight ideas in your mind that, you know, you're kind of following behind what everybody else is doing. And, you know, it's just like, it's a whole mental thing that goes on before you can actually unlock yourself into the potential of what can be done with media, right? And you're going to need to know that. So actually, number one, last year would be the best place to start. But even going from there, this is why I bought the projectors in play, because it's almost like when, as a builder or someone who works with tools, or as an architect or anything of that nature where you actually use tools, you sometimes question the tools that you're using. Everybody has some kind of job or craft that they do, and they have a tendency to spend a bit on their tools if they're really into it. They try to find the more sharper knife. They try to find the best machine, et cetera, et cetera. Even in their own range, they will try to find the best of what's in their range if they really are into it, if it's about quality and it's attached to their uniqueness. Now, if it's just about a quick buck, that's not what this conversation is about. We're talking about things that are heartfelt, things that you put your time and intention into. You have a tendency to actually find what is going to be the best for representing you in that aspect. And because of that, that actually puts us into a different scope. That puts us into realizing, and I'm just going to mute your line for a second just so that the audio on this is clear. Then I'll unmute when I'm done. So we go into another aspect now, because you still basically have a year and a half left. Now, the interesting thing about time, rather than getting all freaked out that you may only have a year left to actually figure this out, is to realize what a world would be like with no time, and just how lazy people would be. They would just like never get anything done, because after all, there'd be no time. So because of that, it's great to kind of set some barriers in the timeline thing, just as checkpoints to get shit done, milestones. So for me, it's 2020. I see several integers. There's at least 5 very strong integers that I cannot control. They are not under my control. They have to do with the fake matrix and its implementation with AI. That's one of them. It has to do with exactly how much money came out of the fiat world into cryptocurrency. That's another one. And how economies are going to be able to adjust to that. What China is doing behind the wall with why it does provide all of our electronics, all of our supplies. And it always did that, and actually never felt, if we understand China, again, there's a lot of things that are staged like a play, but there's another thing going on in the background. We think that the Chinese were slaved, actually the people were, making these electronics. And actually, then the Chinese people were not even really awarded for all the electronics that they sold to us. Actually, the Chinese were already in control of all those industries, used promises with our business people, the higher end business people, made promises with them to provide these technologies at a cheap price, to sell those technologies to them, even bicycles, all sorts of technologies. Technologies are not just electronics. Provide these technologies to them, predominantly made out of petroleum, sell it to us for expensive prices, oftentimes hundreds of times more than what it's really worth. And then put us in debt with it, have us working for it. Like basically a comic book could cost, let's say in ink and in paper, about half a penny, and then sell that comic book for $4. Now that's just $4 to you, but how much is that over half a penny? That's almost like 40,000 times. So when you have that much debt, which is what's going on. That's what I was saying. There's an imbalance happening with this financial energy in the United States, especially because the books are not balanced. We were buying things way more expensive than they were really worth. Don't we kind of do that anyway in life? Even energetically, we kind of devote more energy to things than they really even deserve, right? So because of that, that imbalance that being created, it actually leaves debt passed down generations. This means that now your kids kind of pay for it too, and their kids pay for it. And it's not just like a bill that comes in the mail that we pay for. It's actually the lack of education, the lack of ability, the lack of awareness, like having the, being weathered, being in more than one place, going to different states, countries, passports, all those different kind of things, boats, like all those different kind of things that allow you to explore different domains, right? So that's how we're paying for it. We don't have those things because we are paying too much to have other things. So with that being said, like, why would I, when trying to put it together, so for a year, which was the first round of ambassador training, there's a lot to take from that. And many people who are already on the ambassador or, conscious entrepreneur tip took many of those tools and flew away with them. However, for those who were still kind of having trouble adapting to it, which was 50% of this group, 50% of this group was actually not really capable of adapting to the fake matrix principles that really, fake matrix principles meaning that understanding trends, understanding like even why you would want to do this anyway. Why would you want to make some money anyway? Like some people are just melting down. They're like, shit, I just don't even have anything to do with the system, to be quite honest. And that's kind of like, in my world, that's interversity. That's why I kind of keep that stuff over there. But some people were really coming into this course that had that feeling that, hey, I want to understand what next level of advancement you're going to bring and how you're going to tie this all together. So we cater to that in many tenses, meaning I literally focus on how to do this with people who don't want to jump into certain aspects that you need to be in to really succeed in the fake matrix. Okay. And I would want to see a better success. That's all I'll say. So that's why I came out with the projector. Meaning that when I saw how much the methods that I was introducing over the last year were still being adapted by that 50%, even though I was making it as metaphysic as I could, it still was really low, the adaptability. Meaning like still it boils down to like, maybe my job is not here yet. Meaning that maybe what people really should be doing, there's actually no companies that do that yet. Like, because traditionally you would think that the company needs to pay you a certain amount of money, and that money that you're getting is all they can really pay you, and they're paying you as much as they can for that position. When the fact is they're probably paying you at least 10 times less. So while you're making, let's say, $1,000 a month, you should be making $10,000, because that's even what the guy that is owning the company could pay you and still make a lot of money. Because in industry, and this is where knowledge is power. You go into industry. I went into industry because I wanted Fiacqua. I wanted to make my own device. And anything that I jump out into doing, I seem to finally get to it after many bumps and bruises and lessons. But after that, I realized the power in manufacturing, but more importantly, the numbers. And that's why I'm telling you, these people made 1,000, 2,000, even 10,000 times as much on some of the items that they sold us. And they even had a for sale tag on them when we bought them, and they made them still that much. It was a whole psychological game. But what it did, though, is it stretched things so far out with deficit. See, deficit is not just, we owe 6 trillion fake dollars of monopoly money. That's fake deficits. Deficits truly are emotional imbalances. Like, how motivated does it feel to be in debt? Not only as a person, not only as a nation, not only as a country, every single turn you're in debt, right? Debt-based system. How would that make a person feel? Demoralized. So the design is a demoralized system. So how do you defeat something like that? Do you jump back on that same territory, try to motivate this demoralized individual who also there could be 9 different types of? Because remember, we're talking about uniqueness here. Not all the humans are the same. Even in the physical bodies, there's at least 9 archetypes. So because of that, do you think I would want to spend time in actually trying to design very fast something that we needed right now, a system that was going to cater to 9 different kind of people at minimum? That would be very strenuous. Even though I gave it a shot. I actually came up with some stuff, and that's the unified system. That's what actually we'll see later on in just a minute as our gamification, because it handles every single scope of where you would need to go through to develop yourself. But it doesn't in a choose your own adventure way. So somebody is not telling you where you should go next. It's just wherever you choose to arrive, now you learn everything about what it is like to be there. And when you choose to leave, you will leave with knowing what that space is like. So that's how our system is set up. But that wasn't a system that could make our deadline, because I have a deadline. My deadline is 2020. So if I want to see, because the results I'm seeing from you are the results I'm seeing from myself. It's all intertwined. Like, I'm not dumb anymore. So I know that this is exactly what's happening. So if I'm not seeing a great deal of results in the people that I'm around, or the results that I want to see, because I got high expectations. So that means I got to redesign things. You just got to redesign it, reorganize it. It doesn't mean that it can't be done. It just means it's going to be another design. And that's why sometimes when I jump into something and I already see there's going to be too much not in line and in favor of what is going on, even if I'm trying to do the best for it, I just cancel the plans. And I go to another scrap board and I start all over again. I don't lose the idea. I don't stop doing what I was doing. I just scrap whatever the plan was and start with a new one, mostly based on what I learned was not going to work with the previous one. So with that being said, what I felt was not going to work was trying to take extremely spiritually inclined people through the logical, logistic patterns of creating a successful whatever. right? Because it's got to go through the fake matrix. So when I say whatever, your personality could kill your business. Your product can kill your business. Getting bad products from other people can kill your business. Your product supplier getting bad products from other suppliers can kill your business. That's what happened to Samsung just recently. So with that kind of minefield, why would I want to come on those grounds to tango? Can I tango on another level? Absolutely. That's why I created projectors, meaning I brought those back into the awareness of the group, to the tribe, that, hey, for us, we need something that is more of augmenting us metaphysically. If we really want to get a hold of this, because money is still actually a trickle-down part of it. It actually is not one of the primary things. It's a reward for accomplishing something. It's not the something. So let's get that very clear. So to get more of what the something is, to understand more of what the something is, you need to see it in a two-dimensional aspect. You need to see it where it actually happens. Basically, you need to see the magic. They call it magic. But when people see it, just like you said it yourself, when I went through the spiritual experience, it just blows you out of the framework. So now it's like nothing is really adaptable. Everything that everybody was talking about before is only making up a small fraction of what exactly just happened. So it makes it inadequate. And because of that, now you got to go to something that is non-conventional, something that is what they would say is unorthodox in their space. And now we kind of get their space a bit more on why that space is unorthodox and why they don't want us to be aware of what that space is, meaning these spaces within spaces. Like I said, they're called layers, right? When you have a space, you have a layer. They come right away with each other. So these layers that have been created are blinding us from the obvious. I'm showing you the obvious today. I like to bring it, like the reason why you're asking these questions is because you're right in front of the solutions. Look at the course. This is basically the calendar. What I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start rapidly firing in things that you can find anywhere that are free. You can just go to your local park, go get this, go get this, go get this, right? That way there's not really a financial, because nature is the most abundant thing. Look what's happening. Like nature is the most abundant thing. All they're doing. This is why you need to be a creator. Or remember you're a creator, right? You don't need to be a creator. You are already a creator. You create all the time. You got to go back into that stage and stay there, because look what happened. Everything that we have around us, this, this is fine craftsmanship. This is the ring clock, right? So this is like, they went in on this. This guy's even created some kind of disc-shaped battery. And, this is the thing right here. So anyway, but this kind of craftsmanship, the only thing that's happened, and I think this is probably brass, this is probably aluminum, right? And this is some LEDs, I guess the filtration pattern, like all of this is basically about 3 to 4 cents, realistically. The ring clock is probably, I don't know, I guess it's $100. It's like a present, right? So the truth though is that what's happened is I can't make a ring clock. So instead of me going and getting the aluminum, going and getting the Nike batteries, going and get the acids, the alkalines, and putting all that together, I just go spend $100 and get the ring clock. Fine craftsmanship. See, that's what's happening. Something that actually costs nothing, because we want to see it transformed before we enjoy it, before we learn about it, then we have to pay for that transformation. And I have a video that's coming out on Monday. It's the first raw video. And I connect tolls and trolls and tools to show people just the connection of when you're going down someone's line, that there's going to be a charge. Like when I go down a freeway and there's a toll, I'm going to get charged. I'm going to have to pay that. I don't know where that's going. I don't know all the structure that's set up under that. I don't know why that's even happening. But I also know that most of the time I'm going over a bridge. All of that is a cult. When you cross a bridge into another reality, the thing that takes you across, like the guy that's ferrying you on the boat to Styx, needs a token as a form of payment. So that whole thing is actually going on in the reality. So some of the lines that we're crossing, that's why we want to get fiat out of the way. They're charging us too much. It's like, you're charging me that for some petroleum? Are you fucking serious? Man, on Nebula R9, petroleum is free. It's like, you're charging, what? For platinum? Are you serious? Gold? Oh my goodness, gold you guys are charging for gold? Gold is the same amount in the entire universe all the time. You can't, we just all need a piece of it, and you're going to charge for it? So none of it would make sense as far as how the system is designed. So what you have to do then is you have to learn the power of resonance, because gold has a resonator. Lead could be made to resonate like gold. That's just as anything that may seem unpleasing to you or that you don't want could be given some type of appeal, and you could demand it. This is exactly what they're showing in the society and how it's structured. The mind job that's been going on, the programming that's happening, has people wanting what is killing them. Really. So that shows you the extent of it. So because we have that kind of extent, we have that kind of realm to deal with, we then must get something that encompasses that realm. We must have something that it's not just another suggestion from somebody. It's not just another dogma or theism. It's something that we actually put together off of the principles of how we understand how things work. Meaning you need to know how it's made. That was what was told to me. Like, I know how ring clock's made. I can make ring clock. It wouldn't look nice though, but it would be ring clock nonetheless. It'd be a big ass ring clock, but we would be able to make one. The truth is that even the iron, people don't know how it's really made. The microwave, people don't know how it's really made. So a big part of the sovereignty is learning how you're made, right? You don't got to go wander after, all that stuff. If it's your thing, that's my fancy. It's my pleasure. So that's what I do. I love craftsmanship. But if that feels like it's not your vibe and what you're connecting to, it's just seeing the precision within self. And now when you see that precision, because it's got to come from somewhere, you must make the image. Now, because you're powerful, when you make an image of yourself, you'll see just how powerful it really is. You'll see when you move it around how things change. You'll see when you encounter things in the reality that are right there on the thing to let you realize the hyperdimensional aspects of self. Like, I'm hyperdimensional. I talk about stuff and the next year figure out what I'm talking about. Not joking, but serious. I create things like the projector, and then come the next week, which is still backwards to me. The world is backwards. So I come next week with the solution because I had the solution when I was running in the other direction. Why am I even here? I'm here because I have an interest. It was the same reason why I didn't really leave when I kept feeling like, I'm going to leave and I'm going to leave. But my main thing was like, but I know you ain't going to leave without telling everybody about what you know. What would be the fun in that? So I have a real strong desire to let everyone feel the energy accompanied with what I learned, and not also have to go through so many knocks and bumps and bruises, even though those are going to be necessary. That's like being in the gym and getting sore a little bit, but also really knowing why we can get beat up. Like, what happened? I found myself in times in life where I was in a really bad situation. I had no clue what happened. It was just so disorientating. I was like, man, I just did the best that I could, and I just did everything I could for everybody, and I still ended up here. My first trip to prison was because I was trying to help my roommate take care of his family, and my other roommate from not working as a bagger at Vons when he had a baby on the way. So how do I end up in a bad situation? It's because, hey, there's principalities in the sun. There's a little bit more to it. But it's not enough to just be a good person. Listen to what I'm saying to you. It is not enough to just be a good person here. You must be balanced. So with that being said, it means that you are in front of what you need. Work with the projector and let that be the way first that you tighten down the realization of how the current is leaking, right? And then the awareness of who you really are, like knowing and the confirmation, right? Like most people that are on this line and have followed the work, I got to find another name for it, followed the fun, and there was some work in it too, but that have followed the fun really say that the reason why they're connected to it the most is because the things that they were having happen to them, I was talking about it. And so it was the confirmation to feel like that they weren't crazy or that this was really a real thing that gave them the fuel necessary to keep powering through. Well, nothing's changed then. Let us keep going then. And I'm telling you, with this level of vision, because now like my blinders are off. I'm not blinding myself no more to the obvious. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm not sticking my head in the sand. I'm not running. There's nowhere to go. There's no aliens except for me. All of the different things that people find scapegoats in, literally, I'm not accepting that. I'm going right with what I have and what's in front of me. And that means the people, as this amplifies, this is continuously amplifying. People are egging me on, literally, like, yo, find something out. And I'm like, yo, I will find this whole thing out. And I will do it so fast and so rapidly and so proficiently, and it will be my pleasure, because that would be the design that you would need to accomplish it. Now, I've seen other old designs. I've seen those who depended on the entire everybody to be involved in it. They went out the first time they got trolled. They couldn't pay that first toll fee. You know, it takes a toll on your own emotion, your energetic current, when somebody tells you you're dumb, you're stupid, you should go away. They steal your stuff. They call you the wrong one, or whatever. That takes tolls unless it has no value. And that's the whole key to this. The Tibetans talk about it. The Buddhists talk about it. Different people have talked about it, but it's just about, are you hearing it the way that you need to hear it? One, know how samsara is really set up. It's a realm within itself that promises misfortune if you get tied into it. Meaning there's a yin and yang here. The more you love something, the more it will hurt you. So you need to either you need to tell it that. Be a man, be a woman, tell it that. The more we're going to get into each other, the more we're going to hurt each other unless we know that. Now we need to design something to where we don't do that. And that's how you start moving in adepthood. That's how adepts work. They know the problems. They're not trying to like sit there and ignore the problem, right? Or put the problem on someone else. Like, hey, fix my problem. You know, you got to work with the same principles everybody is working with when it comes to a cosmic energy. So that way it's no like, there's no brokers fees, you know what I mean? All of these middlemen, evangels, all of that kind of stuff in the pipeline of the energy. Now, what we're doing is we're working together. We got a huge pipeline open. We have a wellspring. What a wellspring is that there's so many things that need to be done with tribe and need to be done. Every time, you know, somebody puts a request in the queue, I'll be like, la-di-di-da, it's in the queue. It will get done because we're going to get it all done. And then the more people that come into it, it's like, hey, process this queue. Like Wendy is just processing a fat ass queue right now. She's got, she went through 150 blogs, and now people are seeing new blogs and they seeing them all tightened down and all that's there. You know, I'm saying there's people that have been holding it down, and Dave is over there holding it down in crypto. Monica, Wijby, Monica's over there hanging out with life over there, working with kids over here. I mean, Haru's over there, you know, they still crafting up different things to keep everybody on the level. It's like it's still representing over there in the motherland. You got other people that are doing different things all over the place, and it's happening. And then it's just about, okay, let's centralize it and dial it in more. The more we have resources, which are not hard to get if we're focused on that, the more we have resources, the more infrastructure we can build. There's no reason to accumulate a bunch of resources and not do anything with it. I only have interest in bringing in billions of dollars to erect the first $1 billion structure that is about the fast forwarding of humanity's consciousness, because we're a bit behind at this point. And doing that and setting that as goal, that's what I would want to achieve. Because imagine, they'd be like, yeah, all the other people, this one did this. You know, there's an anomaly right there. So setting those as your rewards. And also remember, fools rush in. You already have what you need. When you create other variations of it, it only amplifies things. It only reminds things to you. It confirms it. So we create these confirmations. That's why I was saying, you know, in talking to the sun, you know, sun was laughing at me. Real conversation. This did happen. Son's laughing because I'm like, man, I've been pushing so hard for all these different people, man, and it seems like all they're doing is kicking me in the ass. Wait till you see what they're doing to me. They don't even pay attention to me no more, kid. And I'm doing everything up here. Fucking trust me. All that you got down there is my projector. And I'm telling you, as below stars, I mean, I'm talking about Tom Cruise, Bruce Springsteen, those kind of guys are actually getting more airplay, and I'm still hanging out in the sky doing things. So imagine what they got for you. Like, damn, son, that's deep. I guess I can't really complain anymore. You damn right you can't. But there is another level of this, though. See, every morning, you notice how all the things go crazy? Like all the monkeys go crazy, all the roosters go crazy, all the birds go crazy. Who do you think they're going crazy for? Because that's how we created our system. They give me props. I give them what they need. Now we got a great connection. But everything outside of that loop, they know not. So holler at you. I still got to keep moving through this every day. No sunset for the sun. Love you, son. That's how it happens. That's the only connection. That's all there is really to say. Let me keep going. Process these clouds. Nothing new under the sun. I don't really see any new ideas. You see what I mean? This is what's happening. But do you want more? You see what I mean? It's like we want more. We're like in a consumerist stage. So it's like, I need more. I need more of this. And it's like, well, enjoy what you have. Like sometimes when you wake up from a bad nightmare, and if there's somebody next to you that you really care about, maybe that you're even not in good terms with, you still hold them like, oh, shit, I'm glad we still together. Shit. You know, why? Because it's all in our minds. and getting control of these minds, seeing the machinations that have been attached to it, because you got some attachments. Like I've had people tell me that it feels like something attached to me. I even had, when one of my first DMT experience, felt like I came out of a cocoon. Like it was like a Gremlins movie, like, what the hell is this? It's like, hey, all of those years you spent in that stage. So that breaking of those shells, you know, that vibratory frequency, that now narrows down into this calendar. Like in its power, for a person to want more, you only have to give yourself the time now. You need to give yourself time to run the course, to get the gauntlet, to sync this up, to learn this knowledge, really, why these trees connect, why those plants connect, why that color connects, why that tone connects, you know, and then as that connection, like you're already there. You see what I mean? Meaning that just to be in front of this knowledge from this end, because see, our in that is all knowing, it knows it. But this end, the lack of awareness side, to be at it now, it shows us a lot. So I'm just going to leave it like that. I'm not going to leave it time for responses. There's no need for responses. Like I've answered quite a few different questions in this conversation, but it's just understanding, meet us again on the 4th, and we'll be getting together with the resonators. I'll also be talking about how to create this for free. If some people are experiencing some extreme hardships, then we'll talk about how to get these resonators. You may have to put more energy into it. You may have to be in there like, hi ho, with the log jam, you know, with the saw, and just making your own projector and nailing it in, but make it happen. I never seen not one person in my entire 10 years, a decade of working with consciousness publicly, a person that really, really wanted to get to it, not get it. It was the strangest thing. It really meant actually the people who weren't getting it and were complaining about it didn't really want it. That's what that showed. That's why I don't really like get into the whole feel sorry for people things and all that. I work in different ways. And then, you know, I have compassion, but realistically, you know, really when you get at it, like the whole universe will respond. Like you got to kick that door down. Like I've been in situations before. I was like, look, that's how I ended up learning about the talisman thing. I was like, man, they're going to throw away the key on me. This is ridiculous. 33 years? I didn't even do it. I didn't even do like to that magnitude. You guys are crazy. Let me call God. Somebody's got to figure this shit out, because I'm definitely not going for that. And I swear that's how it happened. I was like, man, I'm not giving up on myself, because you will be in life. See, some people have been defeated in those phases. Like that's why sometimes I watch war flicks, old war flicks. Not I just documentaries, stuff I can get real footage. Some people shy away from that. I think it makes them negative. It balances out all this positive I'm doing sometimes. I'm like, shit, this is getting too positive for me. Let me watch a war flick and see the real shit. Okay, here's what's happening. And then when you're watching that, and then you're seeing just the whole fucking picture, then you start having the respect. You start having the admiration, all the different things for self. You start realizing, man, this is what you need to reinforce yourself. You're only motivating yourself. Hello, Moto, you got to actually put the wheels in your own motion, right? Because also the same thing I say with money. If people are motivating you, what happens when they give out? And they will give out. Oh, man. I'll tell you one thing about this reality that's so strange. The lesson that accompanies being self-motivated, not depending on others to be your motivation, etc. If it takes spinning you around this planet 10 times, like 10 incarnations, for you to get that lesson, so be it. The parents are like, so be it. For him, because I need to see him, her in that androgynous state. I need to see him or her actually feeling themselves. They can have other things. You can have other beings. They're not saying that you cannot be around others and connect, and everyone's in an orgasm right now, like whether you want it or not. That's not what we're saying. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about you breaking down the wall that confines you. We're talking about breaking down what separates the dead from the living. We're talking about why humans in this world don't know that after life is what we should be preparing for. And that is where the party is. And here is the place where we can decorate ourselves with the things that we go into that space with, meaning that the jewels, the chakras, hello, that encrusted, all of that's been designed, like this has been mined. Like, yeah, think about it. Like we've mined this. Literally, like it's all in our minds, all these jewels, right? So then when you look at, okay, micro, macro, we go to other parts of the world, we see them. I see people in mines still right now working. You know, they're pulling out sulfur, they're pulling out aluminum. This is all symbolic. You see what I mean? It's in the South, when you check the South of the world out and how the South is so downtrodden, but it's always the foundation. We still need those electronics, damn it. We still need that black coal, damn it. Like, think about even just as simple as this black coal. You light up a piece of black coal and see how hot it gets and how it keeps everybody warm. Like, even the US was all founded on coal. But that's not what everybody wants to talk about, though, right? You don't, miners are dirty, right? You don't want them around, right? So see, this is all symbolic. And so when you start seeing the game and how the game's played, maybe the game starts making you sick, like a merry-go-round going in circles. Like you're saying, man, I was bored. Like, it's just going around over and over again. It's like, man, I'm about to throw up. That's how I would feel if it kept going in circles and I saw in a circle. So I say, I'm ready to get off. And that's how life started for me. So notice how, if that was what really started things for me, that means death is but the beginning right there. Proof. So that's it. I'm going to answer one more question, just to make sure we keep it harmonic. I definitely had a great time. I'm pretty sure there's no recording of this. I'm pretty sure that Zoom, they're gonna CIA gonna call Zoom, but just get rid of it. We need a few more weeks before he drops this. All right, so go ahead with that last question. Whoever wants to come through and say something or and ask a question. But I think, is that Hakan on there? Guy, what's up? Man, there's a lot of people on here. Much love to everybody, man. I'm just, scrolling through, man. This is since the beginning. Most of the folks are just riding out. The retention in this tribe is strong. Okay, so let me see. Okay, somebody's not allowed to unmute. They want to say something. So let me read this real quick. Let me take a moment. Okay, so they're saying we're collective on higher dimensional consciousness, developing an alternative projection plan for our reality on Earth, and would like to employ your uniqueness for the remaining time. Okay, so I'm not sure exactly what that means. I'm sure PM me about that. That sounds like a PM. Next. No, I'm joking. I'm just joking, brother. But yes, we are connected and we are collected. So actually, we have some meetings coming up anyway this week with the Writers Council. So I'll leave some more of that unfoldment for there. Okay, so I guess, is that our mission statement, right? In fact, actually, our mission statement's a little bit longer. Let me give you the link. And really, like, these days when people ask me for it, I actually have it these days. Let me just, that is a part of it for sure. Like, I can say 100% that you will go in this and you will find that exactly, but you will also find a bit more, because I felt like if you haven't seen the Mindful Creed, I felt like there was some things also that I needed to make sure that we detail as we roll into this next phase about what we're really about, so that way it doesn't get twisted, because we can't act like everybody has been riding with us since the beginning. It's no harm, no foul, but I just don't want to be playing around with people when they come in just from nowhere acting like I feel I think I need to turn you onto the calendar so you can really discover feelings. So check out the Mindful Creed also, just so if somebody else asks about what are we doing over here, because some people are like, well, what is it? They want you to put it into some words for them. Well, what is it? Here is the Mindful Creed mission statement. This is who we are. This is our sovereign future. Our facts, our figures, our visions, our perfect alignment, our principles, our disciplines, our pillars for the children, our masters of wellness, and the alchemy of consciousness, the future, unifying the universe and the mindful company, the reasons for the creed, the integrity, the harmonic and encounters, the descendant, the ambition, and the knowledge, and the linguistic awareness, and the energetic management system, the core principles for the inner tribe, and the vibe, and the contact, and the trust, and the universal law, and the inner tribe, and the participants, and the financiers, and the co-creators, and the ground zero, and the point, and the global incentive, the Pachamama, and the pioneers, and the transcenders, and innovators, and the friendly challenges, the mindful virtues, and the legalities, and the mindful counsel, the strategy, the tip of the arrow, the point of convergence. You get it? So I have returned to self. That's it. We are one. So that way, when someone comes and asks, like, what is it, Ray Schmerd, then we are one. Like, I don't know if there's any other one. Where, like, the Shakespeare, it's like, yeah, you was over there. You was over there. You see the whole play in that? It's like, in a minute, like, we were one. Like I told David, he was like, pick your username for me. We were working with an account on crypto, and I was like, all right. So I gave him my cryptoverse name, Crypto Meta. And I was like, go ahead and use that, because in the cryptoverse, we're one. So there may be a Crypto Meta over there. And they're like, well, who is he? I don't know. He wrote all this spiritual crypto work. It was like he was 5 guys, but really one man. So that's what's up. I want to say wholeness and balance vibrations to everyone. Much love. We did this thing. Again, we got some more to coming in. We'll keep bringing it in, bringing more family involved, saying our honorings, working with our metaphysics, which is all we know. Staying in tune, like start being in color and being on point. Like I'm going to start creating some regalia. My folks going to be creating some regalia. That means, get on point with it. Like, have some fun with it. And all of the things that we're going to be creating, like I said, it's not just us creating everything. We're all creators. We are the outlets. We are the BMIs. We are the distributions. We are the empires of what this world had created to make. We are the mayors, right? The ones that bring the shippings and all of that. That's who we are. We're the conductors. We're the bridge. But see, we don't have the same tolls as the trolls. We actually run with free-flowing systems, pure magnetics, quiet stuff. You know what I mean? Only sound you hear is the singing and the dancing from our tribes and our animals and all of the things that are giving thanks to self. So all is self. Thank you, everyone, for participating. I'll be seeing you soon. Wholeness.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now.
Be staying behind the camera for this series as we go through the material for the Law of One. I'm really excited to bring you guys this material, and I want to go through it step by step with you, but I will always put in the description of each video of when the actual reading starts, because it's very long and I'm going to break it up into several sections, and I will be giving a intro and a recap for each section. So this is for the intro, which is extremely important. It's almost half of the first book of just the intro. So I do suggest that you listen to all of it. Don't just jump right into the actual conversations with Ra. I would really listen to all the backstory of the people involved during these sessions. Now, when I first discovered the Law of One and Ra, I'd already had my awakening, and I knew a lot of what was being said from different sources. And even though this one was probably done first, this material was out first, I just simply didn't know about it. I was listening to, Dolores Cannon's work and her books. So the more and more things like this I discover, and when it resonates with me and having the knowing for things that are true, and then being able to get my own downloads from different sources, as soon as I started going over this material, it was clear as day, and it was just so interesting. And I'm really excited to bring you all this material, because I had a hard time finding it anywhere else on YouTube. And so I would read it personally myself, but actually I'm not a very good reader, and my voice will start cracking, and it might just take me too long, and I don't want to spend like a year reading all these books on tape for you. So I will have a little bit of help with the reading. But at the end of each session, we are going to go through almost like the lessons, so I can kind of break down my take on on things that I've gotten as downloads from the Akasha records, and what I can merge with other material that I've gone through. So I hope you join me on this journey as we go through the Law of One. This is going to be book one, and let's get into the intro, and I'll see you at the end of this segment. Thanks, guys.
Introduction. Don Elkins. This book is an exact transcript from tape recordings of 26 sessions of an experiment designed to communicate with an extraterrestrial being. We started the experiment in 1962 and refined the process for 19 years. In 1981, the experimental results of our efforts changed profoundly in quality and precision. This book is simply a report of the beginning of this latter phase of our work. Since our experimental work began, and even before we officially formed a research group, there was considerable confusion about the nature of our research. I would like to state that I consider my point of view to be purely scientific. Many readers of this material have used as a basis for its evaluation a previously assumed philosophical bias which has ranged from what I would call objectively scientific to subjectively theological. It is not the purpose of our research group to attempt to do anything other than make experimental data available. Each reader will undoubtedly reach his own unique conclusion about the meaning of this body of data. In recent years there has been much controversy about phenomena that were apparently incompatible with accepted methods of scientific research. This included such things as UFOs, mental metal bending, psychic surgery, and many other seemingly miraculous happenings. To prove or disprove any of these alleged phenomena is certainly not properly the task of the casual observer. However, most of the public opinion that has been generated with respect to these events seems to be the product of quick and superficial investigation. After almost 30 years of research and experimentation in the area of so-called paranormal phenomena, I must recommend extreme caution in reaching a conclusion. If it is possible to make money, gain notoriety, or have fun from perpetrating a hoax, then someone usually does it. Consequently, paranormal or psychic areas are prime targets for the trickster, and the careful researcher usually has to observe copious amounts of garbage data in order to find a possible embedded gem of truth. This is especially true of Philippine psychic surgery and the large area of spirit communication in general. It seems to me that the presently accepted scientific paradigm is less than adequate. It is my opinion that our present natural philosophy is a very special case of a much more general case yet to be unveiled. It is my hope that our research is in the direction of this discovery. After assimilating several million words of alleged extraterrestrial communication, it is also my opinion that this book and the subsequent volumes of the raw material contain the most useful information that I have discovered. As a result of all of this delving into the rather confusing subjects of ufology and parapsychology, I, of course, have formed my current opinion of how things really are. This opinion may change at any time as I become aware of future information. This book is not intended to be a treatise of my opinion, so I will not attempt to defend its validity. The following is the best guess I can make about what we think we are doing. Only time will tell as to the accuracy of this guess. Our research group uses what I prefer to call tuned trance telepathy to communicate with an extraterrestrial race called Ra. We use the English language because it is known by Ra. In fact, Ra knows more of it than I do. Ra landed on Earth about 11,000 years ago as a sort of extraterrestrial missionary with the objective of helping Earthman with his mental evolution. Failing in this attempt, Ra retreated from the Earth's surface but continued to monitor activities closely on this planet. For this reason Ra is highly informed about our history, languages, etc. Probably the most difficult thing to understand about Ra is its nature. Ra is a sixth density social memory complex. Since Earth is near the end of the third density cycle of evolution, this means that Ra is 3 evolutionary cycles ahead of us. In other words, Ra's present state of evolution is millions of years in advance of Earthman's. It is not surprising that Ra had difficulty communicating with Earthman 11,000 years ago. The same problem still exists in our present enlightened time. At this writing we have completed over 100 sessions of experimental communications with Ra. This approximate 300,000 words of information has suggested to me a possibly more adequate scientific paradigm. Only time and future will serve to validate and expand this paradigm. Ufology is a large subject. A reasonable amount of background material would swell this introduction to book length. Therefore, the remainder of this introduction does not attempt to cover every portion of this diverse and growing field of study but is instead an accounting of some of the pertinent parts of our research from our beginnings to the present day in the Ra. Contact. I've asked my longtime research associate, Carla L. Rugert, to tell our story. Carla L. Rugert. I first met Don Elkins in 1962. To me, he was a fascinating character, an unusual combination of a college professor and psychic researcher. He had done well over 200 hypnotic age regressions, probing past the birth experience and investigating the possibility that reincarnation might not be just possible but the way things really are. In 1962, I joined an experiment that Don had created in order to start to test a hypothesis which he had developed with the help of Harold Price, an engineer for Ford Motor Company. Price had acquainted Don with some information which Don found quite interesting. Its source was allegedly extraterrestrial. Its content was largely metaphysical and seemed to be in line with all that Don had learned up to that point. Within this material, instructions were given for creating the means whereby to generate further material from this same source without the necessity of actual physical contact with extraterrestrials. Don's hypothesis was that this phenomenon might be reproducible, so he invited a dozen of his engineering students to join in an experiment with the objective of achieving some sort of telepathic contact with a source similar to that of the Detroit groups. I was the 13th member, having become interested in the project through a friend of mine. In those early days of contact attempts, with Don attempting strenuously to keep the situation controlled, months went by with what seemed to be remarkable but puzzling results. As we sat meditating, according to the instructions, everyone in the group except me began to make strange noises with their mouths. For my part, my main difficulty during those first 6 months was keeping a straight face and not laughing as the sessions gradually became a raucous symphony of guttural clicks, slurps, and tongue flops. The nature of the experiment changed drastically when the group was visited by a contactee from Detroit. The contactee sat down with the group and almost immediately was contacted, apparently by telepathic impression, saying, "Why don't you speak the thoughts that are on your minds? We are attempting to use you as instruments of communication, but you are all blocked through fear that you will not be speaking the proper words." Through this instrument, Walter Rogers of Detroit, Michigan, the group was instructed to refrain from analysis, to speak the thoughts and to analyze the communication only after it had been completed. After that night, a month had not gone by before half the group had begun to produce information. By the time a year had passed, all in the group except me were able to receive transmissions. The speech was slow and difficult at first because each individual wanted a precise impression of each and every word, and, in many cases, wanted to be completely controlled for fear of making an error in transmission. Nevertheless, this was an exciting time for the original group of students who began this strange experiment. In January of 1970, I left my position as school librarian of a 13th-grade private school here in Louisville and went to work for Don full-time. By this time, he was convinced that the great mystery of being could best be investigated by research into techniques for contacting extraterrestrial intelligences and was determined to intensify his efforts in this area. During this period, Don worked on many peripheral areas of UFO research, always trying to put the puzzle pieces together. One of the great puzzle pieces for us was the question of how UFOs could materialize and dematerialize. The phenomenon seemed to posit a physics which we had not yet grasped and of being capable of using this physics. Don had gone to many seances by himself before I joined him in his research and had very systematically crossed each name off his list. He was looking for a materialization manifestation, not one he could prove to anyone else, but one which he, himself, could believe. It was his feeling that the materializations which seances manifest were perhaps of the same or similar nature as the materializations of UFOs. Therefore, his reasoning went, viewing personally the mechanism of a materialization and a dematerialization in a seance would enable him to hypothesize more accurately concerning UFOs. In 1971, after I had been on several fruitless materialization medium searches with Don, we went to a seance held by the Reverend James Tingley of Toledo, a minister of the Spiritualist Church. We went to see Reverend Tingley's demonstrations 4 times. Before the first time, Don had casually examined Reverend Tingley's modest meeting place inside and out. It was built of concrete blocks, like a garage. There were no gadgets either inside or outside the building. I did not know that Don was doing this. I merely sat and waited for the demonstration to begin. This last point is an important one when talking about psychic research of any kind. Don has always said that one of my assets as a research associate is my great gullibility. Almost anyone can play a joke on me because I do not catch on quickly. I have a way of taking things as they come and accepting them at face value and only afterwards analyzing what has occurred. This gullibility is a vital factor in obtaining good results in paranormal research. A desire for proof will inevitably lead to null results and voided experiments. An open mind, one willing to be gullible, leads its possessor to a kind of subjective and personal certainty which does not equal proof as it cannot be systematically reproduced in others. However, this subjective knowing is a central part of the spiritual evolution to which Ra speaks so compellingly in this volume and which we have researched for many years now. The séance began, as do all the séances I have attended, with the repetition of the Lord's Prayer and the singing of hymns such as Rock of Ages and I Walked in the Garden. There were approximately 26 people in the spare room, sitting on straight chairs in an oval circle. Reverend Tingley had retired behind a simple curtain and was also seated on a folding chair. Of the occurrences of the first séance, perhaps the most interesting to me was the appearance of a rather solid ghost known as Sister. She wished to speak to me and to thank me for helping Dawn. Since I had never had a close friend that was a nun, I was quite puzzled. It was not until much later, when Dawn was flying us home, that he jogged my memory, and I realized that his mother, who had died before I met her, was known in the family as Sister. Both in that séance, and in the following séance, when Dawn and I were called up, we could see the ghost-like figures of the materialized spirits quite clearly. I, with impaired night vision, could still make out features, but Dawn could see even the strands of hair on each entity. During the second séance an especially inspiring master appeared suddenly and the room grew very cold. He gave us an inspirational message and then told us that he would touch us so that we would know that he was real. He did so, with enough force to bruise my arm. Then he told us that he would walk through us so that we would know that he was not of this density. This he did, and it is certainly an interesting sensation to watch this occur. Lifting his arms, he blessed all those in the room, walked back through us, and pooled down in a small pool on the floor and was gone. In 1974 Don decided that it was time for me to become a more serious student of the art of channeling. He argued that 12 years of sitting and listening to inspirational messages were enough, and that it was time for me to take some responsibility for those cosmic sermonettes, as Brad Steiger has called them, that I so enjoyed. We began a series of daily meetings designed to work intensively on my mental tuning. Many of those who were coming to our meditations on Sunday nights heard about the daily meetings and also came, and within 3 months we generated about a dozen new telepathic receivers. During the process of these intensive meditations we instituted our long-standing habit of keeping the tape recorder going whenever we started a session. Using some of the large body of material that our own group had collected, I put together an unpublished manuscript, Voices of the Gods, which systematically offered the extraterrestrial viewpoint as recorded by our group meetings. In 1976, when Don and I began to write Secrets of the UFO, published by a private printing and available by mail, this unpublished manuscript was of great help. During this period one other thing occurred that was synchronistic. Don and I, who had officially gone into partnership as LL Research in 1970, had written an unpublished book titled The Crucifixion of Esmeralda Sweetwater in 1968. In 1974, Andrija Puharich published a book with Doubleday titled Duri. The book is the narrative of Dr. Puharich's investigation of Uri Geller and their unexpected communication with extraterrestrial intelligences. The form of contact was quite novel in that first some object like an ashtray would levitate, signaling Dr. Puharich to load his cassette tape recorder. The recorder's buttons would then be depressed by some invisible force and the machine would record. On playback, a message from an extraterrestrial source would be present. Don was impressed by the large number of correlations between these messages and our own research. The book is fascinating in its own right, but it was especially fascinating to us because of the incredible number of distinct and compelling similarities between the characters in the real-life journal of Dr. Puharich's work with Uri and the supposedly fictional characters in our book. We went to New York to meet Andrija after phoning him, sharing our long-standing research with him and comparing notes. As our genial host came out onto his front veranda to welcome us, I stopped, amazed, to look at the house. Even the house in which he lived in the country north of New York City was a dead ringer for the house his fictional counterpart had owned in our book. The identity was so close that I could not help but ask, Andrija, what happened to your peonies? When I wrote about your house I saw your driveway circled with peony bushes. Puharich laughed. Oh, those. I had those cut down 3 years ago. In 1976 we determined to attempt an introduction to the whole spectrum of paranormal phenomena which are involved in the so-called UFO contactee phenomenon. This phenomenon is not a simple one. Rather, It demands a fairly comprehensive understanding and awareness of several different fields of inquiry. Since the raw material is a direct outgrowth of our continuous research with alleged extraterrestrial entities, it seems appropriate here to review some of the concepts put forward in that book in order that the reader may have the proper introduction to the mindset, which is most helpful for an understanding of this work. The first thing to say about the UFO phenomenon is that it is extraordinarily strange. The serious researcher, as he reads more and more and does more and more field research, finds himself less and less able to talk about the UFO phenomenon in a sensible and down-to-earth way. Well over half the people in the United States have said in nationwide polls that they believe that UFOs are real, and television series and motion pictures reflect the widespread interest in this subject. Yet, there are few researchers who would pretend to be able to understand the phenomenon completely. Dr. J. Allen Hynek has called this quality of the research the high strangeness factor and has linked the amount of high strangeness with the probable validity of the case. Some of the people who see UFOs have the experience of being unable to account for a period of time after the encounter. The UFO is seen and then the witness continues on with his or her daily routine. At some point, it is noticed that a certain amount of time has been lost that cannot be explained. Very often these same people report a type of eye irritation, or conjunctivitis, and sometimes skin problems. In extreme cases, a person who has lost time in seeing a UFO will develop a change of personality and find it necessary to contact the aid of a psychologist or a psychiatrist for counseling. Dr. R. Leo Sprinkle, professor of psychology at the University of Wyoming, has been conducting yearly meetings of people who have experienced this type and other types of close encounters. It was in psychiatric therapy that one of the more famous of the UFO contact cases, that of Betty and Barney Hill, was researched. The Hills had seen a UFO and had lost some time but managed to reduce the significance of these events in their minds enough to get on with their daily lives. However, both of them, over a period of months, began experiencing nightmares and attacks of anxiety. The psychiatrist to whom they went for help was one who often used regressive hypnosis for therapeutic work. He worked with each of the couple separately and found, to his amazement, that, when asked to go back to the source of their distress, both Mr. and Mrs. Hill related the story of being taken on board a UFO while on a drive, medically examined, and returned to their car. Don and I have, through the years, investigated quite a few interesting cases, but perhaps a description of one will suffice to show some of the more outstanding strangenesses which are quite commonly associated with what Dr. Hynek calls close encounters of the third kind. In January 1977, merely 18 or so hours after our witness's UFO experience, we were called by a friend of ours, hypnotist Lawrence Allison. Lawrence had been contacted by the witness's mother, who was extraordinarily concerned about her boy. We made an appointment with the witness, a 19-year-old high school graduate employed as a truck driver. He had seen a craft about 40 feet long and 10 feet tall, which was the color of the setting sun, at very low altitude, approximately 100 to 150 feet. The craft was so bright that it hurt his eyes, yet he could not remove his gaze from it. He experienced a good deal of fear and lost all sense of actually driving his car. When he was directly underneath the UFO, it suddenly sped away and disappeared. When the boy arrived home, his mother was alarmed because his eyes were entirely bloodshot. He was able to pinpoint his time lost since he had left precisely when a television program ended and since he noticed the time of his arrival home. He had lost 38 minutes of his life. The young man wished to try regressive hypnosis to find his lost time. We agreed, and, after a fairly lengthy hypnotic induction, the proper state of concentration was achieved and the witness was moved back to the point at which he was directly underneath the UFO. Suddenly he was inside the ship in a circular room which seemed at least twice as high as the entire ship had seemed from the outside. He saw 3 objects, none of which looked human. One was black, one was red, and one was white. All looked like some sort of machine. Each entity seemed to have a personality, although none spoke to the boy, and he endured a kind of physical examination. After the examination was finished, the machines merged into one and then disappeared. The ship bounced and rocked briefly, and then the witness was back in his car. If you are interested in reading a full account of this case, it was published in the Ep4 Bulletin, in Flying Saucer Review, in the International UFO Reporter, and in the MUFON UFO News. One of the most familiar aspects of close encounters is the experience that our witness had of seemingly understanding what aliens were thinking and feeling without any speech having taken place. Telepathic communication has long been the subject of much experimentation and, although there is much interesting research, there has never been a definitive study proving good telepathic communication. Consequently, the field of research into telepathy is still definitely a fringe area of psychic research. However, anyone who has ever known that the phone was going to ring, or has experienced the knowledge of what someone was going to say before it was said, has experienced at least a mild example of telepathy. Don states that telepathic experiments between himself and Uri Geller have been totally successful. However, since they were deliberately not performed under rigorous scientific control, they could not be included in any orthodox report. It is, in fact, our opinion that the rigorous controls have a dampening effect on the outcome of any experiment of this type. LL Research, which, since 1980, has been a subsidiary of the Rock Creek Research and Development Labs, to this day holds weekly meetings open to anyone who has read our books. We still tend to insert the word alleged before the words telepathic communications from extraterrestrials because we know full well that there is no way of proving this basic concept. However, the phenomenon certainly exists. Millions of words in our own files and many millions of words in other groups' files attest to this fact. Regardless of the more than occasional frustrations involved in paranormal research, the serious researcher of the UFO phenomenon needs to be persistent in his investigation of related phenomena, such as mental metal bending. The physics which Ra discusses, having to do with the true nature of reality, posits the possibility of action at a distance as a function of mind, specifically the will. Uri Geller has been tested in several places around the world, including the Stanford Research Laboratories, and an impressive list of publications concerning the results of those tests exists, most notably the Geller Papers and, as an offshoot of this metal bending phenomenon, the Iceland Papers. One example which shows the close connection between UFOs and mental metal bending happened to us in July of 1977, after our book, Secrets of the UFO, was published. We had been interviewed on a local program and a woman in a nearby town had heard the broadcast and was very interested in what we had to say since her son, a normal 14-year-old boy, had had a UFO encounter. He had been awakened by a whistling sound, went to the door, and saw a light so bright that it temporarily blinded him. Again, as is often the case, it was the same night that people nearby also saw lights in the sky. The woman wrote us a letter, and Don immediately called and asked her permission to speak to her son. After questioning the young man to Don's satisfaction, Don asked him to take a piece of silverware and tell it to bend without touching it in any firm or forceful way. The 14-year-old picked up a fork, did as Don suggested, and the fork immediately bent nearly double. The boy was so startled that he would not come back to the phone, and his mother was unable to convince him that there was any value in going further with the experiments. She had enough foresight to realize that in the small town in which he lived any publicity that might come to him on the subject of metal bending would be to his detriment, since the people of his small town would react in a most predictable way. Nevertheless, the link is there quite plainly. John Taylor, professor of mathematics at King's College, London, offered his book, Superminds, to make his careful experimentations on metal bending available to the world. Taylor used only children, about 50 of them, and for a great portion of his experiment he used metal and plastic objects sealed in glass cylinders which had been closed by a glass blower, so that the children could not actually touch the objects without breaking the glass. Under this controlled circumstance the children were still able to bend and break multitudinous objects. As you read the raw material you will begin to discover why it is mostly children that are able to do these things, and what the ability to do this has to do with the rest of the UFO message. Since I am not a scientist, at this point I will turn the narrative back to Don, whose background is more suited to this discussion. Don, a persistent question when considering psychic demonstrations is, how does the paranormal event happen? The answer may well lie in the area of occult theory, which is concerned with the existence of various planes. After death an individual finds himself at one of these levels of existence spoken of in connection with occult philosophy, the level of being dependent on the spiritual nature or development of the person at the time of his death. The cliché that covers this theory is a heavenly birds of a feather flock together. When a ghost materializes into our reality, it is from one of these levels that he usually comes for his earthly visit. In general, it is theorized that a planet is a sort of spiritual distillery, with reincarnation taking place into the physical world until the individual is sufficiently developed in the spiritual sense that he can reach the higher planes of existence, and is no longer in need of this planet's developmental lessons. Most of this theory was developed as a result of reported contact and communication with the inhabitants of these supposedly separate realities. I have come to believe that these levels interpenetrate with our physical space and mutually coexist, though with very little awareness of each other. A simple analogy, to which I've referred before, is to consider the actors in two different TV shows, both receivable on the same set, but each show being exclusive of the other. This seems to be what we experience in our daily lives, one channel or density of existence, being totally unaware of the myriad entities occupying other frequencies of our physical space. The point of all this is that our reality is not ultimate or singular, it is, in fact, our reality only at the present. Many of the UFO reports display ample evidence that the object sighted has its origin in one of these other realities or densities, just as do the materialized ghosts. I would like to emphasize that this does not in any way imply their unreality, rather, it displaces the UFO's reality from ours. I'm saying the equivalent of Channel 4 on the TV is equivalent to but displaced from Channel 3 on the same TV. If you were told to build a scale model of any atom using something the size of a pea for the nucleus, it would be necessary to have an area the size of a football stadium to contain even the innermost orbital electrons. If the pea were placed at the center of the 50-yard line, a small cotton ball on the uppermost seat in the stands could represent an electron of the atom. There is very little actual matter in physical matter. When you look at the stars in the night sky, you would probably see something quite similar to what you would see if you could stand on the nucleus of any atom of solid material and look outward toward our environment. To demonstrate an electron to you, a physicist will probably show you a curved trace of one on a photographic plate. What he probably does not tell you is that this is second-hand evidence. The electron itself has never been seen, only its effect on a dense medium can be recorded. It is possible, of course, to make accurate mathematical calculations about what we call an electron. For such work we must know some data on magnetic field strength, electron charge, and velocity. But since a magnetic field is caused by moving charges, which in turn are empirically observed phenomena, we find that the entire mathematical camouflage obscures the fact that all we really know is that charged particles have effects on each other. We still don't know what charged particles are, or why they create an action at a distance effect. Senior scientists would be the first to agree that there is no such thing as an absolute scientific explanation of anything. Science is, rather, a method or tool of prediction, relating one or more observations to each other. In physics, this is usually done through the language of mathematics. Our scientific learning is a learning by observation and analysis of this observation. In the sense of penetrating the fundamental essences of things, we really do not understand anything at all. A magnetic field is nothing but a mathematical method of expressing the relative motion between electrical fields. Electrical fields are complex mathematical interpretations of a totally empirical observation stated as Coulomb's law. In other words, our forest of scientific knowledge and explanations is made up of trees about which we understand nothing except their effect, their existence. To a person unfamiliar with the inner workings of modern science, it may seem that modern man has his environment nicely under control and totally figured out. Nothing could be further from the truth. The leaders of science who are researching the frontiers of modern theory argue among themselves continually. As soon as a theory begins to receive wide acceptance as being a valid representation of physical laws, someone finds a discrepancy, and the theory has to be either modified or abandoned entirely. Perhaps the most well-known example of this is Newton's F equals m.a. This attained the status of a physical law before being found to be an error. It is not that this equation has not proven extremely useful. We have used it to design everything from a moon rocket to the television picture tube, but its accuracy fails when applied to atomic particle accelerators like the cyclotron. To make accurate predictions of particle trajectories, it is necessary to make the relativistic correction formulated by Einstein. It is interesting to note that this correction is based on the fact that the speed of light is totally independent of the speed of its source. If Newton had penetrated more deeply into the laws of motion, he might have made this relativistic correction himself, and then stated that the velocity correction would always be of no consequence, since the velocity of light was so much greater than any speed attainable by man. This was very true in Newton's day, but is definitely not the case now. We still tend to think of the velocity of light as a fantastic and unattainable speed, but with the advent of spaceflight, a new order of velocities has arrived. We have to change our thinking from our normal terrestrial concepts of velocities. Instead of thinking of the speed of light in terms of miles per second, think of it in terms of Earth diameters per second. The almost unimaginable 186,000 miles per second becomes an entirely thinkable 23 Earth diameters per second, or we could think of the speed of light in terms of our solar system's diameter and say that light would speed at about 2 diameters per day. Einstein's assertion that everything is relative is so apt that it has become a cliché of our culture. Let us continue being relativistic in considering the size of natural phenomena by considering the size of our galaxy. If you look up at the sky on a clear night, nearly all of the visible stars are in our own galaxy. Each of these stars is a sun like our own. A calculation of the ratio of the number of suns in our galaxy to the number of people on planet Earth discovers that there are 60 suns for each living person on Earth today. It takes light over 4 years to get from Earth to even the nearest of these stars. To reach the most distant star in our own galaxy would take 100,000 light years. These calculations are made using the assumption that light has a speed. This may be an erroneous assumption in the face of new theory, but its apparent speed is a useful measuring tool, so we use it anyway. So we have a creation in which we find ourselves which is so big that at a speed of 23 Earth diameters a second we must travel 100,000 years to cross our immediate backyard. That is a big backyard, and it would seem ample for even the most ambitious of celestial architects, but in truth this entire galaxy of over 200 billion stars is just one grain of sand on a very big beach. There are uncounted trillions of galaxies like ours, each with its own billions of stars, spread throughout what seems to be infinite space. When you think of the mind-boggling expanse of our creation and the infantile state of our knowledge in relation to it, you begin to see the necessity for considering the strong probability that our present scientific approach to investigating these expanses is as primitive as the dugout canoe. The most perplexing problem of science has always been finding a satisfactory explanation of what is called action at a distance. In other words, everyone knows that if you drop something it will fall, but no one knows precisely why. Many people know that electric charges push or pull on each other even if separated in a vacuum, but again no one knows why. Although the phenomena are quite different, the equations which describe the force of interaction are quite similar. For gravitation, F equals gmm'(R2). For electrostatic interaction, F equals kQq'(R2). The attractive force between our planet and our sun is described by the gravitational equation. The attractive force between orbiting electrons in the atomic nucleus is described by the electrostatic interaction equation. Now each of these equations was determined experimentally. They are not apparently related in any way, and yet they both describe a situation in which attractive force falls off with the square of the distance of separation. A mathematical representation of an action at a distance effect is called a field, such as a gravitational or electric field. It was Albert Einstein's foremost hope to find a single relation which would express the effect of both electric and gravitational phenomena, in fact, a theory which would unify the whole of physics, a unified field theory. Einstein believed that this was a creation of total order and that all physical phenomena were evolved from a single source. This unified field theory, describing matter as pure field, has been accomplished now. It seems that the entire situation was analogous to the solution of a ponderously complex Chinese puzzle. If you can find that the right key turns among so many wrong ones, the puzzle easily falls apart. Dewey B. Larson found the solution to this problem, and the puzzle not only fell apart, but revealed an elegantly adequate unified field theory rich in practical results, and, like a good Chinese puzzle, the solution was not complex, just unexpected. Instead of assuming 5 dimensions, Larson assumed 6, and properly labeled them as the 3 dimensions of space and the 3 dimensions of time. He assumed that there is a 3-dimensional coordinate time analogous to our observed 3-dimensional space. The result of this approach is that one can now calculate from the basic postulate of Larson's theory any physical value within our physical universe, from subatomic to stellar. This long sought-after unified field theory is different because we are accustomed to thinking of time as one-dimensional, as a stream moving in one direction. Yet once you get the hang of it, coordinate time is mathematically a more comfortable concept with which to deal. Professor Frank Meyer of the Department of Physics at the University of Wisconsin presently distributes a quarterly newsletter to scientists interested in Larson's new theory, which explores perplexing questions in physical theory using Larson's approach. I was interested in testing Larson's theory and made extensive calculations using his postulate. I became convinced that his theory is indeed a workable unified field theory. I had been pondering several interesting statements communicated through contactees by the alleged UFO source prior to discovering Larson's work in the early 60s. Although the people who had received these communications knew nothing of the problems of modern physics, they were getting information which apparently was quite central to physical theory. First, they suggested that the problem with our science was that it did not recognize enough dimensions. Second, they stated that light does not move, light is. Larson's theory posits 6 dimensions instead of the customary 4, and finds the pure field, which Einstein believed would represent matter, to move outward from all points in space at unit velocity, or the velocity of light. Photons are created due to a vibratory displacement in space-time, the fabric of the field. Furthermore, the contactees were saying that consciousness creates vibration, this vibration being light. The vibratory displacements of space-time in Larson's theory are the first physical manifestation, which is the photon or light. According to the UFO contactees, the UFOs lower their vibrations in order to enter our skies. The entire physical universe postulated by Larson is dependent on the rate of vibration and quantized rotations of the pure field of space-time. The contactees were suggesting that time was not what we think it is. Larson suggests the same thing. The UFOs were said to move in time as we move in space. This would be entirely normal in Larson's time-space portion of the universe. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, the contactees were receiving the message that the creation is simple, all one thing. Larson's theory is a mathematical statement of this unity. For more information about Larsonian physics, contact the International Society of Unified Science, a group of scientists and philosophers currently promoting Larson's theory. What physicists have never before considered worth investigating is now increasing at a very rapid rate. Action at a distance, apparently as a result of some type of mental activity, seems repeatedly the observed effect. When Uri Geller performs on TV, mentally bending metal and fixing clocks, there are often many kids who try to duplicate Uri's tricks. Sometimes the kids succeed. The number of children that can cause bends and breaks in metal and other materials just by wanting the break or bend to occur is increasing daily. As previously mentioned, John Taylor, professor of mathematics at King's College, reports in his excellent book, Superminds, on the extensive tests run in England on several of these gifted children. If the Gellerizing children continue to increase in numbers and ability, the 1980s will see such fantasies of TV as My Favorite Martian, I Dream of Jeannie, and Bewitched becoming a part of reality. With controlled, repeatable experiments like those conducted by Taylor and by the Stanford Research Institute in the United States, we begin to have good solid data available for study. Gradually we are moving into a position from which we can begin to create a science of magic, for that which has been called magic through the ages is now being performed at an ever-increasing rate, primarily by children. In the future, we may even find this magic added to the curriculum of the sciences at universities. In point of fact, the present disciplines of chemistry, physics, etc., are still basically magic to us, since we are still in the position of having no ultimate explanation of causality. Carla, one of the concepts most central to the system of study which comes out of research into the contactee messages offered by alleged UFO contact is the concept of the immortality of our individual consciousness. There is a long mystical tradition extending back far beyond biblical times, which posits a type of immortal soul. St. Paul in his epistles has distinguished between the human body and the spiritual body. Long before St. Paul's century, Egyptian priests had the concept of the Ka and posited that this Ka, or spiritual personality, existed after death and was the true repository of the essence of consciousness of the person who had lived the life. Egyptians, of course, made very elaborate arrangements for life after death. If life after death is posited as a probability, one may also posit life before birth. Any mother who has more than one child will testify to the undoubted fact that each child comes into his life or incarnation already equipped with a personality which cannot be explained by environment or heredity. After all the factors of both have been accounted for, there remains a unique personality with which the child seems to have been born. Each child has certain fears which are not explainable in terms of the fears of the parents. A child, for instance, may be terrified of a thunderstorm. The rest of the family may be perfectly comfortable during such a storm. Another child may be extraordinarily gifted at the playing of an instrument when neither parent nor any relative as far back as the parents can remember had musical ability.
Okay, so that felt like a good place to stop before we go on to part two. The reason why these introductions to this book are so important because it really does lay out the groundwork for the history of where these researchers are coming from and how much work that they did to just bring us this material. It's interesting that they're using the dimensions. Now, they call Ra a six-dimensional being or extraterrestrial, but he actually is just like a being. He's basically energy. And this will be something that I explain more and more as we go on, and what it means to be six-dimensional opposed to what we are, which is three, and what it takes to graduate basically to be a six-dimensional being. Because in time, over millions of years after we become more educated or experienced in going through the processes of the different dimensions, we will eventually graduate to 6D, just like Ra. But he or she or that being is simply millions of years ahead, not necessarily an extraterrestrial, but is simply just a being of energy. So it's hard to explain what exactly Ra is in human language, but it does become more and more clear as we go through this. But let's continue with the background story of how these researchers found Ra and was able to basically interview him, and he was able, or she was able, to give us so many answers. So let's get into the next lesson.
Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you? Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now.
What Confucius meant about the quality of music when he says it's based upon the quality of its music, he wasn't talking about what kind of genre the music was in. He wasn't talking about whether it was rap or country, rock and roll, gospel, or jazz. What he was referring to when he meant the quality of its music was what frequency was that music being played in, and what mathematical intervals was the difference between the frequencies. You see, that was absolutely crucial. For thousands of years during the Chinese dynasties, the emperors would send out teams of people all over the kingdom to make sure that the people were playing music in the right frequencies, the proper frequencies with the proper intervals. They had strict guidelines about the music that was being played, because the emperor knew that if you had different factions of different kingdoms playing different types of music, different frequencies of music, that all those different realms would soon be at strife and against one another. So it was imperative that the entire kingdom played music in tune with one another, and they set specific and strict guidelines of what frequency was this music to be played at. So 2,500 years, or actually 4,500 years ago, the Chinese were using the vibration of music to control the people. Now, let's fast forward to today. Now, what do we know about today's music? What do we know about what tuning our music is in, and where did this tuning come from? The intention of this video is to improve your knowledge of musical vibration. I mean, what do we really know about music? The air vibration of its sounds are physical and measurable, yes. We know that a singer can shatter a glass with their trained voice. Troops marching across a bridge in unison have been known to collapse that bridge unless they break their rhythm before marching across it. Even subsonic vibrations which precede an earthquake can cause animals to become disoriented, thus driving them from the area. I mean, we are dealing with a very impressive force. Today, extensive research has shown that music can speed or slow your heart rate, relax or jar your nerves, affect your blood pressure, digestion, even your rate of respiration. And I'm sure I don't have to tell you that music can also affect your emotions and desires. It can have a very significant influence on your mental processes and, in turn, can influence an entire society, as the Chinese knew over 4,000 years ago. So, where did the frequency of today's music come from? Just about the entire modern world uses the standard concert pitch of A equals 440 hertz. Now, what this means is, on a piano, for example, the A above middle C is tuned to 440 hertz. Then all the rest of the notes are tuned around this frequency. But the problem with this is there's absolutely nothing harmonious, either biologically or cosmically, with the 440 hertz frequency. So why are we using it? In many cultures, this tone is used in connection with sacred rituals. In India, this tone is called saja, father of others, and the sitar and tambura are tuned accordingly. In Sufism, it is said the one who knows the secret of this tone knows the mystery of the universe. The shamanic festival use of a specific series of drums, trumpets, and harps in ancient Sumeria had them all tuned to 432 hertz. The original Stradivarius violin was designed to be tuned to 432 hertz as well. The archaic Egyptian instruments that have been unearthed so far are largely tuned to 432 hertz. 432 hertz touches the full 12-scale octave overtones of all music in creation, whereas 440 hertz only touches 8 octave overtones, leaving out an entire section of the complete musical resonance of the universe. The diameter of the moon is 2,160 miles, which is 432 times 5. The diameter of the sun is 864,000 miles, which is 432,000 times 2. The precession of the zodiac equinoxes takes 25,920 years, or simply 432 times 60. Half of a day, or 12 hours, is 720 minutes, or 432,000 seconds. The harmonic 6 of the 432 is 720 hertz. There are 432 Buddha statues at Mount Meru and 72 stupas. A healthy athletic adult at rest has an average heartbeat of 60 beats per minute, so 60 times 60 minutes in an hour times 24 hours in a day equals 86,400 beats per day, which is 43,200 times 2. Now, even one of the world's largest sporting goods manufacturers produces a special series of golf balls that Tiger Woods uses that features a 432 dimple configuration. How do they come to that? Well, several decades ago, a group of engineers inputted all the various parameters of golf ball design into a computer in order to determine the optimum amount of dimples on the surface, which can effectively reduce drag and give more loft and distance to the ball. It is obvious not only to Nike, but to other leading sporting good manufacturers as well, that the acoustical geometry of the 432 allows for optimal harmonic performance. So they obviously knew that the 432 was embedded in the very workings of the cosmos. For example, it takes 25,920 years for a complete precession of the equinoxes. That's one complete cycle of the zodiac. Today, we are leaving the age of Pisces and entering the age of Aquarius. So there are 12 ages in one 25,920-year cycle. And if you multiply the 432 by 60, you get 25,920. This is an important point because 60 is the base measurement of how we count time. 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, etc. It was also the base counting system for the ancient Sumerians. So the precession of the equinoxes and the 432 literally are revealing the timing of the pulse of life. These fractal cosmic relationships are ingrained into every experience all life forms have. It is the reason behind why the builders at Mount Meru put only 432 Buddha statues. Simply, our higher consciousness is being harmonically inspired to acoustically resonate with the overall frequency of the cosmos. Now, for example, let's take one of the most infamous numbers in the Bible, the 666, which is said to be the number of man. And let's look at a quote by the ancient philosopher Pythagoras, which states, "Man is 2 octaves below God." Now, if we go back to the 666, and what if we interpret that to mean 6 times 6 times 6? If we do that, we get 216, which is half of the 432, or 1 octave below the 432. So if man is the 216, then the 432 would represent enlightened consciousness by the 432 Buddha statues. Then 1 octave above would be 864, or the level of God. So the 432 is the vibrational level we're all moving towards. So according to the ancient Christian text, the Creator spoke through the authors of the Bible, and they simply wrote the words down. So if these are the actual words of God, then encoded in them could be some hidden patterns or even possibly some deeper insight into the underlying messages. When studying this topic, it turns out that a man named Vernon Jenkins found exactly that. In 1987, Mr. Jenkins, a well-respected lecturer at the University of Glamorgan, developed a system to reveal hidden patterns found within the original Hebrew text of Genesis. His process was to transpose the numerical value of the letters using the Arabic numeral system. He then used those numbers to determine a certain quantity of geometries, and his results were simply stunning. What you're seeing right now in this first graphic is a 216-unit outline triangle, and I actually replicated his work in a graphics program to see if he was correct, to verify his work. And in this graphic depiction, you see 216 squares or boxes that are all lined up perfectly to create a 216-unit outline triangle. So what Vernon Jenkins did was, he took the first words of Genesis 1 through 7 in this graphic, and you see in the beginning, Elohim created the heaven and the earth. Now in the beginning represents 913, Elohim 86. Now there's some contention about whether Elohim or God are the same thing. There's a difference in translation. But created is 203, and the asterisk you see represents 401, which doesn't have a direct translation in English. The heaven is 395, and 407, the earth 296, which equals 2701. So in the original 216 outline triangle, we can fill that perfectly with 2,701 units of the same outline. And in the next one, words 6 and 7 and the earth have a numerical equivalent of 703. And in this graphic, you see a 703 triangle inset in the original 216 outline triangle. But one of the things to note is that all of the resultant 3 yellow triangles that you see all have 666 units each, which I thought was pretty interesting. The next group, we have words 4 through 8, the heaven and the earth, which has a numerical value in Hebrew of 1801. In this graphic, we see an 1801 hexagon inset in the original 216 outline triangle. And one of the other things to note is that each side has 25 units, the perimeter is 144 units, and there are 49 rows, which all are perfect squares. The next one comes from Genesis 1:2, words 2 through 8, which states, "Was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep." The numerical value of this is 1875, or 625 times 3.
Which gives us 3 625 rhombus insets.
Next, words 2 through 8 of Genesis 1:2, "And the spirit of the Elohim moved on the face of the waters." This has a numerical equivalent of 1369, or 37 times 37. Which gives us a 1369 rhombus inset, still perfectly in the 216 outline triangle. So this is hinting towards a whole new level of interrelatedness of everything within our reality. That something as simple as words and something as seemingly opposite as geometry have something in common. They begin with sound. All sciences ultimately derive from vibration. Complex physics distills down into math, and from math, geometry. But you can also create geometry from vibration. This cymatics experiment is used by researchers to visualize related geometric patterns that specific frequencies create. It consists of a speaker playing a frequency underneath a thin metal sheet holding ordinary sand. As you can see, the sand is responding to the sound it is receiving and creating a geometric pattern that is particular to the individual frequency. You will notice that the sand is only creating defined geometric patterns in response to Pythagorean interval of the 432. This image is taken from John Stuart Reid's cymatic experiment conducted to show the geometry that the pure 432 Hz tone creates. The triangular-shaped hole in the middle is created by the 432 Hz sound, and it is in this exact shape of what is known as the Tryon ray, rediscovered by Michael R. Evans. It is the smallest platonic solid that represents a single pulse of light of spirit in 3D. This three-sided shape tessellates to create all the rest of the platonic solids. This shows that the 432 is in acoustical and structural harmony with the pulsing of light as it travels, similar to how your heart beats over time. For example, as this Tryon ray is coming towards you through the screen, the purple ripples that are created by the 432 Hz sound encapsulate this single pulse of light. Then by Pythagorean intervals of the 432, it is able to control the compression of the whole until a new pulse begins to expand. So, if all the sciences, physics, math, geometry, etc., can be distilled down and simplified to vibration, and music is vibration, then I think we should go back to understanding the principles of creation through music as the Pythagoreans once endeavored, remembering that this concept is probably one of the most reoccurring topics you'll ever find when examining the philosophies of our ancient past.
Pythagoras, the Greek mathematician and astronomer, is credited for originating the music of the spheres theory. It states that there are musical intervals, or mathematical ratios, found in the distance and size of the planets and in their movements around one another, which is said to mimic ballet movements. Pythagoras spent over 22 years studying with the great teachers of ancient Kemet, or what is known as Egypt today. Upon his return to Europe, he founded a school in Italy to teach mathematicians and philosophers about how the fundamental principle of creation is founded on the understanding of harmony in music. He had well over 2,500 students at his school, and even Galileo used the principles that Pythagoras taught as a base to develop his theory. The book of nature is written in mathematical symbols. Pythagoras' ancient theories are just as relevant today as they were 3,000 years ago. He is most famous for his discovery of the formula to find the length of the sides of any right-angled triangle, which is known as the Pythagorean theorem, which today plays a key role in our architecture and geometric sciences. Many other philosophers believed and taught for thousands of years that the key to this musical universe is in the science of numbers.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now.
The Zulu people say, ulwazi luvela olwandle. The knowledge comes from the sea. Our people believe that many centuries ago, a race of intelligent creatures of various kinds chaperoned the human race into this world in which we are in exile. And members of this race went into the sea to become what we today call dolphins, amahlengetho. Over the centuries, dolphins and whales sent knowledge via dreams to human beings. The whales told us all about God. The dolphins told us all about wisdom and art and other forms of positive creativity. We black people believe that these dolphins are not fishes. They are amahlengeto, the saviors. They are people. They have a kingdom under the sea. They have stories that they tell to their children. And they have hopes for the future. We say that they came with their great emperor Wowane from the star called Sirius by the white people many, many millennia ago.
Credo is what some people around the world call a shaman, and some deeply, deeply ignorant people call a witch doctor. And to give him his official title, he's a Sanusi in the Zulu nation. Sanusi is the carrier, the keeper of the ancient knowledge of so much, including the ancient knowledge of history of Africa, where all this came from, where the people came from, what the truth of history is, instead of the largely nonsensical version of history that we get through the universities and the schools from very, very well-educated professors who know. There are only two Sanusis left in South Africa. Credo is one. And that's terrifying, because it means the true version of the history of this continent is dying.
I had entered school as a child of 14 years. And when I became a Sangoma, I was a youth of 16 years. And what my aunt and my grandfather, as well as my maternal grandmother, taught me, shook me to the core of my soul. In some places in Southern Africa, if you wanted to learn the secrets of a certain secret society, you had to do dreadful things which I cannot repeat here. My teacher said, look, how far are you willing to go in order to become one of us? I said, I am willing to go in. He looked at me and he said, listen, educated man, we are tired of people like you. White men come amongst us to milk our minds and then to kill us. We want to be sure that we can trust you. They went into a graveyard, and from there they removed the hand of a corpse, dead 2 days, and they brought it and they challenged me to cook it and eat it. I did so. And these were the people who first told me about a race of highly intelligent beings, which they called the Chitauri, the talkers, a race of creatures which look like reptiles, who have ruled the world for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Through this dreadful act, I was able to gain knowledge which was denied to even the highest Sangomas, because they would not go through the ritual I went through. The people of Africa have been coexisting, really coexisting, with alien beings from the stars for tens of thousands of years. The wise men and the wise women of our people believed that ours was not the only world in which intelligent creatures are to be found. Ours was not the only world in which the song of life is heard. It is an insult to believe that God, the great planter of life, only planted life upon this, our shabby little world. No, there are other worlds besides ours. There are other worlds beside our Mother Earth, upon which life exists. The Africans even went on to describe 14 of these worlds. The first encounter between Africans and extraterrestrial beings occurred more than 7,000 years ago in a now forgotten part of Africa. Out of the skies, we are told, there descended a fearsome object, a huge spherical object with many things protruding out of it. This spherical object descended to earth with a sound like 1,000 thunderstorms. It is said that a door opened in this strange metallic sphere, and out of the sphere there came a long line of strange creatures, creatures that walked like human beings, creatures that had webbed feet and webbed hands, creatures that had the faces of fishes, but the bodies of human beings. The leading creature lifted up its stick and its right hand, and it addressed the people as follows. People of this world, we are the Numu people. We come from the land of the star of Kiri Dahu. We come from the star you know as the star of the red dog. Listen to our words, because we have been sent by a very high one in a high place to make certain truths known to you. The creature told our people that the race of humanity was once great amongst the stars, that human beings were once the leading race in the great cluster of stars, the galaxy. The creature said that because human beings were so vicious, so aggressive towards other intelligent creatures and towards living things in general, a great war broke out amongst the stars as several worlds joined forces against the human race, fought it and drove it away from the center of the great star flower to seek refuge in this forgotten world of ours. The Numu or the Normal told the people, that if we human beings could get rid of hatred, if we could get rid of war, if we could get rid of disease, if we could get rid of selfishness, the great gathering of the star worlds would once more receive us with open arms to take once more our rightful place in the great kingdom of the worlds. The Numu taught us that we must at all times respect the earth upon which we live. The Numu told us that our earth, the earth in which we live, was artificially created in order to breed and to sustain life, life which would then spread to other worlds amongst stars beyond number. The Numu said, "Oh, earth-dwelling brothers and sisters, you must understand who you really are. You must understand how great you are. You must understand how great you once were. And you must know that a living thing that does not spread out to the stars sooner or later dies out. And that if you do not follow us into the dark spaces above, you shall exterminate your earth and eventually shall exterminate yourselves. And the earth, which is a womb world, a breeder of life, will be once more empty of living things." Do we who come from the star of the red dog seal a pact between ourselves and you human beings? By this gesture, do we promise this, that if you get rid of war amongst yourselves, if you get rid of arrogance and quarrelsomeness, if you banish disease and bid farewell to hunger and poverty, then we, the normal, shall return, and we, the normal, shall take you by the hand and lead you, human beings, to the throne of the stars. The normal people were seen once and once only, and their ships never visited this earth again. We do not know why.
What is your experience and your knowledge of an extraterrestrial
involvement in the history of Africa. There was once a time when the blue sky was invisible, when the whole world was covered with mist, when you could not see the sun as it is now. You only saw it as a splash of white light moving slowly across the sky. At that time, there was an eternal drizzle every day of the year. At that time, people could not see the stars. People only saw the trees growing, trees which were very, very big. There was no desert at that time, only jungle everywhere where you went. And out of the sky, one day came terrible objects. They were like gigantic bowls made of huge gleaming gold. They were shaped like bows without strings, and they were bigger than the biggest mountains. They came out of the sky bringing great noise, black smoke, and fire with them. And out of those huge objects came them. When the Chitauri arrived in Africa, they told our people that they were gods and that they were going to give us human beings great gifts on one condition. We had to worship them and accept them as our creators. Some told our people that they were our elder brothers and that this earth had produced them generations ago. And they said they had come back to the green womb of their mother and that they were going to make us into gods. But the Chitauri were now the masters of human beings. They made them, the human beings, to go into holes in the ground and to mine metal, gold, copper, tin, all kinds of metal the Chitauri forced our people to mine. And so it went on and on until one day Mzavantwari activated a black hero called Mweru. And Mweru challenged the great chief of the serpent people to a fight. And he cut off the royal penis of the king of the snake people. And that caused a big war. Mweru ran away. But Umbaba, the terrible chief of the people, caught him and arrested him and brought him to his village. And there, the great chief Korontwari Umbaba said, look, you cut off my thing and I have replaced it with one made of gold and I can't make love to my wife anymore. You think too much, you wretched little human being. Now Umbaba had a terrible nail in one of his hands, a claw. And with this claw, he drove the claw into Tuamweru's nostril, making a terrible hole into his brain, and he started drinking Mweru's brain, and then he threw away the corpse. To this day, we believe that the people, the Chitauri people, they eat human brains. And strangely enough, scientists have found skulls where the human brain has been removed and eaten by someone or something. a man like me shouldn't bother himself about. I worry about people. It's sickening. I have ruined my life because of worrying about people. I feel that I want to to take every human being on this earth by the shoulders, shake them roughly and say, listen, Pastor, there is more to this earth than you think. Say, I have seen the cheetah. I have smelled them. I've had personal experience of these. And there are people who claim that these creatures are gods. There are people who claim that these creatures are experimenting on us. That is a lot of rubbish. These creatures are harvesting us. These creatures are not aliens, Mr. Ike. These creatures are sexually compatible with our women. And what does that tell you? It tells you that they came from here. They are part of us. And this makes them all the more dangerous. They know us very, very, very well. They know the great weaknesses of our minds, just as they know the great strengths of our minds. They operate in what I call the gray area of human existence, that side of our lives which we don't want to acknowledge the existence of. They create, African tradition says that the Chitauri, where they engaged God himself in a terrible war, and God defeated them, the real God, Nkulunkulu, the creator. God defeated them, and he closed their mouths so that they are unable to talk or to eat food anymore. But we are told, say, that the Chitauri fatten on the energy that we human beings give them. They make us to fight each other. And when the whole land is drowning in death and fear and terror, when hundreds and hundreds of people are angry and afraid, the cheetah will get fat because they eat what we call the dark power, which is brought about when human beings destroy the planet on which they live. We are told that the cheetah will eat energy which is generated when hundreds of human mind starts thinking at certain levels. That we human beings have got a blind spot in our brains. And this is what the Chitauri and other alien nasty boys are exploiting. And these alien creatures know our weakness. They know that very often we human beings tend to censor what we see. If you are an educated professor and you see a spook, your educated mind will refuse to accept what it is seen. You will reject it and throw it to the back burner of your brain, and it will stay there. Hundreds of us see very strange things every day, but we refuse to accept what we see. Say, there are certain vaccination things that are done to our children which rob them of the ability of seeing spiritual entities. Believe me, I can prove this. Our grandmothers used to give us great pain in order to save our spiritual eyes. They used to heat grains of maize, and then they would heat this grain of maize, and using a piece of wood as tweezers, place it firmly against the skin of the child. So when the school inspector came, he saw these blisters and assumed that the child had been vaccinated, but in fact it had not. And this was done to us many, many times. And I noticed that school children in mission schools who had been vaccinated for smallpox or for measles could not see spiritual entities at all. A ndondo, that is a flying saucer, a sputnik, would fly through the sky at great speed and be seen by many men and women. But the child who had been vaccinated would see nothing. And I noticed this hundreds of times. I began wondering, what's going on in this world? But I did not have to wonder long. One day, I was with a relative of mine, and he told me that we must climb higher up the mountain slope to search for the herb for which our teacher, whose apprentices we were, had told us to find on the slopes of these mountains. A strange blue mist fell all around me. It was like a blue haze, a bright blue haze that seemed to fill the whole land all around me. For a few amazed moments, I looked at the landscape through this strange, shimmering blue haze. I regained consciousness to find myself lying upon what looked like a metal working table. I was lying on top of this thing and I was naked. And the fact dully registered in my mind. It was as if I was under the influence of some kind of drug or spell, in that I observed all these things with a strange detachment. I was just lying there on the table, not moving a muscle. I was on my back. And then, through the haze, I saw things moving. They looked like dolls. They looked so incredible that I couldn't believe what I was seeing. My mind faintly registered the spectacle. These things were moving towards me. There were 5 of them. And before I knew what was happening, one of them, the tallest and the largest by far, was very, very close to me. This creature was something to be feared, I sensed. There was something cold and unbelievably unfriendly in the creature's expression. And the next moment, a terrible scream was torn out of my lips as a burning pain seared into my thigh. I turned my head, forcing it to turn, and I saw that one of the creatures had buried something that looked like a flexible cable in my left thigh, and the pain was horrible. And even now, I remember that and much more with a shudder. This creature pushed something into my nose, my right nostril, and there was a burst of pain that was so excruciating that I don't know whether I screamed or not. It was a maelstrom of agony. It was a storm of anguish. After that, my body just became numb. I could feel the creatures doing more painful things in parts of my body. They drained something from my organ of manhood, subjecting me to a deep feeling of horror, shame, and terror. To them, it was a duty of some kind, a duty which was attended by a desperation and an efficiency that was literally out of this world. Their faces were totally unreadable, and they said nothing. They only seemed to communicate with each other in a series of squeaks and rattling sound and hisses. Many times I wanted the creatures to tell me what they were torturing me for. What had I done? But they did not even say a word. They did not even make a single recognizable gesture of apology to me. They didn't. They just went about whatever they were doing. These creatures looked exactly like this. They are the type of alien creature that has been known and feared throughout Africa for generations. This creature is about 3 feet tall. It looks for all the world like a child who is on the last stages of dying of malnutrition. It looks exactly like this. And it has a strange smell, which once you smell it, you shall never forget it. This creature is known by the Zulu-speaking people of South Africa as a mantindane. The word mantindane comes from the verb ntinda, which means to abuse, to fiddle with, and to torture by interfering with the victim's genitals and other private parts. This is an exact description of the Mantindan. It does exactly that. For hundreds of years, even mighty nations such as the Zulus, even powerful warrior nations such as the Botswanas and Xhosas lived in mortal fear of these creatures. I was forced off the table by the Mantindan and taken to see a number of things which even now make no sense to me. More than 4 decades ago, I saw creatures in what appeared to be glass jars, little Mantindane swimming like ugly little frogs inside pinkish fluid. I saw other things that I cannot even pretend to understand or to describe. And then I saw in another place a number of people, yellow people, black people, and white people, undergoing the same brutal torture that I had undergone. But one of the people was a man. I came so close to him as to look down into his agonized face. He looked up at me and I looked up at him. The man was a white man. And some years later, round about 1963, I was walking the streets of Johannesburg when a white man suddenly grabbed me by the shoulder. I thought I was being arrested. The white man said, "Hey, stop you." I stopped. He said, "Do you speak English?" I said, "Yes, boss, I speak English." And then he said, "Where the fucking hell did I see you before? Where did I see you before? Where?" I said, "I don't know, boss." He said, "Listen, don't bullshit me, man. Where did I see you before?" I said, "I don't know." He said, "Were you in Rhodesia?" I said, "Many times, boss." And then he looked at me for a long time, his lips trembling. It was obvious that the man was on the very brink of total insanity. There was a wild look in his gray eyes that chilled me to the core of my soul. His lower lip was trembling and there was spittle on it. And then he pushed me away. And as he walked away, he said, "Stupid Kefir, we were in hell together." Those words shall ring in my mind for as long as I live. Stupid Kefir, we were in hell together. The white man recognized me just as I recognized him. We were in hell together. But let me tell you this, that there is no glory, there is no glamour, there is no sanctity in being captured and tortured by a Mantindane. People who say that these creatures speak to their victims telepathically are telling cheap lies. These creatures do not talk to you. Strange pictures are instilled into your mind. Pictures of the end of the world. Pictures of seas polluted almost to an inky blackness, where not a fish nor a bird is to be seen. Pictures of a landscape turned dry and dead, with the trees forever frozen, leafless and dead, on a landscape which is as hard as granite. Pictures of poisonous, dark yellow clouds swimming across the blue and poisoned skies. Pictures of mountains denuded of all life. Pictures of dust swelling where green things bloomed centuries before. I am not one of those who believes that these Mantindanes are experimenting with us. There is too much purposefulness, too much efficiency behind the whole thing. These creatures are harvesting us for some reason. And they are harvesting not only human beings, but also animals as well, because they often molest and mutilate animals in the African bush. All I do know is that somewhere out there are creatures of an extremely high intelligence, creatures that have haunted the lives of our remote ancestors for hundreds, if not thousands of years, creatures that still haunt our lives at this day and this hour. The Mantindane creatures do not come from any star or star system in space. I say that these creatures come from our future. They are taking revenge upon us for what we have done to our future a few thousand years from now. And I'm firmly convinced of this, and all things that have happened to me since that terrible day have served to confirm that these are our descendants, not aliens from some far galaxy, no. One of the reasons why I've joined forces with you is because I have serious reason to believe, and I will repeat these words until somebody shuts my mouth in death. I have serious reason to believe that on this planet, things are coming to a head, and our invisible jailers are going to fight tooth and nail to prevent this. Say, our people say that the blackest night often heralds the brightest dawn. The human being, captive as he is, slave as it is trying to fight back. Stop calling the conspiracy a theory. Theories do not kill people, Mr. David. Theories do not murder innocent children. Theories do not put multiple murderers of Kabila's stripe into power in countries. Theories are just ideas floating in the air. The conspiracy is real. It is there, and it kills. When man discovered God, he discovered a shapeless, featureless, endless entity with which he could not cope. And so, in order to handle the mystery of God, man reduced that mystery to a shape that he could recognize and therefore understand. Man reduced God to a human-like family, a family of God the Father, known by my people, the Zulus, as Unkulunkulu, which means the greatest of the great ones. And God, the Great Mother, known by the Zulus as Nomcubulwana, which means the plower of the many fields, the lady of many plowshares. And God the Son, known by the Zulus as Umvelingangi, which means the firstborn of the Almighty. This stone here is engraved with the 10 great laws of the Almighty. And this serpent symbolizes one of the most important pillars of the traditional black religion, that is a belief in reincarnation, that which lives now shall travel along the road of life, shall die only to resume the journey of life in another shape. This is the symbolism of the double spiral serpent. It's a symbolism of rebirth. Also, it is a symbolism of the secret road that, according to ancient tradition, was taken by people between this star system of ours, the solar system, and other solar systems, because we are told there was a secret spiral road which you could travel from this earth of ours to other planets. But when man became aggressive and sinful, the gods closed the path of the many returns, as it was called. We are shown another spiral, but this time this spiral represents not the secret pathway between the stars, but the hidden force which lies under the earth, which can be harnessed by a Sanusi for the healing of people. I think that God could be the source from which all living things come. It is the source of all order and logic in creation. When one looks at a tree, for example, one can see the art, the artistry and the logic behind each leaf, each branch, and each layer of bark upon the tree. A tree is a highly advanced sort of living machine. And that living machine could only have been created by something that was just as alive and just as wonderful. That is God, I think.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now.
Peace and love. Welcome back, brothers and sisters. Before we get into this very important video, I would like to give you a brief introduction. This video is part one of an introductory overview that will attempt to explain the history of government and the New World Order, starting from pre-dynastic times up into the first ruling dynasties. This video will reveal one of the greatest deceptions of all time by explaining how time was manipulated, why the timeline was split when we talk BC and AD, and the true origins of humanity. Evolution is a Darwinian philosophy rooted in racism. Now, we know the Earth is more than 2,000 years old, but we're taught to believe that it is really year 2018 right now, and that prior to 7,000 years ago, humans were bow and arrow carrying apes. We're actually taught to believe that civilization just popped up in the Egyptian desert 7,000 years ago because of some bogus king named Narmer. Truth is that Greece and Egypt have many secrets regarding their true origins, and the secret societies of the world created evolution to hide our true human origins behind ape stories. What is the difference between pre-dynastic time and dynastic time? In the next series of videos, we will be going into all of these things in detail. But for the first two videos of this series, we will be doing an extended introductory overview of the entire timeline. Now, the picture you're looking at behind me is from a book called Gardens of War, and it talk about Stone Age wars. And this particular book talk about the Stone Age wars of New Guinea. But there were worldwide wars that was going on in what many refer to as the Stone Age, and it is these wars that hold a secret to how we got thrusted into today's New World Order. What were these first wars about? In the beginning, was the earth like what we know it today? I would say no. There's been many changes, and these series of videos will show you how we get from perfection to imperfection. If you're a Christian, you're aware that the Bible is also a historical book, which gives us a historical account from a mythological perspective. With that being said, we know that there was history prior to Genesis. Many Christians say this was the time when there were wars in the heavens. I got news for you guys. When the Bible talks about wars in the heavens, it's talking about the first wars that took place on earth that got humanity removed from the perfect Garden of Eden that the Bible speaks of. This Garden of Eden concept is a mythological story which gives an account of Stone Age civilizations. These Stone Age civilizations were written out of history so that people today will never know the truth about how great we once were. And the reason these Stone Age civilizations were written out of history is because they represent a golden age time that predates history. And it's called her story. And that's what we'll be talking about today. So the book behind me is called Gardens of War, and we all are familiar with the Garden of Eden. The first societies that lived and thrived on this earth were gardening-based societies, just like the Garden of Eden described. And they were ruled over by women who held the secrets of the seeds and the plants. The very first wars that took place were a series of wars that many like myself call gender wars, because these wars were about the genetics of humanity, the genesis of humanity. So to understand more of what I'm talking about when I speak of these gardens of war, let's get right into the presentation. Now, one more thing before we get into this presentation. In order for you to get the most out of this presentation, I beg of you to pause and read the captions on the screen. If you don't read the screen along with listening to my voice, you won't get the most out of the presentation. Some of you who've been following me for a while, some of the slides that's going to pop up on the screen, you're already read them. But just a note to everybody watching this video, to get the most out of it, you have to pause and read the captions and look over the collages, because I'm teaching with the visuals as well as my voice. So please pay close attention to the screen. If you blink, you might miss something, and you're going to have to pause sometimes throughout the video to read the captions. But one thing to make it go smooth, when the screen change and a new collage or a new caption pop up, wait till I finish my next sentence and hit pause right there. And that way you don't pause in the middle of my sentence. And then when you finish reading the collage or the caption, you hit play, and it's like you're in the middle of my sentence. You forgot what I was saying, and you don't want to have to keep hitting rewind. So one thing I found out is when a new screen pop up or a new caption pop up, it'll stay up there for a couple of seconds or sometime even a couple of minutes. So you can wait until I finish my next sentence and hit pause right in between there. Go ahead and read over it and continue on with play. So with everything being said, guys, Let's find out how we left the golden age of gardening-based societies and ended up into this new world order of slaughterhouses and GMO and all of that good stuff. And this is part one of Her Story to His Story. Let's get it. The main objective of this video is to reveal how the true record of human origins was hidden behind the timeline of evolution. To understand how and why this greatest deception was achieved, first we must understand how the record of humanity's past events was manipulated by splitting the timeline. The main split in humanity's timeline was history and prehistory. So the difference between history and prehistory has a lot to do with the way they were recorded. A lot of what we call history only come into existence with the invention of papyrus and text. But what we call prehistory can be traced back as far as 4 million years of human civilization, which doesn't consist of scrolls or texts, but inscriptions and carved figurines. Now, history began 7,000 years ago, and history is synonymous with what modern professors today call the dawn of civilization. The deception of it all is the word civilization and the implication of it. What modern science wants us to believe is that prior to 7,000 years ago, or prior to the year 3100 BC, because the year 3100 BC is said to be the beginning of history, which is synonymous with the beginning of quote unquote civilization. So in a nutshell, everything before 3100 BC is known as prehistory, and that's the area of focus that we will be focused mainly on today. But first, we got to deal with a lot of deception that took place to hide prehistory from you. So the year 3100 BC would be the year that is synonymous with the beginning of history, which is also synonymous with the dawn of civilization. Modern scientists want to convince us today that prior to the year 3100 BC, which was around 7,000 years ago, humans weren't civilized. And when they use the word civilized, they're referring to a primitive type Flintstone setting of a human. We've all seen these cavemen type depictions of these dumbed down humans on a Flintstone type level. This is the type of human that they want to convince us existed prior to the year 3100 BC. Now, there was a transitioning area that we're going to go through in a minute, and we're going to show you how they say we transition from these two types of humans, as well as the true ancient account of our human origins. We will check them both out, and you can make up your own mind. Understand that history is basically the beginning of civilization and not the beginning of humans. And that's one of the biggest mistakes that most of the world make today, since most history is told to us from a perspective of in the beginning. The scientific account of history that's given to us by modern reverends of scientism is that billion years ago, of course, humanity evolved from a cosmic soup known as a Big Bang explosion. We'll talk about that later. But as that Big Bang timeline moved forward, we find that scientism parallels the world religions in the beginning. For example, the biblical in the beginning, which is 7,000 years ago, coincides with the beginning of civilization. So what are the powers that be hiding from us, and what is the timeline deception here? Well, we must understand that those in power we call world governments are at the foundation of world deception, and that the word government means to govern the mental. This is important when we talk about the difference between history and prehistory, because basically the word prehistory is synonymous with the word pre-dynastic. So when you want to research what life was like in prehistoric time, you have to research pre-dynastic. records. And these pre-dynastic records were hidden behind the dynasties or the dynastic records. So the rise of the first pharaohs meant the creation of new calendars and a new age and the beginning of the new world order. And we'll talk about later why that pyramid is on the back of our dollars. The word prehistory is synonymous with the word pre-dynasty. So this was a time before humans were governed, or what scientists call civilized, basically when we were wild humans, as they call it. You think of the difference between a wild lion and a civilized lion, it would be the difference between a wolf or a coyote versus a Shih Tzu or a Chihuahua. One has failed from its wild state and failed into a more domesticated state. So the same thing happened to humans 7,000 years ago. There was a great shift in consciousness, and we left what was called in the Bible the Garden of Eden. Now, I'm just giving you a quick overview. We're going to go into all of this in detail. This Garden of Eden was also called a golden age. Now, everything prehistoric, again, is pre-dynasty. This was pre-government. This was the time when humans weren't ruled over by any dynasties, pre-dynasty, okay? Everything after this time is the dynastic age, and we've been in a dynastic age for the past 7,000 years, where we've been ruled over by world governments that governs the mental of the masses, like herds of sheep. Prior to this, nature governed our actions, and we live solely off the land. But what I want to teach in this series of videos is how the transition took place, and also how pre-dynastic records were hidden by the dynasties, which is today's royal families. Basically, the book of Genesis is a book of genealogy or genetics of those royal families that assumed the throne and began a new world order. The new world order is also synonymous with 3100 BCE, the rise of Norma, the beginning of history, and the beginning of what they call civilization. When they so-called civilized the masses, is basically when they said, we tamed you. So we got to understand that everything prior to what they call civilization is pre-dynastic, and this is a cursed time. So this is synonymous with matriarchal societies that lived in autonomous villages that were governed by women gardeners. This is why Eve was cursed in the garden, and man was given dominion over the women and children and animals. And we will talk about how the transitioning of ages and the drastic changes of social structure is synonymous with the changes of human diets and the way we interact with nature. This is why the Garden of Eden is a big change, a big shift, because we left our natural vegan diets and gardening-based social structures to being meat eaters, because the world was transitioning from gardening-based societies to hunting societies. After we were cursed from the garden, and this is just a mythical account of what literally happened. What happened with the book of Genesis is that the pre-dynastic records were hidden behind this story. So the 4 million years of matriarchal societies that were vegan-based human cultures that thrived on this earth and lived under women gardeners, plant-based societies, that was hidden because they gave you the truth. They told you in the beginning there was a vegan-based type of human, which was Adam and Eve, but they lied about Adam being created first and woman coming from his rib. The ancestors taught that all things come from the womb of the woman, just like they do today. We're not pulling babies from men's ribs today, and you never saw it happen. So this is an unnatural thing that's contrary to what we naturally see, but we'll talk about that later. Now, this was all to hide the true lineage or genetics of humanity. By pulling the woman from Adam's rib, they had to create a womb on Adam to change the succession. So the book of Genesis starts the genetics of the royal families that rule over us. Prior to these royal families, we didn't have national flags. We had family crests. and you had inheritance to the land, just like animals do, based upon you being a natural human being born from the womb of your mother. You're part of a bloodline. So we traded that inheritance with the beginning that the Genesis story give us. And it gave us a new genetic story. And that day one that the Bible talks about is really day one of the Gregorian calendar. And that was 2018 years ago from today. We know that the earth is older than 2,000 years. Well, that's because if you start from day one and start going backwards, you will start counting up again, and you will be in BC era, which has nothing to do with Jesus Christ. And we're going to talk about that. This is before the coming era. You got to understand that not everyone's Christians. So the BC don't means before Christ for everyone. Okay. And AD means Anno Domini, meaning year of our Lord, which was Norma, which was the first ruler when the dynasty set up shop and took us from pre-dynastic time. And that was the beginning of dynastic time that we're under today. So the first ruler in dynastic time was Narmer, and there was two different rulers. We're going to talk about that. This is still an overview. We got to have this overview before we go in detail. We need to know the difference between pre-dynastic versus dynastic, or prehistory versus history. We need to understand how to navigate the timeline. History begins 3100 BC. The year 3100 BC, when we count up, we're going down on the year. So as we move up, we go to 2600 BC, 1786 BC, around the Middle Kingdom time, 1085 BC, around the New Kingdom. You go all the way down to 50 BC when the Greeks ruled, and you count down from 50 to day one, and that begins AD, which is where we at now. AD means Anno Domini, or the year of our Lord. So this AD is not AD for after death, meaning Christ. It means the year of our Lord. We're still in the year of Norma. His succession is carried on through the Pope. And there were two rulers, so you also have a Dalai Lama. So AD is Anno Domini, not after death. Narmer is still dominating over us, even though he was mythified as Christ and many more other saviors today. He's really the founder of this new world order. And remember that the word domini means dominate. So again, we are in dynastic time where we are now being dominated by royal families or kings. So we are still within the kingdom of Narmer. So we are being dominated by kings that rose to power after the gender wars, in which we'll get into later. So we're talking about a collaboration of wealthy families that have representatives for their networks. And that's how you get your Pope or your Dalai Lama. The first Pope and Dalai Lama were the first two kings of Upper and Lower Egypt. And this New World Order started 7,000 years ago with that unification in 3100 BC. So again, AD means Anno Domini, and we just explained what that means. It only means the death of Christ if you're referring to a Christian timeline, because the Bible has its historical account. So if you're referring to that account and you're a biblical believer, then Jesus would split your timeline. But if you're in another culture, it'll be another deity that split your timeline. But everyone is basically still being sold this Darwinian evolution timeline by their government, who's governing their mental. And this trick has been played on us for the past 7,000 years. The death has nothing to do with the death of Christ. It has something to do with the death of the matriarchy, the oldest pre-dynastic spirituality that we find was the worship of the womb that we all come from, or the uterus. And that was turned into Jesus on the cross with the two thieves. But prior to that, it was Adam and Eve with the tree of life in the middle. But that tree of life was cursed because the serpent that was wrapped around it was seen as evil in our time. when really that serpent goes back to the pre-dynastic Christian origins. When Christians weren't Christians, they were worshippers of the Minoan serpent goddess, and everyone had a version of this serpent goddess. We'll be talking about that. Christianity starts with Adam in Genesis. Prior to that, what we call Christians were called Minoans, and they worship the serpent goddess just like everyone else in the ancient world. And that serpent goddess is a personification of the female uterus. As I stated earlier, this is the oldest spirituality on earth. She predates Jesus because everyone had a great mother before these patriarchal deities. But you can see Jesus is a patriarchal representation of the female uterus. And for the first time on earth, when the patriarchs was in power, the female reproductive organ was now personified by a male. Again, this is why they had to create Adam a womb, and he had to produce children and women out of him. But if you look at this serpent goddess, you can see she indeed became Jesus Christ, or the cross, because the uterus is the crossroads by which we enter and exit the earth. It's what's called a great portal of life. And again, throughout this series, we'll be showing you how we transition from this matriarchal time to today's current patriarchal societies. So what happened to the 4 million years of matriarchal, Vegan-based societies? How was life during that time? What happened to the records of that time? Again, it was hidden by stories like what we read about in the Garden of Eden and the timeline of evolution. So where history begins, her story ends. And the reason I say her story is prior to the dynastic time, Mother Nature ruled. So again, what we call the beginning of time is not the beginning of natural time, because human origins can be traced back as far as 5 million years ago. So this beginning that we all grew up learning about is only a beginning that takes us back to 7,000 years ago with the rise of Norma. So the beginning of history today, most of us equate with the beginning of time, or the beginning of human origins, meaning the beginning of the earth. We don't realize that the biblical Genesis is not the beginning. It's the beginning of a new age. And the book of Revelation is not the end of the world, it's the end of an age. Because what we don't realize, when the Bible speak about the beginning of the world and ending of the word world translates to the word age. And this is very important. Want to keep this in mind as we move on. The last age ended 7,000 years ago, and the clocks was set back to day 1 from 3100 BC. So 3100 BC is the beginning of this age. So 7,000 years ago would have been the year Christ was born. Now, the book of Genesis is also 7,000 years old. So now we see why Adam is just the first Christ. So 7,000 years ago would have been the birth of Christ, but 7,000 years ago was really the first dynasty and the first year of the rule of Norma. So that would have been the year Christ was born. And we also see why the book of Genesis is 7,000 years old, and why Christ is a form of Adam, or Atum, and Norma, or Menes. Day 1, year 1 would have been when the Greeks took control of writing history. And when Manetho started writing about Norma, Manetho was writing long after Norma's death. So from 3100 BC, which was the beginning of the Old Kingdom or First Dynasty, to 1085 BC, which was the end of the New Kingdom. So we went from the Old Kingdom to the Middle Kingdom to the New Kingdom. That'll take us from 3100 BC to 1085 BC. Each of the kingdoms is split up by an intermediate period, which is kind of a transition in time, and we're going to talk about that later. But just to get a grasp of the timeline, from 3100 BC to the third intermediate period, which ended around 525 BC. After that, The Persians ruled to 332 BC. And then when the Greeks started taking control and rewriting history from 332 BC all the way down to year one, you can see why everything we know about the first so-called Kemetic pharaoh comes from the Greeks. So when Manetho was telling us about Narmer, he was telling us years after Narmer's dynasty. So everything we know about Narmer come from Greek historians. This account is what was being forged when they started so-called writing history, and they started everything from the beginning of the first dynasty, not the beginning of the earth. 3100 BC is said to be the beginning of writing. And as we travel the timeline and approach year one, where BC meets AD, we can see that at this time, the Greeks were in charge of writing history. So we can see during this time was the fashioning of all of the texts that control all of the world's main ideologies, what we know about our origins and all of that. But it predates to the first king or the first pope, not to the first humans, but the first families. You can see that as we approach year one, where BC meets AD, we're looking at Greek rule, Roman rule, Islamic rule, merged with Egyptian rule. And if you look at today's world, you can see the main influence of those entities being Islam, and Roman and Greek would be Christianity. So those are your two main world religions, Christianity and Islam. And you can see those main two on our timeline here as the main two entities that brought us into year one. So here we are in 2018, and these are the main two entities still ruling, still going to war, Christianity and Islam.
And if you count up from day one, year one, to 2018, you can see how we get to this current year and how the timeline was split. And also, we know that the earth is older than 2018 years old. It's just been 2018 years since the split. We're talking about a time span of 5,000 to 7,000 years roughly. And this is how long they said civilization has been standing. And we just went over this word civilization and the context they're using it in to imply of primitive people who weren't tamed by male government, so to speak. So that was a transitioning phase. And this is how the timeline was split from BC to AD, because the first dynasties and the new age or the new world began 3100 BC. They was counting time down during this time. So when they reached day one, year one, they started counting back up again. And by then, the Romans and the Greeks had unified with Egypt. And this is how everybody is under this Gregorian calendar today. So what was going on prior to 3100 BC that led up to 3100 BC and there being a dynastic age that we're in today? How did we leave this great golden era, which we're going to talk about? How did we leave this great golden era, which contains 4 million plus years of our human origins? And it was known by many as a time where we thrived in a sort of heavenly-like state, which is described in the Garden of Eden. How did we leave that and end up into this dynastic time and the beginning of a new calendar and new systems of government? How did we transition from it? To answer this question, we must understand that the first wars were gender wars based upon social differences. And we'll talk about these gender wars more in detail as we move on. Basically, her story is prehistory or pre-dynastic time, or before the time when male rulers ruled the world with governments and royal families or dynasties. It was the time when everyone was sovereign and lived freely with nature's inheritance. No one governed the land and the people. There were no man-made rules, only laws of nature. The creation of the timeline of evolution is a blasphemous joke that hides this 4 to 5 million years of human records of thriving gardening societies that existed on Earth. It hides that huge record behind a silly timeline of monkey-like creatures, ape-like creatures that came here from space. So this is your space monkey concept. You can see that 1 million years ago, it's the time of Homo erectus, or what they called a Flintstone type man. But you got to keep in mind he was half ape-like as well, because he came from Australopithecus. So they want us to believe that the species that originated today's humans was ape-like, and that everything prior to 3100 BC, what we call her story or prehistory, was the time of Flintstone-like, dummy-like humans, as you can see in this timeline in front of you. But what debunks this blasphemy is the fact that if we come from ape-like humans, we would still see ape-like humans walking around today. And this is why they have a huge need to sell you the Bigfoot and Sasquatch stories, to try to say, hey, here's the missing link. Here's the ape-like, human-like creature that we come from. But these things are only a myth. And if this was really true, that would be many, many Bigfoots around. It would be in the zoo. We wouldn't have to search all over. It wouldn't be a conspiracy. So the masses have been conspired upon by deceivers, and I'm just revealing that deception right now. If you look at this timeline of evolution, it's blasphemous, and it hides 4 million years of prehistory that they don't want you to know about, to show you the truth, who you really are and who you really come from, and what life was like when the earth was in its natural state, and the spirituality and mentality of the human was in its natural state. This was pre-dynastic time. Now, the beginning of the dynasties represent the beginning of the governments which govern the mental. So we left our true mental state. Now we're under a false mental state. The pre-dynastic humans didn't have the same social structure we have, and that's important to know as we get deep into this, to show you how we transition through the timelines and the great calendrical deception. So when you think about what I'm telling you here, that during the golden ages of humanity, it represents millions of years, as opposed to the 7,000 years of New World Order, dumbed down state that we've been in. That show you that this rule of governments and dynasties over the masses and the animals is very short. It's like a day compared to the millions of years of us living in our natural state. But I do want to show you how the transitioning took place. And in order to do that, I had to go through this overview. So thank y'all for being patient. Now, understand that everything prehistory or pre-dynasty that predates this anti-natural social structure that rules the world today is called uncivilized. And they want to convince you that everything prior to male rulers was stupid humans who, didn't have toilet paper because they were so dumb, and all of this old crazy crap. And I'm going to be proving in this series of videos that that's baloney, that we are the dumbed down humans, and that the far back we go, we see a more intelligent, more advanced human that was more in a natural state. So this is the planet of the ape theory, this whole timeline of evolution. And we're going to be cracking the cosmic code as we move forward. So again, they want us to believe everything during this golden age, when we were in our natural state, is considered uncivilized. But you have to keep in mind that the word civilized to them is really the word tamed. So all of the wars that was taking place during this transitioning phase of pre-dynasty to the rule of dynasties, because of course there were wars, people. It tell you that when you read about the unification of Kemet, which we're going to get into. This whole world structure that we're in today started as a result of war and bloodshed. Even your religious accounts tell you that, but they don't tell you what's before this, and that's the great deception. So in the beginning, whose beginning? Let's move forward. The wars that was taking place prior to this was gender wars, and I told you we'll get deep into those gender wars in a minute. But there were wars that took place for us to transition from pre-dynastic to dynastic. No one just willingly said, I want someone to rule over me. They ruling over you because they won the war, and now the patriarchs are in power. When the people rule over the earth, the matriarchs rule, and they didn't rule over anyone. It was the laws of nature and what's called heavenly matrimony and all of that. We're going to get deep into that. We went over the evolution timeline deception, how they hid all of this golden age history, or should I say her story, behind his story. And when we talk about his, we're talking about Normer, which was the first sun god. And that's the god that everyone's worshiping today. We're going to get into that. There's so much to tackle, so we got to stay on subject, but we're going to get into all of these things throughout the series in detail. Let's finish the evolution timeline deception and wrap up the difference between pre-dynasty versus dynastic time, what we're in today. This dynastic time is known as the New World Order, the beginning of male rulers, as I stated. Before we were civilized, we were uncivilized, or what's called untamed. In other words, we were wild humans. And that's something you want to keep in mind, because everything in its wild state is in its natural state, but humans aren't. So when we were untamed, we were free of government rule and we were in our natural state. So untamed is unchained, and something that is wild is free. And you can look at that on many levels, because a wild animal is free of the suffering of a animal that may be bred in a slaughterhouse or on a zoo or domesticated in the house in its unnatural state. Also, when you look at plants that are wild, they are free. They are not ruled over by man, and they get to grow wild and generate as they will. But on another level, when we talk about wild and free, things in the wild is free to those who exist in the wild. So when you go off the grid and you live off the earth, everything is free for you. You don't pay no more bills. You don't work for nobody. You just live by the work of your own labor, of that connection you have with the earth, and she provides for you. We're not in our natural state. So we are in a fallen state, so to speak, but it's not because what was taught to us in the book of Genesis. Is not because a woman bit an apple. How we left the Garden of Eden to today's man-ruled world where you got to work every day, this slave system, has a lot to do with the changing of humans' diet. So the Bible tell you we were vegans, and after that we became to be meat eaters. So all of these changes of ages and transitions of human consciousness are synonymous with changes of the way we eat and interact with nature. And we didn't get to this fallen state by women biting an apple or biting fruit. We got to this fallen state by men hunting the animals. Everything on earth was vegan until the first couple of male hunting cults broke the first natural laws, which is live and let live. We have a symbiotic relationship with the plants, and we're supposed to eat the plants. If we don't eat the plants don't reproduce. This is why the flowers attract the bees to them. The apple tree have a scent. The orange tree have a citrus smell. And that's a perfume fragrance of nature seducing you, saying, come get you one of these oranges off of here. An orange is not running away from you. An animal is, and it's crying. It's trying to get away. Nature is telling you the rules of how to live here. It wants you to eat the fruit and spit the seed out. How I know? Because if you ever ate an apple, the apple is delicious, but try biting into the seed. It's bitter. You automatically spit it out. Nature is smart. It's programmed to make you do what you need to do so that everything reproduces. We're supposed to be on plant-based diets, spitting out our seeds on the ground so that the fruit can reproduce. But since we left the Garden of Eden, or we left these plant-based societies, all of the plants today are GMO. They're created basically in factories. they're not even created natural anymore, because the natural process would be humans walking around grazing upon the trees like the cows and the herds of animals, and defecating and dropping the seeds on the ground. That's fertilizing. You know, when you swallow a seed and you poop, that's fertilizing and it's growing more seeds. So it's a symbiotic relationship and a duty that we have, a relationship we have with the plants. Everything was vegan prior to the first male hunting cults messing up the ecosystem, which is very fragile. The earth we live in is fragile. The first hunters that hunted the first wildlife set off a chain reaction. And now we live in a predator-prey world today. Once you start hunting one species, not even two or three, we can just use one. If you just start hunting up one species, that one species is responsible for a plant. Every species is bonded to a certain family of plants that it's able to digest to help that plant family reproduce. So certain animals eat certain plants we don't eat, and we eat certain plants they don't eat, and sometimes we eat the same. But this symbiotic relationship is necessary for reproduction. The humans have this marriage with the plants. When we started hunting the animals, that messed up the natural system. And the animals that we made go extinct, certain plants went extinct with them, because those animals were responsible for helping those particular plants reproduce. So for example, if all the bees go extinct, there will be a lot of different flowers associated with nectar and honey that will go extinct, because they need those bees to help them reproduce. So if you take away one thing, there's like a domino effect of everything falling. And we'll get deep into that domino effect later. I want to skip around with the overview, showing you that Eden represent this 4 million plus years of guarding or gathering societies that predate what they call civilization, or tamed humans that own slaughterhouses. So a lot of this series later is going to get into veganism. You notice that when people raise their consciousness, they start eating different. That's because the major shifts in consciousness on the earth coincided with changes in diets and the way we interacted with nature, as I said earlier. So today, what we call history is often mistaken as the beginning of time or the beginning of humanity. But really, it's the beginning of this Greco-Egyptian social structure that governs the entire world today in some form. So we know that the power pyramid is broken down from the royal families all the way down to your Masonic lodges, which breaks down to Scottish Rite and Prince Hall. And this is your double-headed dragon. Scottish Rite Prince Hall is Greco-Egyptian. There's a dual hand that keeps this system going. Masonry started with the rise of the first male hunting cults. This was your first form of male secret societies, and you're going to learn more why that is so as we move forward. Now, the main two societies that influenced this New World Order were Egypt and Greece. So often the beginning of history is argued to be in either of the two. But we know that the Greeks were influenced by the Egyptians and vice versa. This was a marriage that took place in 3100 BC with the unification of Egypt. So this unification was the Greeks or the Romans blending their culture with the Egyptians, creating what would become the Western world as we know it today, which is highly influenced by these two past cultures. So we're in a Greco-Egyptian time, which is called a dynastic era. And you can see the influence that these past two world superpowers still hold today on the world. Even when you look at an American dollar, you can see the influence of those two past superpowers. You can see the Greek style architecture, Roman style columns on your money, as well as the Egyptian style pyramids and architecture. You know, they have a Memphis here that they rebuilt in Tennessee that has a pyramid as well. And Memphis is one of the Masonic capitals. And we understand that at the nation's capital in DC is built just like the initiation pool of the pharaohs who began his New World Order. And this is also why a lot of the deities that influence the world have the same storylines, because there was a blending that took place. And basically, the two superpowers that unified during this time adopted the same customs and traditions and made blended deities. Before the unification of Egypt, the land was settled with autonomous villages. This was what's known as the Golden Age and represents this 4+ million years of human civilizations that predate the beginning of civilization. Now, think about what I said. They said a beginning of civilization was 3100 BC. But if I can show you people that were quote unquote civilized before that time, then it shows you that this beginning isn't a real beginning of our true human origins. The real beginning is before the unification of Egypt, or before the Greeks unified with the Egyptians and created the first major powerhouses that unified to put us in this new world order today. I just want to add that the biggest deception was they got us waiting for the new world order, but we've been in it for the past 7,000 years. A lot of things that we say coincide with the new world order is a new age and a one world religion. But if you think about that, that new age and that one world religion was created during this transition in time. And that one world God that was being worshipped under this one world religion was known as Menes or Normer. And he's Jesus, Zeus, Pan, and basically every deity that ruled in spirituality and mythology post goddess era. So everything that came after the pre-dynastic time or everything during the dynastic time represent the age of male deities. Prior to this, there were only female deities that ruled as the singular source, showing you that this singular source is also the womb that all life come from, which is attached to the woman. So they had to curse that woman in the biblical Genesis in order to change the succession from matrilineal to patriarchal. So what happened in Genesis was all of those millions of years of matriarchal spirituality and gardening-based societies was deleted, and your natural inheritance was taken, because your natural inheritance was given to you through your family bloodline. But in Genesis was the beginning of a new ruling bloodline. That's why it's called Genesis, dealing with genes or genetics. And the Bible is just a book of royal succession of the patriarchs taking over after the matriarchs. So Adam now begins the royal lineage of humanity. And now all things are birthed from the man. So they created a womb on his rib when they put him in the place of the great womb, aka the cosmic mother. All of the ancients said we all come from the great womb. So that was hijacked in Genesis. Adam is also Normer, or the first sun god, known as Atum. But when you flip his name backwards, it's matter or mother, matter, because all matter is made from the mother or the motor, the matter, the mother. So you can see the truth when you flip his name backwards, because the mother was desecrated behind these patriarchal bastards. Excuse my language. So in a nutshell, what the biblical Genesis story tells you is that the woman and the child was now cursed, and man was given dominion over the plants, animals, the women, and the children. That man who was given dominion was Adam. He's also known as Atum or Narmer, the first pharaoh who rose to power. It also shows you how we journeyed away from the tree of life, which is the worship of the uterus and the great womb. And we journeyed away from having family crests, which gave us a natural inheritance. And we journeyed into this dynastic time of now you no longer have a family crest that represents your natural inheritance. You have a national flag that represents your national slavery. The flags represent everything that the patriarchal gods represent, a system of death. The flag is rectangular, just like the coffin. So the symbol of the royal family crest shapes like the uterus, which is life.
Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you?
now that we got an understanding of the differences of prehistory and history, we understand that basically history is the beginning of civilization, or when Egypt unified and world governments and royal families started ruling over what's called peasants. Today would be civilians. You know, the people, the sleeping giant, the 95% that makes up the poor, not the 10% trillionaires that rule over it all. Those are the royal families. These are the ones who you can trace their succession through the Bible. So God's chosen people are ruling over the world, and this chosen people have always historically been the royal families, and they can trace their succession back through this mythological text, which is another form of history, meaning normer. So that's why when you read the Bible, it's very careful to keep an order of that genealogy. So often when you open a lot of books, the first chapter is full of who begat who, and such begat who, and such begat who, because this is a book that's keeping the succession of a royal lineage. But they recreated the origin of humans and got us being born through biblical bloodlines like Ham, Shem, and etc. When the patriarchs assumed the throne, they had to change the royal succession with all of the humans, animals, and women and children going behind the first king. So Adam gave birth to it all, and the succession come after Adam, who is at the top of that royal lineage, him and his families. And that's when we deal with mythology. Adam just really represents the first world rulers or the first ruling families in this patriarchal time. They say we were born through Noah, and prior to that through Adam and Eve, but there was a beginning prior to Adam and Eve, and that's what we're talking about now. Adam and Eve represents the beginning of patriarchal time and us leaving the garden. That garden is pre-dynastic time, or the golden age. The golden age is the Garden of Eden, when everything was heavenly and the world was in vegan-based societies and nothing hunted the animals. There were plants that existed then that you never heard of today. Today we live in a ghost-like world where there's a lot of things missing based upon this great fall, and we'll be going deep into that. The unification of Egypt is celebrated by a lot of initiated men, but rebel warriors like myself do not celebrate it, because we understand that that is the beginning of the first form of what we call today the United Nations. The first two powerhouses to unite were Greece and Egypt, and these are the main two cultures that influence the world today. Pope Gregory's calendar is the foundation of all of the timeline deception, as well as the space programs and everything that will be associated with the calendar, such as the movement of the stars and all of this. They had to make the timeline deception possible. So why was a new calendar necessary? Because pre-dynastic calendars were centered around crops, planting, gardening, and patriarchal modern day calendars such as the Gregorian calendar were mainly centered around the movement of herds and hunting and the succession of the rulers at that time. This is why time is off today. They got us away from syncing time by the stars. Everyone under Pope Gregory's spell has their time synced up with the succession of the popes and the royal families. All of the world religions and scientism's timeline of evolution. Everyone today under Pope Gregory's spell also have their timeline split by a sun god, which is a representative of Normer for that culture, because he was called by different names to different cultures, just like the Pope is today. This is why Jesus split their timeline, or some God split their timeline. That God is equivalent of this first male ruler who ruled under a unified Egypt, and he was known by many names, and he became the many male sun deities that rule the world today. So we know that the unification of Egypt was the beginning of the New World Order, and we've been in it for the past 7,000 years. But prior to the unification of Egypt, the land was settled with autonomous villages. That's important because autonomy is another word for sovereign. meaning villages that were ruled over by nature. The word auto is related to automatic. Autonomy is automatic, meaning that in our natural state, we would have automatically got hungry and ate fruit from the trees like the animals do. We would have done that naturally. We would have known when we smelt that apple tree that, hey, that's food. I can solve this growling stomach by eating that. It's programmed in us to do that naturally or automatically. So a word that can be synonymous with the word natural is automatic, because naturally when you're born, your heart starts the beating. When you're conceived, you have a heartbeat, and that heartbeat is done automatically. You don't have to do it manually. Your heartbeat is automatic and it happens naturally. So natural and automatic is synonymous in a lot of contexts. So before Egypt was unified, the land was settled with autonomous villages, people that automatically lived the way nature intended. They did things that we would do naturally, like plant seeds in the ground, grow more trees, and you would naturally be a vegan because you wouldn't naturally go up to a baby chicken and say, that looks like a meal. If you gave a child a baby chicken, it would play with it, not try to eat it. Meat eating isn't natural, and the body wasn't naturally meant to digest meat. And like I said, we'll get into how veganism and the change of the diets over the timeline play into us being kicked out of the garden of Eden, or our vegan days when humans were vegans naturally. You see, hunting required tools, and the first humans didn't have sophisticated tools to do the kind of hunting that we do today to feed their villages. Naturally, what was the most easiest and simplest thing to do was to be vegan and be gathering-based societies. And the word gather is in the word to gather. These autonomous villages were family-based villages ruled over by women who understood the seed, the plants. If you look at women today, they are the number one planters and gardeners. My grandmother had a garden. Many of your grandmothers had a garden. Women are the number one people with green thumbs on earth to this day. If you just look at a cookout, it's always the man on the grill and the women prepping the vegetables and spices and herbs. And if you think about meat eating versus veganism, when I was a meat eater, I couldn't eat meat if it wasn't seasoned. And that says a lot, because the fact that meat only tastes good to most of us if we season it with a plant show you that you might as well just be eating the plant and not the meat. The animal ate the plant. So why wouldn't you go directly to the source? So the world we live in today with the slaughterhouses and not allowing the animals to move freely creates more deserts on the earth, because the animals help spread the plant seeds throughout the earth. So when we trap these animals on plantations and create slaughterhouses, a lot of places go barren. The rulers of the world have gotten in between humanity and nature by taking ownership of the plants and packaging the fruit and making you pay for it, as opposed to during this time of autonomous villages, you went directly to the source or the tree. Nature already made a package for that orange. Why do you need a man to pick it off of that tree and put it in a bag with his name on it? It already come in the package. It got a covering on it. Why you need it to be repackaged and sold to you when nature gave you that tree freely? This ties in to what I was telling you about Adam gaining dominion over the earth and the animals and the plants after we was tossed into this new world order patriarchy. When man was given dominion over the earth, things were redefined and renamed to show the power of those who were in charge during the time. For example, Julius Caesar and Augustus Caesar renamed months after themselves. There's animals and different plants renamed after men that were great to these societies. So what I'm saying is that when you look at fruits and vegetables in the grocery store, they're always going to be packaged and labeled by man. You can't really patent an orange, but you can package and label an orange, just like you can brand a slave. and make that slave yours. But you by nature can't really own a human or own a plant or own a tree. It's all given to us freely. When things are packaged and labeled, that's what you're paying for, the package and the label. But the fruit is free. It's free when it comes in nature's package. But when man repackage it, you have to pay him for his labeling. And this is all part of the game and the New World Order slave system. And they want to get rid of seeds out of the fruit so that no one can reproduce plants. And they will have a monopoly on nature, so to speak. They want to do this with the human seed as well. They don't want humans to be reproduced through the woman's womb any longer. They don't want humans to be born. They want humans to be manufactured. They don't want humans to have a birthmark. They want you to have a barcode. The future that they're working toward, humans will no longer have mothers. They will have designers. See, this time, what I'm talking about when we were freely able to go into nature and be sustained was called a time of autonomous villages. And remember that the abbreviation for goal is AU. So things that are automatic, like during this time of autonomous villages, when we were in our automatic or natural state, it's called a golden age. And remember, goal is AU. So when we talk about autumn, which is harvest time, autonomous villages, automatic, that's dealing with nature, which is golden. This is the true currency. The people that's making the killing today is through natural resources, and natural is natural. There is no money without nature. Even when you print money, you need the tree. Everything that money is spent upon wouldn't be possible without nature. So who controls nature rules over the world. And that's where we at today. There was no need for no one to rule over the world because nature governs itself. It's a self-sustaining system. All we got to do is participate. But we've been absent from that system the past 7,000 years because of the rise of this patriarchal social structure or this New World Order system that we're under today. So New World Order is synonymous with dynastic age. And the opposite of the New World Order would be the old world laws of nature. So the New World Order was built upon those natural laws. And under this New World Order, everything in nature is dominated because the order comes from the kings, those two kings of Upper and Lower Egypt, which is really the two powers of Eastern and Western world, the Pope and the Dalai Lama. So New World Order is really New World chaos. We left the old world order of nature. This New World Order means everything dominated under the orders of the powers that be or the king. So before this NWO style system that we're under today, and before Norma, before the unification of Egypt, the land was settled with these autonomous villages, which were agricultural small settlements up and down the Nile River Valley. And we got to keep in mind that these type of settlements were not only exclusive to the Nile, but the humans during these times were living in autonomous village type settings or settlements, which mostly were based up and down valleys. So the Nile River Valley was one. The Indus River Valley was another one. And there were many more river valley settlements that date back to pre-dynastic time. The Amazon was another river valley which held a lot of these autonomous village settings during pre-dynastic time and still does today. Humans thrived along valleys in our natural state, and we depending on the annual or yearly flooding of those valleys for crop production. So this is where your flood stories came into play of Noah and etc. These flood stories talk about all life being recreated after a flood. And this happens annually or yearly in a lot of places, even to this day. It happens every springtime in a lot of places that's near valleys and fertile areas. But this was hidden in mythology. but this is our true human origins. We were villagers who settled along river systems, and these river systems were also traffic highways of how we moved about the land. The first highways were dominated by boat systems along these cultural river valley settlements. So this was before the unification of Egypt, or basically before the world powers start to unify and turn on the people. And we will go into exactly how those world powers were created and who those powers are and how they come from amongst those villages to rule over us all today. I will be going into that. So before we do that, remember the difference between history or dynastic time and prehistory or pre-dynastic, pre-government time. Humans were not dummies before the government. That's basically what we want to keep in mind. So the unification of Egypt represents the beginning of government. And this is why that pyramid is on $1. We're going to get deep into that. Before this unification, there were gender wars based upon matriarch and patriarch concepts, which we need to understand to see how we left gardening societies that was ruled over by women to hunting-based societies that we are today, where there's many slaughterhouses and people diets are meat-based, and we call the vegetables side dishes. But back in these days, there were no side dishes. The only dish was all fruits and vegetables. It was vegan based. And how we go to being mainly meat eaters today in these hunting / vampire based societies, how we go to that from pre-dynastic vegan based villages societies. In a nutshell, during the time when we were in these village vegan settlements during this golden age, there was still a system of laws that was handed down to the villages by the matriarchs, and the women had given us all laws. Basically, it was what we call today the law of karma, which is do unto others as you would have them do unto you, meaning you wouldn't want nobody to hunt you and fry you and eat you and put you on some bread. You wouldn't want to be in a slaughterhouse. They said if most of us had to hunt our own food, that most of the world would be vegans if you had to hunt and kill your own food. Because I don't think you can pick up a little furry baby, little yellow fluffy chicken and just break its neck and start peeling it and skinning it to make you some McDonald's nuggets. I don't think you can do it. Do you have the heart? So the law of nature is written in our heart. It's called compassion and consciousness. We left that law with the creation of the biblical laws and religious laws, which now you look in a book to tell you what's right from wrong, when really the books got us behaving evil, because all of the gods who control the books got us going to war and killing each other. They condone slavery, raping of women, and the hunting and killing of animals. They condone rich and poor. Some people blessed, some people not. But during this golden age, we had a different type spirituality that predates all of these unnatural concepts. Everyone was equal and everyone sowed seeds on the land. And every time you sowed seeds, you was creating good karma because you give and take. When you eat an apple, you plant a seed and grow 1,000 more apples. So this was a golden age, or a time of abundance, because all of the land we walking on was used to reproduce the fruit. And it was the Garden of Eden. There were plants and fruits as far as your eyes can see for miles and miles and miles and miles. Plants and fruits that we don't even know about today. And the earth was a fruitful golden place, abundant. So all of this land around us was used efficiently, and the earth was fruitful. And it was not only nature's vegetation that spread, but the seed of humanity spread with it. Because like I said, we have a symbiotic relationship with the plants. As I said, as far as your eyes can see, there was abundance in vegetation. Today, when you look at our world, as far as your eyes can see, you see concrete jungles and highway systems and roads designed for slaves who keep the system going. But before all of these roads, which are more like hamster wheels, there was abundance. And before we lived in industrial cities, we lived in heavenly gardens. But when we started hunting the animals, the creation of deserts began. There was a snowball effect in the food chain pyramid because man is at the top of that pyramid. So we would cause that trickle down effect or that snowball effect. And this is how this new world was created. This predator prey world was created. This is not the creation of the Most High. This is the creation of those evil ones in power. One of the main laws of the village back during this matriarchal time when women gardeners ruled was to live and let live, or do unto others as you would have them do unto you. When we broke that law and the first male hunters established cults because you had to hunt in secrecy, of course, it was not allowed during this time. So there's the beginning of your first male secret societies right there, because you had to hunt in secrecy. So when they went out to the woods, they hunted and they got a taste for blood or a taste for meat. And meat was like a drug. They would smuggle meat back to the village, and certain people would start sneaking eating meat, and it was against the law. But this was when we slowly start to fall. Before this, no one was sneaking doing nothing. We was all following the rules. I'm just showing you how we left vegan-based human societies to get to these modern meat-eating societies today. It happened with the first males breaking the first laws against the village, and it wasn't exclusive to just males. After the laws was breaking, people start craving meat. So the first male hunters were like the first rock stars to the villages. When we talked about those gender wars, how did we go from pre-dynastic to dynasty? It's how did we go from all being vegans to being addicted to meat? Because when we were all vegans, no one ruled over us, and there was no laws against you planting a seed and owning many plants as you want. So it was a golden age. No one starved, and everyone ate because we was all vegans, and plants and fruits was abundant. But with all that abundance, there was a couple of males in the villages who broke the laws that was laid down by the matriarchs. And one of the main laws being live and let live, or do unto others as you would have them do unto you. We broke that law when we started hunting males, and that messed up the natural ecosystem of nature. And ever since then, there was a slow fall from our natural vegan state. And these changes of the human diet coincide with changes of ages and conscious shifts, because how we interact with the land and nature is based upon the state of consciousness we in. You can see we in a very low state of consciousness today, where there's thousands and thousands of slaughterhouses and polluted water, and basically everything that's natural that we naturally need to sustain us is polluted, and everything that's unnatural is what's well kept and going, such as your slaughterhouses and your chemical-based products. Everything that's unnatural is what rules today, and all natural things are becoming more and more GMO and modified. So in order for this unnatural social structure to maintain itself, it has to constantly keep a demand for unnatural things. And that's where we are today. But slowly but surely, the truth is coming back, and you see a lot of people going more toward the natural and the vegan-based thing, because it's the end of this conscious shift. So her story to his story, I'm showing you how we left Eden. Eden is nothing but a time when humans were vegans. Now, the Bible told you we left Eden because women bit an apple. I'm telling you, we were kicked out of Eden because men started biting the animals. They told you in the Bible that there was a tree in the middle of the garden that had a forbidden fruit on it. I'm telling you that when you do your research, you see that that forbidden fruit were the animals of the earth. Us humans were the first hunters ever. We was the first predators, and we destroyed our own paradise. So this is truly paradise lost based upon a ripple effect of our actions that took place. And this is really to the males, because Your first hunters were males. It took brute force. It took male strength to hunt. And again, most of your women's was still in the garden during this time, dealing with the seeds and the herbs. So if you think of that movie, The Hunger Games, that's what they telling you about, because in the movie you had the poor people who was in these slums participating in games that was owned by the rich who was wealthy and running everything. And the games were based on hunger. So this Garden of Eden, you can look at the word Eden as literally eating. It was all based upon how we was eating, which was you are what you eat. What we eat and how we think is a symbiotic thing. So you notice that the changing of ages is linked to the changing of human diets. The role of the male during this time was a builder. This is where we get the term mason, which is a builder or a son of the month who builds her house. During this autonomous village time, during this golden age, men, we built the villages, and it was a series of teepee-like huts that were in a huge circle going outward from the central hut, which would be where the matriarch would be. So in the middle of these villages, the great grandma and granddaddies would be at the hut in the center, or the huts in the center, and all the families and generations would extend outward from the center. So you can actually trace the family lineage by walking from the middle hut outward, and the far outward you going down the generations. So it's a big ripple effect, and that's what the black stone worship at Mecca is showing you, and what a simple ripple effect in nature is showing you. And I recommend that you go look at my 2 videos on the ripple effect, Rupes Nigra, and tie it in with this one, because those videos show the origins of the cosmos according to the ancients. So the son of the month is the light that emanates from the mother, because the mother represents the darkness. But what happens in darkness come to light. So when a woman pregnant, you know, when that belly starts to bulge outward, just like light rays bulge outward from someone who's shining, that would be that mother. She shines through her child or her son. So the mason builds the house of the mother, who is the architect. The word arc is dealing with the pregnant belly. She's the grand architect, or the what the Masons call the queen of heaven is what we call the divine feminine. And men, we are the Masons, or the archangels, who are the builders. She lays the plan, which is the law. That's Ma'at. And we enforce the law, or build the house. And this is micro and macro, because even when the woman is pregnant, the son or the child builds the house and pitches that tent in her belly. And when that son is born, he go and fetch that wood and builds the house. And this is how it has always been. Women has made up the majority of the teachers of the society, and men have generally known to be the builders of a society. Now, don't get me wrong. We know both sexes are both students and teachers. So this is also a symbiotic relationship. The women manufacture the humans, and the humans manufacture the village. That itself is a ripple effect. And you can see this very same concept in a beehive, with the queen bee manufacturing the bees, and the bees building and maintaining the hive. And wherever the queen decides to move, wherever she lands, each bee abandon the hive and build a new hive around her. So this is a ripple effect. Understand the role of the women is very significant, since they manufacture what we call the human being. The women's job was to teach about the seeds, the herbs, the spices, the plants, show what stuff that was good to pair together. They were botanists, show you how to crossbreed, how to plant different plants, which plants are used for herbs, which plants are used for this, which ones are for that. If you look at women throughout history, that's always been their role. And we actually give women fruit for their role in teaching about the secrets of nature through the seeds. the number one sets that make up teachers in today's world are women, and we give them apples. And this is symbolic to represent this golden age when we were all vegans. Now, that forbidden fruit in the Bible is often depicted as an apple. Many argue what it was, but what I'm telling you is the forbidden fruit wasn't the apples and the oranges. It was those beautiful animals in the garden that us men started hunting, and we broke one of the most important laws of nature when we did that. And also by doing that, created the first male secret societies that would rule the world based on your hunger for meat. And I will show you how that's possible. You see, when we depended on plants, we depended on the knowledge of the gardeners, and everyone was gatherers. And again, the word gather is in the word to gather. When we gathered as a family, and this what helped the family structure stay tight as well. But when the males started breaking the rules, we left gathering societies into hunter-gathering societies. So there was a slow transition. But before we went to hunter-gathering societies, how we fell from the gathering societies, which were the very first ones, the gathering societies are the gardening societies, or what's called a golden age. The beginning of the hunter-gathering societies is the beginning of the new age and the end of that old golden age. We went from hunting, gathering, all the way up into today where it's mostly just hunting. No one gathers anything anymore but a bunch of frozen meat. And the few vegetables you do have is little side dishes. So we're no longer gathering or gardening societies today. We're mainly parasitical or vampire or hunting predatorial societies today. And I'm just showing you how we fell from that garden, vegan, golden state to this fallen state of just a barbaric nature. And like I said, capitalism, slaughterhouses, and just being predators. So when you look at the evolutionary timeline, you see that these millions of years of gardening-based societies that thrive were hidden behind this Flintstone type human who's a dummy walking around with a big old chicken bone drumstick in his hand. Now that's really blasphemous, because here it is, I'm telling you, we are that dumbed down, ignorant society and generation who's walking around dumbed down, full of meat, or carrying a big chicken drumstick. That Flintstone type of human is us, not the pre-dynastic ancestors. So do I believe in evolution? To a certain degree. The only thing I think exists is de-evolution. I don't think that the creator that created this beautiful creation needed things to evolve into so-called perfection. They're telling you that things evolve from this big bang cosmic soup to primitive, dumb cave monkey-like space monkey humans to people walking around with cell phones polluting the ocean. That's some major leap in evolution, huh? It just seemed like a big zoo or experiment, but that's not the true nature of the Most High. When you study nature, you see it's beautiful and perfect, and the only thing flawed about it is the behavior of the masses upon this earth and the societies we're creating that goes against the system of nature. So I believe everything was created perfect in the beginning, and there was no need for anything to evolve to be greater, because there can be nothing greater than perfection. What the Most High created in the beginning was perfection. What we see today is chaos, and they're trying to maintain order out of that chaos. That's what the New World Order is about. You've been convinced that the world you live in today is smarter and more advanced than the world we find as we rewind time. Well, guess what? That's blasphemy, because if you rewind time all the way back to the beginning, they saying the farther back you rewind it, the dumber the creation get. So you do the math. If you keep rewinding it back, they're telling you that the creator is a dummy, and that when the creator created everything, it was a primitive creation that was dumb as hell. and it had to evolve through man's creation into a beautiful, perfect world with chemtrails, fluoridated water, and cell phones. And this is supposed to be an even swap. It's baloney. The creator created perfection, and that was a natural system that I've been explaining here. That system existed during the Golden Age, also known as the Goddess Age. Her story, and her story was hidden behind his story. So during this time when we were under matriarchal systems and living in gardening societies where women were the lawmakers, everything was divided up evenly. There was really no need to measure or divide up anything, because you got to keep in mind during these early times, there was so much abundance. This was a paradise. There wasn't all of these deserts. There was trees so huge. There was fruits and plants and stuff, like I said, about 1 million species we never heard of, and no one went hungry. If there was that many plants and the earth was like that now, there would be no need for a government. There would be no homelessness. The trees and the land supported us abundantly. You think that the Most High that created his creation didn't create enough to sustain it? That's blasphemy. The deceivers got us fooled with that type of logic. They want you to think that the Most High didn't create enough in this creation to sustain us, that the little bit that is here, they can reduplicate it to make it be enough for everybody. And we got to pay them in the grocery store, when all you really got to do is pay the earth by putting the seed in the ground, not by putting the coin in the register. So how did we transition, and what is the nature of these gender wars? We know that the males started to break this golden rule, which is do unto others as you have them do unto yourself. And we started hunting the animals, which were the forbidden fruit. They flipped it on you. The woman didn't get us kicked out of the garden by biting an apple and some fruit. It was the men who got us kicked out by breaking the rules of the women. And they broke that rule, and they started hunting them animals. And the first male hunters were the first male cults, because you had to hunt in secret. It was against the rules of the village. So the first male secret societies are synonymous with the rise of the first, what they call civilizations in Egypt and Greece. But people were civilized prior to these times, as I'm explaining now. In fact, these times they give us 3100 BC for the start of civilization is really the start of the opposite of civilization. We're not civilized today. We're barbaric. We're predators. The world we live in today is chaotic, and the way we interact with nature and sustain ourselves goes against nature. This is not civilization. We're still in the fall of civilization, and it's taken it 7,000 years to plummet. And right now we can see that the golden age is coming back around with the rebirth of veganism and consciousness, flat earth, and things of this nature. It's been 7,000 years since we knew this knowledge of ourselves. There's been many people throughout these years trying to let us know. These first male hunters who broke the laws of the village did so in secret, and they brought meat back to these villages, smuggled it back, and people began to get a taste for meat and a craving for meat over time. And to make a long story short, over the years, meat eating became so prevalent that wars began based upon the original laws of the village, which was do unto the animals as we would have them do unto us. The ancestors knew we could destroy the natural ecosystem of this place if we didn't participate in our relationship with the plants, and that if we began to dominate things and rule over things and slaughter things, we knew that according to the laws of karma, we would just be slaughtering ourselves, because everything created in nature has a role. So prior to the dynastic age, nothing dominated another thing, but we had a symbiotic relationship with nature. Now we have a symbiotic relationship with currency, when the true currency is the seed. So back in our natural state, when we were in gardening societies, the seed was the currency. Today, when you go to these churches, you can see that when they pay tithes, they call it sowing seeds. So the money took the place of the seed, which is the real currency. The money even took the place of the human seed, because women don't want to have no more babies because they want to go to work to make more money. So the number one cause of death in this hunting society is also abortion, because when you start predating on something, or when you become a predator, you will eventually start predating upon yourself when there's nothing else to predate upon. When we created dominating societies where it's full of competition and male domination, domination creates a false pyramid power structure with those evil ones at the top of it. And there's a snowball effect, and ultimately it's nature that's destroyed. And since all things are connected to nature, we are destroying ourselves in this world of domination. So if you think of the power pyramid in our societies that are based upon domination as dominoes, you can see how this chain reaction works. When one domino fall, eventually they all fall. So eventually we all face the same fate of the animals that we prey upon. So hunting societies are dominating societies where there's predator, prey, red poor, whereas gardening societies were gathering societies and everyone thrived together. There was no gender wars, male versus woman or rich versus poor. We all worked the land together as a herd. So these first male hunters messed up the natural flow of the ecosystems. And when they first started hunting those first animals, they set off a chain reaction of predator versus prey. Certain plants that those animals were responsible to help reproduce became extinct when the male hunters hunted them out. And when those plants became extinct, another animal that depended on those plants for a food source now had to follow suit and become a predator. And over time, there was a sort of a race, because a lot of plant species was dying out, which meant a lot of more animal species was going extinct and vice versa. So the remaining species that we see on the earth today are basically adapted species, not evolved species, but we have adapted to this new world that we've been thrusted into. And that new world was created in 3100 BC when it was finally established. But we're going to talk about this transitioning area some more as well. What we want to keep in mind is that what happened was adaptation, and that's different from evolution. So this race that I speak of was basically among all the species of the earth to adapt to this new world or go extinct. We went from vegan-based world to now vegan and meat-based, or what's called hunting and gathering societies. But we know no one gathers anymore. All the hunting is done through slaughterhouses. We actually created hell on earth. That race I speak of, it was a race among those creatures and how fast they could each adapt to this new world. The world was changing fast, and so was the way we interacted with nature. And the species that couldn't adapt quick enough are the ones they said went extinct. It had nothing to do with dinosaurs and meteors crashing the earth and all of this stuff. It was the changes that we did to the earth, being humans at the top of the pyramid. So that race I speak of was among the remaining species that we have on earth, adopting meat eating into their societies and or either adapting to a new diet with new plants. So these new adaptations in our diets coincide with the turn of the new age and the shift in consciousness, because you are what you eat. So when we talk about people during the golden age living to be hundreds and hundreds of years old, I think that it's true, because they were on a different vegan-based diet. They had a different lifestyle and social structure than the one we've adapted to today. So maybe that's why we only live to be 100, and we don't even live to be that no more, because we've been on a big downward slide, and the lifespan is getting shorter and shorter because we're trying to adapt to a genetically modified world as we journey further and further away from Eden or our natural state. Now, we know that if we were all vegans, we wouldn't go extinct. But science want to push the lie that without meat, we couldn't sustain ourselves. Actually, if we keep eating meat, we won't be able to sustain ourselves, because by eating meat, it makes more deserts on the earth. The animals are responsible for spreading the vegetation seeds so as the humans. Plants reproduce themselves at a faster rate than animals and humans. And again, nature shows us what we're supposed to eat. The body isn't designed to digest meat. Animals run away from you crying and screaming. And the child that's enjoying that egg couldn't kill the chicken if they had to kill it. They would just be a vegan. So naturally, we would have compassion and just have a relationship with the plants. And by doing so, we would be in this Garden of Eden type state of just endless gardens, abundant food. Because the reason a lot of people starve today isn't because there's not enough food. It's because they're just meat eaters. They're drug addicts. Meat is a drug. When you eat it, there's a chemical reaction that your body craves over and over. People starve not because there's not enough in nature. If you have some seed and some soil, nature can provide for you. But people starve because the men that own the slaughterhouses want a monopoly on the seeds as well. For years, people have escaped poverty by simply being vegan-based societies. And in vegan-based societies, there are typically no governments and no rulers, because everyone is just gardeners living off independently off the land in these autonomous village type settings that we all originated from. There was only a need for government with the first male hunters because not everyone can hunt, but everyone want meat. But not everyone gonna go chase down big buffaloes and cows and slaughter them up by the millions. Who want to do that dirty work? So if you want meat, you're dependent on someone to provide that meat for you. Whereas if you're just a vegan, you're only dependent on yourself to put a seed in the ground. And how hard is that? You do that without even trying to. And there's so much plant life on earth to sustain us, but the animals can't reproduce themselves quick enough to sustain the meat addiction of today's vampire-based society. And the chain reaction to that is that the plants are going extinct because they're dependent on a lot of the animals that have become meat today on your burgers and things of that nature. They also dependent on us to eat them and reproduce the seeds, but we're too busy eating meat. And the plants we do eat don't have seeds because they're GMO. That's because we're so far from our natural state, our Garden of Eden state. In these early settlements, the first male hunters that got us kicked out of this natural vegan garden state broke the laws and formed the first male cults. Meat became an addiction. It's still an addiction today. It's a drug. And that's what happened in those villages that took us from gathering societies to hunter gathering societies, because now these first male hunters had created addicts. And once you bite into the meat, you become a vampire, like they teach you in the movies. Meat was smuggled back into the villages over the years, and over the years, it just became a normal thing of some people eat meat and some people still upheld to the original vegan laws of nature. And that was a war that broke out based upon the meat-eating societies and the original vegan-based societies. And that was called the gender wars, because the vegan-based societies were fighting for Mother Nature and the old spiritual worship of the womb. And remember that the earth is a womb which provides for us. So this is a micro, macro spirituality of people who lived according to womb-based spirituality, and they provided themselves sustenance from the earth naturally based upon these ideologies of going to the great womb or the earth to eat only the plants that is provided from the womb of the earth. And when they take the seed from the womb of an animal for sustenance, everything was vegan just like the Garden of Eden said. But the first hunters got us kicked out of the garden by doing the first hunting, and by man being at the top of the pyramid, as above, so below. When we started hunting and becoming predators, a lot of the animals had to copy off us and become meat eaters, incorporate meat in their diet in order to sustain themselves based upon this new concept of hunting, which made a lot of lands barren because a lot of those animal species, like I said, were responsible for creating a lot of the plant species. And so over time, with meat eating introduced in these villages, we were slowly leaving the Garden of Eden. And this is a social exodus, and we're entering a new age of hunting societies with the beginning of Narmer and the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt. So we didn't have sophisticated tools when we were in our garden phase. We just had small, simple tools to work the land, and everyone was gatherers. But with the rise of hunting, also became the rise of more sophisticated tools like the bow and arrow, the plow started to be made to do massive forms of agriculture, because now you had a lot of barren areas. When you started hunting, a lot of places became deserts. So now we had to create bigger tools to do the gardening and the agriculture on massive levels, which also took a strain on the soil and the land, because now we're not doing it naturally. We're not doing it the natural way nature intended for the human to eat the plant and interact with the fruit, and the seed to go through the human body and be distributed out. During that time when we was doing that, that was the golden age, or the Garden of Eden. Plants were abundant. We were all vegans. We didn't worry about what we was going to eat. Every step you took was a different kind of fruit you can decide, and nuts and things of that nature. This was the kind of diet we had, grains and fruits. Then with the first male hunters, we left this abundant vegan-based society to everyone today. You fast forward time, is craving meat, and it costs money to manufacture meat. It's very expensive to run a slaughterhouse and manufacture meat, whereas it's literally free to produce fruits and plants. So when we talk about sophisticated tools versus simple tools, a simpleton would be what's called a square or a righteous person. They're really not into the sophisticated, complex social structure today. They more of a naturalist, would be more of some of these what they call primitive tribes that's living in nature today off the land. That's what a simpleton would be. So when we talk the simple life, we're talking the heavenly life. Everything is simple. And when we talk sophisticated tools versus simple tools were made for a simple way of living. Sophisticated tools are those of the sophist. So the root word of sophisticated or sophistication is sophist. And you see the word Sophie or sophist in the word philosophy. So the sophists were types of philosophers that based their philosophies on fallacies. These were patriarchal men in power who were helping rewrite mythology and reverse the roles, taking us further away from the knowledge of Eden. These were true patriarchal sophists. Life was simple during the old world matriarchy, therefore we use simple tools. But not only that, everything was very simple to explain through the matriarchy. So you didn't have to go through years at a university to understand the cosmology. Children and grown-ups could all tell the story of the cosmos. And it wasn't exclusive to initiations and degrees of rich men and theological schools and all of this. This is the world of the sophist, because the sophist is complex and so unnatural and away from nature. Think about it. Nature is very simple. The reason the sophist was needed to rewrite mythology is because all of the spiritual literature that was associated with the old world matriarchy had to be done away with for them to perpetuate this new world order system. They had to write new mythology to make it okay to go against nature and to hunt and create this kind of hellhole we live in today. So to do that, they had to cancel the woman out who represent that old world matriarchy. And we'll be going into the transitioning of the mythology and the texts and the cosmology and all of that took place along with the transitioning of the age and the transitioning from her story to his story. The sophist mythology is very complex, full of miracles and weird events and things that we don't see naturally happening. This is a sophisticated origination, such as the Big Bang and the heliocentric universe, very complex and sophisticated. Even the scientists themselves will tell you they can't even really explain it. So this is the world of the sophists. When we get away from nature, nothing makes sense because the world they're explaining to you through their scientism is explained with theories because they're trying to make an unnatural world that they created make sense, as opposed to we all going back to nature, which makes perfect sense when you start studying the facts of nature. We'll see our roles in it, but we haven't been studying nature. We've been studying theology, scientism, basically how to mimic nature and synthetically reproduce that which already was produced naturally. So when you're trying to justify this type of unnatural ideology morally in spiritual mythology, you have to create a different God that would condone this type of behavior. And deities in the pre-dynastic time had rules against this style of living that we're under today. So that's why they had to change the text and the spiritual systems and create new deities and mythologies and all of that, and desecrate the old world matriarchal spirituality of the great womb. Now, the form of science we had in this old world and the cosmology we had, like I said, was very simple. But today's is very sophisticated because it's anti-nature, it's unnatural. Again, we're in the world of the sophists. So sophisticated tools were created to suit a more sophisticated world. But these two go against each other. One society works in unison with nature and one works against it. So the rise of meat-eating societies is the rise of working and dynastic societies because meat eating is looked at as a luxury. One of the main cities in Egypt was named after the word we call luxury today. It was called Luxor. Egypt was the first America. That's why you had a unification there, just like you have the UN here on American soil. All of the nations have their people here serving the beast. You see all of the nations here calling themselves Americans, people of all quote unquote races. This is how Egypt was. We're going to get into that as we move on. We want to get a further understanding of what life was like during this golden age and how we transitioned and the nature of these gender wars. It was a bunch of men and women who were vegan saying, listen, we want to uphold the natural laws and stick to the old laws of the old matriarchy and old laws of nature under the gardening way of living. And then you had a bunch of men and women saying, well, hey, I like meat and I eat vegetables too, but I don't think nothing wrong with hunting. I don't think it'll mess up much. And you had these two ideologies clashing, and your old world matriarchal vegan cultures was seeing this new rise of hunting, gathering cultures, and they were speaking out saying, we breaking the laws of the land by hunting the animals, and it's gonna mess up the ecosystem, and our children gonna suffer. So there was wars, gender wars, because the word gen is the root word of genetics. This shows the origins because along with these societies was the ideologies of them. So hunting gathering societies had to make new spiritual ideologies to support meat eating, as opposed to the vegan based cultures had the old spiritual systems of nature, which had our true vegan based diet. When we left that vegan-based diet, we left the Garden of Eden, and now we ruled over under these synthetic religions that say it's okay to eat meat because it's the male rulers that rose to power with the patriarchs. They actually won the gender wars. That's how we end up in this NWO today. But the matriarch is resurrecting. So those gender wars that led up to the unification of Kemet were simply matriarch versus patriarch, old pre-dynastic cultures that lived off gardening, that was ruled over by gardeners who knew the secrets of the plants, versus societies who chose to eat meat and have male rulers. Because in societies that's based around meat eating, the males rule because the males do the hunting. So everybody in the society depend on the male hunters, as opposed to the old vegan-based societies depended on the women gardeners who held a knowledge of the plants of the earth. And these women knew which plants and seeds were good for spices, for medicine, for making clothes, for weaving, you name it. And everything that sustained us was plant-based during the golden age. It was abundance because nature creates an abundance of plants. Nature creates that abundance through the animals of the earth. So when you make certain animals go extinct, certain plants go extinct with those animals, and it's a snowball effect. You can see how far we've fallen today. So we see that we left simple gardening tools and a simple golden age to sophisticated tools and hunting societies that's ruled over by males. Life was simple during the golden age. All you had to do was plant the seed. During this new age we're in today, this new world order, it's sophisticated slaughterhouses, which uses chemicals in the animals and steroids and so-called scientific breakthroughs, which genetically modify these animals, because it's not natural for us to herd a bunch of animals in a factory and breed them to consume. That's against the law of nature. The animals, when you put them together like that, disease is inevitable because it's unnatural. Things are meant to move around like the water. They're meant to have free movement and stretching their muscles in appropriate space. Without all of these things, you take a creature out of its natural state, disease becomes prevalent. So most of the meat we eat is disease meat, and they hide the disease with chemicals and steroids and all of these things. But the disease later manifests itself in us when we die from cancer and high cholesterol and all of these different things. When you kill an animal in a slaughterhouse, before the animal die, it releases fear chemicals, chemicals of fright, chemicals of sadness. And these are all chemicals that you digest when you eat. So in meat eating societies like the ones today, antidepressants are prevalent. Human deficiencies and mental illnesses are prevalent when we left our natural garden, vegan-based state. And this happened again roughly 7,000 years ago. And I'm showing you how we transitioned from this golden age pre-dynastic time to this modern dynastic time of government rule and meat-based societies. You can see what we mean by gender wars now. Different ideologies of matriarchal rulership or patriarchal rulership. And the differences was what I just explained. The older natural matriarchal ideologies says nature shows us we shouldn't hunt. Apples aren't running away from you. They're actually seducing you to eat them because they need you to reproduce. That same fragrance that the fruits give off to seduce humans to eat them, we use in soaps and lotions and perfumes that are scented like watermelon, oranges, and they basically reverse the science of nature and put themselves in between us and nature. Nature wore the seductive perfume to seduce you. If you walk past a peach tree, you can't help but pick one. I'm from the South. It smells lovely. And, you know, they got peach flavored perfumes and fragrances and lotions to seduce you the same way. So they learn how to rule over you by studying how nature ruled over us before we left our village-based societies. So basically during this golden age, again, humans were sovereign because there was abundance in plant life. and everything was vegan before the first male hunters who created the snowball effect or ripple effect that destroyed the true ecosystem, creating this predator prey style world that we are in today. This is not our natural state. Nothing is in its natural state. And so we have to get back to our natural state by understanding how we fail. So let's move on. During these gender wars, meat eating was becoming prevalent. It was like a disease. One thing I want to point out is so far what we've went over is that the first Holocaust that took place on the earth was the humans versus the animals. And that first Holocaust led to the gender wars, the matriarchs versus the patriarchs, because the women matriarchs that ruled over us with the secrets of the garden was totally against hunting. Now, when meat eating became prevalent, of course, it was male and female meat eaters. So, yeah, you had a lot of women that gave up their natural sovereignty in their natural place to be ruled over by males who would go out and hunt and provide the meat. So now male hunting cults became bigger and bigger, and tools became more sophisticated. And this was the first beginnings of what we call slaughterhouses. So the first Holocaust was initiated on the animals, and all of the wars that took place on the earth after that is just a ripple effect of this first Holocaust. There were no wars prior to this. The first war that ever took place was man going to war against the animals. Now, again, these first male hunters became popular and rich when meat eating became prevalent, and they were like rock stars, just like the secret societies today. Your first secret societies were male hunting cults because hunting had to be done in secrecy when we was transitioning from matriarch to patriarch or pre-dynasty to dynastic time. Before the dynastic time, during this transitioning time of these gender wars, the male hunters were becoming like rock stars, just like how the dope dealers are like rock stars with everybody addicted to the crack. So these hunters became powerful because people was no longer dependent on the gardeners and the great grandmothers and the women who held the secrets of the trees and the vegan-based diet. People was no longer dependent on the plants. They were hooked on meat like we are today. Our diets was starting to change with this shift in consciousness and the beginning of this new age or new world. So with this rise of meat eating was a rise in dependency on male energy, on brute force. During these times, you had to get over your compassion to be able to kill an animal. I'm from the South. I've killed many animals in my life. And I can tell you every time that I've done it, I had to ignore my consciousness because I did feel like I was doing wrong, and I felt mercy. I felt compassion, but I had to ignore that in order to go ahead and kill the animal because I was convinced that I had to eat meat in order to survive. So during this time when male hunters were becoming popular and meat eating was on the rise, people were dependent on what they call alpha males. And basically that was the male that could kill at will without having their emotions and feelings get in the way. You would be able to slaughter these animals without having any guilt or consciousness, because you have to be a different kind of person to work in a slaughterhouse. It have to be something that you were conditioned to do, because as a child, your first kill, I'm pretty sure it wasn't as easy as your kill when you were about 30 some years old. By then you conditioned to just ignore your consciousness. Not that it's not there anymore. It's just silent now because you've canceled it out. And we live in a world today that's a result of canceling out our consciousness. And I'm showing you how we fail in consciousness during this transition period. These first male hunters had to be brute men, or what they call alpha males, who was able to kill at will and not care about it. They had to be that way in order to go out and kill in massive numbers and provide the meat to these growing villages, because we were leaving a vegan-based diet to mainly meat-based diets, and these villages was growing. we enter the age of making more sophisticated tools to supply these demands of massive slaughtering and etc. And we had to make tools that would allow us to kill in bulk. So for the first time, man started to think of tools to cause destruction to other creatures. Now man started to fashion tools that would allow him to carry out massive death and genocide for the first time. And we practiced this evil upon the animals first. And if you fast forward time today, you can see we have perfected these sophisticated patriarchal tools of massive destruction. Prior to this, the only tools that we had were for working the earth and maintaining the garden. But with the rise of meat eating, our tools would become more sophisticated and our tools would morph over time to support our new consciousness shift. So we went from simple, harmless gardening tools to tools that would support meat-eating, hunting-based societies, tools such as bow and arrows, swords, and eventually projectiles. And here we are today, still making some of the most vicious tools you can imagine based upon this downward spiral in consciousness that we've been under the past 7,000 years. And this downward spiral of consciousness is synonymous with the changing of our calendars and our diets. So the vegan-based cultures had calendars that were 360 days based around a perfect sphere, and we'll get into that later. But we need to understand that during the time of these gender wars, how the male hunters rose to power, and we no longer relied on gardeners. We now start to rely upon male hunters and big sophisticated tools. And when you fast forward time today, it's the same way. Male hunters and sophisticated tools and slaughterhouses and chemicals and steroids. And one of the first sophisticated tools that was created in agriculture was the plow. The reason the plow didn't exist during the golden age is because we didn't do what you would call massive scale agriculture back then. It was simply village-based agriculture. You reap what you sow, meaning when you ate some food or you ate a watermelon, you just naturally spit the seeds out. So that's how the gardening was done. And of course, there was small gardens, but nothing major like we see today with the chemicals being sprayed and the unnatural factory GMO, because nothing was meant to be reproduced in mass that way. Nature already produces everything in mass. Nature created a system of us reproducing the plants, and it was through us eating the plants and throwing the waste down, what you call the waste down, the seeds and the hull. That was the natural way of gardening, along with small village style gardens. You reap what you sowed for your family. What you ate was the seeds you kept to grow your next harvest. So you reap what you sowed. And there was a connection nature had with not only the humans, but with the animals, because it needs us to help spread these seeds around. So when we start to rely on male hunters and societies start to become meat-based societies, again, a lot of plant species went extinct with those animals, and a lot of places became barren. So we saw less vegetation and more slaughterhouses or cattle and concentrations like we see today. We see vast areas of deserted, barren areas and small little vegetated city areas where all of the agriculture is done on massive scales in a controlled, concentrated area. And it's controlled by men or families. And in order for you to eat of the land, you have to purchase it. Whereas everyone was naturally farmers or gardeners, because if you don't work, you don't eat. That's a natural saying that come from you sowing the seeds that would sustain your family and participating in your role in nature, being a vegan you were born to be. With the rise of male hunters, we didn't rely on the earth and on the knowledge of the women and the seeds. We didn't rely on that which would maintain abundance. We started to rely on the mass production of meat through slaughterhouses and the brute force of the male. And that's where we are today. In these meat-based societies, To feed your family, you got to go to work. And how these people rose to power and formed government was through the people getting addicted to meat. So the first hunters started getting rich because people didn't depend on the earth no more. That was when we all was rich. That was the golden age when we all was vegan. When we left that and we started depending on male hunters, we was no longer rich, but the hunters were now rich because we depended on them and not the earth, which sustains us. So for them to provide meat to you and your family, you had to pay. And before money, you just paid with your labor. So you joined the hunting cult, and every man got a portion that was given to him and his family from the day's catch. And the biggest went to the founders of that hunting cult. And if you fast forward time to the day, instead of meat, it's just money. And everything trickled down to the bottom of the pyramid to what's called the peasants. So we eat the crumbs off the rich table. But before that, we just all ate abundantly from the ground, from the earth. You didn't eat the crumbs off the rich man table. But when we got addicted to meat and we entered these meat eating societies and left the golden age, now we depended on men and we making them rich. So those first hunters control who would starve and who would not starve. When people didn't have to starve, if they would simply go back to nature where there was an abundance. But if you was addicted to meat and I left you in a house full of fruits and vegetables, you'll starve all day before you make a meal out of them fruits and vegetables. I've seen meat eaters do this. They look around in the house and they say ain't nothing in here to eat, but they have all of these fruits stacked up in a bowl and have all of these veggies in the refrigerator. But since they don't have no meat, they say ain't nothing in here to eat because they looking at all of these fruits and vegetables as side dishes. They've been taught to see that as side dishes. Now that I'm a vegetarian, my whole plate is filled up with what you would call side dishes. So they would starve if they had to go back to nature and couldn't catch an animal. So during this time when these male hunters rose to power, they was able to rise to power through the meat addiction of the people, the same way the drug dealers are able to have power over the people based upon you're vulnerable if you have an addiction. So when they started supplying the new currency, which was meat, because everybody was addicted to meat now, they control how much meat you get, who get how much meat and which cuts you get. During this time, there was a lot of wars going on based upon if you were an enemy of certain people during this time, you couldn't eat if you was addicted to meat. For example, if I was part of a certain cult, and at the end of the day, because of my high ranking in the cult, I get a huge share of the catchings. And then I got to take my huge share and then split it up and trickle it down amongst my people. Well, if I was a high ranking member of that cult and had a huge share of the day's catching and I was at war with someone at the bottom of the pyramid, then they wouldn't get a lot of supply from me. In other words, when males start to be in charge of feeding people through hunting, food became a tool of war now. Certain people who weren't liked, they starved. And the people who supplied the meat weren't supplied if we were enemies. So there were wars. Meat was a currency. It was a luxury, just like it is today. So these first male hunters started becoming very, very wealthy because the people who control the meat now started controlling the farms and agriculture like they do today. They growing the vegetables and the fruit, but they also got the slaughterhouses and the chickens and the cows. This go all the way back to the time I'm telling you now. The people who run all of these industries are what's called royal families. They control the main things that's needed to sustain us. That's why they are in power. Nature once was in power and sustained everyone equally before people came in between us and nature and got control of the land. And how did they do it? Well, I'm telling you now. The first male hunting cults led up to the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt, which was the unification of the two world powers, Greece and Egypt, in the beginning of the New World Order, or the first United Treaty. That unification represents the end of those gender wars Before the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt was a series of gender wars. And I just explained to you what those gender wars was based upon. People who wanted to uphold the old world matriarchal ways of governing society and interacting with nature versus the new meat-eating cults and hunter-gathering societies that went against the natural laws of nature and messing up the earth today, taking us away from our vegan roots and natural roots. So during these gender wars, the matriarchs went to war with the patriarchs. And this was the second world war on the face of the earth, because the first war was man versus the animals that kicked us out of the garden. That's what sent us on an exodus out of the garden. And as we transition from pre-dynastic time to dynastic time, this second war during this transition in time is gender war, which was the first war of humans versus humans. And it was simply different humans that went to war based upon matriarch and patriarchal concepts. If you look at the world today, that's basically what's going on. Before the unification of Egypt, there was these gender wars, and Greece still existed during this time. This was called a proto-dynastic time, basically the transition in time between pre-dynastic and dynastic. And during this time was the establishment of the first kingdoms starting from 3100 BC. So they call this the beginning of dynastic time, but day one, year one on a Gregorian calendar is what we get when we count down from 3100 BC. And I will be going into that. I will go into that in detail. What we need to know right now before we can move forward is the nature of these gender wars and the difference between matriarchal societies versus patriarchal societies, veganism and gathering societies versus hunting gathering societies, or mainly meat-based societies. So there are no more vegan-based or gardening gathering societies today. They're either hunter-gathering or just all right hunting. These superpower was rising on the strength of male hunting cults, which was getting control of the land. At first, we all had inheritances of the land, and it was a matrilineal system through the women, and everyone had their plot of land to sow their seeds. This was your natural inheritance. You had a family crest. With the unification of Egypt, that was the end of those gender wars, and the matriarch lost. So the patriarch's been in power ever since. You no longer have a family crest and an inheritance to the land. You now have a national flag and a citizenship, which is slavery. You can't go and reproduce or get anything from the land. You got to get it through those in power who have control over your inheritance or the land, which is your inheritance. So we traded our natural inheritance when we started developing the meat-based diets, and we started building governments that would supply these new addictions and ideologies. And we had to rewrite our ideologies and even our spirituality, because the original spirituality had laws that governed against hunting. They were vegan-based laws. So with the rise of hunting societies came the rise of new calendars and new spiritual systems, because they had to make new spiritual laws to make hunting and meat eating okay. So the pre-dynastic timekeeping systems was also going away with all of the other pre-dynastic remnants. And the reason for that is because, again, during the golden age, when we were vegans, our calendars was based around the annual flooding that we depended on for our crops. And our calendars were basically based around nature and the growing of crops. Our calendars were 360 days because the ancestors looked at the sky as a canopy or a dome. And we go over that in so many videos. Just check them out. So the sky was looked at as a dome, 360 degrees, and the pre-dynastic calendar was originally 12 months that were 30 days each. And that would give you a perfect 360. But the beginning of the Gregorian calendar, which marks the beginning of time according to the New World Order, has 365 days to account for Julius Caesar and Augustus calendar deception. The ancestors didn't name their months the same names that we have today. Julius Caesar and Augustus didn't exist during the golden age time, so you didn't have months called July and August. Yet people who talk about ancient things still base their time off a modern calendar. They still are under Pope Gregory's deception, telling you they're teaching you ancient concepts, when really the word ancient can't be used unless you're talking about pre-dynastic time. No one is going back pre-dynastic because most of the world today don't know about pre-dynastic time. That's the purpose of this series. This time is called Her Story. So the beginning of history is the end of her story, which leads us back to these gender wars. The hunters and their families were rising to power. And the bigger your hunting cult was, the people at the top of that cult ran entire villages once these villages were converting into meat-based villages. So you still had a couple of villages scattered out that were solely vegan. And then you had your hunting villages and hunting gathering villages. And that's what the wars were. These groups of villages go on a war based upon ideologies, social structure. Now, to make a long story short, these gender wars over many years led up to the unification of Greece and Egypt under Narmer. And basically that unification was your biggest villages that had unified. Because during these gender wars, a lot of the matriarchal villages were united. So, of course, you know, your hunting villages would connect and combine forces as well. What was happening was meat eating was becoming very prevalent. The taste for meat and cooking had began because tools were now sophisticated to support cooking the meat and the meat eating. Men started to now experiment more with fire, which would lead to projectiles. During this gender war transitioning period, which was a couple thousand years, meat eating became prevalent. And a lot of these villages more and more were becoming more hunting gathering villages than gardening and vegan-based gathering villages. So there start to be more meat-eating societies than vegan-based societies. And now we was entering the beginning of the end of the old world and the beginning of the new world with that transitioning of our diets. Remember that drastic changes in societies are synonymous with the changes in the way those societies interact with the land, which has a huge effect on the diets of those societies. Most of the time, there's a huge change in the diets based upon the huge change in the consciousness. Again, as I said, vegan-based societies had a different spirituality and consciousness that prevented them from eating animals, and they understood the knowledge of nature and being green. The rise of the hunting societies meant turning the back on old spiritual practices and people rebelling on their grandmothers and mothers' vegan ways of the old world, adopting new ideologies that supported hunting societies and said that meat eating is okay. And I'm going to show you later in this series how every society transitioned, how they left veganism goddesses in their spirituality to male meat eating condoning patriarchal gods in their religions. But first we have to start here at these gender wars and understand what was taking place on the earth. Meat eating was becoming prevalent, and the old ways of the natural golden age were dying. And that led up to the patriarch ruling and being put on a throne, which ended those gender wars with the unification of the first two world powers. And those first two world powers were born out of royal families. And those royal families was born from rich hunting cults. The hunting cults got control over the land and the people through the people's addiction and the change of their diet. And when the people gave up their land to go to work to put meat on their plate, the people who own the slaughterhouses also gained ownership of the gardens or the land that the people own. So your first world governments and the first rulers of the earth, you often forget that these pharaohs and kings own thousands and thousands and thousands of acres of land and cattle and farms and slaughterhouses. And it's these things that sustain us: food, water, shelter, and the earth provides it all. So when we became addicted to the meat and not addicted to that which sustains us, which is nature, now we're like junkies waiting on the dope man, as opposed to gardeners who was getting our hands dirty, interacting with nature, doing what we were supposed to do to feed ourselves abundantly. So the first world government took place in Egypt with this unification of the Egyptians and the Greeks or the Romans. And during this time, these two cultures, like most of the world, was in a very mixed setting. So we're looking at an Egypt that was full of all quote unquote races. And there had to be, in order for there to be this unification. Today, a lot of people don't want to acknowledge the fact that Egypt was very mixed during the beginning of these first dynasties, and there was more than one ruler. So this unification was the beginning of world government. And when we talk about Egyptians, every culture identified themselves as Egyptian. And for many years, the different quote unquote races have argued about who are really the Egyptians. Because when you start going through Egypt, you see the influence of all the quote unquote races, just like if you were to go through America, it was a melting pot. During this time, you had people of all races who ate meat and people of all races who hate meat, who were vegans. This was matriarchal versus patriarchal, and it was people of all different shades on each side. There have always been since the beginning of this war. What we became to know as Greece and Egypt today was birthed from a union of autonomous villages and a war that took place from those villages transitioning from gathering societies or gardening societies to hunting societies. So needless to say, the hunting societies won that war, and here we are today. So the end of those gender wars represented the victory of those patriarchal hunting societies and the beginning of government under this one guy who they call Narmer, who's known by many names. We're going to talk about him more later. But he's just a pseudonym for the real powers who are hiding themselves behind this fake history.
I just want to say I really appreciate you all for tuning into the video. I hope that you learned a lot. I know many of you have many questions, so just stay tuned. I will be going live and I will be accepting questions and I will be answering questions and all of that good stuff. And this is going to be an extended series of videos. There's so much to go into. Like I said, this was just an extended introductory overview of the whole timeline. So I really appreciate you all for tuning in. Make sure you follow me with this series because it's only going to get better and better and the rabbit hole is going to get deeper and deeper. Be on the lookout for part 2 and many more parts as we journey from her story to his story. Peace and much, much love.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? We got some work to do now.
Grand Rising Cosmic Family. I forgot you gonna think I'm calling you. Even if I'm not calling you, you gonna think I'm calling you. Peace to the gods and goddesses of Planet Kai. Grand Rising Cosmic Family. Y'all go ahead and make yourselves comfortable. We got this download we finna drop into. Y'all go ahead, go on Instagram, let them know we live. Go on Twitter, let them know we live. Facebook. If you're on the website, let them know we live. Jump in the forum right now. Drop a comment for those who are on the website and let the university know we are live for this deep divine download about Matrix Resurrections. Although I called this lecture Matrix Resurrections Decoded, we're not really gonna be doing too much decoding. We gonna decode little shit, but we're gonna overall talk about just what it represents. Yeah, we're gonna talk about what the movie represents, because they put it right in your face. I told many of you could have decoded it for yourself, but I'm gonna go ahead and hit y'all with the divine insight on what they was really trying to tell y'all with this movie. All right. And if you haven't seen the movie, spoiler alerts all through this motherfucker. You feel me? But definitely, I let y'all know about a week ago that this was posted a week ago. So there's no reason you shouldn't have went and watched the movie for yourself, which even when we scheduled the live lecture, I was actually hoping that if you hadn't seen the movie that you was gonna go see it for yourself by then anyway. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the whole week before class started, you know what I'm saying? To study. You feel me? But just like the sage. And y'all know before we roll into the download, we got to open it up. We got to set the right vibratory frequency. We have to set the frequency. Y'all know that. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Also, I hope y'all wasn't out there celebrating Christmas. I hope y'all wasn't out there celebrating Christmas. But I don't feel like y'all was. I feel like this year a lot of people waking up. So celebrating Christmas was not some shit that everybody was doing this year. I ain't even see that many Christmas trimmings. You know what I'm saying? Yes, yes, sir. Sit that right there. Sit there right there. All right. Y'all get comfortable, man. Make yourselves comfortable. Y'all know we just getting started. But before we do anything, you know what we do, y'all. We gotta set the frequency, set the vibration. And we always like to open up with like a little quick 6-minute meditation now. We're dealing with quantum energies right now on the planet. Close your eyes and participate. right. Peace to the family. Peace to the family. All right. So now that we set the vibration, because this live lecture, we will be talking about the divine feminine energy and this connection with the divine masculine energy. We had to bring Oya on. Hold on. Peace to the gods and goddesses of planet Kai. Also, peace to all the high vibrational human beings that tune into these live lectures. We do not discriminate. We don't support racism in here. We don't support sexism in here, any of that. Feel free to be yourself. Feel free to be yourself. All right. All right. So, welcome to the University of Cosmic Intelligence. I'm your host for the evening, Divine Insight 369. Thank you. I have a few disclaimers, man. If you don't like profanity, exit the motherfucking university now. If you don't like intelligent black people, all right, exit the university now. Okay, if you have a problem with white people being in the university, you're black, exit the university now. If you're gay, you want the whole world gay, exit the motherfucking university now. Thank you. If you have a problem with gay people and you're straight, exit the university now. We don't care if you're fat, skinny, short, tall, rich, poor, gay, straight. How is your vibration? What is your intent? Are you trying to make the planet a better place or not? Period. Whose side you on? You know, ain't no in the middle. Ain't no we trying to figure it out. We ain't on none of that type of energy. Either you with us, the gods, or you with the Father. Period. That's all we know. We know nothing else. All right. So that's my disclaimers. I ain't had that many. Now that those out the way, Matrix Resurrection. I want to get right to it. Matrix Resurrections was a very deep movie. I don't know how many of y'all saw the movie just yet. I know it's some people that never seen the first Matrix. Especially, we got a lot of blue crystal babies in here. You know what I'm saying? So, but we're going to talk about it. But before we get into it, it's imperative that we open up this university, open up this live lecture with the right spiritual energy. So first, let me start by saying peace to the gods and goddesses of planet Kai. Peace meaning positive energy always creates elevation. I'm sending the deepest of insights to all the elders in the university, those 65 and older. We know age and time isn't real. It's a man-made thing. It's a construct of the matrix. It's a spell created by the Arcturian race. All right. So to all the elders 65 and older within this university that take these downloads and you spread them, I just want to say that I appreciate you deeply. I respect you. If nobody else does, and I thank you for what you have done while walking in this avatar a little longer than myself. I thank you for tuning in and taking the time to listen to my flesh and my avatar, which might be a little, which might not have been on this realm as long as you have, at least in this lifetime. Far as to all my peers, those in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, we appreciate you. I'm sending you the deepest of insight so that you can see for yourself, so that you can take these downloads and connect them. I do feel obliged to just let you know that I appreciate you as well. I thank you for tuning in to every live lecture from day one. Definitely the day ones. I appreciate all the day ones, and I appreciate all the day twos too. You know, I appreciate every single one of y'all that takes the time out to come on here every Sunday. We normally do these on Sundays. Today's Monday. Yesterday I had other things going on that stopped me from going live yesterday. I wanted to do a little more rest and relaxing. So that's what I did. But thank you to all my peers, and definitely to the Blue Crystal Babies, you know, for spreading the message over on TikTok. We had like 17 million views on TikTok, even though we don't have a TikTok page. So that's all the Blue Crystal Babies, those 21 and under. We appreciate you deeply. I don't want to say that y'all the future, because future, present, and past is all a part of time. I just want to say that y'all are very important. Y'all are very important to us overcoming our oppressors. And if don't nobody love y'all, just know Rashad Jamal, aka Divine Insight, do. So I respect all the blue crystal babies. I don't look at you no differently than I look at my peers or my elders. I respect you all the same. I don't see race. I don't see color. All I see is frequency. All I see is souls and spirits. That's all I see. To the streets, to the trenches. I want to send y'all the deepest of insight. I know the trenches in here too, watching the trenches in here too in the university. The real street niggas they don't know nothing else but selling drugs and gang banging and that's all they know. Those the cards they was dealt, but they come in here every Sunday or they get on the live when we do the lives on Instagram or they on the university, so they able to get the downloads and now they starting to see who the real oppressors are. They was dealt the hand they was dealt. To all the people that's sitting behind bars, that's locked up in this wilderness in North America by oppressors who are the real slave masters, that's getting this information and getting these downloads and spreading it throughout the jails. You gotta understand this university is just an international thing right here. This ain't just we got people that's in jail. Literally, I won't say their name, but they in jail and they be in live lectures on Instagram, they be posting everything from jail. You know what I'm saying? That's a fact. So the message is spreading through the jails all around the planet, to the people that went to college, to the people that didn't go to college, to the people that's rich, to the people that's poor. It's spreading through the animals all throughout nature. So I just want to let y'all know I appreciate y'all deeply for taking this information, taking the message seriously. I told y'all it wouldn't be no winter this year, and we haven't seen one yet. You had a few little cool days here and there. You might have got a little sprinkle of snow here and there. That's not winter though. Winter is blizzards, snow every day, cold all day, every day, all the way through. We haven't seen that. And what you seeing going on right now over in Seattle and Denver, because they weren't able to have a hold on our planet using their winter technology anymore. Now you starting to see them try to activate HARP. So the whole little fake snowstorm that they do got going on right now that just started in Denver and Seattle and on the West Coast, that's temporary too. That's man-made. That's nothing more than them trying to use their little HARP machines that they have left to try to keep the agenda of winter going. But for people that's in Denver, for people that's in California, definitely I want to say Denver, right? Because Colorado was a state where y'all get y'all snow shit October, y'all be good and going. Even now because they have overused the HARP machine, right? Little HARP machines they was using. These ski resorts still not able to make money right now. They haven't been able to make money all what's supposed to be winter, right? They haven't been able to make money, and in a panic mode to try to bring some sort of snow, some form of precipitation. All right. Now you see them overactivating the machine. So what happened? They oversnowed, and then now the tourists still the ski resorts still can't use the ski resorts to make money. All right, the system is breaking down. We are in quantum energies. It's all about the divine feminine energy and the divine masculine energy moving as one. That's the energy we own. That's the frequency we own. It don't matter how many variants of the hot sauce 19 they try to roll out. You are watching the system break down. All right, you are seeing people that were vaccinated. Right, they now need boosters, and you starting to see those people starting to look around and ask more questions. Right, because everything is breaking down. I think January 4th is supposed to be the vaccine mandate, and it's gonna be 2022. It's gonna be a very impactful year for us in our rise against our oppressors. You got to understand, we at war, y'all. So like I told you, when it's a war going on, the war doesn't just. You got to understand, y'all. We at war. So when it's a war going on, that war don't just, a war isn't something that just happens in one day. It's a transition in eras. All right. And if you've been paying attention since December 21st, 2020, you have seen a drastic change in the energy on this planet. All right. Especially if you're paying attention to the planet on a worldwide level. Now, if you just pay attention to the planet based upon the country, you still see a lot of changes. But if you pay attention to the planet based upon on a worldwide level, science cannot explain to you why the planet is doing what it's doing. And that's what has made this movie Matrix Resurrection so interesting. I probably watched it like 3 times, right? Because I was just in awe of how much, like, they didn't hide nothing. They really laid it all out for you. Let him who has eyes see clearly, like I always say. They laid it out there right there for you to see. All right. And in the movie, you know, if you ever seen the first Matrix, you know, it started with Neo being in the Matrix, right? In what we call reality, right? The Matrix. And, you know, he was awoken through his computer, right? Through messages that came to him from Morpheus and Trinity. And he ended up following the white rabbit, and it led him eventually to Morpheus, who offered him this red pill or the blue pill. And he took the red pill. And from there, he woke up and he went into Neo. All right. Matrix Reloaded was about Neo. Now that he was aware that he was the anomaly. In Matrix 2, which is Matrix Reloaded, now that he knew he was the anomaly, meaning that he had the sacred codes within himself to reprogram or recreate his own reality. You saw him, he had to reload the program. So that's why it was called Matrix Reloaded. And Matrix 3 was about, I think it was Matrix, they called it Matrix Revolutions. I like to just call it 1, 2, 3, or 4. But I think 3 was called Revolutions. And that was just about them revolting on a massive scale against the sentience, against the architectures of the entire program and the sentient beings. That's what you saw in Matrix 3. All right, Matrix 3 to me was trash. Matrix 1 and Matrix 4. These are the two that you need to watch. Matrix 1, because it tell you the world you're living in. Like I always told y'all, if you want to know what movies let you know the world that you are living in, go watch The Matrix. Okay? Go watch The Truman Show. Go watch They Live. And you can go watch Ready Player One. All right? A lot of people is thinking that Ready Player One represents the metaverse. But no, the metaverse is just another way to try to keep, because the system is breaking down. So the metaverse is another way that our oppressors, you know, another plan that they have intact to try to keep us latched on to these sentient programs that I like to call them. All right. And it's not going to work. It's not going to work. You know, they can put out all the articles about, oh, this billionaire bought this much property in the metaverse. We don't give a fuck about that. We not going to buy shit in no metaverse. All right. Niggas barely went and bought Christmas gifts this year. The planet is rising. Listen, the reason I know niggas barely went and bought Christmas gifts is because I got to take the trash out. And when I take the trash out, I don't see no Christmas. My neighbors and them, like, I didn't see no Christmas, nothing at the trash can. If Christmas was celebrated, them trash cans would be filled with all type of boxes, and I ain't see none of that. I think we might have had the most trash. You feel me? And that's just because we just, you know, straighten the house up a little bit because we never done it. You know, we just not trying to do it a little bit. But other than that, you didn't really see nobody doing it. You don't see that energy. You don't even feel like what they call Christmas, right? Because this was all a program, all right? And that's the program, like I told you. I told y'all last year, I was speaking about when all the billionaire CEOs stepped down. I told you exactly what was happening. I said, hey, when all the billionaire CEOs stepped down in 2020, that's because a lot of them were being executed and tried for crimes against what they like to call humanity, if you want to say that. And a lot of people was like, well, who is executing all these billionaires and these big celebrities and these Supreme Court judges and everybody that was in on this sex trafficking? All right, they had people thinking it was Gitmo. And I told you, like, no, it's not Gitmo, because Gitmo would be your basic military, all right? Guantanamo Bay is, you know, that's military still, right? It's cosmic court. They're being held up in cosmic court and being tried by powers beyond their own understanding. Okay, you've seen a lot of that happening in 2020. So what you're seeing now in 2021, you're seeing a lot of clones. You're seeing a lot of Mach 5 synthetic robots, all right, posing as these celebrities or these individuals when they work the jobs that they work, to try to keep those that's in the matrix, those who still have their eyes closed, those who are still trapped on 3D, all right, to try to keep them believing and to try to reprogram those who have broke past the matrix, those who have broke past 3D, those who are vibrating at 4D, 5D, 6D, 7D. Some of us vibrating at 9D right now, all right? So with everything breaking down, this is what they resort to. They resort to trying to create more programs. Everything was always a program. So in Matrix Resurrections, they teach you all about the programs. They show you how Neo, right? Neo broke the Matrix. Remember, he broke the Matrix now. But in Matrix Resurrections, he's in the Matrix again. And you like, hold on, what the fuck? How did Neo get back in the Matrix? You know, he didn't know who the fuck he was. You know what I'm saying? Literally, he was back to Mr. Anderson. He had no clue that he was Neo. Although he would have these visions from time to time, he had no clue that he was Neo. That's the first thing that should have stood out to you. It was like, okay, we see Neo break the Matrix. He broke that in 1. And in 2 and 3, the nigga was flying, doing everything. So how did he get back here? And that when they were showing you that in Resurrections, they were showing you how past lives work. Okay, they were showing you the process of how when a soul leaves this realm, right? If the Matrix hasn't fully been broken, if the oppressors haven't fully been defeated, who has this entire realm under light code lockdown, then light code lockdown continues. Even once that soul and spirit transcends this realm and transcends the avatar, the programs will continue to go on. So in Matrix Resurrections, Neo, who had transcended the Matrix, all right, he sacrificed the Matrix 3 in Revolution. He sacrificed himself, right, for the betterment of the whole. But as you can see, he was only reborn again back into the Matrix. So he was reborn again back into the Matrix. And when he came back into the Matrix, everything that he had learned before, all the power that he had regained within himself, he had lost all that. So he had to relearn all over again. And what the analyst did, the analyst was the new architect of the Matrix. So the analyst was the one that was in charge of the Matrix. And what he did was he understood exactly what Neo was and who he was. So what he did was he infused Neo's life with all these scenarios and situations. And he did it for 30, 40 years of Neo's life. And during Neo's whole life, even as a child, he would have these visions of seeing him flying. He would have these visions of Trinity. He would have these visions of doing all the things that he did in Matrix 1, 2, and 3. But they were coming across to him simply as visions, right? And the analyst gave Neo the life of being rich and famous. In Matrix Resurrection, Neo was a rich and famous computer programmer, video game developer, actually. Okay, so if you look at that in our world, most people will be like, okay, well, if he's famous and rich and he has a successful career, he should be happy. But Neo was not happy at all in Matrix Resurrections because he knew it was more going on that he couldn't explain. All right. And anytime Neo would try to latch into those visions he would have, he was sent to sit with a psychiatrist. But his psychiatrist, who he had grew a deep, fine bond with too over the years, was actually the analyst, meaning architecture of the whole Matrix. Okay, anytime Neo started to remember who he was, what did the analyst do? He told him it was just a dream. He told him, nah, he programmed Neo back into Neo believing. He programmed Neo to be what he wanted Neo to be. Every single time Neo would go sit with the psychiatrist and be like, hey, I had this vision about this, or I seen this. Am I living in a computer simulation again? Right? The analyst will be like, no, you're not. You know, you're just having these withdrawals because of this, and that. Also, remember in the first Matrix, you had your blue pill and your red pill. Red pill mean you wake up, blue pill mean you stay asleep. He prescribed Neo nothing but blue pills. So all Neo was doing, you know, he said, hey, take these pills and help you feel better. Neo take the blue pills, keep him asleep. That's no different than you sitting here going to religion today to keep you asleep. That's no different than you popping over-the-counter prescription drugs to keep your ass asleep. That's no different than you eating this bullshit applesauce, junk food, meat, fish. These are all forms of a blue pill. These are all blue pill. They are blue pilling you. And then, like I told y'all before, the play on vibration, They could have made the red pill the blue motherfucking pill, because blue is a higher vibration than red. They made the high vibrational pill red. You see what I'm saying? And made the low vibrational pill blue. That's going to show you how left is right and right is really left. Up is really down and down is really up. To keep you detached from self, they have to keep you confused. All right? A lot of y'all go to marriage counselors. A lot of y'all go to psychiatrists. You know, you bump your elbow, you run to the doctor, but you're not realizing that these doctors, these psychiatrists, these priests, these ordained priests, anybody that you're going to that's considered, you know, the upper echelons in society, the professionals, are designed to keep you attached to this false reality of self that we call the matrix. Okay? Now let's go deeper. Neo even created a book, a video game in Resurrections called The Matrix. Now, let me say it again. Neo created a whole video game called The Matrix, and he had all the characters in there because he created this video game off of his visions. Off of his visions he was having, right? His whole life. That's an example of how I tell you to trust yourself. You get all this intuition. You have all these visions, these dreams. I get emails all the time. Oh, I had this dream. I had that dream. Trust your dream. Trust your visions. Where do you think they coming from? The dream world is the real world. This world is an illusion. This shit ain't real at all. Remember, what are images? Just light bouncing off objects, animate or inanimate, right? And you receive digital codings off the light that bounces off these images. The coding is what they control. That's why it's called light code lockdown, because whatever the light hits, they control the codes that come back to your retinas for you to perceive it to be whatever it is they want it to be based upon the code that they've infused inside of the light. This is why it's called light code lockdown. You have to really understand what I mean when I tell y'all we under light code lockdown. So basically, Resurrections, in that scene where he created this whole movie based off shit that he really lived, but he didn't even know he really lived it because he thought they were just visions. A lot of y'all go through this. A lot of y'all go through that. A lot of y'all deal with that. But you don't trust what it is that the astral realm shows you. Oh, it was just a dream. Oh, it's just a thought. Why? Because you trust the matrix over yourself. You trust Jesus over yourself. Trust Allah. Hell, some of y'all trust Joe Biden over yourself. See? Think about that. We watching the movie, we knowing like, damn, nigga, you really live that shit. But Neo didn't know that. That's exactly how our ancestors be looking at us. Like, nigga, that ain't no thought. You really lived it. Some of y'all be, I was in the astrals, I was flying. I went here, I went there. Back home on Xylanthia, they looking down at you like, nigga, that ain't no dream. That's reality. That's reality. That's the real reality. But Neo perceived it to just be a video game that he created. Not thinking, but where are these thoughts coming from? All creativity is inspired from source. When you create something, that takes divine feminine energy. Because remember, the divine feminine energy is the creative part of us. Remember, she is the creative. She's the creator. The divine masculine energy job is to enforce, provide and protect and enforce. Remember, I taught y'all about dark matter energy and what makes the energy dark. The divine masculine energy makes it dark because his job is to provide and protect. A very strong celestial energy, dark matter energy, the strongest. They call it antimatter in science. So anytime you're dealing with creation, creation is sparked by source. Your creative thoughts ain't just coming out of nowhere. You have to go up into the astral realms and you pull that back down here. Anytime you're being creative, that's what you're doing. You're going up into the astral realms and you're pulling that back down. You're pulling in all these creative ideas and inspiration. All that shit comes from the astral realms. And you pulling it back down. All that's coming from source. And you pulling that back down. And then you either write it down or you speak it. Right? Also, look at Morpheus in Resurrections. Morpheus didn't look the same. And it's not because they couldn't have rehired Lawrence Fishburne to play Morpheus again. They could have did that. They purposely chose the different actor to play Morpheus because they wanted to show you they were talking about reincarnation. Listen, the movie Matrix Resurrections focuses on past lives. This is why Neo starts off back in the Matrix not knowing shit about his past life. It teaches you about, it's talking about source and where creativity comes from, the astral realms. It's talking about reincarnation, right? Because the new Morpheus, it was still the same soul and spirit, but he was in a different avatar because the Matrix had been redesigned. So the new Morpheus, that's why when he told her, I'm Morpheus, she was like, oh shit, she hugged him. Oh shit, you look different, but I know that's the same soul and spirit. It's a different model. They talked a lot about modules in Resurrections. They talked a lot about old codes because this shit is codes, programs. And when Morpheus came back to himself, when he was trying to give Neo the red pill in the bathroom, Neo, oh, hell no, I ain't taking that shit. Because he made a whole video game about it. So he knew all about it. He knew all about it. So he's like, hold on, wait, what? Take the pill? Oh man, hell nah, nigga, I'm not. This can't be real. It can't be real. He did not want to accept it. Even when they were shooting at him. They shooting at him. He's still standing right there talking about some, no, it can't be. That's how far they had disconnected him from self, from source. That's how far they had disconnected Neo from source. All right? That's no different than when we look up and we see ships in the sky. We still say they planes. You looking right at it. It can't be, man. That got to be a plane up there. It ain't moved, though. Like 20 minutes. It's just sitting in one spot. You're like, oh, that got to be a plane. And then your mind go and tell you, oh, well, that ain't no plane. It has to be a star. It's a whole ship sitting there looking at you. Watching over the planet, watching over the realm. As many times, many of you have did all type of things in your life that will be considered impossible. But what would you say? You have been programmed to think, it's just a coincidence. That's it, it's coincidence. Right? The whole Resurrections was about us. God's species. It was about us. Even when Neo woke up and he was coming out the pod, he saw Trinity. he was destined to get back to Trinity. That actually became the rest of the movie. Him trying to free Trinity. But then when he bumped into Trinity in the Matrix, he was a rich video. Listen, he was a famous video game designer. Trinity was anxious to sit down with him and meet him because he was famous video game programmer, right? But when they sat down at the table and talked, they had a deeper connection. But guess what? The Matrix made them think differently. Because together, they are unstoppable. Neo represented the divine masculine energy, which is why they made him white. Trinity represented the divine feminine energy, which is why they made her white. Neo, the Matrix had him thinking he was just some video game programmer. And how was Trinity living? Trinity had a whole husband and kids. A whole husband and kids. Do you see the way they program them to keep them away from each other? I'll make you a famous video game programmer. And I'll give you another husband with kids. So if y'all ever do bump across each other in this construct, y'all will never come to that again because she got a husband and kids. She not finna break her marriage. That goes to show you the way they do you, the elites do you. Remember I told you when you first get here, they inject you with nanobot technology. And some of you, your dark matter energy levels are so high, they separated you from your real mom and dad at birth. They put entire families around us, man. Whole family that you don't even belong to. I told y'all that before they ever came out with the fucking movie. And then they showed it to you in the movie with Trinity. You see? I told y'all that before they ever put it in a fucking movie. And then they showed it to you in the movie with Trinity. Because this is what they do. Even Neo. Everybody around Neo was designed to keep his ass believing that he wasn't the one. His best friend was the fucking psychiatrist. And what was the psychiatrist doing? Feeding him everything to keep him believing he's not the one and plugged into the Matrix. This is a real thing they do to us. It's not just a movie. And you wondering why you the only one in your family woke. You wonder why my mama ain't trying to hear that shit. Well, that don't make sense. Because genetically speaking, the apple never falls that far from the goddamn tree. So you're telling me, here you are woke as can be, but ain't nobody else in your family trying to hear that shit? Something ain't adding up now. I can see a few motherfuckers not trying to hear it, but genetically speaking, the apple don't fall too far from the tree. So why am I the only motherfucker in the family that's woke? That see shit for what it is? Anybody else trying to hear shit? Niggas still celebrating Jesus, Christmas, Valentine's Day. You the black sheep, ain't you? Yes, you is. Niggas look at you like you crazy. Y'all be hitting me up. Hey, man, God, I'm trying to get my mom and them to see. How about you step back and ask yourself, why don't they see? Why don't they see but you do? Is it because you really a chosen one, or is it because that's not really your family? And like I told you, a lot of y'all not ready for that. Just like Neo wasn't ready to realize that the world he had been living in wasn't real neither. But it's the truth. They measure your dark matter energy levels at birth. Your shit too high, they give you a whole fake family. All the teachers that was in your, that was every class, every grade that was around you from first grade on through. Government, sentient programs. All your friends, They pick your friends for you. They pick your family for you. They pick the schools you're going to go to. They pick the jobs you're going to have. After all, you got to go through them to get the shit anyway. That's how deep it get. That's how deep it get. And if you ever so much as come back in tune with self on any level, we got mom, dad, aunties, uncles, best friends, boyfriends, girlfriends, the motherfuckers in your community, people at your job all around you, agents all around you to keep you believing that your ass crazy or you tripping. That's what they for. I had to cut all my friends and family off to find self. I did. Mom's side, dad, I had to cut them off. I stepped back from everybody to break free. Because I knew what was going on. I already knew what everybody's role was. And you wondering why you the only motherfucker woke in your family. Why I'm the only motherfucker woke? Don't nobody else see what I see. That's because they're not your family, man. That's not your family you was really born to. They separated you from them. Real mom, they separate you from all them. Some of your moms and mother and dads were so weak, they sold you to the government. Others gave you up out of fear. And now they become the psychiatrists. All your friends, your family, they like the psychiatrist was Neo. That's their job. That's their role. That's what you got to know. That's their role. That was their role. That's how deep it gets. That was their role. Just like the psychiatrist. Just like Trinity. Trinity couldn't wake up. She got a whole husband and kids. And when she did wake up, what they do at the end of the movie? It was all based on Trinity. She held the keys in this Matrix 4, she held the keys. It wasn't Neo. See, it was all on Trinity. The first three was on Neo. This one was on Trinity. That's how it is in real life amongst us. The divine masculine energy, we got our role to play. We right? To hold it down. But in the end, for us to overcome, it's going to take the divine feminine energy for them to know who they are. It was all about saving Trinity. See what I'm saying? So that they can crack it again. And what happened? Trinity they damn near lost. Soon as Trinity sat down to hear what Neo had to say, who they sent in? Her husband and her kids. Ooh, that's a hard one, ain't it? Husband and the kids come in like, come on, let's go. She like, damn, like, right, let's go. Husband and the kids, that's a hard decision for a wife to make now. Husband and the kids pull up like, hey, let's go. But these are the extents that the oppressor goes through to keep you attached to the matrix. That's why you have to detach. Crown chakra meditations. Get your amethyst game on. Meditate with them. Because if you don't detach, you'll forever be lost here. There's too many things to keep you here. You can't be afraid to lose nothing. You got to know everything is an illusion. And everything that you truly need is already with you. It's our illusions. But look how cold, look how they play the game, though. They sent the wife and they sent the husband and the kids in. And she got up and walked with them. She's like, damn, all right, I got to watch. The last minute, she snapped out of it, but these are the extents they go through. Now, when you're talking about the Trinity, you got to understand the power of the 3, 6, and the 9, because the Trinity represents 3. You got the divine masculine energy, divine feminine energy, and then you got Source. That's the Trinity. Source created the divine feminine energy, who then in turn created the divine masculine energy. What's Source? Dark matter energy and plasma. And out of that, our goddesses manifested themselves. And after they manifested themselves, they turned around and manifested us. That's the Trinity. Divine feminine energy, divine masculine energy, and Source. That's the Trinity. And the goddesses hold all 3 within them. We don't hold Source within us. We have divine feminine energy, and as gods, we have divine feminine energy in us and divine masculine energy, and we have to connect to Source. Let me repeat that for the gods. We don't hold all 3. We have divine feminine energy in us because we come from that, and divine masculine energy in us, and we have the ability to connect to Source. But the goddesses being first, they have divine feminine energy in them, divine masculine energy in them, and Source within them. So they hold the Trinity within them. That's why Trinity was the key in this last one. This was a very esoteric movie, this Matrix 4 was. And notice, Neo never got his full powers back in Matrix 4. He was still able to stop bullets. He a little plasma boat, but he wasn't that. Matrix 3 and Matrix 2 Neo. The person who held all them keys was Trinity. That's why they went to jump off the roof. He couldn't fly. She flew them away from that situation. But what it was showing you in the movie was Neo's willingness to step back and let the divine feminine energy lead for once. Because remember, in every other movie, Neo was leading. And it's not that he wasn't still strong. He was still strong. But the movie depicted it like that because they understand that the divine feminine energy is back. And the divine masculine energy is that it's reaching its full capacity. But remember the Trinity now. Divine feminine energy, divine masculine energy, and Source. Source ain't never left. Source always been Source. But divine masculine and divine feminine energy got confused. That's what the oppressors did with witchcraft, white magic, light magic, I like to call it. They put the divine feminine energy against the divine masculine energy. We coming up out of that slowly but surely. And it all starts with just a little respect for our goddesses respecting the gods. You know, not looking at them like, it's just some nigga. Niggas ain't shit. We ain't got that mindset no more. You could say that's a program. A nigga is a program. A god is reality. A bitch is a program. A god is its reality. That's a program. If you see a god in his lower self acting like a nigga, that's because he is fully latched into that program. See? He got to get red pill so that he can come up out of that program and be in reality, which is his God self. You see a god is in her lower self acting like a bitch, a gold digger, only trying to use her body, her titties and her coochie to get ahead in life. You know, she's latched onto a program. She's participating in that program. She's not in reality. When she gets out of that program, she enters reality and realizes that she's a goddess. So we can't be saying bitches ain't shit and niggas ain't shit. We gotta call a bitch is a program and a nigga is a program. But you have so many gods that are in their God self as we moving forward compared to this same time 2 years ago. You got so many goddesses in their higher vibration frequency compared to where they was 2 years ago. That now that divine feminine and that divine masculine is going to connect. One out of but the other, they need both. And that's what they were showing you in Matrix Resurrection. When they both touch, can't nothing stop them together. And they told you that literally in Matrix Resurrection. When the divine feminine energy links into the divine masculine energy and they merge, nothing can stop that. And that's what we're going to. That's the energy right now. Because we have to form the Trinity. Like Captain Planet. By your powers combined, even when you look at history, it was always the divine feminine energy and the divine masculine energy. Any revolution, any wars we won, we was always united. United with ourselves and united amongst each other. This is what resurrections is all about. Because we are being resurrected. Born again, if you want to call it that. We're being resurrected. We was dead. We not dead anymore. So they had to name the movie Resurrections. And then they dropped it at the end of this year. Of all the years, nigga, they could have came with a part 4. They could have came with part 4 years ago. Why they want to come with part 4 now? With all the shit going on in the world, y'all want to come with a part 4 right now? It's a form of magic. Hollywood. Like I've been telling you. Hollywood put the movie out. They trying to make it right. They can't come out and tell us, so they want to put it in the movies. Try to make it right. But it's too late for that. Oh, let's try to make it right and put little hints and put it back in the movies. And if you ask me, it was no need for a part 4 to the Matrix. They made that out of sheer desperation. But I want you to focus on that blue pill, though. How they kept giving him them. He was popping the shit out them blue pills. That's what you do when you turn the news on and you believe what they tell you. Blue pilling you. This channel, this is a red pill channel. Red pill you on this motherfucker. They don't like me. I'm like the anomaly. Like he got the codes. You know what I'm saying? They want to keep y'all from the codes. That's why they take me and other truth speakers, truth tellers. We represent a code. Everything is codes. We want to keep you detached from self. The Matrix does. The oppressors does. So that's what he feeds you. All these headlines to keep you detached from who you are. And want you to remember anything. I tell you, remember who you are. They tell you to forget who you are. They don't want you to know about candle magic. You can't know about none of that. symbolism, and how to use it. Your true power that lies within you. Your connection to source, which is your true creator, they can't let you know none of that. So that's what stood out to me the most that I liked about it. I'm like, damn, look how they got Neo taking all these blue pills, though. You feel me? He's popping the shit out them blue pills. You are galactic beings. I'm not lying when I'm telling you that. When I'm telling you that everybody that they consider Black and Latino has carbon in their skin, and you are the creators of everything you see around you and everything that you do not see. I'm not just telling you that to tell you that. When I say we come from Sirius X, Xylanthia, that's headquarters, located in the 19th galaxy. I'm not just telling you that because it sounds good, man. That's a true red pill for your ass. It's the truth. And they know it's the truth. When you see these quote-unquote UFOs, if you expected some green niggas in suits to hop off them bitches, you smoking dick. You hear me? You smoking good dick. Because I'm telling you right now, everybody want to see what's on these ships. You gonna see us hop off them bitches. That's who you gonna see. Then niggas' feelings gonna be hurt. Because you expecting to see some magical beings hop off the ships. And it's gonna fuck you up when you see us hop off the ship. Like, damn. That's what we sent Rashad Jamal for, to let you niggas know who y'all was. It's us on them ships. But they can't let you know that. You know, when the ships is moving in all type of ways that defies their laws of gravity, because I told you, gravity is man-made. All their science is lies. Gravity don't keep you on the ground. Density does that. But they'll have you believing it's gravity. When I say, hey, you know, our goddesses manifested themselves out of dark matter energy. They ain't need no dick or no semen. That actually happened. You think it's just a dream. You think it's just a lecture. That's no different than Neo in Resurrections. Every time he get them visions, he push him out his head with the blue pill. Every time you come here, get this deep download, the rest of the week until another Sunday come, here they go blue pilling you all week. You got family want to call you and vent, you listen. I ain't listening to nobody. Listen to none of that shit. Because your venting contains programs that's going to lower my frequency. I'm going to care about what you're going to do. And now I'm focused on caring, and I ain't focusing on self. And now I've become emotionally attached to your shit. Now I'm blinded by those emotions, which then causes self to go off and do experience a whole bunch of shit that wouldn't have been experienced. That's not selfish. You know what that's called? That's called cutting down the programs. That's what that's called. It's not being selfish. It's called defusing, deactivating the program. You want to call me to vent, but I can't call you to talk about real cosmic facts, though. I can't even get you to meditate. You want to vent? Let's meditate together, though. Can we meditate, nigga? You ain't trying to even meditate. You nigga don't even sit there 3 minutes. See what I'm saying? Programs. The people that were shooting at Neo and them, you know what they represent? That's the police. They are the enforcers of the Matrix. We got all this magic in place for them to keep being a part of this matrix. But guess what? If them niggas so much as act like they don't want to follow the motherfucking program, we're going to get physical. That's what the military for. National Guards, CIA, FBI, U.S. Marshals. That's what they for. You think them niggas really want to stop crime? Niggas can never sell a drug, send a shot off for 1 week. Just 1 week. And they're going to find new things to call crime. They have no job description if there's no crime. So why would they want to stop crime when this is how they feed their family? Think about that. Any law enforcement official, we're fighting crime. You're not fighting crime. You're promoting crime. You bank on crime happening so that you can get it paid every 2 weeks. Same thing with the doctors. They don't want to heal you. They need you niggas sick. They need you niggas in there, in and out the hospital. How they gonna get paid? How do they get paid if everybody's healthy? Hospitals be empty. Now how they making money? You need to ask yourself how your government really feels about you. These are all programs. Sentient programs. Light code lockdown. Why would they put us under light code lockdown? Because you are electricity. 666. Let's go back to the basics. Cosmic facts 101. Electrons, neutrons, protons. 666. All that is electricity. You electricity at your core. So everything they do is for electricity. Everything they do is attacks against electricity. Electrical attacks. And when you can understand that, you can further see past the matrix. If you can remember, I am electricity. That's also what makes you a non-ether being. And everything the oppressor does are attacks against electricity to de-amplify your electricity or our electricity. They don't view us as single individuals. They view us as a conglomerate of electricity. We're trying to amplify the electricity. They're trying to de-amplify the electricity. This is why getting back into hoodoo is a big thing. It's going to be needed in 2022. 2022 is how long they have been away from their home planet. They mark it. Remember, I told you they mark their year. They mark their years. So in 2021, they had been away from their home planet 2021 of their man-made years. 2022 marks they have been away from their home planet 2022 of their man-made years. Their reign ended December 21st, 2020. So it only will cut down more their power from here. There's no going back uphill with the things they have done to us. It's only going to break down more and more. So us getting back into hoodoo is a big thing. I don't want to say voodoo because voodoo has been infiltrated. Voodoo is a religion. Hoodoo is not. Hoodoo basically is the remnants of voodoo. So hoodoo really is voodoo without the religious base. After the Emancipation Proclamation was signed, our ancestors had to hide the way they practiced voodoo. So they hid it behind hoodoo. And they also, this is why a lot of the Orishas were re-nicknamed as saints. For example, Papa Legba, who is the first Orisha you must go through because he's at the crossroads. He's the gatekeeper. Before you can activate any ritual or any spell, you have to ask for his permission first, if you wish to do it properly and to have the most ashe behind it. He's the keeper. He's the sacred keeper of the ashe as well. But guess what? Our ancestors hid him behind Saint Lazarus, so that when these oppressors would come along, they wouldn't know what they was doing. So getting back to, now they call it New Orleans voodoo, Haitian hoodoo, Haitian voodoo. We can just scrap all the names. Just get back to hoodoo. Because the power in it is limitless. After all, it's based on your intent. But to eradicate this matrix, to make the full use of our resurrection back into our godly states, that which we are, we have to get back to our roots. Communicating with our ancestors, talking to the spiritual realms, not being afraid to communicate with the spiritual realms, because some people are. But that's what scary movies do to you. Scary movies that have you, horror films is the reason why you scared to communicate with the spiritual realm. They knew what they was doing when they came out with all the horror movies. That's what that was about. Especially the ones involving ghosts. That's what that was about. We are in quantum energies. This is why it isn't any winter. The planet is getting warmer and warmer. It's increasing back to its state. The plants are going through metamorphosis, the animals, the minerals, and so are we. But we cannot be scared to connect with our ancestors. We cannot be scared to walk within the spiritual world, that which we come from. We cannot be scared to do that. This is where your power is hitting. We are the elements. Remember, I am everything and everything is me. We are the elements. We won't lose this war. It's already won. We can't lose a war that's already won. Just like in Matrix Resurrections. The the analysts or architecture, whatever you want to name them, he created all type of programs to stop the inevitable, and none of it worked. Neo eventually woke up again, and through his waking up, he was able to wake Trinity up. And by waking Trinity up, they were able to merge to once again break the matrix and rewrite a whole new reality. And that's what you're witnessing. All these programs they put in place for us to sink, did nothing but bring us closer. Look at this pandemic. It was designed to tear us down. It brought us closer. It made us stronger. It took many of you deeper into yourself on levels you never would have went if it didn't happen. You see how the ancestors work? And with their arrival, made the elites panic and even create a pandemic. That's why they panic. Oh shit, they back. Oh, we gotta keep these niggas in the house so they don't get the radiation. But in doing that, you only brought us together. Made us tap more into self, more into source. That's all it did. We just right here, we're at the beginning of our powers. We're not at the end. Niggas just now realizing they everything. And that still ain't sunk all the way in yet. But imagine when it do. It's just like any lesson. When you first learned 1 + 1 = 2, that shit ain't sink in. Even when they told 1 + 1 = 2, like, okay. You know that? Nigga walked out. The next day you came, 1 + 1 = 2. Okay. A month later, nigga asked you what 1 + 1, you like 2, right? It's the same thing. We in here like, hey, I'm everything and everything is me. We're like, okay. We do another live, like, hey, I'm everything is me. Y'all like, all right, you right. That's how it starts. You know, you got to hear it first. You got to hear it a couple times. But then it's going to stick to you one day, and you're going to really embody that saying that I am everything and everything is me. And it's going to be sooner than later. And they know it. It's all about repetition. Because repetition is vibration. Anything, any lie they taught us, they never told it to us once. They never told us that shit once. They drilled it into you so that it could stick to you. That's what I'm doing. Drilling this shit into you so it could stick to you. If you created all that you see and all that you don't see, what is the limits to your power? You have none. You are limitless. You really are. This is why they went out their way to kill you, poison you, drug you, miseducate you, make you wear clothes, they like to call them. Standing right here with my shirt off, I'm getting all this electricity. My electricity just, if I put some clothes on, it's going to be compressed in. Wherever the cloth is, the electricity is compressed. Sometimes you see me get on here, throw a wife beat on, throw shit just for how I feel that day. But overall, you go, oh, I'm always on here with no shirt on. Everybody, put a shirt on. When I first started, nigga, please. Niggas was telling me to put a shirt on at 3K subscribers, nigga. Fuck out of here. Because I knew the reason for me not having a shirt on. I want to amplify my electricity and my intent onto the planet, onto the realm, over Atlantis. We back to nature. But with great power comes great responsibility too. So we're not remembering these things for us to take that power and do what Satan did, to use it for negative or to harm individuals for no reason. That's not the purpose of it. It's to defend ourselves, our species. You turn the news on, they running out of lies. The news ain't never looked so confusing. It was a time you turn the news on and they have their lies in order. It's not like that anymore. It's not like that anymore at all. They be confused. The analysts breaking down. Just pay attention to what the stories they rolling out. Told y'all new variants gonna keep coming out because that's an attack on us. Why? Because the ancestors back. The portal's been open. It's so much shit taking place that they're not even reporting. This shift is a real life thing taking place. You won't be able to tell one season from the next because it never was seasons. All we knew was warmth. We didn't have seasons. Seasons ain't come into play really until they start fucking with the technology, fucking with the atmosphere. Like I told you, do you really think niggas was half asshole naked and it was freezing cold? That let you know winter was something that was new. This year won't be no winter. Next year, goddamn it, a leaf might not even fall off the tree. Then what they gonna tell you? What they gonna tell you to what can they tell you now? They can't even explain what's going on right now. So they don't even try to explain it. They go around it. I warned y'all about the food shortages. I warned you all about the ZRV16 virus, AKA the vax. You know it's real when the people that took the hot sauce 19, now they asking questions. Because in the end, even Satan himself gonna have to bear witness to the truth that he never wanted to bear witness to. He will never be stronger than us. No matter how powerful he made his army, Satan will never be more powerful than us. Zeus will never be more powerful than us. No matter how many minions he have in his army, fallen angels that left with him, he will never outnumber Source. This is a real life revolution we in. Revolutionary times we in right now. That's why it's fucked the whole system. That's why I only say what the ancestors tell me to say. It's them talking through this vessel. We the last generation. That's real. That ain't no fairy tale shit. It all ends with us and it all changes with us. Babylon is falling. Babylon is falling. That slick harlot, that slick whore she is, drunk off the blood of our ancestors and our kids. I told you, every child every woman that ever went missing since the 1960s was done by these elites. Shit ain't new. We just not hearing about it. They've been doing this. You think they're not gonna pay for that? They gotta pay for that. The karmic debt is being repaid. They the real vampires. You know, can't take sun, blood drinkers, Satan worshipers. And then you want to know if vampires are real. They very real. Werewolves too. It was a movie called Silver Bullet. They said the silver bullet kills the werewolf. I wonder why silver though? Of all elements, why would silver harm a werewolf? Why would silver harm a werewolf? What is silver? And what does it do to electricity? And what does it do to electricity? These are things I want you to meditate on. Frankenstein, all these stories of legend are a lot realer than you think. But we in a time right now, the reason why all is being revealed, because this is the collapse of Babylon. So we got to see everything that they was hiding as the ship go down. That's all that is. Everything that they was hiding is being revealed as the ship goes down. A lot of individuals want to save the ship. Niggas out there with their little canoes. You know what I'm saying? They threw the little ropes on. They trying to pull the ship back up on the other end to level it out on the water. They gonna sink with the ship. When the gods recognize who they are, that which we do, it brings about the destruction of this light cold lockdown. And that's what you're witnessing. With that being said, peace to the gods and goddesses of Planet Kai. I'll see y'all next week. If you ain't watched Matrix Resurrections, go watch it. Also, we're doing a meetup 1/22/22. For those who don't know, we're meeting up 1/22/22. I had to bring Oya on. She represents the divine feminine energy. The divine masculine energy being one with the divine feminine energy. We talk about the Mississippians next week. I leave as I come. Now we rise. One. Moors present. But like I told you, they was using the Moors to take us down from jump. And they used the Moors all the way to, hold on. Let's see if Google can back this up. Because, you know, Google and DuckDuckGo, they work for the same people, G. So, you know, they ain't going to let you go as deep as you can go when you go in here, nigga. When was the Moors at war? Okay. What I say? They say, I look up, how long did the Moors control Europe? Right? Hold on. Come on, man. Because see, they not gonna give it to you like I give it to you. But if you already been listening, you could go back and look at they shit. They'll fill in more blanks for you. Check them out. How long did the Moors control Europe? Many writers refer to Moorish rule over Spain spanning the 800 years from 711 to 1492. I just want to stop there, nigga. I want to stop there. I don't even want to You know what I'm saying? Now, fuck what they saying. What did I tell y'all happened in 1492? Their year, nigga. All their history gonna start at 1492. But peep game, what is they telling you? The Moors ran everything, right? They'll give it to the Moors, which was us, right? But we deeper than the Moors, but they'll give us the Moors a little bit. The Moors ruled over Spain for 800 years, let them tell it, right? From both, but look at the dates though. 711 to 1492. Now, what happened in 1492? Why did the Moors not have Europe anymore in 1492? Because they were at war. They were at war. Hold on. They was at war with Spain. You hear me? They snapped out of the spell, y'all. Remember I told you they had the Moors under spells. You hear me? They had the Moors at war. Now look, the Moors went to war with Spain in 1492, but they went to war with them before that. It ended in 1492. They went to war with Spain. You hear me? Now remember I told you that when they first came and landed on our planet, it was the Moors who was supposed to watch over them. And it was Moors, a group of us called the Moors, that motherfuckers start having sex with these motherfucking white human being women. And this is what they mean in the Bible when they say, and we sent the watchers to watch over the humans, the gods, to watch over the humans. And it was certain gods, right, that saw them and took them as their wives. Right? They tell you about this in the Bible, this moment in time. And it was right there when the Moors started having sex with these white women and started pillow talking, telling them all the enchantments and teaching them all our magic. Facts. This is how they got the magic. This is how they got the magic. This is what you got to know. Nigga, this pillow talking shit ain't new. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Pillow talking is very dangerous unless it's your wife and it's your real wife and your tribe or something, nigga. Nah, for real. You got to understand me. I'm just breaking it down in lamest terms. They were pillow talking with these hoes. You feel me? And they was pillow talking and motherfuckers taught them the enchantments. They taught them our shit. You got to understand, like, how the fuck did the human beings even get to know our codes to shit? It was this moment. It was a vital moment. See, the Bible don't tell you that part. The Bible just tell you, because they don't want you to know. You can't know what they did. You know what I'm saying? They make it, the Bible put the shit like a fairy tale. You feel me? Like it was some fairy tale that transpired in a land before time. You know what I'm saying? The Bible be on some, they may put this shit like it's a fairy tale that happened in a far off land before time or some shit. Like it ain't, your soul don't even grab it the same. That shit don't even resonate with your soul the same. So you be like, whatever. You don't even remember the shit they teaching you. It don't even add up. The reason it add up when I'm telling it to you, because it's the completion of what the bits and pieces that they wanted. They give you bits and pieces though in the Bible. They do that now. They will give you bits and pieces in their Bible. But you got to understand, like, who were the fucking fallen? Who were these gods that came and landed and saw the daughters of man and took them as wives? And then they throw you off because they be like, and then they had giants. They gave birth to the Nephilim. Nigga, the Nephilim is a group of beings that actually exist, and they exist in this planet on a whole different realm, though. You get what I'm saying? So they go back to lying again. They go back to lying again. You know what I'm saying? They give you lie, truth, lie, truth. So this is why the Bible, like, you got to know what you're doing with it. But it's there, though. It's definitely there. You feel me? If your eye is open and you know your shit, you can go to the Bible and be like, if you in here studying, I just bring it down and break it down to y'all. If you in a university, I make it so easy for you because all the fucking research is done. So all you really have to do is just go back and be like, look at these motherfuckers lying. Look at these motherfuckers lying, y'all. Because that's what when you look back at it, you be, look at these motherfuckers lying, y'all. You know, it looked different when you look back at it. You mean, when we was going through it and it was being taught, you ain't know nothing. You just like, yeah, okay, you right. We had fruit buckets on our head, and Columbus discovered America. And you're right. You running through all the thickest of lies. They smashing that shit in your face like when you go pull up to the car wash and they hit the windows. They hit your windows with the. That's how they do you with the lies. You going through you set it with lies. You know what I'm saying? You can't see no realness. You feel me? But now that we didn't made it through the lies, we look back at it like, look at these niggas lying. They don't even feel the same, do it? Look at these niggas lying, y'all. No, I'm just saying, like, for real, because, like, I told y'all, no lie. I told y'all, I've been told y'all this, but I'm just saying, like, this is my first time really going to Google under the what they gonna say about the Moors. I don't go to Google for nothing about the Moors because they lying. But I'm like, okay, they do put in there that they tabulate a moment, like, okay, well, you know, it ended in 1492. So they okay, they want to give you a little, but that's because, like I told you, you know what I'm saying? When they came and they landed, the gods was coming through. We was reverse engineering the human beings, right? We was reverse engineering the human beings back to a higher state. You got to understand the science, right? This all goes together with Egypt and Queen Khalifa. So you got to understand why we going back to this. The Moors play a part. They play a heavy role. Listen, these niggas was coming, like I told you. In the Bible, they make it seem like, and they came from the heavens, and this was the Moors, nigga. And yes, that was us, black people. It wasn't white people. This ain't y'all segment. Y'all ain't got to worry about taking no weight right now. We talking about what we did. This on us this one on us right now. Y'all can sit back because I know we be on y'all in here, you know what I'm saying? So y'all be attacking us. He said we were single-celled organisms. We were brought in a petri dish. But nah, for real, like, this one on us. Like, literally, the gods, we y'all, us, y'all, the gods did this. You feel me? This is why I get heated, because I be like, damn, on that point right there, when we be like, how they know all our shit, I be like, I ain't gonna lie, y'all, it was still us, though. Because if niggas ain't come and go fuck on them, you feel me, go fuck on them, y'all wasn't listening. No disrespect. We was never supposed to mix our genetics with the human being genome at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the real thing. Like, this is real science. Like, I'm not even being funny. Like, y'all like animals. You see what I'm saying? So it's like we wasn't supposed to do nothing with y'all. Now y'all could do something with y'all, but because of the way Zeus made y'all genetically, I'm just being honest, the way Satan made y'all genetically, when y'all cool, whatever you want to go by, when he was crafting y'all, this is the true reason why we not supposed to interbreed with y'all. It ain't got nothing to do with no race. Before you ever heard of the term race, nigga, this is metaphysics, nigga. Before y'all ever even created the word race, we was already on this vibration, though. We was already on the vibration of understanding, like, no, we not supposed to do, no, we are divine beings. We not supposed to interbreed with no scientific experiments. And I say that with all due respect, you know what I'm saying? But niggas did, though, because y'all were made in our image. And once again, that's the magic. That's the magic. It's almost just like, because remember, free will is the weight that comes with being a god. Okay, because you as a God, you get all this power. We got all this divine power, but then guess what we got? We got free will. So free will challenges your self-discipline. And you always had gods that stepped outside of themselves, with Satan being the first. He led the whole fall and to step outside of their motherfucking self. You get what I'm saying? Like, we got to understand what as above, so below truly means. You know what I'm saying? A lot of your ancestors, your ancestors been going through this shit and you feel these emotions now. Me and my wife was just talking about that earlier. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, you are. That's why I say you are the ancestors. Your ancestors' genetics is in you. So that includes feelings, certain mood swings, all type of certain shit that you do that you wouldn't even fucking do. It ain't even you, it's them. You know what I'm saying? You got ways you feel about shit, things you like. You don't even know why you like them, because it be them. It be them, it be your ancestors. So you got to understand this connection, this divine connection, that you are the end result right now of all your ancestors' lineage. All them is in you, though. You're a composite of all them. You are your ancestors. Just like we are one. I'm talking to the God species. So as divine beings, you get what I'm saying? We've always had people that stepped outside of themselves. And that's what the Moors did. So the Moors was just like we got our spiritual assassins. The Moors were like, they wasn't the original 23 scientists, but the Moors were those gods and goddesses that they had a different knack for science. They were that gifted amongst us, right? So that was their designed role, which is why the Moors, we assigned the Moors to help them. Like, think about it. It's so many of us that when the human beings needed to learn how to walk, stand up, do all that, nigga, we couldn't do that. It was too many of us. We like, man, we got other shit. Look, we had shit to do, nigga. We had like spiritual assassins. Our job was to go save other galaxies. That's why I say we've been warring with the reptilians. It's just that they eventually made it to Kai. Nigga, before Kai, they took this planet, that planet. Do you know how many wars we done been in with these bitches? And before they ran to this planet in this lifetime? That's why I be like, ain't no reason for y'all to be scared of them, nigga. You know how many times they done killed y'all already in other lifetimes and you done killed them, nigga? And now you back in this realm. Like, I'm being real with you. This ain't no fucking just right here shit. This is the end of a war that we've been going through with these bitches for energy cycles now. This shit ain't just start. You know what I'm saying? This shit from planet to galaxy, planet to planet, because they was always stealing the motherfucking planet, draining it of resources. That's what they do. You feel me? So you had your spiritual assassins. We go get on their ass. Then you got your spiritual warriors, right? Then you got your advanced beings in certain medicines. You got advanced beings in certain magic. You got certain everything. So everybody took on certain little groups in a way. So we kind of grouped amongst one branch, but we got groups like you got the Navy, the Marines, nigga, the Air Force, nigga. That's how we is in the Astros. That's where they get it from. Us. You feel me? The military's whole ranking comes from our Astral army. They know that because they got the paperwork. You know what I'm saying? On us. They got the books on us. They know how we move astrally. So they replicate that on a negative level, though, here in the physical, with how they move with their military. But that's how we move. We got ranks and all of that in this cosmic royalty, hierarchy, families, all of that. You know what I'm saying? It's real. It's realer in the astral realms than it is here. You know? So that's a fact. That why you think everything happens in the astrals first, then it happens to you. Like this just play, nigga. It's really in the astrals. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? So the Moors were that group of us that was very advanced in certain sciences. And we sent them to teach them. That's why we sent the Moors to teach the human being race. That's who taught y'all how to stand upright. That's who taught y'all all about astrology, astronomy, the stars, the enchantments, agriculture, how to mix certain seeds and mix certain medicines and herbs. And then y'all killed one of the hermeticists that we sent to help them when the war broke off. That's why the human being race don't know. Y'all still don't know don't understand seasonings like that to this day, because y'all killed the leading hermeticist that was in that field in the war. His soul never returned back here. You feel me? He just ascended and kept going to higher vibrations. He never came back, so he didn't keep teaching other souls that within y'all that's supposed to talk y'all that. That's why, like, if y'all white people, if y'all want to know why y'all have a hard time figuring out y'all seasonings and shit, and y'all can't get it right, y'all food be bland and all of that, that's because of that. Y'all didn't learn that. All y'all learned was like all y'all hierarchy learned was like our enchantments. So y'all learn how to hex us, y'all learn how to jinx us, y'all learn how to put curses on us, y'all learn how to trick us with lies called tricknology. Tricknology is the art of deception. It's an actual science. It's called tricknology. I did a video on this shit like when I first started the channel, but it's real. Tricknology that's why I had the little boy with the book on this shit. That's a real science. Like that's one of Zeus's main things that he gave y'all. So that tricknology was what was used to trick the fucking Moors into even, you know what I'm saying? That was all magic, and they fell for it. And then when the Moors fell for it, that's how the fall started. Now listen, check this out. They used the Moors from that start all the way through, literally to this point that I'm showing y'all right here on Google. When they like, hey, the Moors was 711 AD all the way to 1492 after they war with Spain. Why would they all of a sudden just go to war with Spain? Why would the Moors, who had been helping Spain that whole time, the Moors fucking built Europe, nigga. The Moors built modern day Europe, nigga. France, Italy, the architectures for that, the blueprints, the layout, all that come from the Moors. All that shit is designed strategically, specifically on certain energy points. All of that shit, nigga. The Moors did that. The Moors did all of that. All they modern day cathedrals, them big ass cathedrals that sits on the hills with the certain shapes. It was the Moors who put squares on top of circles and triangles on top of cutting triangles in half. They ain't know shit about no shapes, nigga, and how to mix no shapes together, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Niggas ain't know how to put no circles on top of no motherfucking rectangular cylinders and no squares on top of on top of hexagons and octagons and all that. When you looking at a church, you looking at a building, that ain't nothing but a bunch of shapes cut off, put together. That's how architects design. It goes back to the basics of what they taught you about in school of shapes and shit. Everything around you is shapes. Your lighter is just shapes. All this is shapes. Everything around you, shapes, 2 rectangles. What you talking about? You know what I'm saying? All that shit is basic light magic. That's why they lied to us about shapes. Right? That's why they lied to us about shapes. All that. That's why they got fucking rectangular walls and ceilings, shapes to smash your electricity, to keep your electricity boxed in. You feel me? Shapes. But who you think taught them that? The Moors, nigga. The Moors, this the same. The Moors did this. All of this designing the Moors did. All these blueprints the Moors did. But it was because they had the Moors under spells. You gotta feel me. You know what I'm saying? The Moors wasn't themselves though, neither. Remember, after they had sex with the human beings and they started mixing in, you feel me? Put that thing on them, you feel me? On the real. And them niggas was tripping. Them niggas got to tell them everything. I'm just breaking it down to you. They got to tell them everything, and then they got to doing everything for them. Not even knowing they had them under spells. That's how they put the Moors under spells. They put the Moors under spells through the sex. It was through the sex. You feel me? You ever heard something called the Vril? The Vril that's a real celestial entity. You feel me? They talk about the Vril being a form of reptilian. It is a form of reptilian. It's like the worm where it gets inside you and it grows in you. It lives in you. It's an actual being in force, but it's like in worm format. They call them the Vril. They actually exist too. They are part of the reptilians. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? They can enter through your eyes, through your nose, through your ears, through your nose, through your mouth. That's what Body Snatchers was about, the Vril. They made a whole movie about the Vril. Body Snatchers, you know what I'm saying? They like little worms. They can get inside you and then take over you because they actual entities. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, though, that's what they was using on the Moors. You feel me? The reptilians used the Vril to infiltrate the Moors and put the Moors under spells. That's why they was, you feel me? And then they used them all the way to 70, all the way to about almost 1492. 1492, the Moors broke the spells. So that's why all of a sudden when they break the spells, they like, oh shit, what the fuck have we done? We didn't war with our own people to help these people conquer our own people and shit under these spells. So they immediately went to war with motherfucking Spain. That's why they went to war with Spain. They won't even tell you why, nigga. They just like the Moors was in Spain the whole time. Then niggas all of a sudden they at war with Spain and they get ran out of Europe. How? Why? Why did the Moors get ran out of Europe? What happened? What led to this? What got in them all of a sudden? You know what I'm saying? What got into them all of a sudden? You know what I'm saying? You've been living with the niggas. They try to make it seem like the Moors went to war because they joined the Muslims and warring against the Christians. No, they did not, nigga. They was warring against the Spaniards, nigga. After they snapped them spells, they got on their ass like, hold on, they tried us. They sent it right up immediately. You know what I'm saying? Magic is a real thing. That's why I say once they snapped out of it, they immediately went to war with them. They were like, hold on, you feel me? Because they like, what if once they came out of it, it was already too late. It was already too late, nigga. Like, look at the world, nigga. Y'all done help them conquer the whole world, nigga. We little as hell now. We was giants before you niggas gave their ass the spells. We told you don't go down there fucking on them. You feel me? You went down there fucking on them. And then they used the Vril to infiltrate, and then there it go. Now y'all on the spells, now y'all giving them the whole drip drop, and there it went. You feel me? I'm just being real. That's why, even if you look at the 1492 is when they say Christopher Columbus supposed to allegedly landed, right? And came to. It's when that came, right? So when you look at all that, you know what I'm saying? You gotta understand that the Moors was the ones that wrote the Constitution. The Moors are the ones that came up with the preamble. They came up with the whole structure. They were still under spells when they did all that. They were still under spells doing all that. And when they didn't need them no more, when they went to war with them, they didn't even need the Moors no more. They had already drained them and used them of everything they needed to use them for. You get what I'm saying? So it was like, okay, y'all going to war. Okay, we get it. Y'all going to war now, but nigga, look at us now. Nigga, ain't no trees, ain't nothing left, nigga. Before y'all was winning the spells, nigga, it was a luminous realm. We was glowing. We was red, we was green. The sky didn't used to be blue. The sky used to be a beautiful purple. You feel me? We had 2 suns. You know what I'm saying? We was 50 to 100 feet tall. We was living before y'all went into spells, and then niggas snap out the spells. And look, the sky blue. You feel me, nigga? We all brown and rusted out now. We all 5 feet to 6 feet around this bitch. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Shit, that affects us tapping into certain abilities too that we was doing. All that played a role. You feel me? I'm being real. Nigga snap out of that shit and nigga done fuck the whole world up. Now, nigga, you feel me? We try to get some pussy. That's what it come down to. That's really what it come down to. You know what I'm saying? So like, you got to understand that the Egyptians, right? Why is the Moors important? Why is that important? Because the Egyptians, right, were around during that time when they was sitting there in this alleged war with Spain, when the United States was coming up with because the Egyptians was all North America was basically considered Egypt to them, all the way up to 1776. All the way up to 1776. The Moors snap out the spell, but it's over with. That's why they was able to run through the Moors. They ran through the Moors like they had everything they needed. Now from 1492 on back, you got all of this basically Egypt at that time. This is why her name was Queen Khalifa, because all this was Egypt. So everybody was on a certain different vibration when they was that name that they was trying to give her. When they talk about Queen Khalifa, all that was going on. 1500s, 1600s, 1700s. You got Egypt. So this side of the country that they're calling California, right? All of that was that whole landmass of California. That was a tribe. That was a tribe, right? That was a tribe. And all of this was called Egypt. All of North America was called Egypt at the time. It's called Egypt. That's what they were calling it, Egypt. Calling us Egyptians. Egyptians. That's what they was calling us at that time. This is why I say the whole story of the Egyptians and the Hebrew Israelites, right? All that was going on when the Moors were at war with Spain. These are not distant times. So this is why Queen Khalifa, right, is a hidden story that you don't hear about. You don't hear about it. And even when you look it up, no lie, this is the only thing that came up. It came up like it was a fairy tale. When I pulled up Queen Khalifa, I found a quick little story. You know what I'm saying? And they basically were saying, hold on, that it was a writer named Garcia Rodriguez that had heard of this story of this black goddess named Queen Khalifa on this small island, right? And that, hold on, let me say what he said. Hold on. Okay, this is what he said. They say the story made up. It's called The Adventures of Espeldina. And they saying this whole story even about Queen Khalifa is a fictional story. Okay? They saying it's not true. All right? But in the story, this is how he described it. Know that on the right hand from the Indies exists an island. I'm reading his book called California, very close to a side of the earthly paradise. And it was populated by black women without any man existing there because they lived in the way of the Amazons. Hold on, y'all. This is a fictional story, y'all. Let them tell it. Hold on. They had beautiful, robust bodies, these Californians. They were a tribe. And they were brave and very, very strong. The Californians was all a tribe of all goddesses, right? And they say their island was the strongest of the world, with its steep cliffs and rocky shores. Their weapons were golden, and so were the harnesses of the wild beasts that they were accustomed to taming so that they could be ridden. So when they saying wild beasts, you know, they talking like real shit. They talking like lions and tigers and grizzly bears, nigga. Real shit today, where you like, I ain't going out there with no damn grizzlies, nigga. I ain't going out there with no motherfucking cougars and lions and tigers. That's how you would think today, right? Yes, you would, because you've been robbed of your essence. Meanwhile, the Californians, that's what they was doing. Now now keep in mind, this is just a book. This is a science fiction book. Okay, this what it says in his science fiction book. Okay, remember I told you, like, everything they tell you, if they say it's based on a true story, all that should be science fiction. And everything that's science fiction be the truth. Now keep in mind, that's what he said in his book about this island. He said his island of California was named after his queen Khalifa, who was said to have been a beautiful black Moor. Now y'all gonna see why I brought up the Moors. Who was said to have been a beautiful black Moor. Hold on, let's bring that sentence back. It's just a book though, y'all. It's just science fiction. You know what I'm saying? Montalvo's island of California was named after his queen Khalifa, who was said to have been a beautiful black Moor and pagan. See how they got to throw pagan on there. They're still trying to slide. You know, all the holidays is pagan. Christmas coming up. Y'all know this pagan holiday. We celebrated it. We did all that when we didn't remember who we was. Right? But now we remember. We see what the fuck. God damn it. The Jehovah's Witness had it right all along. God damn it. You know what I'm saying? God damn me. You feel me? Like, shit, you niggas had it right all along. I was slamming the door on y'all ass. At least y'all would have helped the nigga take a further step further. Fucking around with y'all. Nigga would have been woke up a lot sooner around here. The Jehovah's Witness had us going the right way. We ain't even know it, y'all. They had us going there. I ain't gonna say the rest of the shit, but with the whole fuck the holidays, they knew what they was on. They was on to some shit. You hear me? Yeah, no matter how many slam doors they had to deal with, nigga, shit, they let that be known. We had friends in school, niggas couldn't celebrate. You be feeling away in the class, nigga. We used to be getting our little Christmas holiday parties in school, y'all. We used to be getting our little graph bags and shit. You know what I'm saying, nigga? We over there. I got hella candy, nigga. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? We living, nigga. Look over there. I'll be that little group or that little one or two kids. They can't even accept no popcorn or nothing. Remember they put the little napkin in front of you. Teacher come around, hit everybody with some popcorn. Put the shit on the little napkin for you. Niggas, you get to them. She used to get to them, nigga. Well, that faith was strong, young. Know what they was doing, them Jehovah's Witness kids. Nigga ain't even want to sneak. Your mama ain't even here, nigga. You don't eat that popcorn, bro. Nigga, your mama ain't even here, nigga. Give it to me there, nigga. You accept it, just accept it, nigga. You could dump it off to me. You feel me? Don't be. We in second grade, nigga, with the candy too. So I always felt bad for them. Like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Nigga, no, we can't celebrate Christmas. I'm like, that's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? But now you be like, y'all had it right. You know what I'm saying? I had to hit up one of my old Jehovah's Witness homies. Grew up with him. He was Jehovah's Witness his whole life. Still is. I'm like, you had it right there. You know what I'm saying? You was right there. You feel me? But yeah, like, now they try to say she was a black Moor and pagan. Okay? So you got to know why they put pagan on there. Pagan is all of they shit. That's all of they fuckery is tied into paganism. All of it. You feel me? It covers it all. Even the modern day sacrifices they do in the music industry, if you get into what they did to pagan, shit, they ain't got nothing on the pagans. You feel me? A lot of this shit is them keeping up them pagan ideologies. You know what I'm saying? But they had to put pagan on the end of her shit for that. On top of them saying that this is science fiction. Remember, this is still science fiction though. But they say she was on a mission to raise an army of women warriors and sail away from California with a woman army so to go join a Muslim battle against the Christians who were defending Constantinople, right? Though Queen Khalifa will ultimately face defeat, she captured the imagination of many around the world, especially that of explorer Hernan Cortez, who will come to explore and name the state of California. So Hernan Cortez was the explorer who heard this story as a kid. He like, wow, it's just a story, but it inspired him to go sail and find the land. So they say. You see? So he heard the story, Hernan Cortez as a child. He like, okay, when I get grown, I'm going to go find this motherfucking island. I know it exists. The story felt too real. It had to be true. You know, he was a kid, so he was inspired. You know, and now they saying he went and he found this island. And the island that he eventually found is now called present-day California. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? They put some truth in there and buttered it up with so many lies. He was inspired by the story as a child. Mr. Cortez, we'll call him that, Mr. Cortez. So as an adult, he went and sailed, he stumbled upon some land, and he named that land California today. Okay, so that's what they say about Queen Khalifa, you know what I'm saying? That's all you're going to get. You can look yourself. It's going to come back to that shit being a fairy tale that inspired a settler who went and found some land when he became an adult and named the land after this fairy tale that he read as a child. You see what I mean by how they throw the truth out there and they with the lies though. You know what I'm saying? With the lies. You hear me? Quick, Bruce Lee. Like he used to come with the nuns. He bring it back. You know what I'm saying? They'll rock you to sleep with them lies. I'm trying to tell you. And that's what make it dangerous. Because when I go look at it, I'll be like, damn. You know what I'm saying? Let me dissect this for the guys out there and break this down. What's really going on with this goddess? You know what I'm saying? Powerful goddess. You know what I'm saying? Queen Khalifa. And that's why I spoke all that about the Moors, because that was all going on at the same time. You feel me? And all this was Egypt, which now, since it's not called Egypt no more, it would be considered North Africa under the disguise of North America and South America. You feel me? And this is why Queen Khalifa, that state is called California. Ain't no he was inspired as a kid by a fairy tale and he went and stumbled upon some land and named it California. No, that's the island that they spoke of in the alleged fairy tale. And everything they said was true about it being about the Californians being a group of all warrior goddesses, and they were. It wasn't just the Amazons. It wasn't just the Amazons. You had a lot of warrior tribes of all goddesses, like I try to tell you niggas in the back that ain't never want to listen to me. Nigga, it was a time when we wasn't even here, nigga. It was just all goddesses running around. That's it. That's it. You feel me? And I don't say that, you know, to say fuck being a god. Like I'm putting the gods myself down. Like, no, I can't put myself down because I'm a reflection of the goddesses. And so are you if you a god. We won. But you have to embrace the creation where you come from, man. You feel me? The biggest lie ever told to us was that women ain't shit. It's the biggest lie they could have ever told to us. And they definitely force-fed that to the gods. They feed that to us. Because these white men don't do that with their women like that. Some of them doggy, but nah, nigga, we be dog-deficient. You hear me? And when niggas vibrating low, niggas be dog-deficient out there. You feel me? And it be because it was fed to us like these bitches ain't shit. That's what they showed you as a kid. The bitches ain't shit. So you grew up like these bitches and they ain't shit. Then it was, you know what I'm saying? Even the whole ideology in the hood be like bros, fuck bros, you know, bros over hoes. You know what I'm saying? Like just the ideologies we taught is God's. But this is why though. This is why though. Because we magnets, we gods. So the hierarchy human beings who put the social engineering in place, they know like what we say count more, just like what our goddesses say count more. So if they can get us as gods to disrespect our goddesses and not see them for being God, the ultimate creator, right? They got wombs, right? We got the seeds, yeah, but you got to remember, before it was us, it was them. You get what I'm saying? They got the X and the Y chromosome, nigga, and then that was handed down to us. You feel me? Even when you look at the Y wasn't a Y chromosome at first. It was all X's. Even when they study genetics, they'll tell you that at the least, because they don't expect you to put the pieces together. So they will admit, like, hey, at one point in time, it was just X chromosomes. And the Y chromosome is a X chromosome with one stripe missing. Because it's less powerful than the X chromosome. You know what I'm saying? So this is just the science of us. So that's why when they like, yeah, they were all woman warrior tribe, there was no gods in the and the Amazonians was too, and I can name 9 other tribes, nigga. You know what I'm saying? That was like that. It was a lot of all goddess tribes. You feel me? Because even after we were created, sometimes they gang together like that. You know what I'm saying? They just gang together like that. Why? Because they outnumbered us, nigga. This is what polygyny comes in at. This is what you got to understand. They lying all through the census. It is not more white people than black people, because when you talk about the God species, you got to go off the genetics. And if you go off that, you got to include all the Latinos, the Filipinos, the Vietnamese, and all the African tribes in all them countries, and all them people in Australia with this Aboriginal DEA. You feel me? There's a lot of Australians, man, with Aboriginal DEA that look white. You know what I'm saying? They don't even know. You know what I'm saying? Because of the mixing. Facts. This shit get deep. Like, you got to understand, they turned this bitch to a science lab to hide us. You feel me? It became a whole science project, like right here on Middle Earth, nigga, Atlantis, nigga, right here. One big science experiment. You feel me? Like, we didn't just fall, nigga. They got down on us. They did us dirty. You know what I'm saying? You got to understand. You got to understand, nigga. I'm here to help you understand. You feel me? What the war is. They the ops. That's why I say this shit is personal with me. This shit runs deep. You feel me? This shit run deep. Like, I noticed how they done did so many tribes. And the Californians, man, just like the Amazonians down in South America, which is really Central America, because South America is really South Africa. You know what I'm saying? So, like, but yeah, like they did the Amazonians down in South America. You feel me? In the Amazon rainforest, right? Yeah, they're like the Californians were such a mystical tribe, beautiful all black goddesses, powerful warrior. And anytime, that's the thing, like our goddesses, they were some gangsters too. They always been some gangsters. Like, I don't think we really understand, like, because it's hitting, because they want to make the God seem like we, like, the goddess ain't shit. But if we think like that, that takes away from our power. You know what I'm saying? It's no different than your child saying fuck your mama. It's almost like saying fuck your mama. Like me, I respect my mama. Do I trust my mama? No. Do I not? I don't not trust her because she's a bad mom. I just don't trust nobody because I gotta move like that on a spirit soul vibe as a warrior. That ain't got nothing to do with my mom or nobody around me, to be honest with you. You feel me? That's just the way I have to move down here in this matrix. But would I ever say fuck my mom, call her out her name, do any of that? Hell nah. You feel me? I would never. You know what I'm saying? So that's just like, because if I did that, I'm taking power for myself. This is a soul that helped my vessel get here. That nurtured my vessel when I wasn't strong enough to nurture myself. Right? So it's the equivalent of saying like that. When you like, fuck these guys. Now, I ain't gonna lie, when they fall out of frequency, hell yeah, like, okay, well, if you vibing like a bitch, I'm gonna treat you like that. I ain't finna be treating you like no goddess and you vibing like a bitch, because everybody gotta pull their own vibration up. That's your job. You feel me? That's your job. Like, it's my job. You feel me? But you feel me? Other than that, you gotta still see our essence. It ain't got nothing to do with them, just within yourself. So you could just coming back into the oneness of your full power with yourself. Like, oh, okay. You feel me? So it's like, that's why they Bible, they made it seem like, oh, it's Eve's fault. You know what I'm saying? That's why they hide stories about Queen Khalifa. You'll never hear about her. Why we don't know in our school books that California was named after a black goddess? That was her land. Where her whole tribe was at. They had the whole California. That's how deep they was. And they was in tune with everything, because we was in tune with nature. We was in tune all that mystical, vibrating high. We was all on the same frequency far as when it came to that. And it was still the war because we would still have failing frequency. Remember, we had already failed when we broke into tribal states. This is just one of the goddess tribes they hide from us. And the whole, when they talk about she went to battle with the Muslims and the Christians against for defending Constantinople. Hell no, that's a lie. Now her being a Moor, that's true. You know what I'm saying? She could have been a part of the Moors. You know what I'm saying? Because remember, like you had the war going on with the Moors. You know what I'm saying? And then when you had that war going on with the Moors, you feel me? And you had people waking up, going back to self. So she could have been a daughter. She could have been you feel me? But she definitely was a goddess, and she definitely was a powerful goddess. You feel me? And that's why I say when you talk about the Mayans and the Aztecs, we were all working hand in hand as one. You know, we were all moving hand in hand as one, working together. Feel me? Working together. You know, so we was everywhere. You feel me? When they talk about they had beautiful and robust bodies, yes, our goddesses were beautiful. You feel me? Pure essence, nature. You feel me? Like, yes, you hear robust bodies. They had to emphasize that for a reason. Robust. Right, that's what I'm trying to say. The goddesses, y'all ain't just start getting ass and hips and titties now. That shit, y'all ancestors handed you that. They was like that. You feel me? Like, but even on a higher level with it. I'm just being real. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why, like, no lie, like with gods, you ever notice the power of a goddess to pull everybody into, like, all the gods in the room? Like, if it's a goddess in the room and it's just a lot of gods, she gonna have everybody energy. You know what I'm saying? She gonna have everybody energy, like, even down to, like, how you can put a god in a room full of goddesses and he won't have all the energy. And if they do all got his attention, that's because, you know, he that nigga. You feel me? Like, they see the God in them now for real, so they gonna vibe to that. If they see the God in you, the goddess is gonna vibe to that. They can't help themselves. That's a power higher than how they feel. And with them being divine beings, they gotta give into that. You know what I'm saying? That's why God is gonna always want her mind caressed before her body, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? That's why, even if she don't know that, you know what I'm saying? Like, because they are so feminine and so divine and so intact, they so artful with everything they do. But this is why, because they was first. Like, if you just sit back, shit just makes sense. That's why you try to do shit when you was vibrating low, your goddess catch you quick. Meanwhile, she do some shit, she'll never get caught damn near, nigga. Like, you feel me? They like on a no whole different frequency. You feel me? Like, for real, like, y'all ain't been noticed that the guys you should have been knowing their ass wasn't normal. Like, man, how the fuck they be knowing shit? That woman's intuition, what? Niggas should have knew then. We should have knew right there, gods. Like, hold on. They on to some shit we ain't on to, y'all. That whole woman's intuition. And look, it's so powerful that even the human being women get it. Because they still they share. You know, they sharing some of the genetics with our goddesses. And that shit so pure and so fucking crisp, boy. They be on you, boy. You can't lie. They'll let you lie, but that don't mean you lied, though. You see what I'm saying? Because they'll let you lie, but nigga, they'll know you lying, though. That's what I'm saying. Nigga, they'll lie you on no shit. Nigga, you think they telling the truth. You feel me? Like, you know, like, you just, even pain, the threshold of pain, you feel me? Like, think about it. Boy, nigga, we get a pimple, nigga, get a hair bump, we be, ooh, don't touch it. You don't even want to touch it like that. Nigga, they going through birth. Some of them dropping twins. You feel me? You feel me? You get in the gym, nigga, they be the first ones there. Nigga, your homies break bad. Niggas get weak on you. Niggas, man, I can't take it. I'm gone. Nigga, the guys be standing strong with you. We just never peep it, right? Because we've been trained not to pay attention. I'm pointing out little shit that you never thought about, how strong they be. And when you fall off your shit, nigga, for real, the goddesses be strong, no lie. Even if she vibrating low. One thing I can say about our goddesses, right? Even when they vibrating low, bro. You could be vibrating low and they could be vibrating low. Boy, they gonna still have your back, though. Like, at the least, like, if you vibrating low and she vibrating low, but y'all in a relationship, Or you get into some shit, she'll still have your back. She might be vibrating low, call you bitches, call you out your name. She might still be in the club popping bottles and doing all that. But like, if you got her, like, nigga, she gonna have your back through whatever, no matter what vibration she on. You know what I'm saying? That essence to be nurturing to her creation, she can't help herself. You know, we they creations. They can't help themselves. That's why they be like that. That's how God's able to live off their ass for years and play them and pimp them and all that, because their essence is to take care of what they created. Because they the divine mothers of the cosmos. So that's why they like I say, once you like saying fuck your mom, nigga, you know, you take your power away from you. So a lot of us guys, we don't know that, you know, we combine that with the ones that do move like bitches, like my baby mama, and y'all guys know y'all done had the motherfucking low vibrating broads. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Try to make life hard for you. You know what I'm saying? For real. And goddesses know y'all done either did it being vibrating low, or y'all know how it's some low vibrating females out here. And by the time y'all get them, he be all fucked up inside. You know, you be like, oh damn. You feel me? Same thing with the gods. You feel me? You be vibing high, she could be vibing low. You feel like. So I say that to say, like, it's an essence, which is why they hid her completely out the textbooks. Because they can't talk about, hey, California named after a black woman. Now we like, okay, well, what happened? You know, nigga, we too nosy. We want to know more. Nigga, that's nothing. They know that. We nosy because they took everything. We wouldn't be nosy if they didn't take our shit. So when they took your shit and you know your shit been taken, we like the giants, nigga. We like fee, fi, fo, fum, nigga. Like smell bullshit, nigga. Some shit, nigga. With some dick in the house don't look right. You know what I'm saying? Facts. We like the giant fee, fi. Who goes there, nigga? Like especially now because we didn't woke up, niggas. Like hold on, fee, fi, fo, fum, nigga. We sniffing around. We smell motherfuckers in the kitchen and everything, but we don't see them though. We like what these. We hold on, why the furniture look different? You know what I'm saying? Hold on, we didn't leave this shit like this. You know what I'm saying? We didn't leave. Hold on, nigga. Wait, what? California was so that's some more of our shit they didn't took, huh? The nerve of you bitches, y'all got the prices sky high on the land out there too in Cali. You know what I'm saying? Nigga gotta dream up a house and trying to get out there. You feel me? Nigga wishing on a star for real around here. Nigga, we know stars ain't nothing but planets, galaxies, and universes. You feel me? But when you be like, hold on, so this was Queen Khalifa land, this little state. I mean, this was all our land, but I'm saying we can doctor this state, this island. You feel me? This was her shit. It was a whole tribe of warrior goddesses. Oh, so they weren't just down in the Amazonia. It wasn't just the Amazonia. Because we heard about the Amazons. You know, that's what it's saying about she an Amazon. Right? We heard about the Amazons, but like, damn, hold on. The Californians was an all tribe. Yeah, they didn't fuck around neither. You heard that too. He let that be known too. Like they were very brave and very strong. So what that meant? If they were very brave and very strong, and it's a white man saying this, what that mean? That mean they was whipping ass, nigga. Because you got to think, white men don't respect women at all. It was never the gods who didn't respect the women. That was taught to us, nigga, through slavery tactics. You feel me? Through miseducating us. You feel me? And through social engineering. But the white man, nigga, they hate. I don't even want to use the word. They can't stand women. Look what he wrote in the book. Look how the Bible starts, nigga. It's all a woman's fault. Look how he treated his women. You hear me? Even when they was trying to remember, because when they had the physical slavery, you had that going on, because when they would catch your ass, they would enslave you. So that's how it was slaves on plantations. But it wasn't like all of us were slaves. Majority of us was running loose, fucking them up. Harriet Tubman had a lot of motherfucking help in the woods, man. They don't want to tell you that. She was just getting back and forth, nigga. Slave catchers, 100 slave catchers on our ass. She just getting away every time, nigga. We was getting it in. You feel me? the gangster way, the Seminole way, the Cherokee way, the Egyptian way, the Mississippian way, the Atlantean way. That's all we know. That's all we know now because they invaded. And this is a war that we still standing in. But yes, for a white man to say that, even though he's trying to say it's fictional, that lets you know. You think they was naturally strong for him to say that? Very strong. No, they were moving mountains, literally. You know what I'm saying? Tapped into the DEA that they want to hide from us. That's what they got to hide from us, so they can't put that in there. They even want to hide the fact she ever existed, nigga. She's a fiction story. She's just a fiction story. That's why I'm here to bring her to life today. Like, hold on. You gonna put some respect on her name. She ain't no fiction story. Okay, well, if they don't want to teach this lesson to my people, I'll use my platform to teach the lesson to my people. Now they don't know that she actually existed, because other than this, you ain't finna find nothing on her really. You see? And that's what I'm realizing, like, little stories like this, sometimes I don't want to cover because I'd be like, it's still just formats to the bigger lesson that I'm telling you. But it's like, I'm realizing, like, nah, I got to cover these little stories because even though I know them, so many people don't know them, and it helps connect more dots. That's what I'm learning. You see what I'm saying? I'm learning like you learn. Like, okay, I gotta hit these. I gotta hit these. You see what I'm saying? I gotta hit these little pockets. You know what I'm saying? Because you need that in your back pocket. You gotta know, like, okay, yeah, we knew about tribes, but then we didn't know California was named after a black goddess, and it was an actual tribe called the Californians, and that they were a tribe of all black goddesses who was fucking shit up. Mystically, supernatural type beings using telekinesis, pyrokinesis, geokinesis, real avatar type vibes. Yes, real Aang energy. You ever seen the avatar with the little boy Aang? Real Aang energy. It's a real thing, man. This is a real element you can control, man. You are connected to all of this. They can't let you know that. They want to keep the land. They can't keep the land if you know that. You're going to feel different about it. You see, they were so cold-blooded, they couldn't let you know. She's a science fiction story. Look at that. Nigga, you can look up on the Wikipedia, nigga, they gonna say the same thing. Queen Khalifa is a science fiction story written, just disrespect us completely. She never existed, huh? The whole tribe just gonna wipe them out. They just science fiction story. They just wiped the whole. You see what I'm saying? I don't think you gotta think about that. They just, when they come in with science fiction story right there, they can just, and you, who would have ever thought the word science fiction could be so dangerous? That's a dangerous word, the way they place it. Queen Khalifa is a science fiction novel written by, ooh, that's a cold concoction right there with them words. Because right there, the brain immediately, you disconnect from it. See what I'm saying? Queen Khalifa is a science fiction novel written by a. You see? That's a dangerous word. That's a powerful phrase. Especially when these beings existed, they actually breathed in the physical before. This is our ancestors, nigga. This is us. We talking about science fiction novel. That's like your grandma died today and then they writing her obituary tomorrow. Addie Mae Ruth was a science fiction novel written by. You would be ready to go down there and shoot some shit up. But what you mean my grandma was a science fiction novel? Nigga, what? Right? Okay, so we talking about a whole tribe. The whole California, that was they shit, nigga. That the Californians. Queen Khalifa and the Californians, nigga. They was one with the grizzly bears out there, nigga, the pumas, the mountain lions, the snakes, the wolves, everything. Told you Tarzan, we Tarzan. That's the story of us in connection to nature. Dr. Doolittle just making fun of it. But yeah, our divine connections to nature. Talking about a whole state here. Why we ain't been through this? I mean, shit, why we can't know that? Why we can't know that? You see what I'm saying? That'd be the next question. Like, why y'all can't just tell us that? I thought we was past the bullshit. You see? They talking about they ain't on bullshit no more, but that's what you gotta ask. Like, hold on. All right, now y'all say let's leave shit in the past. We supposed to be leaving shit in the past, right? So that means moving forward, we gotta have a good friendship. I mean, nigga, we gonna make it. We gonna put all this shit in the past. We need a nigga gotta shake up on it. They gotta look you in my eye. You look me in it. We gotta lock thumbs too. I need thumbs locked, eye contact. You see what I'm saying? Okay, I thought we was moving. We leaving it in the past. Y'all don't want us to bring old shit up. Okay, cool. We're not gonna bring old shit up. But what we want to know is moving forward. We need honesty from our friend here. So if we as the God species are to befriend you, right? And you say it's in the past, we want to know why we can't know this right now today. Okay, you didn't tell us yesterday, but moving forward, we need all true facts, esoterical, metaphysical, physical, biological. We need it all. You know, we need his story, her story, their story. We want everybody's story, nigga, not just his. We want all the stories now. That's where we should be at if we are to move forward past the fuckery. They don't want to do that though. You see? What war it is. You feel me? That's why I be like that. Because it's like, okay, if we pass the bullshit, okay, fuck what went wrong last year, nigga. We could change the history books today. It's never too late to tell a friend the truth. It's never too late to be like, look, y'all. All right. You got us. Right. You got us. At this point, right? You still got niggas digging. Even in the face. Like, it's like, you see what I'm saying? It's like you catch a motherfucker in the lie and they still want to lie. Like, gee, you already caught. Give up. Now, before you was caught, I get it. If you caught, the worst thing you could do is keep lying. Nigga, like, all right, you already caught. Don't turn it to a fist fight now. All right? Because now you start playing on my mind and shit and insulting my intelligence. I want to fight. You feel me? I don't know how to handle that shit. I'm ready to fight and ready to get physical now. You feel me? You can lie to me, but don't try to play on my shit now. Don't tell me the sky motherfucking green today and I'm looking at it and it's blue. You know, I'm ready to get out now. You feel me? That's how I feel with them. Like, gee, we see y'all. We know y'all are habitual liars. At this point, G, I shouldn't have to go live no more. We should be getting on the internet, nigga. It should be a nigga shit. None of us have to go live, G. We should be, nigga, we just get on the bitch, just be flowing like a whole little like, look, y'all. Nigga, fuck all nigga. We don't care about the money at this point. Nigga, just come out because y'all ain't sending it no way. All right? Nigga, y'all coming out with new variants. Nigga, we on variant number 4. We going into Omicron. Niggas thought they was coming outside 2020. No, you ain't, nigga. We got 4 more come rolling out next year. Nigga, get your saddles ready. You feel me? I told you every year they dropping them joints like albums. Like Lil Wayne in 07, he was consistent. Remember, he was consistent. He had like a 2-year spurt where he was every month he was dropping 3 mixtapes. He was going crazy. That's how they going. That's how they come in full force with the medical negligence. But then we get on here and address it. They say we being medically negligent. Nigga, I'm trying to save these people. Y'all hurting these people. Y'all the ones being medically negligent, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? They want to censor a nigga. You feel me? Listen, man. Right. Y'all trying to take us out. That's what it is. I'm telling y'all, they trying to take us out of here. They're like, look, this the last generation. We gonna make sure they the last generation because these niggas done woke up. Kill all the adults and keep the kids. You feel me? I'm telling you, that's what they on with us, y'all. Kill all the adults and keep the kids. 9 and under, you feel me? Because 10 and up, you got to go to because you little motherfuckers too smart nowadays. So y'all ain't safe neither. 9 and under, you feel me? I'm telling you, for real. Y'all laughing, I'm serious. That's how desperate they is. That's what they thinking like. We going to have to take out the whole. I think we're going to have to nuke them. We're going to have to nuke them. Fuck it. You know, we didn't want to show them we didn't give a fuck about them like this, but we're going to have to nuke the whole country here. I think we're going to have to nuke the whole fucking country because even the white people waking up with them, we ain't feeling that. We're going to have to nuke them. All right. Now, everybody under 9, they cool. We'll just reprogram them. We got to start with a fresh generation. I'm telling you what they own with us, y'all. We getting too strong out there. We getting way too strong for them. You feel me? They getting desperate. That's what I be thinking about. I be like, shit, nigga, I won't be surprised if they just drop a bomb on every state, nigga. Motherfucker. Niggas wake up, niggas bomb. That nigga, who bombing us? I'm telling you. Because it's too many people woke. You can't stop this. When it's this many motherfuckers woke or waking up or about to wake up, because that's the state right now. Niggas either woke, waking up, or they're about to wake up. Niggas hatching right now. You know what I'm saying? You know how I be in them little movies, they go in that room with all them aliens, they be in their little shells, and niggas be trying to get out before they get the all-star hatching. That's how it is right now for them. Like, these niggas is hatching. They're hatching into who they are. You feel me? Like, and that's why I'm like, for real. That's why I'm like, why we couldn't know this? You feel me? Why we couldn't know that Egypt is really North America? The whole North America used to be called Egypt. Because think about this. In the time of the Egyptians, you really didn't hear nothing about nobody else. Where the fuck was the other tribes at? They only mentioned the Egyptians. So with nobody else in the world, where was all the Latinos at? I guess y'all wasn't around when the Egyptians was around. You feel me? Where was all the Africans at? And we know Egypt is supposed to be in Africa. But when you go back and research that time period, they say it was nothing but Egyptians and Hebrew Israelites and then and Persians. That's all they basically. But so where was there everybody else? Because when you look at the Native American history, they say they've been here forever. Okay, so when the Egyptians was around, where the fuck was everybody else at? Right, because the Egyptians represent not a civilization, they represent a tribe. You feel me? One of the many tribes. And you still have them other tribes. Like I told you, this landmass of North America is way bigger than what they're showing us on the map. They got us all boxed into this little space that they are calling 50 states, nigga. And then they got the rest of the land, they keeping you off. Just like in California. Why they ain't tell you about this warrior tribe? And how palm trees got to California. The Californians did that. Palm trees were brought to the realm. Palm trees are not natural to the planet. Matter of fact, most of your plant life is not natural to the planet. It was brought here from other planets in the beginning phases of Kai being built up. Palm trees. Why? Because then they'll have to get into Queen Khalifa and the Californians and how they were using these different vortexes when they was building the landmass up over there. Why are there grizzly bears there and black bears Why is there certain animals there? They were all placed there for spiritual reasons. And in the state that Queen Khalifa was in, that land that they now call California, the Californians, in that state, they were strictly in war mode. Because remember, we had already fell in frequency. So they were in war mode. Full-fledged war mode. And they didn't play around. And what they fear is us being, they know that the warrior is in us all. It's in our souls. It's in our souls. So they have to patrol us. That's why I'll be like, fuck 12. Because I understand the science behind that. It's to put fear into the community. They're not out here trying to fight real crime. They supposed to be serving and protecting the people, right? But nigga, if you got, nigga, you need help with a, nigga, if you need help moving the motherfucking dryer in the crib, boy, you should better call them. That's the way of serving. They not pulling up for that. They only coming if it's some violence. Why? Because that's what they want. They only coming if it's a robbery, somebody gets shot. But why you can't pull up just to help out around the community if you really serving and protecting the community? Or I get it, you're only serving the community if you handcuff somebody. That's why I've been preaching fuck them the hardest. Because it starts with them. You don't follow the law without them enforcing it. So yeah, when I say it, it might sound like, but no, I'm saying it from a real war tactic. I know who I am. I know the DEA I descend from. I know the genetics within me. I know who I am. And I know who they are. Most importantly, I know who they are. And I know all they little games that they playing to keep us vibrating low. I'm not some radical to like, fuck them. No, I'm saying it because their job is literally to enforce fear. The uniforms they wear, the lights they using, that's all a form of magic. The sirens, all of that. But if you called us and you needed some help with some shit around the crib, they should better pull up. Shit, they not. Because the agenda is to slave concentration camp, the physical one. And when they not doing that, the other one's job is to play with you through your finances. Pull you over, give you a little speeding ticket here, give you a little ticket there. You know, keep you set back. Your vibration drop just because they pulled you over. Now you gotta go pay the ticket. It ain't even about the ticket. You be like, damn, you fucked the nigga mojo up. I was in the wind, nigga. I had my old school on. I was on my way to the spot. You done doop doop. You know what I'm saying? Nigga can't even boot the same. You ain't gotta be doing that. Be having quota to make. So that's why I preach that. And I preach like getting back into our magic. All the way around the board. We're growing our ether out. That's a big part of it. Get back in the crystals. Communicate with all the different spirit guides and orishas and ancestors. recognizing it's a spiritual war, saging your area a lot, saging your house a lot. There's a spiritual war going on. Working out, trying to eat as healthy as you can, even though we know 99% of the shit is all poison. The fruit, all of it. Nigga, you think they gonna give us anything healthy in the grocery store? So really, it ain't nothing you can really go to, nigga. You gotta go within, meditate that. You gotta meditate on that. Tap into the magic. Tap into that dark matter energy. It's a spiritual war. We ain't gotta get physical. If we come together right here and in here, that's all we need. We got everything we need. We got a spirit and a soul. We got the DEA, which is to magnetize, which magnifies our intent. It gives us the ability to create whatever we want. And we got the voice to say the vibration. The vibration is the words. But all words make a what? A sound, which is what? A vibration. So we speak vibrations. And that's all you need. Your word, your spirit and soul, your intent, and a powerful celestial suit to make your intent manifest. A suit composed of neuromelanin, only found out in the deepest parts of what they like to call space, or the astrals. Carbon, neuromelanin, DEA. The suit. The suit. That's all you need. That's all you need. That is all we need. It don't take 3,000 people to do nothing. You hear me? We cast our intent into the atmosphere and make it manifest. Let it manifest. But we can cast our intent into the atmosphere. And speaking of which, we not gonna do the link up though, but we're gonna do a mass meditation though. We did that in a minute. We're gonna link that way. We're gonna do a mass meditation on Tuesday. We're just gonna do that in the physical, but we're gonna do that via online, mass meditation. We need that. As many of us know, the planet is still warming up. You're dealing with the solar flares. You feel all that energy coming in right now. You can feel that. They're trying to speed up a new version of the Hot Sauce 19. You know, Omicron, whatever, however the fuck they want to pronounce it, man. Told you guys, they got what? I told you it was 72. Told y'all it was gonna be 72. So far they got another 68 to go. They probably drop another 3-4 next year. But the system is breaking down. And everybody sees that. And when you have situations where you have whole tribes like the Californians that were representing some of the essence of some of the elders that was on the planet, they were slaughtered. Why? Because at this time, and guess who conquered them? Alexander the Great. But who was helping How was they able to do what they would do? How was they able to defeat a lot of the tribes? Because they still had our magic. They were never more artful than us in war. Never. They always had access to the magic that affect willpower, vibration, output of energy. It's magic that can attack your energy. That way you won't be able to even power yourself up to the highest form of energy that you are. Remember, energy is everything. That's what gets you up. That's what gets you your energy. They attacked us on every level. And the California tribe, just like the Amazons, is a tribe that's hidden from the books, hidden from history. They don't want you to know about the greatness that you come from. They don't want you to know about none of that. A warrior tribe of all goddesses? We can't let y'all know that. And those lands are plush lands in California. Why? Because the way the goddesses tilt the land, the shrubbery, the herbs they use. And it was also in line with the 33rd parallel. Because the Californians had a direct connect to what used to be the capital of Atlantis. Right here where Atlanta, Georgia at, which is the 33rd parallel too. That whole parallel line. One of the most strongest points on the realm of energy is along the 33rd parallel. The parallels are the veins of the planet, of the realm. The realm is alive. So she has veins, parallels, they call it. And this is why they do so many blood sacrifice rituals. This is why they made, listen, the Californians were so powerful. This is why they put Hollywood in California. The whole place where Hollywood is at, that was one of the main scientific labs that the Californians used to use to do a lot of their rituals and do a lot of their spells and a lot of their work and crystal work. That whole, where that tree at, where they put the Hollywood land sign at, that whole little area where they call Hollywood today, that's one of the main places they was using for their crystal structures, to set up certain and open up certain portals and energy. Yes, all of that. And they know it. They could have put Hollywood anywhere. They put it on the 33rd parallel in California. Black Hollywood is also on the 33rd parallel in Atlanta. Right? This is not by accident. They understand our essence of our species. With the Californians being a very, 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 very powerful tribe, to the point where they don't even want to talk about them at all. You had the Sioux over there. You had Apaches, Navajo, the Californians. Well, we wasn't fucking around with them people on no level. Then they dissected all up to make it seem like these was all different times and moments. Egyptians, while considering all this Egypt at one point in time. Because after the Egyptians, we became Mississippians. They were so blind to the land, they didn't even know that California connected to the rest of the landmass when they first came. They thought California was its own separate island. That's how dumb they was. They found out later that it connected, and that the part they came upon first is an actual, where the water is at. The Pacific, they call it today. This shit run deep with us. And you could connect all this that you read about your native tribe. That's all about us. We on one big landmass. We is not divided by no water. The only water that's around us, we got water to the east of us, which will be where New York at, right? To the furthest point, New York. We got water to the east of us. We got water to the right of us, which they say California, to the furthest point. Right. And that water encircles the whole landmass. And that water is encircled by a big-ass ice wall. We know it's Antarctica, which is an ice ring. So this is one whole landmass. This is all Atlantis. Severed up into all these different names of continents. And before they put the ice rings, before the war broke out with the first war with the ice rings, all the land was connected. The three ice walls separated us. We was all connected. It's more land and continents. We have more family on the other side of those two ice walls. Know that you come from greatness, man. Why they don't mention it? You real royalty. You real cosmic divinity, real royalty. You should look at the land totally different. You should be looking at this shit totally with a whole different eye. Because they told us we was nothing. They told us we wasn't shit, nigga. Nigga, go look at their American history books. They attribute no inventions that was of any prolific or influential, you know what I'm saying, energy to the planet. It's attributed to us. They give us a little simple, goofy shit. But we made everything. We've been here the whole time. In ancient Egypt, where all the stories were coming about, right? It was not across the water. It was right here in North America, or what they call in North America. California was a real place where you didn't want to go if you wasn't one of the gods. Feel me? The structures and things that those goddesses built, they tore all that down. Go look up the fires that took place all around California. You got dragons. You still got the portal that leads to a lot of the ancient dragon layers that didn't go through metamorphosis are in California. Majority of the dragons went through a metamorphosis when we fell in frequency, but you still got a lot of them that didn't. And they have layers that are hidden through certain portals in California. And a lot of our those ancient structures that were built, the oppressors took over those structures and built shit over them out in those forests that don't nobody know about because California is so big. Way bigger than they even show you on the map. But guess who do know about it? The dragons. So that's what that be. When you be always saying, why California always on fire? That be them dragons burning all them structures down that was built over the Californians' land. And they don't want you to know that. So all they do is tell you, oh, there's always a lot of fires in Southern California or this and that. They know what that's about. But they barely want to tell you the connection she had to the fucking over the animals in California. They damn sure ain't finna talk about no dragons. You can't know none of that. You can't know no shit like that. You can't know that, man. But we'll show it to you in the movie all day. See? We'll show it to you in the movie all day. You won't even ask where we got it from. You'll never think to even ask. Where the story come from? If dragons aren't real, where the story come from? Better yet, ask yourself, now that we got our third eye open out there, right? All the stories you done heard over time about weird shit. The Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot, UFOs, Bermuda Triangle. All the stories of Greek mythology, Hercules. Where do these stories come from? Who started them? Oh, so nigga was just sitting there one day and just got to concocting some shit, huh? That's a lot of stories now. Why y'all don't want us communicating with wild dolphins again? What they know? What the dolphins know? We don't be on no international waters anyway. Nigga, y'all got all the water sold up. Nigga ain't going no farther than 30 kilometers out from the goddamn it, the bank of the beach. And black niggas ain't even doing that. Niggas right there on the sand, back to the sand. Nigga, that's all we need. We go about 3 feet in. Nigga, I don't care how good you can swim. Niggas ain't going that deep in the ocean. Nigga, swim his ass off. He ain't gonna be out there 20 feet. Nigga be 3 feet, 4 feet. Gotta catch him at a pool somewhere. So, even with us not even being in the ocean like that, why is it illegal to talk to the dolphins? What would make you think that we would even want to communicate with them? We ain't even thinking about communicating with no damn dolphins. But now that you say it's illegal, I think we might want to try to communicate with them now. I think we should. They might have something they want to tell us. Go look it up. If you ain't know, yes, it's illegal to communicate with dolphins. Wild ones. You might not have known that, but it is. Your ass to go to jail, nigga. Try it. Get caught trying to communicate with some dolphins, nigga, and see how they attack you. So now you should want to communicate with the dolphins. You see what I'm saying? Because you should be thinking, why would it be illegal to communicate with some damn dolphins? These just dolphins. If they're just dolphins, and what are y'all doing to the dolphins that we can communicate with the ones in an aquarium, but not the wild ones in nature? Honestly, we can communicate with the dolphins in the aquarium. Nigga, pet them, take a picture with them, everything. Swim with them, nigga, you know. But not the wild ones. Are the ones in the aquarium real? You should ask yourself that. Or are these synthetic clones of dolphins? Or what are they doing to it? Did you drug the dolphins here in the aquarium? We want to know. Because that's the age we in. Everything that you never thought about. It's been here in front of you the whole time. All the clues, all the truth, right here in your face, right around you. You're not even thinking about it. It's just like polygamy, right? Polygamy get a bad rap because we all come through Christianity. Let's just be honest. One wife, one husband. That's natural. That's normal. That's shit. To the point where a goddess ain't trying to, she can't see herself sharing her dick. You see what I'm saying? For real. Like, what? Polygamy? Shit, I can't see myself. Some can, but a lot can't. And that's cool. That's cool. But what I want you to focus on is, why is it illegal? See, when they make it illegal, that's when you need to be questioning it even more. That's what you look at. It should, like I always say, it should just be a choice or a preference. It's not illegal to be gay, but it's illegal for a guy to have 2 wives, 3 wives, whatever, how many wives. So whether you believe and agree with a polygamy or not, that ain't what I want you to do. I want you to think about, why is it illegal? What do they know that you don't know? That's it. You got nothing else. You ain't got to go indulge in polygamy. You ain't got to agree with polygamy. Even, I just want you to ask yourself, why is it illegal? Just like, why is it illegal to communicate with wild dolphins? Why is witchcraft, they consider this witchcraft. So why is magic considered witchcraft? And why is our ancient magic specifically, considered witchcraft? Occult. Damn near illegal. Hell, the Salem witch trials was all about that. They was killing motherfuckers. So, once again, why is it illegal? Why is practicing magic, voodoo, hoodoo, or any forms of magic considered illegal? Occult. Why? What do they know that you don't know? Why can't you go up into certain mountains in California? Why can't you go through certain forest preserves in California? That's what you should think about. Why? What do they know that you don't know? They murdered this tribe in cold blood. And the calendar is crazy because you know how in Wakanda they showed you all those little flowers, and then you it was for all the next Black Panther to take. Each Black Panther eat a flower. The Californians had a field of luminous flowers just like that. And they were centered around immortality because we had already fell in frequency. So this field of flowers was designed to keep them like immortal in a sense, right? Because certain magic we was disconnected from, so they wasn't able to attain. So they found a new way. They created a new way to retain that immortality state and help strengthen the natural strengths they already had. And when that war broke out and they was using this different spell, Alexander the Great, they burnt down all the fields. They had hundreds of thousands of miles of fields of these luminous plants. They burnt them down, destroyed all the little science labs where crystal structures was in place to amplify the energy so that they couldn't access it, right? Because they was losing to the Californians. So, and then once they was able to dismantle them from that state, they was able to just pretty much have their way with them from there. And that's why in the novel they try to say, oh well, she faced defeat. Yeah, eventually they were defeated because of the spells that had been put in place. But they did a lot of damage and they defended their land thoroughly. You feel me? To the point where then like I told you, most of these lands they really couldn't change the name because they just kept the name. They kept it that game. So they kept the names. They'll slaughter a chief or slaughter one of us and name the land right after us. Like that's their way of like bragging. That's what you got to see. So when they named it California, they like bragging. You know what I'm saying? Like they could name shit anything. They'll do us dirty and then keep the name. Then keep the fucking name. You know what I'm saying? Like the Illinois, right? Like that's what I be trying to say. Like you gotta understand. Like they don't give a fuck. They reckless with it. They what you mean, nigga? California, we named this bitch. We had named this bitch California too. And now that's our shit. Fuck you talking about. Like, that's how I look at it. You know what I'm saying? Shit, we'll name this bitch California too. Now that's our shit. Fuck y'all talking about. Y'all ain't know nothing. That's exactly how I view shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, they think we sweet. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, they hide it, but it's still just like, I mean, that's nuts to rename it after. You know what I'm saying? You could have, you know what I'm saying? You could have came up with a stupid name, but that's real gangster though, to be like, nigga, you know what? I know I just killed your uncle, but what his name was? Ron. I'm finna name this bitch Ronnie Land. And we finna live on this bitch, and it's our shit. And y'all gonna pay to live out here, nigga. Y'all gonna da-da-da-da. This Ronnie Land. It's like, it's their trophy. They always trophifying us. Let me make up my own word. Trophifying, nigga. They always trophifying us, nigga. You feel me? For real, like, they do some shit, like just like the dollar bill, nigga. They put our pyramid, one of our pyramids on the back of the dollar bill just to signify that they conquered us, man. That was the whole point of the pyramid on the back of the dollar bill. It had shit to do with no Illuminati, which Illuminati means enlightened ones. We the real Illuminati anyway. The Bavarian Illuminati is the ones that people be trying to talk about, but they don't know the difference between the Bavarian Illuminati and the real Illuminati. You feel me? Nigga, that pyramid ain't got nothing to do with them, nigga. The pyramids was some of the achievements that we had that we used to do a lot of things with. So to put the pyramid on, like, it signifies the conquest, right? And they did it in 1776. That was the conquest then when they came with the American flag, when they came with Great Britain and all that shit, Europe itself, all the little confederacies of Europe, Spain, all that shit, Portugal, all of that. When they came with them flags, like at that point, it was like, okay, it's up. That's when we really went in. That's why all the wars was breaking out. And they can't hide the wars, so they just renamed them. Mexican-American War, Seminole War, Gullah War, Egyptians versus the Persians, Spartans versus the Athenians, right? They got all these stories throughout history to hide these wars between us and them. It's been us versus them to like 1986 to crack hit. It was us versus them till crack hit, nigga. If you want to be technical, then once crack hit, then it became more of us versus us because crack started dividing the families. But if you really want to be technical, even in the 60s, we was together. What you talking about? It was us versus them. Our like I said, they signed us into slavery in 1863 Emancipation Proclamation. So you could see from that point, our unity started to deteriorate then. Before that, we was in complete unition. But once they did that Emancipation Proclamation shit, our unity began to crumble. The more we integrated with their ass, the more we lost our goddamn self. That's a fact. The more we integrated with them, the more we lost our damn self. Real. That's real. Give a fuck how you feel out there. That's a fact. You know what I'm saying? But you just see it like all these wars were conglomerate of the same war. Us versus them. All that shit through history. Civil War, all that shit. All of it, nigga, was us versus them. You know what I'm saying? So the whole story of Queen Khalifa and what she was doing in the that all falls with that. That's why they ain't gonna talk about the shit. I mean, a lot of our shit they don't talk about. You know how many stories of us just floats around and never gets talked about? You know what I'm saying? Like the little shit they do talk about, man, that's nothing compared to everything that we've been doing. We revealing all in the university though. You know what I'm saying? We talk about everything. You feel me? But they don't talk about our story. So that's why when you come here, it can sound foreign. I ain't got to say what she doing. Like I say, when you talk about the Amazonian women or goddesses or the Amazons, you're talking about the original Wonder Woman. And when you're talking about fucking the Californians, you talking about Captain motherfucking Marvel, nigga. You feel me? Like you talking about Captain Marvel. Period. You talk about Captain Marvel. You talk about advanced and us in a more advanced state using higher frequencies of energy, not being limited by density at all. Straight celestial energy, plasma energy, quantum energies, all of that. Photon energy. You talk about Captain Marvel. That's exactly the shit they was on. And they got to keep that hidden from you. They can't tell her story without talking about that. So to prevent talking about all this superhero shit that you would, because the best way to describe it is like think a superhero movie, right? Because the superhero movies is about what the fuck we used to do. That's what I'm trying to get you to see. All the superhero movies is about what the fuck we used to do and what we do when our genetics is activated. You know what I'm saying? And their whole plan is going to keep our shit deactivated so they can do what the fuck they want to do. Because with our shit activated, they can't do that. That's why they had to kill the unity, because the unity activates us more. When we combine, that's why we stronger. It's the unity. That's a part of what we always had. The magic, unity, communication. Now we spread out, broken apart, no communication. That's a big part of it too. You know what I'm saying? That's a big part of it. So they not gonna tell her story. You feel me? They disrespect her story like she never existed. Her or the tribe when they did. And they gave them hell. If it wasn't for the little magic that the Moors had taught them, they would have, if they didn't have the help of the Moors, they wouldn't have got through none of the tribes. That's the truth. Like, without the Moors, they don't get through us from Atlantean state, Egyptian state, Mississippians, Californians, all these tribes, all the way down to what we is now. They don't get that without the help of the Moors. They are still using tactics that was taught to them by the Moors on us to this day, nigga. But yeah, Queen California, man, real goddess, said nothing but high vibrations to her and the whole tribe. You know what I'm saying? Because they definitely fought hard, and they made a lot of contributions on that land that they now call California today. They brought those palm trees to California. You know, that's a galactic thing. That's an intergalactic move they made that no human beings could ever make. You feel me? Just like the ones that's in Florida, same thing. And then you go overseas and you'll see palm trees in certain locations. Only certain locations, though. And always close by the water, too. Pay attention to that. So like that was them who architect that. They the original sciences of that. You know, so hidden from history, though. Not to mention that, you know, the Californians, you know what I'm saying, they got direct connections to certain Naga tribes. That's Nagas, because the Nagas is an extraterrestrial race, but they have tribes too within them. In certain Californians, the Queen Khalifa and them, they had certain connections with those extraterrestrial tribes as well. And that's why in California, you can go into a lot of pyramid structures, and you'll see it's a lot of pyramid structures in California, and there's a lot of them that shows the ancient griffins, and it's a lot of them that shows these Nagas, these beings with half humanoid body up top and the lower body of a snake. They got those not in just India, they got those in California too, and it's pyramids in California. It's everywhere. That's what you got to see. We always did use pyramids in the Egypt they showing you today. That's not Egypt. They only were able to call you to fool us to thinking it's Egypt because of the fact that there's pyramids in that location. So they just picked the location with pyramids, built around it, and renamed it Egypt because we had pyramids everywhere. You know what I'm saying? And they knew that you didn't know that because they hid it from you, right? So we could just pick any spot with some pyramids and call it Egypt. They ain't gonna know no difference. We'll pick any spot with some pyramids and call it Egypt. These niggas ain't gonna know. Shit, we got them thinking the only pyramids is in Egypt. So if they got you thinking the only pyramids in Egypt, nigga, they could pick any location with pyramids. If they got you thinking the only pyramids is in Egypt, and the planet is full of fucking pyramids, they can literally go to any place on the fucking map and just around some pyramids and say, "Up, this Egypt," and niggas gonna believe it. Because niggas ain't even know. You see what I'm saying? Oh, we see some pyramids. It must be Egypt. They must be Egypt because there's pyramids over there. But that's not Egypt. That's not ancient Egypt at all. Ancient Egypt right here in North America. It gets so deep. But peace to the guys and goddesses of Planet Ka. I'll see y'all next Sunday. Now we rise. One. Energy always creates elevation. Welcome to class. I'm getting set up, y'all. I'm getting set up over here. Ooh. Hold on. let's see. Huh? That look weird. Yeah, that don't look right. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to set it up. Trying to make it make sense. Is that it right there? Right. I think that's it right there. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. All right. Peace, 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 peace. All right, there we go. Peace to the guys and goddesses of Planet Kai. Peace, meaning positive energy always creates elevation. We protect it. We nice and protected for this deep download. All right. As you may know or may not know, I've been a little under the weather. You know what I'm saying? Since like last Sunday. You feel me? You know, they spraying all type of shit in the air right now, so I gotta eat my little soup. Y'all might not know that, but yeah, I've been under the weather since like last Sunday. I'm at like 98.9% right now though. But it was crazy all week for me. Even when I gave a lecture last Sunday, I wasn't feeling good. I just still fought through it and gave a lecture. But yeah, I wasn't feeling good last Sunday when I gave a lecture. What was that? I think that was the Matrix. Yes. That was the Matrix, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wasn't feeling good. I just wasn't gonna let y'all know that. You know what I'm saying? But I really wasn't though. To be honest with you. I'm like Jordan, nigga, in the flu game. You hear me? Nigga, I still went on the court and put up 40. You talk about. I take this shit serious. Other motherfuckers be like, man, I don't feel good. I ain't going on there and fucking with them folks. Fuck that. These my people. They gonna hear this. They gonna hear this shit. I don't give a fuck what they put in the air. You feel me? Let the government tell it. I can't pull up in the hospitals, y'all. They gonna try to say I got that hot sauce night. They gonna try to hit me with that hot sauce 19. You know what I'm saying? We can't go like that, baby. We gotta keep it organic and natural. You feel me? I told y'all, like, motherfuckers act like before they ever came out with this hot sauce 19 bullshit, niggas forgot about the common cold. Like, niggas forget all about. Because that's what it used to be. You get a sniffle, nigga be, oh, okay, you got a cold. You know, niggas be, we get our soup out. You know, it be basics. Now your ass, niggas going to the spittle. Now you pulling up to the spittle. You feel me? They talk about you got that thing. Now you in there with your arm out. Fucking your genetics all up. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna act like we don't know how to do this shit. Y'all feel me out there, reflexiations. We ain't gonna act like we don't know how to handle this shit. You feel me? Niggas been doing this shit too long. And then for all y'all that got jobs, come on, man, y'all know. And if your ass ain't got a job, you had a job. Nigga, y'all, before they ever came out with this new shit, this hot sauce 19, because we know we can't say the real name on the tube. We know how they do us. So we gotta beat around the bush a little bit, but y'all know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about it. You feel me? Before, if your ass ain't got a job now, when you had a job, remember when niggas, you caught your cold, your ass still went to work. You feel me? Niggas still went to work, G. And if you was when you was in school, my mama ain't never let us miss a day. Nigga, head be hurting, you snotting. You feel me? Nigga, you got cold coming out your eyes, you so bagged up. Your ass still had to go to school. Not today. You hear me? Nigga get a little, achoo. 2 weeks, fall back quarantine. All to try to alter these genetics, man. Welcome to class. Y'all know we keep it real over rich in here. You feel me? Well, we back though. We at like 90. I'm at like 98% right now. You feel me? You know, they can't hold us down. You know, they can't stop us, y'all, from getting to these downloads. the truth about the constellations today. You feel me? They want to stop. They want to stop the rise. Ain't no stopping the rise. You hear me? We gonna fight through it all, baby. That's all you need. A lot of water, little soup, a lot of rest. A little bit of that Florida natural. OJ, we not talking about Simpson. But free him though. He ain't do nothing wrong. You feel me? That's how they do you though. How y'all gonna lock OJ up for stealing his own shit? You see? Because you know, OJ, they gave him a dub for stealing his own memorabilia. You feel me? Nigga stole him. That's all he did. Took a bunch of his own jerseys out the gave him a dub. That's because they didn't get him on the murder. You feel me? Because he didn't do that neither. You know, that ain't even how it work. We don't even operate like that in white America. You know, we ain't with burying shit. Nigga, we can't even keep secrets. So, you know, ain't nobody black gonna kill nobody and bury him up. That's a secret. You know what I'm saying? We don't move like that. If we did some shit, you gonna know about it. You feel me? Ain't no we killed the motherfucker and 25 years later you find him in the back of the woods somewhere. We don't do that. That's human being activity. Nigga lay your ass out on the city block and keep it moving, but we not transporting you nowhere. You feel me? We not even thinking that far in advance. But free OJ though, he ain't do nothing. All right, y'all. So y'all, you know, y'all settle in. We getting ready to go in. We're gonna talk about the constellations, but we gotta open it up with the right energy though, set the right vibratory frequencies. And I got my favorite short song. I got these when we went to the Keys, me and my wife for our honeymoon. You know, ever since then, these are my favorite shorts, nigga. You feel me? These gonna need to get framed. You feel me? I need to frame these. You know, I love these, man. Ain't no stopping us now. We're on the move. Do, 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 do. Ain't no stopping us now. We're on the move. And if you've ever been held back before, I know you refuse to be held back anymore now. Don't you let no lies stand in your way. Ooh, I'm coming back. I'm coming back. You heard that, A? You heard that, A? And in this live today, I want y'all to listen to all these truths I say, every word I say. Ain't no more lying to us now. We know the truth. Do, 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 do. Ain't no more lying to us now. We know the truth. That's all we know, y'all. We were held back too long with lies. Lies and litigation. You hear me? They couldn't have did none of this shit without lies and litigation. And if you know anything about litigation, it's the same thing. You know, lawyers be lying. You ain't never heard that saying like, because I grew up in the hood, you know, you do some wrong shit, your grandma be like, boy, you lying like a lawyer, right? Because they get paid to lie. You feel me? So lies and litigation. That's the theme song today. Because see, I want y'all to know the truth about the constellations. And when y'all hear this shit, we gon' don't even trip. We got the handy dandy MacBook on deck. You know, we gonna go to Google a little bit. We gonna dive in Wiki a little bit today. We're gonna go there. You feel me? We're gonna go a little bit of there, then come back down to Planet Ka. Well, we going up into the constellations today, so put your seatbelts on. We're gonna really find out some shit right now. But before we do that, you know we got to set the vibratory frequency. All right. So, respectfully, let's keep that right there. For anybody trying to send negative frequencies or work your little magic on me, burn your candles on me, that's what that's for. And that right there in the back, the evil eye catcher, I'm divinely protected. That shit ain't gonna work anyway. You got to go try that little low-level magic on somebody else. Feel me? I got them chosen ones with me. Ain't no line to us now. We know the truth. We know the truth around here, nigga. All right, y'all. So I want everybody to close their eyes as we set the correct vibratory frequency. Why does it look crooked? And y'all ain't even say nothing in the comments. Y'all thought we was family, G. Don't let me be. Y'all know we this international, man. Don't be letting me on here look like I don't know nothing, man. Y'all better say something in the comments. Correct me. Like, God, camera a little. We in here together, man. You know the CIA in here too. Hey, CIA, I know y'all in class. Y'all in class. Y'all told y'all the CIA, they be in class more than y'all be in class. Trying to tell you, the CIA, NASA, it ain't even about the FBI no more. Look, the university, we done came with so much prolific truth and exposed so many FBI files on this motherfucker, right? They didn't forwarded my case to CIA. A number of CIA informants, nigga, they coming from every angle. And if you know anything about the CIA, y'all, you will never know when they're around you because they look like you. You know what I'm saying? They gonna come in here with the black profile. It ain't gonna be nobody white. That's too easy. They've already been studying me all year. They're like, nah, we can't see nobody white. There's gonna be another. He gonna have locks. He gonna have crystals. He be in every class too. Peace, God. That's how they come. You feel me? Just like they did Bob Marley. You feel me? I know y'all read the article on the CIA agent that confessed to killing him. Like, we already knew that though. So don't try to tell us some shit now that we all know the truth. We know y'all didn't just kill Bob Marley. Y'all killed every single person that ever came and spoke out. They all died mysterious deaths. Because, you know, they moved past that age of making it look nasty. You know, in the 60s, they were just shooting motherfuckers. Then we caught on to them. They're like, hold on, we just can't be assassinating motherfuckers like that. So as they moved in the 70s, they started like poisoning drinks, you know, putting, like they did Bob Marley, they knew he liked shoes, right? So they sent the dude posted, the photographer came, met him out of town and everything. And now he posted a journalist from New York. And hey, I got these number 10s for you. You know what I'm saying? The whole time it had the nail in there with all the bacteria in it, you know. They got a lot of ways they come. Even Queen Diana, Princess Diana, when she started trying to speak out against the royal family, they made her shit crash. When Left Eye was going to Honduras and sitting down with Dr. Sebi, they killed her and told y'all it was a car crash. You feel me? Oh, the rappers, easy as pie to get them out the way. The entertainers, they got you like that with Michael Jackson too. You feel me? Got you like that with Prince. Got you like that with Nipsey too. Still got the nigga going to trial. The Eric Holder dude got you thinking he had. Don't believe it, man. You hear me? Don't believe it, man. Don't believe the hype. And with Biggie and Pac, you know, that was the whole East Coast, West Coast shit was set up just so that when they killed Pac, niggas could think it was Biggie. I told y'all there's a lot of COINTELPRO activity going on right now. We gonna talk about all that. That all got to do with what's going on with these constellations, man. You feel me? That's what they do. I want y'all to know how the CIA move, right? And they see us rising on this internet, so now they infiltrating. That's how they took Young Pharaoh. That's how they did YP. See? But he didn't want to listen when I reached out to him trying to warn him. I tried to forewarn him before it came. He was he still falling for it. You know what I'm saying? Then they tried to pull me into it with him so it could look like we beefing. So if some shit happened to YP, you could think I did it. I ain't got no beef with him. That's my brother. Fuck what the media told you. That's propaganda. Fuck the YouTubers who reposting all the bloggers that be reposting it. CIA. That's CIA too. They pose as bloggers because they know everything is on the internet. So when you see bloggers reposting beef, trying to make beef amongst the community, that's called CIA, COINTELPRO. Know them when you see them. You see what I'm saying? The new one is now they trying to have Rod Hayes beefing with Isis Wisdom. You know, and I talk to both of them. That's propaganda. Y'all don't fall for it, man. Matter of fact, when I get off the live, I'm gonna hit up Rod Hayes personally, like, come on, God, man, don't fall for it. And I'm gonna hit up my sister Isis Wisdom, like, don't fall for it. You know, we seen Remedy H fall for it. I respect that elderly God. He wanted to disrespect me. I brought people his way. There's a bunch of people that didn't even know who he was. I'm like, man, y'all go check out Remedy H. See him fall for it. It's called CIA. COINTELPRO, man. It's how they destroyed us in the 60s. Only difference is we got too much cosmic support this time, so they ain't destroying or stopping nothing. But it's CIA. And what's the intent? To spread dissension within the community. You feel me? I gotta hit up sis Isis Wisdom. Like, look, sis, man, don't fall for that, man. Matter of fact, I'm trying to get them both on the phone. You feel me? Because that's the right thing to do. I'm not gonna do it on the internet. I'm gonna do it personally because I got both their numbers. That's the right thing to do. I'm trying to talk to them. Like, come on, y'all, we don't need that. You see what I'm saying? We gotta stay focused, y'all. Know the CIA when you see them, man. Because Rod Hayes, that's an intelligent God. He got a lot of powerful downloads. Very powerful brother. Same thing to Isis Wisdom. Divine feminine energy. We don't have a lot of goddesses speaking out. We need that because we are nothing without the divine feminine energy. That's where we come from. And all disagreements can be reconciled. We're gonna disagree. We family. That's natural. But see, a lot of it be the CIA in the comments. You see? That's what they do. People do that to me. They run and, oh, YP just said this. I don't care what YP just said. I send him nothing but blessings. I will not participate in the Central Intelligence Agency programs. You see? That's what it be. Because somebody went back and told YP I said something. That was a CIA person that went and did that. To make him, you see what I'm saying? So then ego get involved because you be like, I have this big following, so I'm not trying to look weak in front of my following. See? And then now it becomes a pup, and then it just spills out. CIA. They did that to Yahweh Ben Yahweh. Dr. Malachi York. Bobby Hemming. They set him up through polygamy. So you got to understand their tactics, man. It's the same tactics. Never changes. They come up with reasons to jail you or flat out kill you, or they'll kill you and make it look like you wasn't killed like they did Pimp C. See? Overdosed off lean. No, he didn't. He been sipping lean all his life until he started exposing the gay hip-hop agenda taking place down here in Atlanta. Next thing you know, he ended up dead in the hotel off lean. Promethazine, let them tell it. These are all CIA tactics, man. You know how many people come get in the comments under my videos and say he don't know what he talking about, talk bad about me in the comments? That's CIA. So when you read the comments, you're like, oh, well, maybe he don't. That's CIA. A regular person, they ain't got the time to be typing all that shit. When you see people in the live trolling, and you know how y'all be like, okay, well, if you feel like this, why you in the live? Because they are CIA. Because me, self, I If I hear some shit I don't like somebody saying, I'm not gonna sit in the live and be commenting and be in the whole live. Know the CIA when you see them. Don't even call them trolls no more. Call them what they is. Oh, that ain't nothing but the CIA agent. Because when you say trolls, you're still helping them disguise themselves. They not trolls. A troll would never. CIA. They come sit in my live and other intellects' lives of people that they deem a threat to the establishment, and their job is to challenge everything being said in the live, to distract you. They're not distracted. I'm the teacher. They can never distract me. Their job is to distract you. We in new energy. And this is not a new year. Years aren't real. Time isn't real. I refuse to participate. So I'm not saying Happy New Year to you. And if you want to be technical, the real New Year is April 1st. I'm not going to celebrate a donate no energy to Janice, which is why it's called January. Not doing it. I refuse. But let's set the correct vibratory frequency. Now that we got that out the way, let the record reflect. All CIA agents in the chat today, they gonna fire you fucking with Rashad Jamal because you're not stopping shit Rashad Jamal is doing. You can never stop my soul contract. I'm a divine being that came back. Know the difference. This ain't my first time down here. I repeat, to all the CIA agents that join every live and try to confuse those who trying to find themselves, you could never stop my soul contract. This ain't my first time down here. I was here in the beginning. I was here before we created your bitch ass. I'm one of the original 23 scientists. You could never. You don't have enough power to do that. All you can simply do is upset yourself. Because when I open the doors to let the ancestors work, they gonna work. That's all I do when I get on here. I just open the doors. I call them in and I let them talk. I step out the vessel. The vessel still be here. So you think it ain't me though. After I set this vibratory frequency, I'm gone. They step in. With that being said, though, let's set the vibratory frequency though. We have the Father, though, reaches on with us today. So let's make sure we show the utmost respect in front of that spiritual energy that you may call Obatala or Obatala, however you want to enunciate it. It doesn't matter, long as you recognize the energy. Four times. Once for the east, north, south, and west. And elements: fire, earth, air, water. Nine times for the ether we represent. Close your eyes as we go into this channeling of our ancestors. Peace, 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 family. May the ancestors' will be done today. Ashe. Appreciate you. Appreciate you kindly. May the will of the ancestors be done today as it is done every day. The intent of this candle will be for the true esoteric facts to be revealed today and to reach your soul in the deepest depths. The purity of our information, the purity of wisdom, enlightenment, the purity of what you are, a beautiful being, divine beings, divine specimens, non-ether beings. Not niggas, not Negroes, not black people, not Latino people, not spics, not wetbacks, not bitches and hoes and pimps and thoughts and gang bangers and drug dealers or any of those derogatory misnomers they like to place upon us non-ether beings. I wish you nothing but insight that this lecture reaches you on every level of self. Ashe. And I salute the divinity in you all, for my soul recognizes that we are one through the divine force called creation that connects us all. And on that note, may our intent burn like this candle will, for that's what it represents. How y'all feeling today? Reflections? Act like y'all never seen somebody eat soup before. So let's get this MacBook up. If you're just walking in class, welcome to class. For those on the website, please get in the forum and let them know we live. Go on Twitter, let them know we live. Go on Instagram, let them know we live. Feel free to screen record it or share it, spread the information. That's doing your part. All is being revealed. All is being revealed. All right, hold on. Let me so I want to show y'all some things. Okay. Let's close this out. Let's go right here. All right. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right. Hold on, let's go. Where we at? They tell you, first off, how many individuals even know what constellations are? Let's get right into it. And before we get deep into it, though, I'm not going to just go deep into it without opening it up. I'm not going to do that. So before we dive deep into this download, it's imperative that we open it up with the right spiritual energy. We've already set the vibratory frequency. That's what the sound bowl is for. And that's what the meditation is for, the channeling ancestral energy. But now we're bringing in the right spiritual energy. So first, let me start by saying peace to all the gods and goddesses of planet Kai, as well as to the high vibrational human beings that attend this university and attend these live lectures. Peace, meaning positive energy, always creates elevation. I'm sending the deepest of insight to my elders, those in the university 65 and older. We appreciate you deeply for the insight that you have been grasping through this university, as well as the experience that you provide, being that you have walked in the flesh of this avatar in this physical realm a lot longer than myself and those within the university that hasn't been in this flesh in this lifetime, at least as long as you. So sending peace and most importantly, insight to you, insight for you so you can see it for yourself. I see it, but you have to see it. It's one thing to sit in here and listen every Sunday or Monday, because we missed yesterday because I wasn't feeling well, but sending you number insight for you to see it for yourself so that you can spread it to the generations below you, the lineages below you. To my peers, those in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, I'm sending you nothing but supreme insight. I appreciate you deeply. I'm humbled to have you in the university to help get the downloads out there. This is a group effort. This is a family effort. There's no big I's. There's no little U's. There's no me. There's a we. There's a us, though. All right. So I appreciate all of my peers humbly. And I appreciate you for having the patience with yourself, as well as with this realm, to give yourself a chance. You know, we've been lied to about a lot of things, so it's okay to not know. It's okay for us to learn from each other. I learn new things every day. I don't know it all. I will never know it all because information is knowledge is everlasting. Okay, so anybody that's telling you they know it all, they're lying to you. We all contain pieces of information within us. These are downloads that we are supposed to tap into and channel these downloads to bring that to the forefront of this realm to help us get back to where we belong. That takes a group effort. That's going to always take a group effort. We didn't create nothing alone. It was always us. It was never a me. It was never a you. It was always us. And before they landed on our planet and divided us against us, all we knew was us. The we. I ain't talking about no goddamn Nintendo game, neither when I say the we. And I ain't talking about Paris Hilton motherfucking dog, we neither. I'm talking about we, us, cosmic beings, the family, the cosmic family. The unity. It was unity that created everything you see. It took unity for us to put this realm intact, for us to set up the design of the sun, to decide how much photon energy should go into it. That was a we thing. It was we that designed the cosmos. It was we that designed the trees, that planted the seeds, that configured how much they would grow. It was we that did that. It was we that gave the lion its growl and its roar. It was we that made the lion the king of the jungle. It was we that gave the cheetah its speed. Designed the cheetah with his own cooling system so that he wouldn't overheat while running at speeds that other animals would never be able to attain. It was we that did that. Never me, never you. We. To all the blue crystal babies, I appreciate you deeply, those 21 and under within the university. For you are having the hardest battle to remember who you are, because you are very, very powerful. So everything that they did was to stop this moment in time that's happening now. So all the blue crystal babies, 21 and under, all over the world, I appreciate you deeply, and I understand you, and I value you, and I don't look at you as just some little kid that don't know what the hell they talking about. Or I don't look down on you as some little kid out there shooting guns, running the streets. I know that those are the powerful warriors who have been misled. I know that our young goddesses are powerful goddesses who are being misled. So I'll never look down on you all, you know? Because remember, it's we. What I wish for you, I only wish for myself anyway. That's why I always say peace, reflection. I can't cast any energy toward any of you or look down on any of my people, or not just my people, but my animals, the plants, nature, the elements. Because it's we. We are one. I am you, you are me. Remember that. That's one of the main things I teach in the university. I am you, you are me. There is no separation, peace, reflection, literally. But do we really understand that we are each other's reflections? Because if you do, you will never gossip about anybody. I can't put a soul down. Because that's me in another form. It's still my energy. That's me in another universe, parallel universes. See, the oppressor understands that it's we, never me, never you. So he attacks us. He doesn't attack you. He doesn't attack me. He attacks us. Therefore, we have to recognize that it's a we thing. And what's so special about us? That makes him go out his way to continue to attack us. Hasn't he won already? Why is he so greedy? Why does he seek complete annihilation of our species, of our planet? Never forget, every time you riding down these roads, you're riding on Apsalt. A part of you is dead. It was grass right there at one time that grew. He killed parts of the grass just so he can pave his roads for these cars to ride on. Never forget that. He killed the part of you when he did that. When they attack our gods, they could build more playgrounds. Like I said in my record, God Talk, they building jails when they could have built a new playground. You know what I'm saying? That's not by accident. That's by design. What's so special about you, God? I mean, if you was just some savage running around in Africa, he's conquered you already, correct? Based upon his story, right? So why won't he leave you alone today if you've already been conquered? I've never seen a hunter hunt the deer down, kill the deer, and then continue to shoot the deer as it lays there lifeless on the road. And we know who the hunters are because it's not us. We never ate our animals originally, so we never killed them. They are the hunters, the poachers. But even in his savagery of hunting down our animals to feed his insatiable appetite, I've never seen him continue to beat or mangle anything that he's already killed. So if you were conquered Black man, Latino man, they want to call you that. If you were conquered, if you were defeated, then why does he still hunt you down today? want you to meditate on that. You got to know who you are. You got to remember who you are. Same thing to the goddesses. The divine feminine energy must be respected for anything to work. It's the flow of life, the life givers. The original teachers. Every man or woman, god or goddess, animal or plant, first teacher is a woman. Feminine energy. Divine feminine energy, to be exact. He said that you were just running around naked, titties dangling, with baskets of fruits on your head. The goddess, that's what he spoke about you. And then he raped and beat you and mixed his seed with yours. But if he conquered you, why does he still make strip clubs for your daughters today? Why do he still create pornographic outlets? Why does he still attack your mind to such an extent that majority of the goddesses today believe that they are nothing but their body, ass and titties? You have been reduced from the greatness that you are down to just ass and titties. Do you see yourself past that? Because I do. But if he defeated you, why does he still attack you today? Why does he still seek to degrade you today? Why did he make a book strictly about you called the Bible? The whole book was about degrading you. After all, if Eve never bit the apple, let him tell it, the world wouldn't be in the state it's in today. What's the purpose behind that? You know, in the 50s and the 60s, I don't even have to go that far back. It was very rare that you didn't have a mom and a father in the household. And then as we move to the 70s and 80s, just a lot of single parent moms in the household. We know why. We know what they were ushering in. It's cocaine epidemic. And then when we got to the 90s, you didn't even see the mothers in the house like that. There's a lot of grandmamas out here raising the kids. A lot of people grew up with just their grandmama raising them. A lot of 90s babies did. To the Latino brothers and sisters who have been hidden under this Latino name, ask yourself, why did he seek to eradicate you? Call you Latinos. Completely cut you off from us. When Latin was never a people, it was always a European love language. What's so special about you? To my brothers and sisters who believe that they are Puerto Ricans and Cubans and Dominicans and Haitians and Peruvians, Ecuadorians, Belizeans, Brazilians, Panamanians. For those living in the Panama Canal, what's so special about you? See, it's a very, very huge part of our story that is not being told. And they wanted to keep you on 3D. So let's break down 3D. I know we all think of like third dimension, blah, 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 blah. Let's think deeper. You ever played Pac-Man? Pretty sure you have. Pac-Man never looks up. Why? Because he's in the third dimension. So all Pac-Man did was this. That's all he did. He went straight. He went back. He went left. He went right. Now, when you on 3D, that's how you live. You wake up, you look left, you go right, you go forward, you go backwards. But very rarely do you do this. You know, here we go. The average person, you step out your house, you ain't looking in the sky. You ain't thinking nowhere up there. You go forward, you go backwards, you go left, and you go right. They even trained you to cross the street that way. You stop, you look left, you look right, you look forward. Hell, you might look behind you because some motherfuckers don't do that. But very rarely do you look up there. Why is that? See, you've been living a Pac-Man lifestyle. You ain't been giving no fucks about what's going on up there till recently. So the game has been to keep you with that 3D, that Pac-Man mindset. Left, right, forward, backwards. But never up, though. And you don't look down either. You know how much I done seen people, you know how much money I used to find that way? Motherfucker don't even look down. I'm downtown Chicago, motherfucker just walking. I done came up on $20 here, 30 there. I think I came up with the most I ever found was like $250 or something. Because I always looked down and I always looked up. But most people will never look down or up. But you have dimensions below you and above you. And in fact, you are looking for the truth. Your soul yearns it. You've been looking for it your whole life. You always knew something wasn't right about this reality. You just couldn't put your finger on it. And the Matrix keeps you. See, the video game Pac-Man is about you. What does Pac-Man do? He left, right, forward, backwards. But what he chasing though? What he trying to do? He just want to eat. He just want to eat. He has no clue he's in a video game. And what do we call money in the streets? What's the slang for? When you get money, what we say? Oh, he eating. He eating. He getting money. He eating. So that's what you do. You wake up. You look left. You look right. You go forward and backwards. To do what? To eat. To make money. But you have yet to look up. And when you do look up, they got something there for you called constellations, which is more lies, just in case you did decide to look up. Now, when you do look up, you see a sky full of stars. That's if they don't have their cloud machines on. Because the difference I noticed between Chicago, growing up in Chicago, Illinois, and living in Atlanta, Georgia, we rarely ever seen stars. It's always cloudy. And if you ain't never left Chicago, you still wouldn't know what I'm talking about. For those that live in Chicago or big cities like that. But you could barely see stars in Chicago. And the few you see, if you happen to look up, because one thing about a big city, it's so many things that are for your mind to even stop you from looking up. Your mind ain't looking up. And if you do, you might see a star or two there. But when you come down south, it's clear skies at night. Sky be lit up with stars. Like, damn, I didn't even know there was that many stars in the sky. To be honest with you, you see the way the thumbnail look? What they are calling stars, you can't even enumerate them. That's how many is in the sky. And when they not playing with the weather making machines, you will see a star. You will see the sky filled with stars. And then on days where you don't see that many stars, they have layers of clouds that they put in the sky at nighttime to block out your view of what's really going on up there. But for those who've been in the university, you might already know this. But guess what? I haven't really talked about that since we was at probably 5K subscribers. You got an extra 80,000 people that subscribe since then. They might not have a clue that the stars are actually galaxies, other universes, and planets. But mostly galaxies and planets. So, when you're looking in the sky, you're looking at a bunch of different galaxies and a bunch of planets. And it's life on each and every single galaxy and planet that you see. So every little beacon of light is filled with life. You have a lot of cosmic family out here. A whole bunch that they don't want you to know about. This is what you must know. You have a whole bunch of family here that exist in what you think is stars. And in a shooting star, those are your ancestors traveling in archangels and angels and seraphim and cherubim, ascended masters. We the original Skywalkers. That's why they call Luke that, Luke Skywalker in Star Wars. You see it all the time. You look up, you see it. They call it a shooting star. You're like, what the fuck was that? I just seen that. And you'll see it all the time when you're looking at the sky. They can't hide that. But what you fail to realize is, because you've been living in 3D, Pac-Man, you got to break your mind from that. It's time to study the stars again. It's time to go back to where you came from. They only mention Mars and Venus, Jupiter, Mercury, Pluto. Saturn, Uranus or Uranus, however you want to enunciate their lies, it doesn't fucking matter to me. But those are your ancestors. Now, before we dive deeper into the constellations, let's get a little familiar with the cosmic families, though. You have ascended masters. Okay? That's one group of beings, the ascended masters, which most of you that are in this university or on your spiritual journey, most of you are rising ascended masters. You did miraculous things throughout the astral realms. You even elected to come back here for this moment in time right now. Which is why when you came back here, you always questioned everything. You always stood out from your classmates growing up, amongst your families that were assigned to you, because this isn't your real family here. Your real family is here, though. Your soul tribe is here. I'm a part of your soul tribe if you listening to me right now. That's why y'all can get in the university and y'all get along, y'all be linking up, y'all be kicking it, having fun outside of the CIA agents disguised as trolls. It's a family-orientated university. That's one of the most beautiful things about the university. It's not just me sitting here talking. It's the atmosphere of the commenters, because that's your soul tribe. See, each and every one of us have a galactic code. And see, my mom, very advanced high priestess in the astral realms. So I was always, that's why I chose her as my mom. Because coming back down here, I knew I would need some type of help. I knew that once I passed through the infinite womb, the moment upon my inception, when I landed here in their year of 1986 that they called it, which is nothing more than my actual soul number, because I'm the 119th soul ever created from source. So I knew that coming back down here, I would need someone to help me remember. Because once you pass through the womb and you come out the cavity and back into this density, you lose a lot of the astral information that you come here with. You don't lose it, but you just kind of locks itself in within your genetics. That's what your genetics are. Your genetics are all of these different cosmic codes structured together. Your double helix link is not just something inside of your body. This is why science told us we had DNA and not DEA, deoxyetheric acid, or RNA, or chloroplast. So most of you elected your parents when you came here. You put yourself in situations that would challenge your soul to remember again. Every single incident you went through in your life, you chose those events. When they tell you that God is Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, he knows all things, you do. You knew every event that was going to transpire. You chose your storyline before you came here. And being a rising ascended master, you chose a storyline that would challenge you to remember her again. This is why most spiritual people go through the worst shit. All the chosen ones do. You all are chosen ones. We got, what that say? 3,300 souls on the live right now. That's not a lot of souls. How many people in the world again? So although it might look like a lot, you have to compare that to how many people is in the world. It should be 100,000 people on the live. You see? 1 million. Because they are not rising ascended masters. So they not thinking on this frequency. That doesn't mean they aren't great souls, but you special. You different. You the one. You him. That Christ-like energy that they talk about in Jesus' story, that's you. That's you. That's why I always told you, Jesus isn't real, but the story is. That's you. Now, to understand what makes you a rising ascended master, you have to understand what an ascended master is. Most of the ascended masters are teachers all throughout the galaxy, all throughout the multiverse. You are a natural born healer. You are a natural teacher. That's your purpose. And we have galactic codes. So we have, although we are Anunnaki gods and goddesses, that's headquarters. Why do you think I always say Sirius X is headquarters? That's headquarters. But from headquarters, we spread all throughout the multiverse to go on different tasks. And ascended masters are the adepts of the cosmos, able to communicate with all different forms of life. That's a tribe. We have millions upon millions of different tribes, cosmic tribes. When you think of a tribe, you think about the goddamn Indians. You see? You think about the Cherokee, which is us, but that's the physical tribes. We not on Earth right now. We in the constellations in this lecture. I'm talking to you about the cosmic tribes. And you have ascended masters being so advanced, right? Versus. That's how advanced they became. You have them, your ascended masters. Some of the ascended masters elect to come down into this physical embodiment right now because planet Kai is the last planet that has yet to be freed from the grasp of these cosmic pirates that we know as draconian reptilians, alpha draconian reptilians to be exact, and Pleiadians, along with some of the Arcturians. But you have to be very careful with that. This is why we have to get familiar with our cosmic family today in this lecture, so that you are not fooled by malevolent beings posing as your cosmic family, because they are back. So you have to know the difference, because you got a bunch of malevolent, powerful beings too, tricksters that will come to you in meditation, that will come to you while working magic, that will come to you while you trying to pray to something, because they understand you have no clue. You have forgotten all about your true history, Simba. You've been living with Timon and Pumbaa down here, thinking you human. I told you, we gonna be laughing about this shit an energy cycle from now. Yeah, I was like, man, them niggas had us down there think we was human beings. Believing in life and death and time, and we thought that was the last. We thought Earth was it. All these curses, all these spells like YOLO, you only live once, or one life to live, all curses and spells. And because you don't remember the cosmos, you can't see nothing past this realm. We're here to remember today, though. You have ascended masters. You have your rising ascended masters. A lot of you are rising ascended masters, so you are divinely protected. You can't be fucked with. Rising ascended masters can't be fucked with because your job is too powerful. You have work to do. Shit'll come your way because you have a lot of malevolent forces who are very upset with you because they know that you are the light, the cosmic light. I don't mean light like this type of light. I mean the cosmic light, to help lead the way for all the new souls, as well as lost souls, as well as disembodied souls. You got lost souls, you got disembodied souls, and you have new souls. This is who you've been assigned to as a rising ascended master. The lost souls are just that. They're not bad. They're just lost. Like cold lockdown did that to them. And they don't have the dark matter energy levels you have. So it's a lot harder for them to fight the powers that be than it is for you. Easy for you. It's easy for you to damn near get on your journey. One little thing happened to you, spark the plug, and now you off into the runnings. Meditating, you reading, you trying to find out more, right? It's because you are a chosen one. It's not an easy thing to do. A lost soul could never. But if you don't remember that, when you see the lost soul, you putting him down. Oh, he doing that dumb shit. She doing that dumb shit. Da 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 da. That ain't what your job is. Gifted one. You gifted. How you putting him down? Remember who you are. Remember your mission. You came to help lead the lost souls back on the path. Gifted one. But because that gift wasn't bestowed upon them, stay humble. Everybody can't do what you can do. Remember that. That's your gift. That's your power. Now, how you gonna use it? Now, that's your lost souls. You got new souls. This is all part of your cosmic family. You got new souls. They the babies. Like real life astral babies. When they come down here, yeah, they ain't gonna go in a physical avatar just like you, and they might even appear to be older than you in this lifetime. Some of them might be your age, some of them might be younger than you, but they are brand new souls. They don't know shit. It's nothing for them to remember. Ain't no remember who you are. They just got here. It's their first lifetime. They know nothing. They are completely new soul. So they were very easy to mislead. They have no past lives. They haven't worked themselves up into the level of greatness that you have. You earned that through lifetimes. Be it on this planet, that universe, this galaxy. You've been around the block for a while now. That's what makes you an old soul. Why you see kids get here, they be all advanced. Like, oh, that's an old soul. You got damn right. This kid might be older than you. My baby too. Oh, these new pandemic babies, you got to get one. They just babies. They ain't babies. They appear to be babies to you because they coming just landed on the realm. These are ancient souls coming here, coming into the realm for the war.